Despair, darkness, oppression, a sense of being cramped and confined, these were the sensations that enveloped Yi Tianrui upon regaining consciousness. It felt as though he had been ensnared inside a can filled with liquid. Indeed, Yi Tianrui was unable to breathe a single breath of air. He found himself enwrapped in a viscous fluid. Initially, this realization incited a wave of panic within him, but soon he discovered that the lack of air seemed to have little effect on his well-being. The mildly viscous liquid offered him a surprising comfort. Soaking in it felt akin to luxuriating in a hot spring. What truly unsettled Yi Tianrui was the pervasive darkness and the exceedingly cramped quarters. His body could not stretch. He was curled up like an unborn baby. An unborn baby! With a jolt, Yi Tianrui suddenly recalled the events preceding his awakening and connected them to his current state of being submerged in an inexplicable liquid, seemingly unfazed by the need to breathe. I suppose I must have died, right? He contemplated sadly, just to play the hero. However, he did not feel tremendous sorrow over his demise. Could it be that I've been reborn? He mused, excitement bubbling within him. He had the chance to start anew, embarking on another life journey, armed with the memories of his past existence. In this life, perhaps I can become a prodigy, a top student, and win the affections of beautiful classmates with my outstanding grades. Yi Tianrui dreamily envisioned the possibilities of his post-birth life. Wait, hold on. To charm the ladies, one must possess certain physical attributes, he thought with a mischievous grin, and he painstakingly wiggled his small hands to confirm his gender. Excellent. Upon finding what he sought, Yi Tianrui's spirits lifted further. After all, in this new life, he had a 50% chance of being reborn as a girl. The idea of becoming a girl with a straight man's memories was something he simply could not accept. Just as he was reassuring himself, his small hand inadvertently brushed against a long, whip-like appendage. What on earth is this? Panic began to swell within him as the sensations from his hand and body informed him this was a part of him. What the? It has scales? Yi Tianrui's anxiety intensified as he repeatedly touched the elongated appendage protruding from his backside. Finally, with a mix of reluctance and resignation, he admitted to himself, "This is my tail. I have indeed been reborn, but I have transformed into an anomaly with a tail. I am no longer human." Melancholy washed over him as the scales on his tail shattered his last thread of hope. Without the scales, he might have deceived himself into thinking he was merely experiencing a regression to a more primitive state, but no human, regardless of regression, could sprout scales, at least not a normal human. What have I become? Was the question gnawing at Yi Tianrui's mind. He struggled to maneuver in the cramped confines, trying to ascertain what other peculiar features he might possess to confirm his identity. His small hand grazed his back, specifically the area just below his shoulder blades. I have a pair of wings. This time, Yi Tianrui accepted the presence of wings on his back without any emotional upheaval. Since he was already no longer human, whatever extra features his body possessed, he could accept. After all, what else could he do? Attempting suicide to see if he could be reborn once more was not an option he intended to entertain. Yi Tianrui was not that foolish. Only those who had died once truly understood the value of life. He firmly believed in the adage, better to endure a miserable life than to die. I possess hands and feet. I am undoubtedly a humanoid creature. So what exactly have I transformed into? Yi Tianrui pondered, perplexed, for he could not recall any creature that matched his current state. The one certainty is that I am no longer on Earth. A humanoid being with wings and a tail can only be a creature of fantasy, Yi Tianrui surmised. His spirit sank once more. Only moments ago, he had envisioned a vibrant future filled with aspirations, being a prodigy, achieving academic excellence, and winning over the hearts of wealthy young women. Now, everything he had dreamt of had evaporated into a mirage, forever out of reach, for he was no longer human and did not even inhabit the familiar world he once knew. Yi Tianrui's plump hand brushed against the shell that constricted his movements. It felt nothing like he expected. Instead of a fleshy texture, it had an oddly curved metallic hardness. Not a uterine wall, he mused with slight disappointment, exhaling a few bubbles. This is an eggshell. I'm not a viviparous creature, I am oviparous, Yi Tianrui thought, bewildered. What had he transformed into? Shouldn't humanoid beings be viviparous? Why was he not nestled within the womb of another being, but instead trapped inside a hard eggshell? Realization dawned upon Yi Tianrui that he was nestled within an egg, igniting a fervent desire to break free from his confinement. He summoned strength from his hands, feet, wings, and tail in a concerted effort to shatter the eggshell barricading him. I lack sufficient strength. I am not yet ready to be born. When his full strength could not even budge the rigid shell, he understood that his body had not yet developed enough. I'm so tired, so sleepy. We'll take a nap and try again when I wake up. Feeling exhausted, Yi Tianrui yawned, succumbing to drowsiness. The intense mental exertion required for breaking free had drained him, and soon his awareness faded into a deep slumber. Yi Tianrui's attempt to break free was unsuccessful. The egg remained unscathed, yet the tumultuous struggle stirred the egg enough to catch the attention of the golden beast guarding it. The creature lifted its slender, elongated neck, its head adorned with fine, golden scales, as its dark, golden slit pupils opened to scrutinize the still egg before it. "My child, are you finally ready to enter the world? I have waited so long," boomed the massive and majestic beast, yet a gentle, melodious female voice escaped its lips. If one were to hear only the voice, it would evoke images of a poised and gracious noblewoman, entirely at odds with the terrifying presence of the golden beast. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Yi Tianrui, his mother remained watchful beside the egg, eagerly anticipating his emergence. Lost in a daze, Yi Tianrui awoke again, only to find the familiar, suffocating darkness surrounding him. During his recent slumber, he had grown visibly larger. The space within the egg had become even more cramped, constricting his form. Where he once had some ability to move, he now found himself virtually immobilized. Yi Tianrui realized it was finally time to break free. I must gather all my strength. The shell is unusually sturdy, but it should still be within my breaking range. Habitually, Yi Tianrui took a deep breath, only to find his lungs filled with egg fluid, blocking his nasal passages. With a wry smile, he resolved not to hesitate any longer. Utilizing his agile limbs, he would employ the familiar strength of his arms and legs, allowing his wings and tail to remain still. Instead of relying on unfamiliar appendages, he would leverage the limbs he had trained for 15 years to breach the shell, concentrating his power. Ugh! Yi Tianrui pressed his limbs against the shell with each exertion, his plush form flexed, muscles gently rippling to reflect a beautiful manifestation of strength. With teeth clenched, he felt as if he was using every ounce of strength he had once summoned to suckle in his past life. Nevertheless, the eggshell remained as impenetrable as ever, showing no signs of fracture. As Yi Tianrui persisted in his effort, a growing sense of helplessness washed over him. Fatigue threatened to engulf him, yet he refused to yield. He had no idea what the consequences of failure would be this time, but Yi Tianrui understood that his body had reached the limit of what could fit within the egg and could not grow any larger. Moreover, he recalled documentaries he had watched. Regardless of the species of oviparous creature, eggs do not have a 100 hatching rate. Some remain unfertilized, their occupants unable to break free from the confines, and failure to hatch meant certain death. Live or died is my choice. Yi Tianrui bellowed in frustration. I did not reincarnate simply to experience life in an eggshell. Perhaps it was Yi Tianrui's anger, or perhaps the sheer force of his determination, but a resounding crack echoed like music in his ears as the shell splintered. Under the watchful gaze of a pair of dark golden eyes and a pair of brilliant golden ones, the pale golden egg began to tremble. Before long, a fine crack appeared on its surface, which swiftly expanded, spreading until the entire shell was covered in fissures. A small figure, draped in translucent egg liquid, emerged from the shattered shell. Ignoring the pudgy, snow-white body of this small infant, complete with drooping, pale, golden scale wings, a golden tail sprouting from its rear, and a pair of tiny horns peeking through its damp, black hair, the newborn was otherwise indistinguishable from an ordinary human child. This appearance is quite pleasing, the black-haired, golden-eyed man standing beside the golden beast remarked, his face aglow with a radiant smile. Indeed, it appears to perfectly blend our bloodlines. The golden beast revealed its gleaming white teeth, producing a voice that seemed paradoxically gentle despite its imposing presence. Yi Tianrui lay upon a bluish-purple crystalline stone, surrounded by the shards of the golden eggshell, the thick egg fluid dripping from its body. With a dazed expression, it lifted its head to meet the gentle gaze of the golden beast towering over it. Then, its bewildered gaze shifted to the man with black hair and golden eyes beside the beast, who stood just as tall and imposing as the creature itself. Chapter 2. Father of Titans, Mother of Dragons, Muria Iapedo Zalansis. Uncontrollably, Yi Tianrui's mouth opened, uttering an exceedingly convoluted language. Then, Yi Tianrui paused for a moment, and without requiring any explanation, he instinctively comprehended what he had just articulated. This is my true name. As Yi Tianrui spoke his true name, two torrents of immense and profound knowledge surged into his mind, knowledge belonging to the two supreme races of dragons and titans. An overwhelming influx of information flooded Yi Tianrui's consciousness, causing a throbbing pain in his head, distorting his delicate features. However, this agony was fleeting and soon dissipated. The initial transmission of knowledge from the dragons and titans finally came to a conclusion. Yi Tianrui exhaled with a lingering sense of trepidation. He had no doubt that if he continued to receive this knowledge, his mind would burst, and even if he survived, he would be rendered a simpleton. Fortunately, the transmission of knowledge from the titans and dragons was segmented, not a deluge all at once, but rather gradually unlocked as one aged and grew stronger. Otherwise, whether a titan infant or a dragon hatchling, receiving all ancestral knowledge at birth would inevitably result in a shattered mind. For even the mightiest beings are fragile at the moment of their birth. Those powerful entities who bequeath knowledge to their progeny do so to empower their descendants and ensure a better life. Not to commit murder with an overwhelming deluge of information. This is a titan. My father. Yi Tianrui gazed at the tall figure before him, a man with black hair and golden eyes, gazing down at him. The recently acquired knowledge swiftly elucidated the identity of the golden behemoth standing before him, whose stature rivaled that of the great titan, a golden dragon. My mother. Yi Tianrui's gaze shifted to the golden dragon, who regarded him with eager interest. Her formidable golden draconic aura enveloping the resplendent hall, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Yet, rather than feeling oppressed, Yi Tianrui experienced a profound sense of kinship emanating from his very bloodline. My father is a titan, and my mother is, astonishingly, a dragon. This is a forbidden love across species, and I am the crystallization of their affection. This situation is rather complex. Coming to an understanding of the relationship between the titan and the golden dragon before him, Yi Tianrui's thoughts became somewhat disordered. He finally grasped his own identity, the offspring of titans and dragons, a super hybrid being. Although he pondered extensively, mere moments passed in reality, affording no time for Yi Tianrui to dwell too long. As his body, nearly depleted of all strength during the hatching, began signaling to his brain a desperate need for energy. After having been thoroughly exhausted by the transmission of knowledge, Yi Tianrui felt an intense hunger surging within him. An overwhelming wave of hunger that nearly drove him to madness. His golden eyes, seemingly on the verge of glowing green, scanned his surroundings. He found himself in an expansive chamber, where everything shimmered with crystalline brilliance, as if the very structure surrounding him was crafted from a myriad of colorful crystals. In the very center of a purple-black crystal platform, he found himself nestled within a concave depression. Gazing around, he was surrounded by sparkling crystals that exuded an air of opulent extravagance. Had it not been for the maddening hunger that consumed him, Yi Tianrui would have taken a moment to truly appreciate the scene before him. Yet now, his mind was singularly fixated on sustenance, dismissing all else. Food, food. Where is the food? Yi Tianrui incessantly murmured in the dragon tongue, a skill he had unknowingly acquired. Then, a tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils. He flared his nostrils, inhaling the scent that provoked an increased secretion of gastric acid. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the golden eggshells beneath him, each still glistening with translucent egg liquid. The alluring fragrance emanated from these shells. Food. Indeed, with only a fleeting moment of hesitation, Yi Tianrui extended his chubby little hand, plucked a piece of the eggshell glistening with egg liquid, and stuffed it into his mouth. In a state of extreme hunger, one is capable of consuming anything: roots, tree bark, even the very earth beneath one's feet, and in dire circumstances, even resorting to cannibalism. Thus, what was an eggshell to him? The Yi Tianrui was no longer fully human. He remained a humanoid creature. Crunch. The eggshell shattered with a crisp sound, and Yi Tianrui's eyes sparkled with delight. Contrary to his expectations, there was no unpleasant sensation as the metallic-like shell crunched beneath his teeth, reminiscent of potato chips from a past life, and it carried just the right hint of sweetness, devoid of any fishy odor. Thereafter, Yi Tianrui knelt within the concave recess of the purple-black crystal platform, using both hands to gather pieces of the eggshell, stuffing them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of the eggshells being chewed echoed continuously in the expansive room. The golden dragon mother gazed tenderly at her son, who was partaking in his first meal after hatching. As Yi Tianrui feasted, his soft golden dragon wings began to unfurl, and the originally delicate, Pale golden translucent scales on his back deepened in color and gradually hardened. Witnessing this scene, the golden dragon mother's expression softened further, her joy unabashed. In stark contrast, the titan with black hair and golden eyes wore a furrowed brow, an expression of discontent etched upon his face. There was no precedent among the titan race for newborns to gnaw on eggshells. They were viviparous, unlike the oviparous dragons, who directly consumed meat upon birth. Eggshells were irrelevant, were it not for the fact that his son undeniably possessed half-dragon blood, and that after consuming the eggshells, his body exhibited positive changes. He would have found it intolerable to witness this scene. Oblivious to the contrasting expressions on his parents' faces, Tianrui remained entirely focused on the eggshells. Both titans and dragons, as apex predators within the food chain, possessed astonishing digestive capabilities, and Tianrui, bearing the bloodlines of both races, naturally inherited an even more formidable digestion. He could feel it himself. The eggshells he chewed and swallowed were immediately digested, broken down into the nutrients his body required, leaving behind almost no impurities, the effects manifesting instantaneously. The strength of his body was rapidly recovering. As the sensation of weakness dissipated, Tianrui could distinctly perceive that, with continued nourishment, his physique was slowly yet resolutely growing, his power gradually amplifying. The sides of his forehead felt swollen, as if something were elongating. His wings were stretching out progressively, and his tail swung with increasing vigor, exerting a robust force upon the air that produced a faint whooshing sound, striking against the purple-black crystal platform, creating a dull thud. After stuffing the last piece of eggshell into his mouth, Tianrui was astonished to discover that the hunger within his belly had not entirely vanished. Though it had significantly diminished, it was noteworthy that the quantity of eggshells he had consumed was sufficient to envelop his entire being. With his hands resting on the crystal platform, Tianrui began to exert strength through his legs. His reinforced bones, having completed their initial feeding, were now adequately equipped to bear his weight. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the titan and the golden dragon, the diminutive creature, bearing wings, wobbled to an upright position, his hands caressing his flat little belly, and emitted a sound that heralded his arrival into the world. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Tianrui stood there, trembling, calling out to his father in the endearing titan tongue. Upon hearing this call, the titan, who had been frowning with a gloomy countenance, instantly brightened, his brows lifting in delight, extending his right hand. A piece of roasted meat, roughly the size of his palm, materialized, which he gently placed beside his son. In Tianrui's eyes, a veritable mountain of meat appeared in his father's grasp, and as his titan father tossed the colossal chunk beside him, the immense weight landed with a powerful shockwave, creating a profound vibration that flipped him onto his rear. Dazed, Tianrui sat upon the purple-black stone platform, his eyes glazed as he gazed up at the steaming mountain of meat before him. Glancing at his father, whose face was alight with anticipation, his little face twitched momentarily. Then, with a firm bite of his teeth, he stood up once more and approached the meat mountain. This mountain of flesh had been acquired through his own shameless display of cuteness, and he was determined to consume it, tears and all. Filled with a mix of indignation and despair, Tianrui thought to himself, "My titan father, do you have any notion of how much I can eat? Do you really think tossing a mountain of meat at me is a good idea?" As he silently grumbled, he leaned upon the meat mountain and began to feast. Surprisingly, the meat was delicious, truly delectable. After savoring a few bites, Tianrui could not help but express his genuine admiration. Several hours later, burp, Tianrui emitted a resounding belch, reclining within the hollow he had carved into the meat mountain, his belly now boasting a distinctly pronounced curve. Ignoring his parents, who had watched him devour meat for hours, he closed his eyes and began to drift into a deep slumber. He had reached his limit and could eat no more. Moreover, his body demanded the necessary rest, for he had only just been born. In the days that followed, Tianrui embraced the life he had yearned for in his previous existence, satiated with food and slumber. Indulging in one after another, the cycle of feasting and resting continued unabated. This decadent and languid lifestyle brought Tianrui immense satisfaction. However, he was somewhat astonished by his own prodigious appetite, consuming quantities equivalent to 5 to 7 times his own body weight with each meal. Initially, this terrifying consumption caused him some unease, but under the calm gaze of Jinlong Yang, who often delighted in watching him eat, he speculated that such an extraordinary appetite must be quite normal for dragons or titans. Maintaining this alarming regimen of 3 substantial meals a day resulted in his rapid physical growth, transforming him daily, as if this expansion were endless. In the 3rd chapter, the name of the titan. Within a chamber aglow with crystalline light, Tianrui, stood before a mirror that almost reached the vaulted ceiling, silently observing the immense figure reflected back at him. His fair visage appeared plump, adorned with the youthful chubbiness befitting his age, looking tender enough that one might imagine squeezing it would yield moisture. His shoulder-length, jet-black hair cascaded down, between the strands, a pair of soft golden dragon horns elegantly arched backward, silently proclaiming the noble lineage and otherworldly identity of their owner. The slightly rotund, infantile physique filled a silk nightgown, from which a pair of broad, golden dragon wings emerged through carefully crafted openings. While beneath the robe, a tail tipped with razor-like edges and adorned with golden scales swayed gently. "How large have I grown now?" Yi Tianrui suddenly inquired, casting a glance at the golden-haired maid standing quietly behind him. A girl in a maid's outfit. "Young Master Muria, you have now reached a height of 5 meters. According to Titan standards, you have surpassed infancy and entered childhood by dragon standards. You are currently in the juvenile stage." The golden-haired girl, with delicate golden scales adorning the edges of her cheeks, responded with unwavering respect. "Is that so? Thus, I have been in this world for nearly 5 years," Yi Tianrui remarked with a hint of nostalgia, turning to look down at the dragon-blooded girl whose height barely reached the midpoint of his thighs. Sophia, a dragon-blooded maiden who stood tall compared to ordinary humans, now seemed diminutive to Yi Tianrui. When he had just been born, their sizes had been comparable, let alone now. Nevertheless, Yi Tianrui harbored no thoughts of disdain, for Sophia had diligently cared for him alongside her fellow dragon-blooded maids, ensuring his comfort throughout these 5 years. She was indeed an exceptionally competent maid. It was somewhat amusing that despite having spent nearly 5 years in this luminous chamber, he had never ventured beyond its confines, as most of his time was consumed by sleep. And the hours he was awake were devoted entirely to eating. It was not that he wished to remain indoors, but rather that his body simply did not permit him to engage in any activities beyond eating. Hence, the dragon-blooded maids, led by Sophia, had rendered him a profound debt of gratitude for their nurturing. After all, golden dragons, indeed all dragons by nature, are exceedingly indolent. It is utterly implausible to expect them to rear their offspring with the same diligence as ordinary human mothers, toiling tirelessly through every hardship. However, the golden dragoness stands out among her peers, for she has assembled a cadre of dragonkin maidservants to attend to her progeny's every need. Nourishment, hygiene, and care. "Sophia, would you take me out for a stroll? I have never had the pleasure of visiting my mother's castle," Yi Tianrui remarked, gazing longingly at the doorway with a sense of curiosity. "Of course, young Muria," the golden-haired maid Sophia responded with great obedience, stepping to the threshold and gesturing for him to follow. "Please, come along. Lady Atrus's castle is quite expansive." Muria. Yi Tianrui hesitated for a moment. This name had been uttered by the dragonkin maid for 5 years. It was his true name, distinct from his former identity as Yi Tianrui, which had not been spoken in half a decade, nearly forgotten. Yi Tianrui belonged to a past life now concluded, rendering the name unnecessary. "Henceforth, I am Titan and Dragon's offspring, Muria Iapetos Ilances. This is the name I shall bear now and in the future." With a curious glint in his eye, Yi Tianrui, no, Muria, followed closely behind Sophia, embarking on a tour of the crystalline castle where he had resided for 5 years. Muria trailed Sophia, his gaze sweeping over every corner as if he were Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his senses overwhelmed by the grandeur. The castle was constructed from an array of crystalline stones, each glimmering with vibrant hues, leading Muria to question whether he had stepped into a fairy tale. Despite the use of precious crystal as building material, the castle was anything but diminutive. Rather, it exuded a magnificent aura of opulence. Even at Muria's current stature, traversing the corridors imparted a sense of vastness. Along their path, he was acutely aware that he had not retraced any steps, and he had no doubt that without closely following Sophia, he would have surely lost his way within this sprawling edifice. The sheer scale of the castle was astonishing. My mother is truly wealthy. This was Muria's sole thought as he continued onward. Alas, even a single brick was beyond his reach. This was the private treasure of his legendary golden dragon mother, Atrus Ilances. Despite being her biological son, he held no claim to even a copper coin of her fortune. Contemplating this, Muria's spirits began to darken. Just then, he found himself bewildered, staring at a towering exhibit within a gallery, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Since stepping out of the room he had occupied for 5 years, he had been astounded by the treasures scattered throughout the castle. Exquisite enchanted swords, resplendent magical armor, priceless masterpieces, and the remains of rare and formidable creatures, leaving him utterly awestruck. Although the majority of the collectibles remain shrouded in mystery for Muria, with their origins and true value largely unknown, this does not diminish the intense visual impact these golden dragon artifacts have upon him. At the very least, he is aware of their extraordinary rarity. Over time, Muria has grown accustomed to this, yet upon encountering the collection displayed in the exhibition hall along the corridor, a look of sheer astonishment crosses his face, unmasked and evident. Fortunately, he gazes upwards at this familiar exhibit, rendering him invisible to Sophia, who can only hear his voice. What on earth is this? This is the pinnacle of alchemical creations from the Arcane Federation, a legendary magical golem colossal statue named Titan. Named Titan. Even with this familiar form, disdain flickers across Muria's countenance. How can such a thing be worthy? Titans are a distinct branch of the many giant races of Eurasia, yet they are the most exceptional among them. For among all giants, Titans wield the power of storms and thunder with unparalleled strength that in every aspect, they reign supreme. Among their contemporaries, Titans possess the tallest stature, the greatest size, and the most formidable strength. No other giant can stand against them. For ordinary giants, Titans are akin to deities, deserving of veneration. Indeed, they are unworthy. A look of reverence and longing graces Sophia's face as she continues. Thus, your father, the great legendary Titan Ansorel Iapetos, sought out the Arcane Federation, challenging this audaciously named Titan legendary statue. Listening to Sophia's narration, Muria gazes at the colossal alchemical magical statue, adorned with a V-shaped ornament on its head and 8 blue wings unfurled from its back. Its primary color a striking white. His expression momentarily drifts into a daze. This towering figure, nearly 100 meters tall and resembling a Gundam, appears as flamboyant and striking as it does in Muria's memories. Its size magnified several-fold beyond the original design, leaving him utterly awestruck. The sole flaw is the massive, transparent puncture wound at its chest, still crackling with golden lightning, emanating an aura that is both familiar and thrilling to Muria. And thus, the Titan legendary statue, named by the Arcane Federation, was obliterated by my father with a single punch. Muria echoes Sophia's words, recounting the outcome of the battle. Aside from the chest, the Gundam bears no trace of damage. Shining as if brand new, the puncture wound on the Gundam's chest unmistakably resembles the mark of a fist, and the golden lightning above is clearly the legendary thunderous power left behind by his father. Wait a moment, this is my father's trophy. Why is it in my mother's collection exhibition? Muria abruptly realizes an inconsistency. At that time, Lord Atres accompanied Lord Ansorel to the Arcane Federation after the statue was destroyed. Lord Atres collected it, which is why it is displayed here. Sophia softly explains that is it really that simple? Muria regarded Sophia with a look of skepticism. Even though the colossal statue had been rendered useless, it still represented a significant mass of precious magical metal materials. Surely, salvaging it to recreate a legendary golem would not pose an issue. Would the Arcane Federation truly permit my mother to take it away? Although there were numerous mysteries in this world that eluded Muria's understanding, he was nonetheless familiar with certain fundamental concepts through the inheritance of knowledge, such as the existence of world-renowned powers and the value of rare metal materials. Upon observing the enormous mech, Muria recognized several types of magical metals that could be employed in forging legendary weapons. Such metals, regardless of their location, were undoubtedly strategic resources. It was inconceivable that they would allow someone to simply carry them off. Upon hearing Muria's inquiry, Sophia fell silent, her countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed, and she gradually lowered her gaze. Witnessing the headmaid's reaction, Muria could surmise what had transpired. Alongside the formidable power of dragons, their insatiable greed for treasures was well known. The mech, crafted from various rare magical metals, was indeed a coveted artifact. One could easily imagine that when his father, the legendary Titan Ansorel, shattered the mech with a single blow, as one of the world's apex beings, he would have been concerned about his reputation, thus unlikely to simply cart the mech away. After all, his father had sought out another solely due to a name, obliterated their possession, and then claimed the remnants as spoils of war. Such actions might be deemed a tad undignified. In contrast, his mother, a gold dragon renowned for her avarice, would not be swayed by considerations of pride when confronted with the allure of treasure. For dragons, wealth always took precedence over face. Consequently, the mech found its way into her possession. As for the representatives of the Arcane Federation, being the vanquished party, they likely felt too embarrassed to intercede. The victors possessed the right to claim their spoils, a custom firmly established in Alasia. Indeed, it was reasonable to conclude that this was the essence of the situation. Muria mused on the scene that must have unfolded, believing his conjecture to be quite accurate. Chapter 4. The beasts guarding the castle through the head maid's demeanor and his understanding of the tendencies of both titans and dragons. Muria felt he had unraveled the events of that momentous day. After observing the mech, he followed Sophia with a contemplative heart as they continued their tour of the crystal castle. "Young Master Muria," Sophia intoned. "Young Master Muria," she repeated. As they traversed the castle, they occasionally encountered dragonkin servants adorned with golden scales. Upon spotting Muria and Sophia, these individuals would express their astonishment before respectfully stepping aside to greet the pair. "Sophia, how many dragonkin servants are there in the castle?" Muria inquired, curiosity piqued. "There are a total of 1,856 dragonkin servants." Sophia replied without hesitation. "Such a multitude!" Muria exclaimed, taken aback. "The castle is indeed vast, necessitating such a workforce. Do your dragonkin engage in other duties, such as guarding or combat? Our dragonkin are solely responsible for the upkeep of the castle, while other beings are tasked with its defense." "What sort of beings?" "Please walk this way, young Master Muria. You will understand once we reach the top." Sophia did not answer Muria's question directly, but gestured towards a staircase leading upwards. "Will I be able to see the creatures that guard this castle once we arrive?" Muria inquired, casting a glance at the golden-haired dragonborn maiden. Of course. Hearing the affirmative response, Muria ascended the stairs with anticipation, pondering what manner of beings might be tasked with safeguarding this resplendent, splendidly crafted crystal castle. Grand in scale and magnificence, the brilliant sunlight cascaded down. Muria squinted slightly upon reaching a vast platform. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying the invigorating scent of verdant foliage intermingled with the faint briny aroma of the sea. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the expansive azure ocean, an endless stretch that intertwined seamlessly with the cerulean sky and fluffy white clouds. Among the heavens and the sea, a myriad of seabirds soared freely. Now and then, one would plunge into the depths to seize a delectable fish, soaring back into the sky with its prize. Beneath the surface, colossal sea creatures glided by, casting ominous shadows that sent a shiver down the spine. This breathtaking and exhilarating maritime vista captured Muria's attention for but a fleeting moment before he diverted his gaze. For there were more captivating elements vying for his focus. He stood upon a platform within the crystal castle constructed by his mother, situated at the heart of a large island, surrounded by mountains. However, the elevation of the mountains did not obstruct Muria's view, as they lay far beneath him. From his lofty vantage point, Muria discerned additional islands. The isle chosen by the Golden Dragon matriarch was not a solitary landmass, but rather part of an archipelago. Yet, the location struck him as peculiar. The island was positioned at the edge of the cluster rather than nestled within its center. Nevertheless, Muria's attention was not fixed on this island, despite its grandeur and the striking beauty of the encircling mountains. His thoughts were solely consumed by the creatures that Sophia had mentioned, those tasked with guarding the crystal castle. For instance, beside him stood a colossal humanoid entity, a cloud giant with skin that shimmered between alabaster and sky blue. Its hair was a silvery hue, and its bright blue eyes shone with intelligence. Adorned in a magnificent white suit of armor embellished with intricate patterns and wielding a massive staff, the giant stood approximately 12 meters tall. To Muria, this cloud giant appeared extraordinarily imposing. However, as one imbued with the blood of titans, Muria was confident that he would soon surpass the giant in stature, if not entirely dominate it. As Muria tilted his head to gaze up at the cloud giant, the creature noticed him in turn. This behemoth, with an intellect on par with humans, momentarily paused before fixing its gaze upon the golden dragon wings adorning Muria's back. Through these wings, and the subtle pressure emanating from Muria, the giant began to surmise his identity, though uncertainty flickered across its face, betraying a mix of curiosity and wariness. Then, he beheld Sophia, who quietly approached and silently stood behind Muria. The cloud giant recognized Sophia, the leader of all the dragonborn in the castle. Within these walls, aside from the legendary golden dragon Atreus, only one other noble presence warranted such deference from the dragonborn leader. Thus, the cloud giant discerned Muria's identity, and his expression transformed, revealing unmasked excitement and reverence. Muria gazed at the cloud giant, whose countenance shifted multiple times in an instant, akin to the rapid mask changes of Sichuan opera, and could not help but smile. Yet, as soon as his smile graced his face, it swiftly morphed into astonishment, for the cloud giant, with the might of a landslide, relinquished his scepter and knelt on one knee, lowering his head adorned with a white helmet. allowing Muria a glimpse of the back of his skull. "I pay my respects to His Highness Muria Iapertos Alances," thundered the voice of the kneeling cloud giant, brimming with fervor and boundless admiration. The resounding proclamation stirred all the patrolling cloud giants atop the castle, who turned their gaze toward Muria's direction. They had awaited the arrival of Muria Iapertos Alances for 5 long years. And today, their wishes were finally fulfilled. Countless blue eyes fixated upon him, leaving Muria in a state of sheer panic. After all, he was an ordinary person who had never witnessed such grandeur. And the collective gaze of nearly 100 towering cloud giants, each standing 12 meters tall, was almost too much for him to bear. Muria felt his legs tremble slightly, yet fortunately, the silk nightgown enveloped him completely, concealing any signs of his unease. What transpired next left Muria utterly astounded. The cloud giants stationed around the castle cried out his name, and one by one, each cloud giant knelt upon one knee, bowing their heads deeply, revealing a sea of helmeted napes before him. Above the castle, patrolling griffins descended like raindrops, and under the command of their master, the cloud giants, they prostrated themselves on the ground in homage to Muria. The immense commotion startled every creature on the island. Their gazes converged upon the platform of the crystal castle. In the lofty skies, golden-scaled wyverns dove toward the castle, while towering giants shrouded in hurricanes strode forth from the nearby island. In the waters surrounding the isle, deep blue-skinned giants emerged, and simultaneously, 6-armed nagas brandishing blades surged from the sea, making their way to the shore. A multitude of diverse creatures, countless in number, approached the crystal castle constructed by the golden dragon, their faces alight with anticipation. Above the castle, Muria's expression had become utterly blank. He had never imagined that his mere presence would incite such a monumental spectacle. In desperation, he cast a pleading glance at Sophia, utterly at a loss for what to do next. "Young Master Muria, please stand over there. They have long awaited your presence. Kindly proceed to accept their homage." Sophia, living up to Muria's expectations, once again pointed towards a specific location. Following the direction indicated by the Dragonborn leader, Muria beheld a vast observation platform situated at the heart of the castle, the pinnacle of this stronghold. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Muria's mouth. At this moment, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he made his way toward the lofty vantage point, outside the castle, atop the circular hill. On the gently sloping plains beyond, along the sandy beaches by the sea, and in the waters surrounding the islands, a multitude of creatures, various monsters from land, sea, and air, stood densely packed. Cloud giants, storm giants, mountain giants, tidal giants, bipedal dragons, griffins, ferocious eagles, savage lions, and brutal tigers. An array of fierce beasts, nagas, and mermaids. Under the expectant gazes of these myriad monsters, a somewhat rotund humanoid figure emerged at the castle's zenith, coming into view of the extraordinary beings below. He bore a pair of golden dragon wings, small horns atop his head, invisible to many of the creatures, and a long dragon tail that flicked anxiously behind him. Then, from beyond the crystalline fortress, a thunderous cheer erupted, resonating from the castle to the surrounding waters of the islands. All the monsters were in a fervor, the initial cacophony gradually coalescing into a synchronized chant, reverberating through the air. Muria Iapertos Alances. Muria Iapertos Alances. On the observation platform, that diminutive figure was not imposing. Many of the creatures present towered over him. To those monsters that could discern the figure's features, he appeared far from majestic, his cherubic, plump form lacking any semblance of authority. Yet, it was precisely this appearance that prompted the throng of monsters to lead the cheers, their sincerity palpable, for that figure embodied the perfect legacy of the noble bloodlines of titans and dragons. Just as they had hoped, with a stature of 5 meters, this giant infant was not inferior to genuine titan children of the same age. It was foreseeable that in the future, he would possess a physique and strength comparable to that of pure-blooded titans. His form destined to be grand. Upon reaching adulthood, having inherited the potent bloodline of the golden dragon, he would command unparalleled majesty. This was the heartfelt reason for the monsters guarding the castle to cheer so fervently. At this moment, Muria was utterly astounded, his heart swelling with immense satisfaction. Yet, simultaneously, a profound confusion arose within him. Chapter 5. The Titan Sea. Why were there so many monsters cheering for him? Muria found himself genuinely perplexed. Even though he was the son of a titan and a golden dragon, this spectacle felt excessively extravagant. From the edge of the castle to the periphery of the island, everywhere he looked, a sea of creatures bowed before him, densely packed, an overwhelming throng, incessantly chanting his name and offering their utmost reverence. Whether it be the golden dragon or the titan, both are rare and formidable beings. Yet they are not exceptionally difficult to encounter. Is that so? Master Muria, shall we descend? Sophia, who had quietly approached Muria from behind, spoke softly. We are going down now. Is there nothing more to say? Muria lifted his chubby little hand and scratched his head. No need. You merely need to stand here and affirm your presence to them, which serves as the greatest encouragement. Very well. Reluctantly, Muria descended from the observation platform. The exhilaration of being cheered on by numerous creatures was indeed delightful. Although initially taken aback, his nerves had since become remarkably resilient, allowing him to gracefully embrace the grandeur of the scene. As Muria departed, the cheers of the creatures gradually subsided, and with excitement in their hearts, they began to converse amongst themselves before slowly returning to their original positions. Upon returning to his chamber within the castle, Muria turned to Sophia, who had followed closely behind. He sought answers to his myriad of questions from this distinguished blonde dragonborn maid. It was evident to him that Sophia held a special status within the castle, as she was assigned to attend to him. What is the meaning of this? Master Muria, do you know the name of the sea in which we find ourselves? Rather than answering Muria's inquiry, Sophia posed a question of her own. How would I know? Muria replied with a slight smirk. Whether it pertains to the legacy of the golden dragon or the titan. He had only grasped the rudimentary aspects, possessing a general understanding of his world, Eurasia. Eurasia is an expansive realm, primarily characterized by the main continent of the same name, surrounded by 12 varying-sized subcontinents that encircle it. These 13 landmasses are separated by a vast ocean, creating a fragmented seascape. Muria was unaware of his own location, let alone the name of the sea he occupied. The Stormbreaker Ocean. The Stormbreaker Ocean? Muria gasped, as his knowledge of the Golden Dragon heritage included references to this ocean, one of the 9 major seas of the world. Indeed, this is the domain of your father, Ansur Eliapidos. Belonging to the Titan race, this ocean was named after the power wielded by the Titans, and it is said that it bore a different name before the Titans claimed it, though nearly no one remembers it now. The archipelago we inhabit is known as the Titan Isles. Before Sophia could finish, Muria interjected, recalling the information from the Golden Dragon legacy regarding this ocean. The ancient Golden Dragons had remarked on the Stormbreaker Ocean, unless absolutely necessary. Do not tread upon these waters, for the consequences of such an act are perilous and unpredictable. In this narrative, Muria perceived a formidable ancient golden dragon, one with the authority to alter the lineage of the Golden Dragon race. Harboring a palpable apprehension towards the Thunderstorm Ocean, the very core of this ocean, the Titan Islands, was regarded by the dragon as a veritable forbidden zone. Upon realizing his position, Muria suddenly comprehended certain truths. Why the Golden Dragon matriarch opted to construct her castle at the periphery of the archipelago rather than its center. For this was the territory of the Titans. Were it not for her connection to a Titan father, the Golden Dragon matriarch might not have dared to venture here. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why those creatures exhibited such excitement upon seeing him. Because, in the future, it is highly probable that you will receive their fealty, Sophia remarked with an expression of peculiar intrigue. Huh? Muria responded, utterly bewildered. Young Master Muria, the golden-haired maid sighed. You must understand that for the beings inhabiting this vast ocean, the Titans are the supreme rulers. Although the Titans themselves are indifferent to such matters, it does not alter their status as sovereigns. Muria nodded, seemingly grasping some aspects, yet still struggling with a few points. He gestured for Sophia to continue. Within the Thunderstorm Ocean, countless marine tribes yearn to pledge their loyalty to the Titans, wishing to follow them and willingly become their vassals. However, at this juncture, Sophia's expression turned somewhat despondent. The Titans categorically reject their allegiance, deeming it a futile endeavor. Upon hearing this, Muria felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unsure of how to respond. He had begun to grasp the situation, but refrained from interjecting. Allowing Sophia to continue her narration, however, 15 years ago, we accompanied Lord Atreus Alances to the Titan Islands, and for the first time, the creatures of the Thunderstorm Ocean heard of your existence, of the Titan and the Son of Dragons. Consequently, many beings flocked to you, wishing to follow and offer their loyalty. 15 years ago, at that time, I was probably still an egg. Muria chuckled in response to Sophia's words. Indeed, back then, your existence had yet to be substantiated. It was merely a rumor that wielded considerable influence. She reminisced. A smile graced Sophia's exquisite visage. When Lord Atreus first established the Crystal Castle, he had no intention of constructing something so grand. nor did he plan to use magical crystals for its construction. However, upon his arrival, countless marine tribes presented a plethora of treasures mined from the ocean depths, with magical crystals being the most abundant. Lord Atrus was utterly astounded by the mountains of magical crystals and various treasures. That expression is one I shall never forget. At this point, the head maid covered her mouth and chuckled. Thus, Lord Atrus conceived the idea of building a castle with magical crystals. So, my mother's castle came to be in such a manner. This implies that a significant portion of the credit for the castle's construction belongs to me. I must at least possess half of the ownership of this castle. Young Muria naively contemplated. In the beginning, the cloud giants guarding the castle numbered merely over 30, while the storm giants were a mere 5. Sophia lifted her gaze to the rotund giant infant before her. However, the present scenario revealed that the cloud giants now exceeded a staggering 1,600, and the storm giants approached nearly 100. With their numbers continuing to swell, it was conceivable that in the future, the influx of cloud giants and storm giants to this place would only increase, all due to your presence. This terrifying influence left Sophia in a state of disbelief. Yet the reality was undeniable. Even the legendary golden dragons would find such a multitude of giant guardians astonishingly excessive. The Titans had rejected them. An odd expression crossed Muria's face. How could they be so certain that one possessing Titan blood like himself would accept their fealty? You not only possess the bloodline of Titans, but also that of golden dragons, and dragons are particularly fond of acquiring subservient guardians for their protection. Thus, Sophia halted, feeling there was no need to elaborate further. Indeed, many dragons relish the idea of having minions, whether benevolent or malevolent. Take the example of the evil dragons. Many chromatic dragons are indiscriminate in their appetites, readily accepting any who pledge allegiance to them, including the infamous weaklings like goblins, kobolds, and gremlins. Muria plopped down on a bed crafted from brilliant red fire element crystals, contemplating while stroking his chin. The thought of so many formidable beings willingly desiring to serve him, even before his birth, was utterly exhilarating. Young Master Muria, do you intend to refuse or accept? Upon hearing Sophia's inquiry, Muria furrowed his brow. A clean-cut refusal, akin to that of his Titan father, tugged at his heartstrings. Just moments ago, he had experienced the thrill of being worshipped by hundreds of cloud giants on the terrace, and he found himself somewhat enamored by that sensation. Thus, he lifted his head, a hint of a smile gracing his chubby face. Why refuse? Of course, I choose to accept. Sophia nodded, her face illuminating with a radiant smile before she exited the room. Before long, Muria could faintly hear the sounds of cheering emanating from outside the castle. He stepped out into the corridor and peered through the translucent crystals lining it, gazing downwards to behold a vast expanse of creatures, all rejoicing with exuberance, perhaps due to the castle's excellent soundproofing. The cheers that should have resonated through the skies had become almost inaudible by the time they reached Muria's ears, rendering the scene akin to a silent film. Yet, even without sound, Muria could sense the creatures' excitement. They danced and shouted fervently, their veins bulging like worms, channeling their exhilaration. This outpouring of enthusiasm spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire island, and soon, the surrounding seas roiled with fervor. Naga, merfolk, tidal giants, sea beasts, a myriad of marine creatures burst forth from the depths, shouting in unison, creating a spectacle of monumental grandeur. Muria was undoubtedly aware of the reasons behind all that transpired. He cast his gaze downward, observing the head maid Sophia outside the castle, who had just departed from his chamber, now standing alongside a towering cloud giant, its muscular form reaching an impressive 15 meters. Sophia, imbued with the essence of a true dragon, was a scion of draconic lineage. Muria pondered the name of the head maid who had tended to him for 5 years. He turned and retreated back into his room. Chapter 6. The formidable golden dragon. Matron Sophia, how long has my mother been away from the castle? Within the confines of his chamber, Muria, seated in a wicker chair, held a crystal goblet in one hand and a thick tome of metal in the other. He inquired of Sophia, who stood by the writing desk, directing a group of dragonkin maids to fill his goblet with red tea. It has been nearly 3 months. Based on past occurrences, Lord Atrus is likely to return soon, Sophia replied. What does my mother typically do when she is away? In the entirety of Muria's memory since his birth, he had encountered the golden dragon matron no more than a handful of times, less than 10, in fact, rendering their relationship almost pitiably sparse, far from what one would expect of a genuine mother and son. Yet, such circumstances were not uncommon among the dragonkin. Of course, One reason for Muria's limited encounters with the Golden Dragon Matron was that he had spent the majority of his early life in slumber. Even when she came to visit him, he remained blissfully unaware. To combat evil and uphold justice, Sophia stated with a serious demeanor. Muria remained silent, suppressing the urge to laugh at such an overtly dramatic proclamation. The head maid, however, displayed no embarrassment in uttering those words, while the other maids nearby exhibited no signs of disbelief. Instead, their expressions were imbued with admiration and longing. This was Alasia, where the battle against evil and the maintenance of justice were matters of utmost gravity. Those who dared to mock such ideals would face the scorn, and perhaps even the wrath, of the lawful good faction. Thus, Muria maintained a composed countenance, and it seemed inevitable that he too would eventually partake in the noble endeavor of fighting evil and preserving justice. For he was the offspring of a lawful good golden dragon, and indeed, his mother was genuinely engaged in the very pursuits Sophia had described. The Golden Dragon Matron's exploits were akin to the superheroes depicted in films of a bygone era. Yet the adversaries she faced were far more formidable than any encountered by those fictional champions. Were Superman to find himself in Alasia, embarking on a solitary quest to vanquish evil, there was a 99% likelihood that he would be subdued by the malevolent forces of this realm. Dragons were creatures that relished the punishment of wrongdoing and the promotion of virtue, harboring a deep disdain for injustice and criminality. Muria gazed down at the metal tome inscribed in the language of dragons, occasionally voicing his thoughts on its contents. It had been over 10 days since he ascended to the rooftop, and he had not ventured outside the castle since, having realized a significant truth, his draconic infancy, or rather, his early developmental stage, had not yet fully concluded. That he still spends a considerable portion of his day enveloped in slumber, with overwhelming drowsiness arriving punctually each day. With his current willpower, he is unable to remain awake for long before succumbing to deep sleep. In such a state, Muria has no desire to venture outside for a stroll. However, this condition is a vast improvement compared to the previous 5 years, during which Muria's existence revolved solely around eating and sleeping, leaving him no time even to step outside his room. Now, although eating and sleeping still consume a significant amount of his time, he at least enjoys roughly 3 hours of free activity. This change, though not as substantial as he had hoped, still brings Muria a sense of satisfaction, especially considering his current status as an immortal. With his newfound free time, Muria chose not to wander outside. The world is vast and fascinating, igniting a sense of curiosity within him, yet now is not the moment for exploration. 3 hours of wakefulness would likely suffice for him to traverse from the castle to the seaside. Thus, Muria opted to immerse himself in reading. Within the castle of the Golden Dragon Lady lies an expansive library that seems to stretch endlessly. When Muria discovered the existence of this library, he was overjoyed, for it provided him with a means to understand the world. In comparison to his curiosity about this realm, the scant knowledge he inherited from his racial legacy at birth about the world is woefully inadequate, only serving to intensify his inquisitiveness. Now, Muria's curiosity has found an outlet. For instance, in his hands rests a book, though its contents do not pertain to the lore of the dragonkin. Rather, it is an autobiography of an ancient golden dragon. As the most formidable of metallic dragons, the nature of gold dragons dictates that they do not remain confined to a single area, becoming reclusive. Thus, the life experiences of an ancient golden dragon can be described as incredibly diverse and colorful. Consequently, Muria finds himself thoroughly engrossed in the autobiography. However, he does not take every detail at face value, for the narrative solely recounts the heroic deeds of the golden dragon, culminating in victories alongside his human companions. Yet, these tales of unblemished justice and triumph would deceive even the most naive of fledglings. Indeed, while golden dragons are undeniably powerful, that strength is only realized upon full maturation. In the world of Arathia, young, adolescent, and youthful golden dragons encounter numerous formidable monsters they must confront head-on. Has there ever been a golden dragon who, from a young age, enjoyed wandering and championing justice without ever facing defeat or embarrassment? Such notions are preposterous. It is indeed the prideful dragon who speaks only of victories and never of failures. Suddenly, Muria chuckled. His previous thoughts had remained unvoiced, merely reflections within his mind, but now they found expression. Standing beside Muria's desk, Sophia smiled at his words, remarking, "Not only dragons, but any creature of reasonable intellect typically celebrates its triumphs while remaining silent about its defeats." Muria nodded in agreement, choosing not to respond further. After all, he regarded this autobiography as mere fiction, a means to broaden his experiences and gain insight into the customs of various regions of Arathia, as well as the knowledge of various malevolent factions. In these two aspects, the autobiographical account penned by Gu Jinlong is devoid of any embellishments. Particularly regarding the depiction of the malevolent factions, Gu Jinlong has demonstrated remarkable diligence, meticulously detailing the combat methods, behavioral patterns, and racial vulnerabilities of the evil creatures he encountered. This knowledge is indeed valuable and beneficial. Muria nodded, acknowledging that this was one of the reasons he could continue reading. During his maturation, he encountered a legendary demon summoned to the material plane by a cultist of darkness. Muria continued with keen interest, only to find that the forces of righteousness were effortlessly overwhelmed by a legendary Baler. In a moment of peril, the solitary dragon stepped forth, single-handedly turning the tide and repelling the legendary demon. How audacious! The corners of Muria's mouth twitched. When had adult gold dragons become so formidable? Could they truly confront legendary demons head-on? It must have been due to the gold dragon's vitality that it managed to endure until the demon's summoning duration expired. With the knowledge accumulated over the previous 10 days, Muria fancied himself capable of discerning the truth behind the matter at a glance. Let me see. What is the name of this gold dragon, whose audacity rivals that of the shell of a land emperor turtle? Muria quickly flipped to the cover on the back of the metallic tome. Demos Ilances, though, we share the same surname. TSK, this gold dragon might even be my direct relative, though it seems this relative has a penchant for boasting. Muria paid little heed to this revelation, savoring a specially brewed magical herbal tea while continuing to read on. Thus, eating, sleeping, and reading became Muria's daily rituals. Yet this cycle was abruptly interrupted after merely half a month. On this day, the weather was still fair, the sun shining brightly. Under the attentive service of Sophia, Muria basked in the sunlight, comfortably engrossed in a travelogue authored by a human legendary mage, relishing the tranquility, until roar, a resounding and crisp dragon's roar echoed in Muria's ears. The soundproofing enchantments of the castle rendered utterly ineffective, failing to diminish the roar's potency in the slightest. Coinciding with the roar was an overwhelming and vast oppressive force. However, under this pressure, Sophia and the other maids merely paled slightly before regaining their composure. Having grown accustomed to this aura, Muria's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of discomfort, for this pressure felt immensely familiar and comforting. A testament to his bloodline that he glanced upward at the ceiling, knowing that his gold dragon mother, Atlis Ilances, had returned, somehow reappearing directly above the crystal castle. What treasures has my gold dragon mother brought back? Such an intense aura, though it feels rather feebled. Muria furrowed his brow. Aside from sensing the solar-like presence of his gold dragon mother, he also detected two beings radiating a violent energy nearby. Yet compared to his mother, their existence was markedly weaker. Nevertheless, Muria was not preoccupied with these thoughts. The comforting sensation stemming from his lineage compelled him to cast aside the book in his hands and, with a series of thuds, scampered toward the source of his sensing. Behind him, Sophia hurriedly followed with several maidservants. Following the bloodline connection between direct relatives, Muria burst into the vast castle hall, where he was left momentarily speechless at the sight within. Two enormous crimson-scaled beasts firmly bound by golden chains dot a red dragon. The pungent scent of volcanic sulfur in the air allowed Muria to swiftly ascertain the identity of these magnificent creatures, the most formidable among the five-colored dragons. At that moment, Muria finally comprehended the source of the two fervent presences he had sensed earlier. Is my mother truly this formidable? Stepping out for just a moment, and she returns with two of the most notorious dragons. Muria muttered to himself, his expression frozen in disbelief. Chapter 7. The Red Dragon Egg. Muria stood in astonishment, gazing at the two red dragons ensnared by shimmering chains of powerful magical energy. The spectacle was grand, a sight most beings would never witness in a lifetime. Yet, regrettably, the pitiful appearance of the two dragons captured Muria's attention only fleetingly, for there existed within the hall a presence far more commanding than that of the red dragons. Between the twin horns of the larger dragon stood a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, adorned in a magnificent golden robe of a sorceress, with golden hair and eyes that shone like precious gems. Though her stature appeared diminutive in comparison to the dragons beneath her, in Muria's perception, her presence radiated like the midday sun, regal, resplendent, and utterly impossible to overlook. Most significantly, the familiar aura emanating from this golden-haired maiden was what truly left Muria dumbfounded. Every sense in his body, every instinct, conveyed to him that the stunning figure standing between the Crimson Dragon's horns was none other than his mother, the legendary Golden Dragon, Adoris Alance's Dada, Muria. I see you have awakened earlier than I anticipated. Upon noticing the giant infant Muria, the golden-haired maiden first furrowed her brow, then spoke with a warm and soothing voice reminiscent of Muria's memories, akin to an elegantly poised noblewoman. Ah, mother, Muria stood in a daze, finally grasping the reality that the breathtakingly beautiful golden-eyed girl before him was indeed his mother, a truth he struggled to accept, for in his memories, the golden dragon had always been a colossal beast. Well, Muria, are you so astonished to see me in my human form? Adoris observed the lingering shock on Muria's face, glanced down at her own appearance. And then, a dazzling golden light enveloped her. Very well, I shall transform into a form you are familiar with. The stunning golden-haired maiden vanished, replaced by a majestic golden dragon, resplendent and imposing, boldly standing upon the two red dragons. How do you find this? The massive golden dragon, nearly 100 meters in length, lowered its head to Muria's level. The fragrant aroma of mixed incense dispelled the sulfuric scent surrounding Muria, providing a sense of comfort. The familiar scent completely calmed him, a unique fragrance belonging to the golden dragon, akin to a natural essence. To be perfectly honest, influenced by past experiences, Muria has a greater affinity for the human girl form he encountered earlier, rather than the imposing dragon form characterized by its massive physique and regal appearance. However, he felt it was impossible to express such sentiments, that it was simply too grand. Such was Muria's response. There are so many demands, muttered Atris, yet she still diminished her size, transforming into a miniature golden dragon measuring 10 meters in length. Muria, how many hours do you sleep each day now? Approximately 16 hours. I see. It appears you have not entirely emerged from your hatchling phase. However, that transition is nearing completion. Atris frowned. Yet, even in her dragon form, Muria discerned the worry etched upon Atris's draconic visage. Is there a problem, mother? Muria inquired, perplexed. My hatchling phase lasted 10 years. 10 years. Muria was taken aback. Weren't golden dragons typically in their hatchling phase for only 5 years? That applies to ordinary golden dragons. Do you believe I am an ordinary golden dragon? Atris retorted. Upon hearing this question, Muria fell silent for a moment. He had always perceived the size of the golden dragoness as extraordinary. No typical ancient golden dragon possessed such a vast physique. After consulting the library records concerning golden dragons, he felt even more assured of this fact. However, if Atris were indeed an ancient golden dragon, her existence would be anomalous, as ancient dragons generally lack reproductive capabilities. Her existence could only indicate one thing. Atris was not an ancient dragon. No, after serious contemplation, Muria provided his answer. Do you know which stage of growth I currently occupy as a colossal dragon? I do not know, Muria replied honestly, shaking his head. I entered adulthood 20 years ago. What a joke, Muria exclaimed. Incredulous, it was well known that the golden dragoness was a legendary creature, yet she had only just transitioned into adulthood. 20 years is a fleeting moment for dragons. What of it? I am a progenitor golden dragon, my lineage closely aligned with that of the Dragon King. Possessing such strength is only to be expected. For reasons unknown, Atris derived great delight from the astonished expression on her son's face. Progenitor golden dragon, Muria murmured to himself, feeling a sense of awe without comprehension. He did not grasp the significance of a progenitor dragon or what the Dragon King represented, but the mere sound of those names suggested immense power. And that sufficed. Indeed, however, given your current condition, it appears you have not fully inherited my true dragon lineage. Atris scrutinized Muria with a furrowed brow. I exhibited your current condition only after my 8th year of life, allowing for some movement. Even so, my true dragon lineage must be stronger than that of an ordinary golden dragon. While Muria felt a tinge of regret regarding the notion of not fully inheriting the bloodline Atris mentioned, he was not overly concerned. He was already quite satisfied with his current lineage. It is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary golden dragon, but it is ultimately inconsequential. Atris, somewhat agitated, paced before coming to a halt in front of Muria. You need not worry. I will certainly find a way to remedy the deficiencies in your bloodline. I'm not worried at all. Muria silently reassured himself, though he wisely refrained from voicing that thought. Ah, by the way, it has been quite some time since your birth, and I have yet to present you with a gift. Now, allow me to present you with a gift. Just moments ago, The ever-concerned Li swiftly diverted the conversation from the troubling issue of the Muria bloodline. Leaving Muria utterly unprepared for the sudden shift, "Is this truly the gift you have bestowed upon me?" Muria gazed, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, at the 6 towering red eggs, each enveloped in a rich aura of fire element. Standing as tall as a person before him, while a torrent of expletives raced through his mind. "Indeed, little Muria, are you not delighted?" Atlas remarked with a cheerful smile. Muria found himself perplexed as to why the golden dragoness believed he would feel joy. These were not mere eggs of chickens or ducks, but rather the eggs of a vile dragon, akin to a mother presenting venomous snake eggs to her still-nursing infant at that moment. Muria was thoroughly convinced that his golden dragon mother was scarcely more than a juvenile herself. For such whimsical and unreliable behavior was hardly characteristic of an ancient gold dragon who had weathered the passage of time with scholarly rigor. In truth, he began to question his mother's lineage. Such antics were not befitting a dragon of the lawful good alignment, but rather the capricious mischief of a bronze dragon. "I can see your satisfaction is palpable," the golden dragoness observed, noting her child's impassive expression, and decisively proclaimed, "Thus, these red dragon eggs shall be yours to rear." Muria remained silent, his action speaking volumes in unvoiced protest, yet the golden dragoness paid him no heed. With a great yawn, she unleashed a powerful breath towards her offspring. A potent wave of mixed fragrances invading Muria's nostrils that if there is nothing else, I shall retire for the night. Suddenly, Muria recalled a pressing thought. "Mother, do you know of an ancient gold dragon named Deimos?" Deimos, the golden dragoness, already turning to leave, glanced back at Muria with a penetrating gaze that sent shivers down his spine. "That would be my sire. In your case, you ought to refer to him as your grandfather." "Grandfather?" Muria momentarily lost himself in thought, his cheeks flushing slightly, as if an invisible hand were playfully slapping his chubby little face. "What prompts your inquiry?" "Oh, it's nothing." Muria awkwardly lowered his head, recalling a name he had encountered in a book just days prior. One that shared his surname, piquing his curiosity. Deimos Alonses, his grandfather, a figure he had recently derided with unrestrained mockery. Yet he had never fathomed that this dragon would be a direct relative, let alone an elder. As a dragon possessing a daughter of legendary prowess at maturity, it was evident that his father could not possibly be weaker than his daughter at the same age. Thus, Muria's grandfather had not been exaggerating. He had indeed faced a legendary Balroth flame demon in his prime, and had repelled it back to the abyss. That it was Muria who had misjudged, finding himself humbled by the stark reality. "And now you embark on your studies?" "Ah, a commendable habit. Do maintain it diligently." The attention of the golden dragon lady, was wholly fixated on the sight of Muria engrossed in his reading. As for everything else, she exhibited no concern whatsoever. It was evident that Muria's current engagement with literature brought her immense joy, yet this did not serve as a deterrent to her desire for slumber. "By the way, the dragon eggs are the special gifts I brought back for you to nurture. Do refrain from consuming them." With a final admonition that left Muria in exasperation, the golden dragon lady vanished from the hall, as if into thin air. Was it through a portal or teleportation? Ignoring her warning, Muria stroked his chin, pondering the means by which she had disappeared. However, he did not dwell on it for long, as his attention shifted to the 6 crimson dragon eggs beneath his feet. "A veritable hot potato," Muria exclaimed, then turned to gaze at Sophia and the 4 dragon-blooded maids who had hurriedly arrived at the castle hall. They seemed to be a tad late. Observing the shocked expressions on the 5 maids' faces upon encountering the 2 red dragons, Muria felt an inexplicable uplift in his spirits. After all, these were the illustrious achievements of his mother, and as her son, he shared in that glory. Truly, the illustrious hailed as the golden scorching sun, possessed formidable prowess. Sophia, the head maid, was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming in awe, "To capture 2 red dragons in a single endeavor. What immense power! Golden scorching sun." Muria mused, his lips pursing in thought. Is this the title bestowed upon my mother? Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 8. The misfortunate dragon couple. Master Muria. "What are these?" Sophia inquired, her expression laced with uncertainty as she gazed at the red dragon eggs on the floor. "Indeed, you are correct in your assumptions. All 6 of these are red dragon eggs," Muria replied, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. "They are a gift from my mother, and now they belong to me." Upon hearing Muria's words, Sophia let slip a gasp filled with astonishment. Muria glanced down at the flustered headmaid, who, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and lamented, "You too find my mother's actions somewhat unreasonable, do you not?" "Not at all," Sophia firmly countered, her tone resolute. "Lady Ed is a legendary mage. Her actions must surely be underpinned by her own rationale, even if we do not comprehend it." Muria looked at the golden-haired maid with surprise. Her unwavering stance indicated that Sophia had evidently fallen under the spell of the Golden Dragon Lady's charisma. Becoming an ardent admirer, nevertheless, Muria paid little heed to Sophia's attitude, for it was entirely natural. After all, a maid entrusted with the management of the Crystal Castle must ensure her loyalty. Nothing could instill more confidence in a dragon than a fervent devotee. What truly piqued Muiria's interest were the 4 words Sophia had uttered. Legendary mage. Sophia, are you certain you haven't omitted a word? It should be legendary dragon mage, correct? Indeed, Master Muria, Sophia affirmed with sincerity. You may not be aware, but setting aside Lady Ed's identity as a golden dragon, her spellcasting ability alone is sufficient to rival that of a legendary mage. Murray fell into silence as he realized that the strength of the Golden Dragon Mother far exceeded his expectations. She was not merely a simple legendary golden dragon. The Golden Dragon Mother, a fully mature progenitor dragon, boasted a colossal body nearly 100 meters long. In terms of sheer physicality, she was undoubtedly at the legendary level. Coupled with her legendary mage's prowess in spellcasting, the combination was astonishing. This was not just an ordinary level of monstrosity. After a serious calculation in his mind, Murray drew in a sharp breath. Once the shock subsided, he was filled with exhilaration. After all, this was his innate support. With such an extraordinary powerhouse as his mother, it was unlikely that anyone in Alasia would dare to provoke him. Simultaneously, Murray began to understand why Sophia held such unwavering admiration for his mother. Despite her noble lineage, the Golden Dragon Mother did not merely slumber away her days like most dragons, waiting for her strength to grow. Instead, she was diligently devoted to the study of spells, achieving accomplishments that many ancient dragons had never attained. A legendary spellcaster indeed. Strangely, a saying crossed Murray's mind. The most formidable adversary is not the genius, but the genius who works harder than you. After taking a moment to reflect, Murray led the way, lifting a red dragon egg, and the 5 maids, including Sophia, instinctively followed suit, each cradling a red dragon egg of equal height to themselves. A mischievous grin crept across Murray's face as he glanced down at the scene. The 5 maids, each possessing striking appearances, held their respective eggs, creating an oddly humorous spectacle, though the dragon-blooded maids bore a striking resemblance to humans. They were markedly different from ordinary folk. Infused with the essence of the golden dragon, their life essence had undergone a transformation. Beneath their seemingly delicate exteriors lay incredible strength, allowing them to effortlessly perform tasks that would exhaust even the stoutest of human laborers. As Murray prepared to escort the 6 red dragon eggs back to his chamber, he finally noticed the 2 red dragons he had long neglected. How should he deal with these 2? He tilted his chin toward the red dragon's location and inquired of Sophia, "Should we just leave them be?" What about Lady Atrice?" The headmaid suddenly recalled that she had yet to see her mistress. "She's gone to sleep," Murray replied tersely. "Then we must leave them be until Lady Atrice awakens." "Are you sure?" Murray felt a twinge of unease. After all, these were the foremost red dragons, and it seemed reckless to leave them unattended. Who knew when his golden dragon mother would awaken? It was well known that dragons and humans had entirely different perceptions of time. Who could say how long the golden dragon mother would sleep? Sophia nodded in agreement, leaving Murray with no choice but to cast a reluctant glance at the golden chains binding the red dragons. He prepared to depart with the maids, fervently hoping that the chains were sturdy enough to securely restrain the 2 red dragons. Otherwise, well, it wouldn't be much of a problem. The worst-case scenario would be if the 2 slumbering red dragons awoke, broke free from their chains, wreaked havoc in the castle, and ultimately roused the Golden Dragon Mother, who would undoubtedly impose her wrath once more. After conjuring the most dire of scenarios in his mind, Muria found himself devoid of any concern, as it was certainly not his burden to bear. Just as he stepped into the corridor leading away from the castle hall, a low, resonant roar of a dragon echoed behind him, unmistakably signaling the awakening of a red dragon. Thus, Muria retraced his steps back into the hall. Having grown accustomed to the exaggerated form of the golden dragon, he found the comparatively diminutive red dragon, measuring a mere 30-odd meters in length, to be beneath his notice, regardless of its fierce and menacing appearance. After all, it had been securely bound and brought back by the golden dragon. Consequently, Muria felt no trepidation whatsoever. To his surprise, the first to awaken was a relatively larger red dragon, approximately 37 meters long. This dragon first sensed the bindings upon its body and struggled mightily, yet to no avail. The golden chains remained steadfast in their restraint. In the end, it could only emit a series of furious roars. Subsequently, the red dragon, seeking to break free from its confines, became still, for it had taken note of its surroundings. Its gaze wandered vacantly, taking in everything around it, its mouth opening and closing several times without producing a sound. Wherever the red dragon's eyes fell, they beheld a dazzling array of crystals, each sparkling with the brilliance of enchanted dragon eyes. The abundant magical energy within these crystals informed it that they were not mere ordinary stones, but rather precious magical crystals of significant value. However, how could this be? Such a plethora of magical crystals. Was this the accumulation of all the world's magical gems presented before it by Tiamat above? Had it entered the divine realm of the great mother of evil dragons? Encountering such an unfathomable reality, the evil dragon could only associate it with the seldom prayed to mother of evil dragons. Ah, you're still alive. How could you possibly find your way to that grotesque old dragon's divine realm? Muria interjected mercilessly, mocking the red dragon and fully expressing his disdain for the mother of evil dragons. Who are you? The red dragon was momentarily taken aback by Muria's words, then quickly acknowledged the fact that it was indeed alive. That it raised its gaze towards the imposing figure before it. A gargantuan infant speaking in the tongue of dragons. What manner of being are you? A half-dragon? No, that cannot be. There are no half-dragons of your size, still resembling an infant. The red dragon pondered seriously for a moment, then flared its nostrils, detecting a remarkably familiar scent. This scent, ingrained in its memory, was something the red dragon swore it would never forget. Instinctively, this crimson-scaled behemoth recoiled slightly, and, in a low growl of dragon speech directed at Muria, asked, "What is your relation to the golden blazing sun, Atres?" The red dragon then anxiously glanced around, its nostrils twitching as it sensed something profoundly disheartening. Within this dazzling crystal edifice, it was surrounded by an aura it would never forget. "What is this place?" it queried uneasily, though it had already begun to piece together the answer. "My mother, Atres's castle," Muria replied with a mocking expression. "This is the lair of the golden, blazing sun." The red dragon wore an expression of incredulity. In its estimation, such an opulent lair was only befitting of a dragon deity. Even though Atres, the ancient golden dragon, possessed extraordinary strength, it was unthinkable for it to reside in such a dwelling. "Lair, you wretched creature!" Muria, upon hearing the red dragon's words, lifted its short legs and delivered a fierce kick to the dragon's menacing head, utterly disregarding the dignity of this vile beast. "This is a castle. A castle! Are your ears defective, or is your mind addled?" Roar. To be struck by a mere hatchling gold dragon was a humiliation too great for the proud red dragon to endure. Thus, it began to thrash vigorously. With the red dragon's movements, the golden chains binding it to the supporting pillars of the hall, as well as those wrapped around its own body, began to shimmer brilliantly, automatically constricting and firmly ensnaring the red dragon, rendering its struggles meaningless save for startling Muria. Not a single movement could be made. After stepping back a few paces, Muria discovered the astonishing binding power of these golden chains, which left the red dragon capable of speech, but unable to perform any extraneous actions. What a treasure! Muria gazed enviously at the chains adorning the golden dragon. The events that had just transpired indicated that this chain possessed a certain sentience and had developed a degree of autonomy, reminiscent of legendary artifacts from his past life. Alas, he could only observe. Even if you are the progeny of Atres, you cannot so brazenly insult a powerful red dragon. The red dragon, realizing its own impotence, expressed its ire in the draconic tongue. Powerful? Muria shot a sidelong glance at the red dragon, which was bound like a lifeless dog, unflinchingly conveying his disdain. Humph. Upon hearing Muria's mockery, the red dragon turned its head away, closing its eyes to avoid further sight of him. "What do you intend to do with my offspring?" At some unknown moment, a slightly smaller red dragon awakened, and its first sight was that of the egg cradled in the arms of Muria and the maidens. The voice, tinged with a magnetic quality, clearly belonged to a female dragon. Muria smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Your offspring? No, they belong to me now. Chapter 9. Hatching the eggs. Do not go too far. The mother red dragon, upon hearing Muria's declaration, immediately began to struggle and roar. Even a wicked dragon possesses the instinctual maternal drive to protect its young, and the mother dragon's attention remained fixed on her eggs. Calm down. I have not harmed you in any way. Muria retreated a few steps, his ears ringing from the mother dragon's roar. He had completely forgotten the fact that he had just kicked the red dragon, considering it of little consequence. Suddenly, unable to escape the chains, the mother red dragon's tone became choked with emotion. Why is this happening? Why must we endure such calamity? Muria gazed at the colossal crimson beast, measuring 35 meters in length, as two streams of molten-like tears welled in its fiery eyes. Was it crying? He felt uncertain. After all, according to the knowledge Muria had gleaned from texts, red dragons were the most proud and arrogant among the chromatic dragons, exhibiting extreme haughtiness. However, Muria truly did not perceive the extent of arrogance exhibited by the two dragons. Rather, he discerned their profound sense of grievance. Indeed, a considerable grievance. What have you endured? Muria inquired with a countenance full of curiosity. Or perhaps, how did you incur my mother's wrath, leading to your capture here? We have done nothing to provoke your mother, the slightly larger male red dragon retorted, turning his head back with a face full of indignation. Until today, we had only heard of your mother's infamous name. We had never encountered her even once. Surely, you must have committed some misdeeds, which then reached my mother, Muria asserted with certainty. Nonsense, the male red dragon exclaimed in fury. In recent decades, I have merely plundered a few bands of adventurers who ventured too close to my territory. I have not raided human cities. Indeed, we are on the verge of laying our eggs. How could we possibly stir up trouble and attract external attention? The female dragon interjected, equally aggrieved and indignant. Muria fell into silence. If the two dragons were not lying, they were indeed a tad innocent. For a malevolent dragon, merely robbing adventurers who wandered into their domain over the course of several decades was remarkably restrained, an exemplary model of good conduct for a dragon. Today, while my mate and I were guarding our dragon eggs in our lair, your mother appeared, ruthlessly and unreasonably attacking us, and no matter what we said, she disregarded us and rendered us unconscious. The male dragon lamented, pouring out his grievances to Muria. Muria leaned in to observe. Both the male and female dragons bore abnormal distortions, with several of their bones fractured and their bodies adorned with scabs of congealed blood, indicating that the golden dragoness had surely not held back in her assault. Alas, you truly are unfortunate, Muria remarked, beginning to feel a twinge of sympathy for the woeful red dragon couple as he listened to their tale and beheld their injuries. However, if you claim to have done nothing, how did my mother learn the location of your lair? Upon hearing Muria's question, the two malevolent dragons fell into deep contemplation before the female dragon growled in an angry draconic tongue. Adventurers, it must be those damned adventurers who revealed the location of our lair. Curse those adventurers. The male dragon, Carlos, bellowed in rage that I swear, I shall devour every adventurer I encounter from this day forth. They attributed their misfortune solely to the adventurers, these two tragic dragons. How amusing. Muria now fully grasped the sequence of events. His golden dragoness mother had likely heard of a pair of adult red dragons from the Adventurer Guild or a similar establishment, being the metallic dragon that stands in natural opposition to the chromatic dragons. The golden dragoness, Atres, had directly sought them out, leading to the current predicament. The lair of the red dragon couple, Carlos and his mate, had been thoroughly raided. My treasures, a roar, nearly akin to a howl, resonated through the hall. As Carlos lamented, shedding magma-like dragon tears, for he had just realized the loss of all his treasures, those he could be certain would never be reclaimed. Muria regarded the two formidable dragons, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of ordinary folk, with a hint of amusement. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke soothingly. Do not be too sorrowful. At the very least, you are still alive. The treasure may be lost, but you can always amass it anew. However, the Crimson Dragon couple, engulfed in the agony of their lost riches, paid no heed to Muria's words, lamenting to themselves. For dragons, particularly those infamous for their avarice, the loss of treasure was akin to the loss of life, causing them immense despair. Let us depart. They are of no consequence now. Muria beckoned to Sophia and the 4 dragonborn maids, preparing to return to his chamber, Atrus's progeny. "What do you intend to do with my offspring?" came the sorrowful voice of the mother dragon from behind Muria. "Do not misunderstand. This grief stems solely from her loss of treasure." Without turning back, Muria replied, "I have no intention of doing anything to your children. I merely plan to hatch them all," leaving the mother dragon in a state of stunned silence. Muria exited the hall with the maiden's eye in his chamber. Muria furrowed his brow as he engaged in his daily requisite meal. Today's fare consisted of a perfectly roasted golden-brown whole cow, crisp on the outside and tender within. This bovine creature, now a sumptuous feast, had once been of a size comparable to Muria himself. This illustrates the remarkable extent of Muria's appetite. He consumed no less than his own volume in sustenance each day. His frown while dining was not due to the unpalatability of the roast. In fact, the culinary artisans of the Crystal Castle had prepared it exquisitely, for they had a rather discerning master, legendary dragon Atrus. What truly troubled Muria was the 6 red dragon eggs situated in his room. Just moments ago, he had boasted of his intention to hatch all 6 of them, but accomplishing such a feat was no trivial matter. Under normal circumstances, it would be commendable if half of a clutch of dragon eggs managed to hatch. To achieve full hatching would require divine intervention. "Sophia," he called out to his devoted maid, feeling drowsy. "Yes, my lord Muria," the blonde maiden responded with utmost respect. "What is your command? Before I awaken fully, please procure all books regarding the hatching of dragon eggs from my mother's library." Muria instructed, gesturing toward the 6 eggs swirling with fire elements. "As you wish, my lord Muria. I shall fetch them at once." With that, Muria yawned widely, climbed into his crystal bed draped in soft velvet, a request of his. For the hard crystal bed was rather uncomfortable, and promptly fell into slumber. The following day, upon awakening once more, Muria stared in bewilderment at the towering pile of books before him. He then turned to Sophia, who stood faithfully by his side, and pointed to the 3-meter-high stack of tomes. All of this about how to hatch dragon eggs." "Indeed, my lord Muria." "Very well then. It seems there is no other option. I shall peruse them at my leisure." Muria stretched languidly before picking up a tome dedicated to the study of draconic beings, primarily focusing on lesser dragons that in the realm of Eurasia, few are deemed worthy enough to delve into the existence of true dragons, though there are certainly a fair number. Thanks to the legacy of the dragon kin, Muria was able to comprehend this book, inscribed in the elegant language of the elves. Indeed, the preliminary inheritance from the dragon lineage filled Muria with admiration. For having accepted this legacy, he could fluently articulate over a dozen languages, including the common tongue, Elvish, Draconic, Demonic, Giant, Dwarven, among others. Furthermore, he could effortlessly read texts penned in these various tongues. However, in Eurasia, mastery of such an array of languages was far from sufficient. For humans alone had evolved hundreds of distinct languages, and other races fared little better. Elves and dwarves, for instance, each had their own unique dialects evolved from their respective subspecies. The giants too, like Muria's father's Titan lineage, possessed their own exclusive Titan language. Thus, according to incomplete statistics, nearly 1,000 languages were actively in use across the entire world of Eurasia. Notably, the most widely spoken was the continental common tongue, a language whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, created and disseminated by an unknown sage to Muria. This was a monumental act of benevolence. After a red dragon lays its eggs, it typically places them in volcanic regions rich in fire elements, allowing them to incubate naturally with the passage of time. How foolish, Muria mused. Such a passive approach yielding merely a 50% hatching rate only underscores the formidable vitality of the dragon race. As he perused the book detailing the incubation process of red dragons, he felt a pang of frustration. These creatures, whose intellect surpassed that of humans, lived as if they were mere beasts, squandering their intelligence on destruction and plunder rather than contemplating the meaningful task of enhancing the survival rates of their progeny. It was evident that while the hatching of red dragon eggs required an environment saturated with fire elements, it did not necessarily have to be within a volcano. As Muria scanned through one book after another, he began to formulate a plan in his mind. The enhancement of dragon egg survival rates had been a subject of research in Eurasia for quite some time, yielding commendable results. Thus, Muria merely needed to replicate the established procedures. Although the fiery mountains provided abundant flames, Their volatility and instability rendered them unsuitable for the hatching of red dragon eggs. The unhatched hatchlings would be subjected to relentless waves of chaotic fire elements while attempting to absorb the necessary energy. Therefore, the solution to increasing the survival rate of red dragon eggs was deceptively simple, utilizing fire element energy crystals as a power source to construct a basic formation that could gently release fire element energy. Chapter 10. Eating dragon eggs? Are all chromatic dragons imbeciles? Muria gazed at this astonishingly simple method for enhancing hatching rates, scarcely able to believe that merely providing a stable and element-rich incubation environment could pose any challenge to the might of the formidable evil dragons. It seems that this group of malevolent dragons is unlikely to expend much thought on anything beyond amassing wealth, a half-blooded kin of the chromatic dragons. Muria finds himself somewhat exasperated by their lack of ambition. The chromatic dragons lay an abundance of eggs, perhaps merely to counter the dismally low hatching rates. Considering the position of the red dragon in the food chain, a clutch of 6 red dragon eggs appears somewhat excessive. However, when one reflects upon the hatching rate of these eggs, coupled with the frequency at which a pair of red dragons can produce offspring throughout their lifetime, alongside the probability of mortality during the growth of the hatchlings, it becomes evident that a clutch of 6 eggs is imperative. Otherwise, the chromatic dragons are destined for extinction. In terms of hatching, it appears that the metallic dragons perform significantly better. Although a clutch may consist of a mere 2 or 3 eggs, they are almost always successful in hatching, and the overall quality is superior. As Muria peruses various tomes regarding the incubation of dragon eggs, a sudden thought strikes him, prompting him to stroke his chin. It seems I have no siblings. Thus, my mother laid but a single egg from which I emerged. Perhaps this is attributable to my father being a legendary titan. Muria's thoughts began to wander boundlessly. The gold dragons are renowned within dragonkind for their formidable individual strength. And I, he muses, having inherited the bloodlines of both a titan and a gold dragon, should have no trouble effortlessly overpowering my contemporaries among the chromatic dragons. Muria indulged in daydreams of an infinitely bright and promising future. A foolish grin crept onto his face until Sophia, the head maid, could no longer bear to witness his folly and cleared her throat, rousing Muria from his reverie. The giant infant Muria offered an awkward smile, glancing down at the tome in his hand, authored by a silver dragon mage, which detailed research on enhancing dragon egg hatching rates. While the chromatic dragons may show little concern for their progeny, the benevolent metallic dragons do care. Hence, within the towering 3-meter stack of books before him, half are the result of research by the metallic dragons themselves, while the other half consists of studies by other creatures in Alasia regarding dragon eggs. Indeed, the knowledge contained within this pile is not limited to red dragon eggs, but encompasses the study of all chromatic and metallic dragon eggs as well. Therefore, Sophia, this singular volume suffices for my needs. Muria lifted his gaze and waved the book in front of the golden-haired maiden, for it elucidated a method to enhance the yield of red dragon eggs through the utilization of fire element crystals to provide a stable environment. What was the purpose of gathering so many books for me? Muria inquired. As per your command, Master Muria, Sophia replied without a hint of remorse. I have assembled all the tomes concerning dragon eggs from your library and placed them before you prior to your awakening. Oh heavens, I distinctly pointed to the red dragon egg. You need only to procure books pertaining to that subject. Muria let out a pained groan. Why did you bring every book regarding dragon eggs? Master Muria, she reiterated this moment. Headmaid Sophia lowered her head slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment that in truth, I was unable to retrieve all the tomes regarding dragon eggs from Lord Atreus's library due to the pressing time constraints. So I have only managed to gather this small portion. Muria found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was but a mere fraction. He recalled the vast expanse of his mother's extensive collection, with rows of towering bookshelves stretching endlessly towards the ceiling, thereby affirming Sophia's statement. Thank you for your efforts, Sophia, reflecting on Sophia's diligent search through the sea of books for what he required. Muria felt a pang of guilt, for as a maid, Sophia had exhibited remarkable dedication. It is my duty, young Master Muria, Sophia replied with unassuming grace. Very well, this number of books suffices for my needs. You need not continue your search. Muria issued another command. Please procure sufficient fire element crystals, fresh blood from fire attribute magical beasts, and magical dust. He listed several other materials, all essential for the arrangement of the magical array. Please hold on for a moment. After diligently noting Muria's requirements, Sophia exited the room. Within less than a quarter of an hour, as Muria began to peruse the books to pass the time, Sophia returned, accompanied by 8 maids bearing silver trays laden with the materials Muria sought. So swift. Muria was genuinely astonished by the speed of her return. Of course, in the surrounding seas, there are countless marine creatures eager to serve you at any moment. Sophia provided an unexpected response. Aren't these all taken from my mother's possession? Without Lord Atres's permission, even you, young Master Muria, have no right to utilize a single fragment of her property, Sophia stated with utmost seriousness. And these are offerings from the oceanic tribes surrounding the castle. My offerings. Muria nodded, recalling once more that his mother was a dragon, and he remembered the creatures that had cheered for him not long ago. After a brief silence, he accepted the materials and began to draw the magical array directly upon the crystal floor of the room. It is worth mentioning that although the entire castle, including the floor beneath Muria's feet, was composed of crystal imbued with abundant magical energy, he could not tap into even a fraction of it. His mother had established a vast and intricate magical array that rendered the entire castle a cohesive unit, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, apart from the Golden Dragon herself, no one else could harness even the slightest essence of magic from this crystalline fortress. Therefore, while Muria's quarters were indeed opulent, that was the extent of it. Everything else remained merely for display, not for use. With a sigh of relief, Muria wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. Given his current constitution, breaking a sweat was a considerable challenge. At last, it is completed, he muttered, though it was said to be the simplest of arrays. I did not anticipate it would prove so arduous to draw. Muria stood upon a crimson magic circle, approximately 3 meters in diameter. Adorned with a 6-pointed star at its center, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This marked the first occasion he had personally crafted a magic formation imbued with supernatural power, a feat of profound significance. Master Muria, it is truly remarkable that you have successfully drawn a magic circle on your first attempt, Sophie, who had been quietly observing him, remarked with a smile. Furthermore, considering your age, your accomplishment in creating this formation is a testament to your exceptional talent for spellcasting. Chuckling lightly, Muria replied, it was merely a matter of mixing the blood of a fire attribute magical beast with some other magical materials to create a pigment, followed by drawing a slightly complex geometric pattern. There is truly nothing to be proud of. Let us activate it and test its effects, Muria declared, placing 6 diamond-shaped fire elemental crystals into the 6 nodes of the magic circle. He then utilized the innate mental strength he had possessed since birth to activate the formation. The crimson fire elements were drawn from the magical crystals by the circle, gradually coalescing at its center, where they quietly erupted into a bloom of red flame. Tiny red sparks danced upward before dissipating into the air. Is that all? Muria expressed a hint of disappointment, as the spectacle resembled the igniting of a gas stove, causing the fleeting sense of accomplishment to evaporate, despite the flame's enchanting appearance. After a moment's hesitation, he placed a red dragon egg at the center of the formation, which caused the crimson flames to vanish, as all the fire elements were absorbed by the egg. I hope it doesn't get cooked, Muria murmured mischievously, gazing at the red dragon egg glowing with the light of fire elements. Contemplating what the taste of a dragon egg might be, he suddenly noticed Sophie staring at him with a rather horrified expression. And he quickly realized the absurdity of his words, a S1 with the bloodline of the golden dragon. To even suggest tasting a dragon egg was utterly blasphemous. I was merely jesting. Sophie, no need for such alarm. Muria chuckled, attempting to mask his verbal faux pas. Besides, how could a dragon egg possibly be cooked? That is not amusing. Master Muria, Sophie admonished gently, though you possess the Titan bloodline, you also carry the blood of the golden dragon. And thus you must never entertain such wicked thoughts of consuming a dragon. That it's essential to understand that even among evil dragons, the victor in conflicts merely banishes or imprisons the defeated. Much like what the golden dragon matriarch would do, dragons seldom slay their kin, and the notion of devouring one's own kind is virtually inconceivable. Understood, understood, Muria feigned impatience, waving his hand dismissively, though he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Yet, it seemed Sophie did not associate his words with any other implication, instead suspecting that the influence of his Titan bloodline had led him to utter such things. The dragon egg seems to be thriving, Muria observed, Placing his chubby little hand upon the red dragon egg, he could sense a faint vitality burgeoning within, conveying an exhilarating emotion at that moment. It seems that the methods described in the book are indeed accurate. Muria turned to Sophia and remarked, wishing to conceal the recent blunder, I must hasten to complete the remaining 5 magical arrays that I will assist you. Sophia stepped forward to help Muria prepare the paint for the arrays. Seemingly unperturbed by their earlier conversation, after finishing their meal for the day and preparing to succumb to slumber, Muria gazed contentedly at the 6 hatching arrays and the red dragon eggs within. I have done all that I could. Now, all that remains is to wait. Subsequently, Muria was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. Chapter 11. The awakening of bloodline power for Muria, still in the nascent dragon phase, akin to infancy. Life had become rather monotonous. Each day, upon awakening, he would routinely check on the incubation of the red dragon eggs. As beings with lifespans measured in millennia, hatchlings spend an exceedingly lengthy period within their shells, so Muria could not expect the eggs to hatch anytime soon. The 6 red dragon eggs steadily consumed the fire elements provided by the arrays, and Muria merely monitored the depletion of the magical crystals supplying these elements, replacing them once they were nearly exhausted. His daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, reading, and occasionally swapping out the fire element crystals in the incubation arrays. This was the essence of Muria's current existence. The sun would rise and fall, time ceaselessly flowing by. The golden dragon matriarch remained in slumber, showing no signs of awakening, while the unfortunate red dragon couple was tethered in the hall, albeit fortunate enough to be tended to by a dragonkin maid who ensured they were fed, preventing starvation, a fate that was simply unattainable. Muria's physique continued to grow, and he could sense his increasing strength as time passed. His body underwent remarkable transformations. Muria discovered that when he exhaled or breathed heavily, small blades of wind would emanate from his nose or mouth. That a few days later, after choking during a meal, he expelled golden lightning and flames from his mouth, reducing his food to charred remnants. Thunder, tempest, and flame. A triumphant smile spread across Muria's face as he realized, the powers of the Titan and the golden dragon within me have finally awakened. Young Master Muria, congratulations. The powers of Lord Ansal and your own have manifested splendidly within you. Sophia, who had diligently cared for Muria's needs, beamed with genuine joy. Unfortunately, Muria's pride was short-lived. He could not fully control the newfound powers coursing through him, often inadvertently incinerating his meals into charcoal or a heap of minced flesh. Consequently, he had to expend more time to satiate his hunger. As for his reading, although he occasionally experienced unintentional surges of power, the books he perused were generally crafted from metal or special leather, and each bore protective arrays established by the Golden Dragon Matriarch, thus preventing any disastrous incidents from occurring. The river of time surges forward, carrying with it tumultuous waves, while the power within Muria intensifies. Whether in physique or in his command over the forces of thunder, wind, and fire, he is increasingly formidable. According to Sophia, his strength has reached the standards of silver rank 1 by the criteria of Alasia. This level represents the lifelong aspiration of most adventurers in Alasia. Yet, Muria has attained this merely by indulging in food and drink and perusing books daily. Regrettably, Muria remains indifferent, for the silver rank is merely a starting point for him. He is acutely aware that even the legendary rank may not mark his ultimate destination. That on this particular day, Muria was engrossed in a book, having elapsed nearly 7 years since his emergence from the egg. His height matched his age, reaching a staggering 7 meters, yet he retained the chubby appearance of an infant dragon adorned with wings, albeit less corpulent than before. The tome he perused was among the pile of books on dragon eggs that Sophia had procured 2 years prior. Muria had not requested her to return it, as his reading was merely a pastime. It mattered little what he read. Unfortunately, he failed to notice Sophia's peculiar gaze directed at him as he read. Oblivious to the oddity of a youngling spending 2 years poring over books about dragon eggs, a disconcerting gurgle emanated from Muria's belly. He glanced down at his abdomen, then turned his expressionless gaze towards Sophia. The head maid furrowed her brow. Muria's routine was typically quite regular, yet today, he had to advance his mealtime. She could not permit him to wait for his scheduled meal, for her young master was already hungry. With a wave of her hand, she signaled the 2 maids behind her to bring forth Muria's food for the day. When an 8-meter-long, exquisitely cooked fish was presented before him, the patience of Muria had reached its zenith. He cast aside the book in his hands, disregarding the etiquette that Sophia had diligently taught him over the past 2 years, and seized the fish with bare hands, devouring it ravenously, under the astonished gaze of the head maid. Muria consumed half of the fish within mere breaths, reducing it to a mass of thick bones, a truly terrifying speed of consumption. Sophia refrained from correcting Muria's breach of etiquette. As the chief steward of a golden dragon, she comprehended the situation all too well. The golden-haired dragonkin maiden turned to the awestruck maids at the doorway and commanded loudly, "Go inform all the cooks in the castle that young Master Muria is about to enter his slumber period. Ensure they all head to the kitchen to prepare meals. No one is to cease their duties without my command. Also, have a squad of maids on standby outside the kitchen, ready to serve the dishes." "Yes, Lady Sophia." The two maids at the door were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces gleamed with joy as they rushed to relay the head maid's orders. They were pleased at the impending slumber period of young Master Muria, for in their eyes, he was exceedingly gentle, a master for whom they were eager to serve. The dragon maid of the castle exhibited astonishing efficiency before Muria could reduce the large fish in his hands to mere bones. A procession of dragon maids appeared before him, 2 at a time, gracefully bearing silver platters laden with exquisite and aromatic delicacies. After a brief moment of stupor, compelled by the gnawing hunger emanating from within, Muria directed his attention towards the act of consuming food. Eat, eat, eat. He was unaware of the quantity he had devoured. All he knew was that he could reduce a sea fish, equal in size to his own body, to a pile of white bones within 3 minutes. The dragon maids changed in succession, each one arriving with culinary delights on their silver platters and departing with heaps of discarded bones. This was a dining experience unlike any Muria had ever encountered, lasting an astounding 6 hours, during which the bones cast aside could have formed a veritable mountain. Once his hunger was satiated, Muria collapsed to the ground, and then the sound of thunder rumbled forth. It was not the sound of Muria snoring, but rather genuine tiny golden lightning crackling at his mouth and nose, subsequently dispersing throughout his entire being, dancing upon his form. Sophia approached Muria, surveying the supersized infant, who measured a staggering 7 meters in length. She extended her pale hand to touch him, and the golden lightning struck her seemingly delicate fingers without leaving a mark. Then, the golden-haired dragon maid demonstrated her extraordinary strength, lifting Muria by the waist and placing him upon the bed as if the air beneath her feet were solid ground. The dozen or so maids tidying up the aftermath in the room exhibited no surprise. It was entirely normal for the head maid and chief steward of the legendary Golden Dragon Castle to possess such formidable prowess, a fact that Muria had yet to witness. In truth, he should have been aware, for 2 years prior, it was this very head maid who accompanied him before a fully grown red dragon, the bindings of which he was uncertain, had she not possessed such strength. Sophia would have been obliged to deter Muria at that time that a serene atmosphere enveloped the crystal castle of the Golden Dragon, as its masters, both great and small, slumbered peacefully, the only sounds being the occasional stirrings of the dragon maids. A year passed effortlessly once more, and after a full year of deep sleep, Muria opened his golden eyes, rubbing his long black hair as he sat up. Simultaneously, the lightning that had adorned him for an entire year vanished. Having refined his body, strengthened his physique, and enhanced his power during his slumber, with a crack and a pop, Muria twisted his neck and gazed at Sophia, who had just received word from the dragon maid stationed at his door. "How long have I slept this time?" Having absorbed the memories of dragon heritage, Muria was certainly aware of his state that he rose and approached the floor-length mirror, observing the reflection of a colossal figure standing 8 meters tall, resembling that of a youthful child. "You have only slumbered for a year," Sophia remarked, observing Muria's form. "Your early awakening has taken me by surprise. The year, is it?" Muria pondered for a moment. For a true dragon, a slumber lasting just over a year felt rather brief. However, with only half the bloodline of a golden dragon, the slumbering duration of a true dragon merely served as a reference. "Young Master Muria, what did you gain from this period of hibernation?" "Gains?" Muria chuckled softly, having further embraced the ancestral knowledge of both the Titan and Golden Dragon clans. Yet, the most significant aspect lay elsewhere. As he spoke, Muria turned his body, extending his palm, where a sphere of golden thunder, 1 meter in diameter, manifested upon his now slimmer hand. Subsequently, the sphere dissipated into countless golden bolts of lightning that surged into his body. Next, a massive fireball, radiating an aura of terrifying heat, materialized in Muria's hand. This fireball, composed of the exclusive dragon flames of the Golden Dragon, possessed a power capable of blinding any mage fond of fire spells. Ultimately, Muria compressed the dragon flame fireball into a diminutive orb, which he tossed into his mouth and swallowed whole. Simultaneously, a circular wall of wind, formed of transparent wind blades, emerged, accompanied by a powerful whistling sound. My bloodline has awakened further, my strength has intensified, and I can now manipulate these powers with remarkable ease. Muria proclaimed with a hint of pride, showcasing his prowess to Sophia. Sophia smiled, just as she was about to commend Muria's strength. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air, and both their gazes were drawn to the red dragon egg in the room. Chapter 12. The Beginning of the Dragon. Nature is innately malevolent. Crack, crack. The sound of the familiar eggshell breaking resonated in Muria's ears. Ha. Today truly is a splendid day, Muria exclaimed with delight. Observing the red dragon egg, its surface now marred with emerging cracks. After nurturing the egg for so long, it was finally on the verge of hatching. During his slumber, Sophia diligently tended to the 6 red dragon eggs, frequently replacing the exhausted fire elemental crystals that had turned into ordinary crystals. Thus, after 3 years of waiting, Muria was able to witness the hatching of the red dragon eggs on the very day he awakened. Crack, crack, crack. Even more exhilarating sounds erupted, indicating that the 5 remaining dragon eggs had consecutively shattered, signifying that all 6 red dragon eggs had successfully hatched, with not a single one being a stillborn. The red dragon eggs broke open in succession, revealing 6 hatchlings, their bodies the size of foals. Upon their birth, they began to utter their true dragon names in the order of their emergence: Austin Igneal, Cynthia Igneal, Andre Igneal, Jessica Igneal, Albert Igneal, Renata Igneal. After proclaiming their true names, the 6 hatchlings promptly bent down to gnaw on the fragments of their eggshells, commencing their first meal, completely oblivious to Muria and Sophia nearby. These red hatchlings, endowed with remarkable intelligence from birth, understood that they were currently in no danger, for the 2 bothersome beings in the room had coexisted with their dragon eggs for 3 long years, and by all logical deductions, would pose no threat to them. Crack, crack, crack. Observing the sound made by the hatchlings as they feasted on the eggshells, Moriah's face broke into a smile. 6 dragons, 3 males and 3 females, formed a perfectly balanced brood. Simultaneously, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within Moriah, for he had successfully hatched all 6 crimson dragon eggs. Sophia, please fetch some meat, Moriah instructed the head maid, aware that mere eggshells would not satiate the hatchlings' appetites. They required more sustenance. The golden-haired maiden sighed softly at Moriah's enthusiasm, shook her head, and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned bearing 6 sun-dried strips of jerky, which she presented to Moriah. Moriah frowned slightly. Why this kind of meat? He queried. That a dragon can consume metal and stone when hungry. Is jerky truly sufficient for the whelps? They will manage with this, Sophia replied. Moriah nodded, crouching down to take the 6 strips, which seemed like mere sticks to Sophia. Into his hands, he selected one, pinched it between his fingers, and extended it forward. Austin, come and eat, Moriah called gently, addressing the first hatched hatchling by its true draconic name. This dragon had already finished its eggshell and was now eyeing the remnants of its sibling shells. The hatchling, Austin, lifted its disproportionately large head, scrutinizing Moriah for a moment before moving its limbs, adorned with vivid crimson scales, and its bat-like wings hanging limply by its sides. It extended its neck to grasp the morsel, pulling it toward itself with eagerness. Subsequently, Moriah called out the names of the remaining hatchlings, distributing the jerky among them. However, just as he was about to give the last piece to the youngest, Renata, Austin devoured a strip that was nearly half its own size in just a few bites. This hatchling, with its large head and small body, turned its gaze back to Moriah, licking the remnants of meat from between its teeth, and commanded in the ancient dragon tongue learned from ancestral knowledge, "Hand over the jerky you hold. I am still hungry." Listening to this juvenile voice, Moriah furrowed his brow, suppressing the rising tide of irritation within him. Austin, that is your sister's jerky. If you are still hungry, wait a moment. I will give you more shortly. I want to eat now, Austin retorted, opening its mouth to unleash a flicker of crimson dragon fire, revealing the greedy and unruly nature expected of a dragon. That is out of the question. Muria passed the jerky to the eagerly watching female hatchling, Renata. Being the last to be born, she was smaller than her elder brother. Appearing somewhat frail, if Austin were to contest her for food, she would inevitably go hungry. Thus, she relied solely on Muria. With a low growl of frustration, Austin flapped its wings, which had grown somewhat sturdier. Though it could not yet fly, nevertheless, it allowed for quicker strikes as it charged at Muria. "How dare you?" Muria exclaimed in a mix of anger and surprise as the hatchling bit into his delicate right wrist. He had never anticipated that this exceptionally intelligent hatchling would disregard their size disparity and launch an attack against him. The several juvenile dragons nearby displayed an eager demeanor, seemingly wishing to join their elder brother in launching an assault against Muria. Upon noticing this scene, the fury within Muria intensified. The anger, having reached its boiling point, scorched his reason. He laughed in rage, exclaiming, "Oh, how delightful! Do you think that just because I hatched you, I would refrain from causing you harm?" Rising to his feet, Muria raised his left hand and forcefully swung it downwards, unleashing an astonishing force upon the juvenile dragon. Austin, the creature, which was as large as a pony, was flung away, tracing a graceful parabola through the air. With a resounding thud, the juvenile dragon crashed onto the ground, the crystalline surface enveloped by a magical array proving to be unyieldingly hard, not only failing to cushion Austin's impact, but inflicting further injury upon it. With a low growl, the juvenile dragon staggered to its feet, its wings tightly pressed against its body, clearly indicating a fracture. The front leg and hind claw on the same side, as the broken wing, exhibited unnatural distortions. Truly, the resilience of a dragon was evident. Even as a hatchling, it possessed remarkable vitality. Muria gazed at the juvenile dragon, which struggled to maintain its balance yet continued to roar defiantly at him. A sinister smile creeping across his face, a blaze of fury burned within him. Glancing at his wrist, he noticed merely a faint red bite mark. The juvenile dragon's strongest attack had failed to penetrate his skin. This insignificant injury was not the source of his wrath. Rather, it was the audacity of the juvenile dragon's actions that incensed him. After nurturing the egg for 3 years, the being he had brought forth dared to interpret his gentle demeanor as a sign of weakness, attacking him recklessly over a mere piece of jerky. Approaching the juvenile dragon Austin, Muria bent down, grasping its sides and lifting it up, smiling at the creature that attempted to bite him. "My apologies. I seem to have forgotten that you are the offspring of a wicked dragon. I shall remember this fact henceforth. Let me go, you vile golden dragon." The oppressive aura of the golden dragon radiating from Muria led Austin to mistakenly believe he was a pure-blood golden dragon. One of the reasons for its assault. Ignoring Austin entirely, Muria turned to face the other juvenile dragons that were watching him intently, wearing a cheerful expression. "From this day forth, I shall teach you all a lesson. Anyone who dares to attack me shall face severe consequences." Just like this, golden lightning materialized from Muria's hand and surged into Austin. The once fierce creature, poised to continue its assault, emitted a horrific scream as the golden lightning coursed through its body. Hearing this anguished cry, the other 5 juvenile dragons recoiled, their gazes towards Muria now filled with terror. This being was truly merciless. Under the torment of the golden lightning, Austin's crimson scales began to char. Wisps of smoke rising as the acrid scent of scorched flesh permeated the air. After a mournful wail, Austin rolled his eyes and fainted, overwhelmed by the agonizing pain. Thud, the charred body of the hatchling dragon, mostly blackened, was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground by Muria, and fragments of dragon scales, shattered by the thunder, littered the floor, presenting a shocking sight that sent several hatchlings trembling in fear. "Rest assured, it is not dead yet." Muria, initially concerned that he might have inadvertently killed the hatchling in a fit of anger, felt entirely reassured upon noticing the gentle rise and fall of its chest. The hatchling still clung to life. Despite suffering such a blow, Austin's life force had diminished significantly, yet he remained alive, with the resilience of dragonkind. As long as one does not perish, no matter how severe the injuries, recovery is inevitable. "Sophia, tidy up and ensure they do not leave the room. The rest is up to you," Muria instructed the ever-composed head maid as he prepared to exit the chamber. "As you wish, young Master Muria." Sophia nodded in compliance. Sigh. Once outside, Muria exhaled deeply, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration within him. "The pitfalls of habitual thinking can be deadly," he lamented. "Even now, Memories from his previous life were influencing him, clouding his judgment. Every colossal dragon is born with innate knowledge, possessing immense wisdom and their own convictions from the moment of birth. Muria chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that despite being aware of this, he still harbored illusions about these malevolent dragon hatchlings. Though they were familiar with his scent, they instinctively regarded him, a scion of the golden dragon lineage, with hostility from the moment they hatched. The golden dragon matron's directive for him to nurture these wicked hatchlings with a gentle approach was utterly futile. A slight alteration of the first line from the three-character classic aptly describes them. At the dawn of dragons, their nature is inherently malevolent. To educate malevolent dragons, one must resort to force. Humph! If the crystal dragon can cultivate the chaotic and evil white dragon into one of lawful goodness, then I too can transform these disdainful creatures into husky dragons. Chapter 13. The Cloud Giant and the golden dragon Muria made his way towards the platform of the crystal castle. Greeted along the journey by numerous dragonkin maids who offered their salutations, to which he nodded in acknowledgement, for these maidens were undeniably youthful and beautiful. Upon reaching the platform, he encountered the Cloud Giant guards kneeling on one knee in welcome. These giants, whose complexion blended milky white with sky blue, had already sensed Muria's unique aura. ABT, did I not tell you? There is no need for such formality. A simple greeting like the castle maids will suffice. Muria remarked with a hint of exasperation at the kneeling Cloud Giant guards. Their excessive reverence was unsettling for him. Before his slumber, Muria had not spent every day buried in books. He occasionally devoted part of his 3-hour daily activity to leisurely strolls. Thus he had acquainted himself with many of the island's monster leaders. ABT, one of the Cloud Giant captains stationed at the Crystal Castle platform, answered with utmost respect, his visage ancient and chiseled, for one of your Titan bloodline. This is a necessary courtesy. Could you not offer a different reason? Muria lamented, resting a hand on his forehead. It's always the same excuse. The Cloud Giant leader remained silent, while Muria sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, rise. Immediately, the 12-meter-tall Cloud Giant stood up, and the 15-meter-tall Cloud Giant leader, Abder, looked at Muria with a gaze filled with astonishment. Your Highness Muria, you have grown stronger. Of course, Muria replied without a hint of modesty. Accepting the praise that accurately described the reality of his situation, I have been in slumber for a year. There must be some change. Then, Muria hesitated, glancing at his broad golden dragon wings behind him. A long tail flicked restlessly, and he turned to Abder. After this slumber, I feel that the strength of my dragon wings has increased. They should be able to lift my body that I wish to attempt flying. Flying, you say? Abder nodded, understanding instantly. Without uttering another word, he turned to the Cloud Giants behind him and commanded, Did you hear that? His Highness Muria wishes to learn to fly. Summon your griffin companions to protect him. Then, the Cloud Giant leader hesitated briefly before retrieving a horn from his waist and blowing it. The horn, crafted from the horn of an unknown large beast, produced a long, resonant sound. The echo of the horn reverberated through the air above the crystal castle, followed by a sharp roar in response. Muria looked up to see a massive dragon beast folding its wings into a streamlined shape, swiftly diving towards his location. With a resounding thud, the beast landed, a golden, 20-meter-long bipedal dragon. Compared to a true dragon, it lacked a pair of forelimbs, its head bald without any horns, yet it exuded an undeniable majesty. Young Master Muria, the enormous dragon beast bowed, shifting its weight forward, supported by its wings, and respectfully greeted Muria. Captain Bart, there's no need for such formality. Please, rise, Muria said, somewhat speechless at the sight of the bipedal dragon nearly pressing its head to the ground. It is only proper. For you are the progeny of the great Lord Adderus, Captain Bart replied, his status being somewhat unique. A favored creature of the golden dragon mother. He had been endowed with her enhanced powers. Otherwise, an ordinary bipedal dragon could not possess such a formidable appearance and stature. Standing upright on its hind legs, Captain Bart, with golden vertical pupils, glanced sideways at Abder. You summoned me down, aside from paying my respects to young Master Muria. Is there any other purpose? Humph. Abder tightened his grip on his staff, letting out a cold snort. The reason for summoning you is simply that young Master Muria wishes to practice flying, and you are to observe. Ha ha ha. Understood, the golden dragon replied with a proud laugh. But why summon all your adorable little ones? With a soft rustle, the scene unfolded around Muria, where over 300 griffins hovered gracefully in the low skies. These majestic creatures, with their powerful forms and the rhythmic sound of their flapping wings, surrounded him. Muria surveyed these cloud giants' tamed beasts. Alas, they were rather diminutive. These beings, possessing the body of a lion and the head, beak, and wings of an eagle, flaunted feathers and hues reminiscent of the sun, their eagle-like heads and wings adorned with golden plumage, while their lion-like bodies were cloaked in tawny fur. Regrettably, their lengths averaged around 3 meters, with wingspans of merely 7 to 8 meters. For an ordinary person, such dimensions might suffice for riding. But for Muria, who towered at 8 meters, these creatures appeared rather petite, their only purpose seemingly to be admired. Upon hearing the mocking inquiry from the dragon leader, the cloud giant commander, Abut, tightened his grip on his staff, yearning to strike the golden-scaled dragon fiercely. However, he refrained, knowing he could not contend with this dragon. Blessed by the power of Lord Atrus, you truly wish for these diminutive cuties to assist young Master Muria in mastering flight. The dragon Bart laughed heartily. You are quite imaginative. Enough, Leader Bart. Muria interjected, observing the cloud giant commander's face redden with indignation. If he did not intervene, Abut would likely rally the displeased cloud giants to assault Bart. Abut, the task of instructing young Master Muria in flight is ours. The Golden Dragon Clan. Bart glanced at the surrounding cloud giants, feeling a wave of camaraderie, and ceased his mockery of the giant commander. You cloud giants need not interfere. Flight is not your forte. Young Master Muria, the dragon leader Bart turned to him. How long do you wish to take to learn to fly? The sooner, the better, Muria replied without hesitation. Very well, climb onto my back, and I shall take you to the skies. Muria hesitated briefly, then, steeling himself, climbed onto the back of the dragon. In both his past and present lives, he had yearned for flight, especially now, as he was born with a pair of dragon wings. The golden dragon, feeling the weight of Muria upon its back, bared its teeth, aware of the pressure but determined to rise after boasting before the cloud giants. Hold on tight, young Master Muria, with a powerful beat of its wings. The golden dragon sprinted forward a few paces, gritting its teeth as it soared into the air, carrying the child on its back. The wind howled past Muria's ears, and as he looked down, the world below shrank with the dragon's ascent. Cloud giants, the crystal castle, and the expansive island it rested upon. The only constant in his view was Titan Island, which appeared even larger than he had imagined. A series of vast islands emerged in his sight, expanding as he gazed, until as this land, the great island housing the crystal castle, now appeared to him no larger than the palm of his hand. At the horizon of his gaze lay a vast expanse of land, but as for the outskirts of the Titan Isles, he could only behold the side he occupied, unable to glimpse the rest. Young Master Muria, that is not land. It is the eternal isle belonging to the elves, explained the dragon Lord Bart, following Muria's line of sight. Elves? Muria inquired, perplexed. Isn't this territory of the Titans? How could elves exist here, let alone possess such a large island? Heard it's a group of high elves seeking refuge with the Titans, and thus the Titans allocated that island for their habitation, providing them sanctuary. Bart chuckled. Moreover, I've also heard that these proud long-eared beings refuse to acknowledge their dependence on the Titans for protection, instead proclaiming an alliance with them. These elves must be quite exceptional, considering the Titans do not accept the fealty of any race. Muria remarked thoughtfully, not indulging in Bart's gossip. That I cannot say for certain. I have not been here long since accompanying Lord Atrus, and my knowledge is limited. Young Master Muria, do not merely gaze at your feet. Raise your eyes to the heavens. Muria looked up to the sky, where shimmering golden scales dazzled his sight. Golden dragons wove gracefully among the white clouds, the radiant sunlight reflecting off their majestic forms, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. What do you think, young Master Muria? Bart asked with pride. Quite splendid, Muria replied. Roar, younglings, come forth and greet young Master Muria, Bart bellowed. Roar, roar, roar. The excited roars echoed as numerous golden dragons, each measuring around 18 meters in length, soared towards Muria. Perched upon the back of the dragon lord, surrounded by nearly 100 golden dragons, Muria felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. You little ones, our mission today is to assist young Master Muria in mastering the art of flight. The dragon lord commanded, met with enthusiastic roars in response. Are you ready, young Master Muria? What? In the midst of Muria's slight bewilderment, the Dragon Lord flipped his body, and without support beneath him, Muria began to plummet in free fall. Damn! Muria managed to utter this expletive, as fear compelled him to spread his wings. Chapter 14. The path of tough love. The crimson sun had nearly sunk beneath the horizon, casting its golden afterglow across the sea, tinting the sky with hues of red. Upon the platform of the crystal castle, the cloud giant guards, adorned in magnificent armor, remained steadfast in their duty. Suddenly, one cloud giant, towering at 15 meters, lifted his gaze to the sky. A look of joy illuminating his features. In the direction of his gaze, a colossal humanoid figure was gracefully descending towards the castle, wings outstretched. Murray gracefully flapped his wings, descending at a leisurely pace. After a considerable duration, he finally touched solid ground. There was no way he could attempt the swift, darting descent of the Dragon Commander. His life was far too precious for such reckless maneuvers. Young Master Murray, the Cloud Giant Commander approached, a look of delight gracing his features. You have mastered flight so quickly. It seems that Bard is indeed quite diligent in his duties, with a pale smile. Murray responded, though he felt no gratitude towards the Dragon Commander, but rather a tinge of resentment. The teaching methods employed by that insufferable golden-scaled dragon were excessively crude. It had unceremoniously dropped him from heights of thousands of meters. During his first fall, he had failed to adeptly utilize his wings and ended up in free fall. After plummeting several thousand meters, the golden dragon, along with its kin, had caught him and carried him back to the lofty heights, only to drop him again. Catch, carry, drop. This was the method by which the Dragon Commander taught him to fly, devoid of any words or sage advice, compelling him to learn to maneuver his wings and tail through countless free falls, discovering the most suitable flight technique for himself. Indeed, this approach allowed him to learn to fly in the shortest possible time, yet it was far too direct for his liking. However, no matter how displeased he felt, he could not retaliate against the Dragon Commander, as it was a subordinate of his mother, unlike the giants who truly revered him. But, why are you still here? Murray inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone as he looked at the Cloud Giant Commander. There were as many as 1,800 cloud giants guarding the castle, each led by one of the 18 towering giants, each measuring 15 meters, who took turns in their vigil. Your Highness, it will still be a while before the shift change. Abut replied with a rather simple-minded smile. Is that so? Murray said, casting a skeptical glance at the sun, which was nearly submerged beneath the sea. Are you stalling, Abut, just to wait for young Master Murray? At that moment, a booming voice erupted from behind him. Turning around, Murray beheld a Cloud Giant Commander, equally towering at 15 meters, wielding a spiked mace and accompanied by 100 giants, ascending the castle platform. This particular commander was notably robust even among giants, and he regarded Abut with a scowl. Yet, when his gaze shifted to Murray, it transformed into one of profound reverence. He knelt on one knee, fervor radiating from him and his fellow giants. Your Highness Murray. Murray's expression twitched, and he waved his hand dismissively. Rise, Commander Bolton. The brawny Bolton stood, visibly irate, glaring at the flustered Abut. Enough, Commander Abut. Please take your men and rest. Murray hastily intervened, eager to defuse the tension between the two commanders before it escalated further. At once, Your Highness, Abut replied, relief washing over him as he promptly led his subordinates down the opposite side of the platform, almost fleeing as he recognized the impropriety of his actions. Humph! Observing the hasty retreat of Ibuda, Commander Bolton let out a cold huff and turned to Muria, saying, Your Highness, that scoundrel Ibuda is utterly detestable for obstructing my audience with you. Sooner or later, I shall settle this score with him. There is no need for such indignation, Commander Bolton. If you wish to see me, simply convey your request to a maid in the castle. Muria replied at these words. The burly giant commander beamed with delight, as if presenting a treasure, and extracted an irregular silver-blue metal fragment from his bosom, offering it to Muria. Muria raised an eyebrow and took hold of the silver-blue metal. Feeling its weight in his hand, his expression shifted to one of realization. This is refined gold, renowned throughout Eurasia for its exceptional hardness and remarkable energy conductivity. Refined gold ranks alongside mithril and mountain copper as one of the 3 most accessible legendary metals. The lore of the Dragonkin speaks of these materials, all of which can be employed in the forging of legendary weapons. However, their fame does not stem solely from this. Rather, it is their comparatively high yield relative to other rare and and elusive legendary metals that truly sets them apart. In Eurasia, these three metals are the only ones that lower-tier beings might hope to acquire. Other legendary metals remain beyond reach until one attains legendary status. Bolton, you are indeed fortunate to have come across such a substantial piece of refined gold, Muria remarked, admiring the legendary metal before passing it back to the giant commander. The stout commander waved his hands emphatically. Your Highness Muria, this is a gift for you. How could I possibly take it back? A gift for me? Muria replied, taken aback. While refined gold may be more abundant than other legendary metals, it is still quite precious overall, sought after by many beings who yearn for it. I do not require it at present. You should keep it. It will significantly enhance the quality of your mace. Muria resolutely chose to return the refined gold. Your Highness Muria, this metal is perfect for crafting a weapon uniquely yours. The Cloud Giant Commander insisted, not allowing Muria a chance to respond as he swiftly departed, calling back, only this metal can truly befit you, and the mace's current quality is already sufficient for my needs. There is no requirement for further enhancement, Muria countered. Sufficient for your needs? Muria chuckled, gazing at the refined gold in his hand. Surely, no one in this world would disdain the prospect of improving the quality of their weapon. What, after all, does the Titan bloodline signify? Grasping the refined gold, Muria chose not to pursue the giant commander, but instead descended the staircase and returned to the castle. Upon entering his chamber, Muria's gaze fell upon the large-headed hatchling dragon fervently gnawing on a piece of jerky. This hatchling, named Austin, had previously been rendered nearly lifeless by his lightning strike, yet now appeared vibrant and full of life, entirely devoid of the look of imminent demise it had exhibited before. Once largely marred by charred scales from the lightning, Austin now lay amidst a scattering of shed blackened scales and dead skin, with only a few scorch marks remaining on its body. When the juvenile dragon Austin perceived Muria entering the room, it trembled visibly, instinctively shrinking away while clutching a piece of meat, attempting to distance itself from Muria. However, it soon relinquished this feeble behavior. As Muria had already approached its side, gazing intently at it, observing Austin's actions, Muria nodded in satisfaction, which evoked a thought from a saying that had endured through millennia: a dutiful child emerges under the rod. Although this principle of discipline through punishment is fraught with issues, it is the most suitable approach for Muria, who is raising a fierce dragon. He positioned himself beside the juvenile dragon, scrutinizing it primarily for the changes in its physique. As the juvenile dragon continued to feed, the alterations in its injuries became markedly evident. Under Muria's watchful gaze, a patch of dead skin, bearing a dozen charred dragon scales, naturally sloughed off due to the muscle movement of the juvenile dragon. This revealed fibrous, crimson flesh, which rapidly developed a membrane that covered the exposed muscles. Ultimately, several pale red dragon scales sprouted from the skin layer, gradually darkening in hue until they transformed into a vivid scarlet. The astonishing rate of growth left Muria awestruck. However, he soon pondered, considering that his own golden dragon bloodline is of a higher tier than that of this red dragon, he should possess an even more terrifying rate of recovery. Muria lifted his delicate hand, contemplating for a moment before discarding the notion of self-harm as a means to test his regenerative abilities. I do not harbor tendencies towards self-mutilation. Such matters can wait until I am actually injured. Just as Muria mused on his recuperative prowess, a resounding and invigorating dragon roar echoed throughout the castle, causing Austin to abandon its meat and cower on the ground, trembling, while the other 5 juvenile dragons huddled together, quaking in the corner of the room. What special occasion is today? Muria glanced up at the ceiling, realizing that the golden dragon matriarch had awakened. Splendid, my son has managed to hatch a red dragon egg. A voice, youthful and tinged with admiration, wafted from behind Muria. Upon hearing this, Muria swiftly turned to find a portal suspended in mid-air within his chamber, revealing a vision of a mountain of gold. And the breathtakingly beautiful golden-haired maiden, the golden dragon matriarch Atris, crossing through this spatial gateway. Lady Atris, Sophia, accompanied by a group of dragon-blooded maidens tending to the juvenile dragons, promptly led the way in greeting their castle's sovereign upon Atris's arrival. Ah, Sophia, I appreciate your dedication in caring for Muria over these past years. The Golden Dragon matriarch acknowledged with a nod. It is my honor to attend to young Master Muria, Lady Atris. Sophia responded with utmost reverence. Little Muria, you've grown, Atris remarked, surveying the now 8-meter-tall Muria. Yet, compared to your father, you remain but a small FRY.my father. Murray's expression was subtle, aside from the singular occasion when he beheld the imposing, majestic man with dark hair and golden eyes at his birth. He had yet to encounter him a second time. Ahem. The Golden Dragon Lady also recalled that Murray had only met Ansor once, and she cleared her throat, saying, "Your father is quite busy at present, hence he has little time to visit you." Chapter 15. Familiar Patterns. Murray nodded at the Golden Dragon Lady's words, uncertain whether his father's solitary visit was deemed normal or abnormal given his current status. Upon witnessing Murray's indifferent reaction, the Golden Dragon Lady felt a twinge of boredom. However, her golden eyes soon sparkled with delight as they fell upon the silver-blue metallic shard clutched in her son's hand. This is the Golden Dragon Lady, hovering in midair, beckoned with her hand, and Murray felt an irresistible force acting upon the precious metal he held. He watched helplessly as the exquisite metal slipped from his grasp and landed before the Golden Dragon Lady. With bright eyes and a charming smile, she gazed at the piece of refined gold, which stood half as tall as her humanoid form, and her face lit up with joy as her delicate hands caressed the metal. Laughing with unrestrained glee, "How delightful! I never anticipated such a significant find within my castle. That is mine, mother," Murray protested as he saw the Golden Dragon Lady shamelessly attempt to claim the precious metal for herself. "Yours?" She shot him a sidelong glance. "You haven't even ventured off this island. Where would you acquire such refined gold? It must surely belong to my castle that it was gifted to me by the Cloud Giant leader, Bolton, who claimed it was for crafting my exclusive weapon." Murray endeavored to reclaim what he believed to be his legendary metal, an exclusive weapon. The Golden Dragon Lady pondered briefly. "You are still far from that." "Why the rush?" With a radiant smile, the exquisite golden-haired maiden regarded Murray. "Moreover, you are still quite young. Such a precious item could easily be misplaced, so I shall keep it safe for you until you are older. Return it to me when I grow up." Murray clenched his teeth, recognizing this familiar ruse, an age-old trick for deceiving children. Although he was physically large, he was indeed still a cub in essence. Yet, his experiences were anything but juvenile. It was decided. Seeing the slight darkening of Murray's expression, the Golden Dragon Lady promptly embraced the piece of refined gold, opened a portal, and dashed back to her chamber. Just as she returned, the Golden Dragon Lady, Atrice, had yet to engage the portal when she peered back. "Ah, young Murray, I have a suggestion for you. Visit my library and locate the spell book on transformation. Learn how to change into a human. You shall find it quite enjoyable." With that, she withdrew her head, preparing to engage the portal, but then recalled something and leaned in once more, casting a glance at the 6 trembling hatchlings. "Take good care of these 6 little dragons. You mustn't let them perish. As for everything else, do as you please." With that, the portal, shimmering with a blue luminescence, collapsed and dissipated, scattering motes of ethereal light. Muria raised the hand that had just grasped the precious gold, standing in a daze, utterly astonished. The avarice of the Golden Dragon Mother surpassed my imagination. For heaven's sake, she even dares to seize her own son's possessions. "Young Master Muria," the maid leader Sophia gently called from the side. "Are you all right?" Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Muria nodded at the golden-haired maid. "I am fine. It's merely a piece of gold. After all, how significant can it be?" Despite his words, a pang of heartache gnawed at him, and he turned to Sophia, saying, "I shall go to the library to find a book. You tend to these young dragons for the time being." With that, Muria exited the room, heading towards the library of the Golden Dragon Mother. Since awakening from his slumber, Muria had discovered an abundant well of energy within him. He felt as if he could bound about all day without the slightest inclination to sleep or a hint of fatigue. The sheer volume of tomes was indeed astounding. Standing at the threshold of the library, he gazed at the seemingly endless shelves, but just as he was about to enter in search of a book, he awkwardly confronted a rather unfortunate reality. Why, despite being a gold dragon nearly 100 meters in length, must the spacing between the shelves be determined by human standards? Muria looked at the narrow passages between the shelves. His face clouded with frustration, for he could barely squeeze through. "No wonder they urged me to learn transformation spells to assume human form," he muttered to himself. It seemed that transformation was indeed a natural talent of the gold dragons, acquired effortlessly upon reaching a certain age, without the need for deliberate study. With no other option, Muria exited the library and sought the assistance of 2 dragon-blooded maids to fetch him the relevant tomes on transformation spells. How fortunate I am to possess innate mental prowess and an abundance of magical energy coursing through my being. By Ilrasia's standards, I must now be at the 3rd tier of silver. He mused, realizing that at this level, he could indeed learn 4th-tier transformation spells. Cradling a spellbook no larger than his palm, he reveled in his good fortune, yet his desire to master the transformation spells grew more urgent. As he had now recognized yet another inconvenience of his colossal size, the dimensions of the books were woefully mismatched to his current form. Most were penned by human mages, tailored to human proportions, thus rendering reading them far more practical in a human shape. Formulating a mental model for this transformation spell was necessary, though it appeared rather intricate. Frowning, Muria scrutinized the 3-dimensional spell model depicted in the tome. If this was the complexity of a 4th-tier spell, what might the models for 9th-tier or legendary spells entail? Without further ado, Muria seated himself cross-legged upon the floor, embarking on his first attempt to employ the meditative techniques he had inherited from the Gold Dragon legacy. Striving to enter a meditative state. Initially, his tumultuous emotions caused him to squander some time, but as tranquility enveloped him, he effortlessly transitioned into meditation. In that state, Muria perceived his own form through the eyes of an observer. A remarkably peculiar sensation, and one of the manifestations of mental prowess. Subsequently, Muria meticulously gathered his mental energy into nearly translucent threads, as documented in the spell book, and commenced the construction of a 3-dimensional spell model. Each component of the spell model demanded absolute precision. The size, angle, and spatial distance of every mental thread must be flawless, adhering to the utmost accuracy, perhaps due to the fact that transmutation is an innate spell of the Golden Dragon. Muria found the process of constructing the spell model significantly easier than he had anticipated. After several failed attempts, he successfully established the model for this transmutation spell, and thus a diamond-shaped, transparent crystal emerged within the expanse of his mental sea. Muria gazed curiously at the diminutive crystal, a wave of gratitude washing over him for his current identity, for he was acutely aware of the implications that a human mage, during the construction of a spell model, invariably engages in profound contemplation before daring to proceed, for their mental energy and the capacity of their mental sea do not permit reckless actions. Should an ordinary silver mage attempt to emulate Muria, the only outcome would be self-destruction. Muria, endowed with abundant mental energy that increased with age, stood in stark contrast to the beleaguered human mages, who toiled tirelessly, sacrificing their very essence in pursuit of meditation, only to gain a meager amount of mental energy, far less than what Muria could accumulate from a simple night's rest. Thus, Muria was able to whimsically embark on constructing the spell model after merely reviewing the spell book a few times. His ample mental energy rendered the occasional failure inconsequential. Even if it resulted in an explosion, the impact would merely leave him momentarily dazed, allowing him to continue his endeavors unperturbed. What would I resemble in human form? Muria mused, as he began to infuse the spell model with his mental energy. The model, now brimming with energy, radiated brilliantly, triggering a portion of his magical power. The dazzling, ethereal light enveloped Muria's form, transforming him into a colossal sphere of luminosity. Soon after, this sphere began to rapidly contract. 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Muria surveyed his surroundings, which appeared both familiar and alien, as everything around him seemed to grow taller. He felt as though he had entered a realm of giants. I have shrunk. Muria raised what seemed to be an unchanged hand, quickly realizing that he had successfully cast the transmutation spell and transformed into a human. He touched the top of his head, finding no trace of his dragon horns, and glanced behind him. Noting the absence of his broad wings and lengthy tail, he had indeed become human. However, something felt amiss. Extending his mental energy, he immediately beheld his own reflection, a diminutive, yet incredibly adorable, child with black hair and golden eyes. This appearance could easily lead one to believe that he had yet to be weaned. Muria tugged at his fair, cherubic face, contemplating the pleasant sensation. Yet, he lamented, this was far from the visage he had envisioned. He had anticipated transforming into a handsome youth, only to find himself transformed into an infantile little creature. Does this transformation into a human form correspond to my actual age? According to the dragon's calculations, I have only just emerged from the whelpling stage, which corresponds to a human age of merely a weaned child. Does it not? transforming into a diminutive version of myself. Muria suddenly lost all patience to linger in the library. Under the gaze of two dragon maidens, their eyes shimmering with excitement, he turned and departed. As Muria made his way back to his chamber, he was met with the affectionate glances of numerous dragon maidens. None mistook him for another. Despite his size having diminished several-fold, his visage remained unchanged. Has young Master Muria mastered the art of transformation? Although his appearance has not altered, I find this petite form utterly adorable. Indeed, if not for his esteemed status, I would be tempted to rush over and embrace him. I too long to pinch his cherubic cheeks. He looks so tender. Throughout the journey, Muria was subjected to such discussions, his heart fluttering in response. However, upon returning to his room, he was confronted by 6 pairs of crimson-slit pupils fixated upon him. Witnessing Muria in this altered state, the young whelpling Austin, now back to his senses, leapt forward without a moment's hesitation, prompting the other mischievous dragon offspring to follow suit. Chapter 16. The growing whelpling Muria glared darkly at the charging whelpling Austin, resolutely dispelling his transformation in his human form. Muria, now only capable of close combat, possessed little combat prowess. Similar to the earlier application of the transformation spell, a radiant aura enveloped his diminutive frame, but this time, the light expanded rather than contracted. Under the terrified gaze of the whelpling Austin, the once seemingly feeble aura of Muria surged dramatically, quickly aligning with the formidable presence it had previously recalled. Yet, it was too late for regret, for Austin had already lunged toward the now fully inflated magical brilliance, only to be met with a large, plump foot, imbued with the might of a dragon. Bang! The moment Muria reverted to his true form, he delivered a powerful kick, striking Austin squarely in the abdomen, the force perfectly impacting the whelpling's body. Roar! Austin howled in anguish, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air, leaving a trail of scorching dragon blood in his wake. He was sent sprawling, bloodied from the blow. Humph! As the magical brilliance surrounding Muria dissipated, it revealed his towering height of 8 meters. This was an imposing stature compared to the newly hatched whelpling, who measured barely over half a meter, with a tail bringing him to just over 1 meter. Truly, you are the embodiment of wicked dragons. Muria, seething with rage, his eyes aflame, spoke with a voice that belched forth golden, draconic fire. After all, I am the one who brought you all into this world. Muria, I was wrong. Observing Austin, who lay on the ground, coughing blood from the force of Muria's kick, the other 5 whelplings had already ceased their assault. Among them, a small female dragon named Cynthia pleaded pitifully. With a nod, Muria acknowledged his mistake, his hands crackling with arcs of lightning. However, as I previously stated, one must accept punishment for their errors. Just let me strike you once, and that will suffice. Roar! Upon hearing Muria's words, the young dragon, Andre, let out a fierce roar, rallying his siblings. If we admit our faults, we must still face punishment. If we do not, we shall be punished all the same. Let us fight him. Consequently, Andre, the young dragon, led the charge towards Muria, followed by the other 3 young dragons, save for the smallest, Renata. Truly, these red dragons, whose minds seem to be filled with muscle, fail to recognize the disparity in our sizes. Muria sighed in resignation that he swiftly seized the charging Andre, lifting him by the tail and hurling him high into the air. Then, Muria brought Andre crashing down like a club upon the young dragon. Albert, the 2 young dragons collided with a resounding crack, sending shards of crimson scales flying and hot dragon blood splattering, as they transformed into a chaotic, rolling mass on the ground, eventually becoming 2 motionless, defeated dragons. Finally, Muria strode forward, extending his arms to grasp the 2 fleeing young female dragons, Cynthia and Jessica. Release me. Muria, I did not attack you. Jessica protested, struggling against Muria's grip. It is precisely because you are too weak. Jessica, after all, you attempted to strike me twice, Muria replied with a chuckle. Please let me go, Master Muria, Cynthia implored, her voice sweet and innocent. The dissonance between her gentle tone and Muria's fearsome appearance sent a shiver down his spine, especially considering the small-headed, diminutive form of the young red dragon, which lacked any semblance of grace. Cynthia, cease your frivolous thoughts and accept your punishment, Muria said, a smirk playing on his lips as golden lightning surged into the bodies of the 2 young female dragons. Ah! Their piercing screams echoed, rising in pitch before waning into silence. With a thud, Two charred dragon forms were unceremoniously discarded at Muria's feet. He then remained still, a 6-meter-long spear of lightning gradually coalescing in his grasp. Muria glanced at the 3 young dragons he had nearly incapacitated, pondering briefly before splitting the lightning spear into 2, transforming it into 2 3-meter-long short spears, guided by Muria's mental focus. These 2 lightning short spears accurately targeted the seemingly lifeless forms of Andre and Albert. Whoa! After 2 brief and sharp cries, the 2 young dragons were reduced to smoking blackened forms. Next is you, Austin. Muria approached the young dragon, who was coughing blood and had a concave chest. Well, I suppose I shall hold off for now. Once you have healed, I shall administer your punishment. Murray contemplated the words of the golden dragoness, refraining from imposing further punishment on Austin. He was uncertain of the limits a fledgling dragon could endure, and a flicker of concern crossed his mind that he might unintentionally inflict fatal harm upon Austin. Now, it is your turn, Renata. Murray gazed at the small female dragon huddled in the corner, finding it somewhat amusing that such a flamboyant red dragon could be reduced to such trepidation in his presence. Young Master Murray, I admit my fault that I merely followed the others when they charged out. I had no intention of attacking you. Renata, the frail little dragoness, explained, her head withdrawn, a picture of pitifulness. I understand. A tendency to conform, Murray replied as he approached the diminutive dragoness, cradling her gently in his hands while gazing into her crimson eyes. However, a punishment is still warranted, albeit I shall temper it. That a faint crackle of lightning enveloped Renata, causing her body to tremble, yet it was not agonizing enough to elicit a scream. Very well, that shall suffice. He set the slightly singed but still predominantly red dragoness back upon the ground. Remember, whatever you do, think carefully and do not follow the crowd blindly. That all, young Master Murray? Renata inquired, her gaze drifting toward her 4 siblings, now transformed into black dragons and rendered unconscious, as well as her eldest brother, who had succumbed to a faint from blood loss. The sense of bewilderment washed over her. Compared to them, her own punishment seemed remarkably mild. A child who admits their mistakes, though deserving of punishment, undoubtedly receives a lighter sentence than one who does not. Murray found himself bemused by the little dragoness, sensing that she was somewhat misplaced in her lineage. She ought to belong to the metallic dragon clan rather than the chromatic one. Yet, he mused, without his intervention, given the lamentable hatching rates of the red dragon lineage, Renata might never have graced this world. Sophia, prepare an ample supply of jerky. These young dragons will require sufficient nourishment to recuperate, he instructed the head maid, who had been observing the proceedings in the room. At your command, young Master Murray. Sophia replied, nodding before departing the room with several dragonkin maids to procure the necessary provisions. As the mundane days unfolded, the 6 fledgling dragons, after being individually dealt with by Murray, became much more docile, ceasing their rebellion and obediently residing under his care within the room. Austin, once his injuries had healed, faced the belated punishment of electric shocks, harboring a simmering rage within. The days of idleness were exceedingly dull, prompting Murray to frequently venture to the nearby islands surrounding the crystalline castle, indulging in aimless exploration. During the most tedious moments, he would dive into the sea to catch fish or soar through the skies, racing with seabirds. Of course, during these escapades, he was always accompanied by a retinue of loyal followers, yet he refrained from behaving like a reckless scion, never straying too far into frivolity. With a foundational understanding of the world of Alasia gleaned from books, Murray was acutely aware of his current standing. There existed numerous beings in this realm capable of effortlessly vanquishing him. To truly wander freely, one must endure the passage of several centuries. For now, he ought to remain dutifully sheltered beneath the protection of the Golden Dragon Matriarch. According to Muria's design, he intended to reside on Titan Island, indulging in a life of ample feasting and restful slumber, occasionally perusing books and enjoying the scenery, thereby languidly passing several centuries. However, this notion, which had surfaced merely a few months prior, became untenable, as he could no longer choose to remain idle. Muria discovered that the hatchlings he nurtured were growing at a pace reminiscent of his own swift emergence into the world. A sense of urgency began to envelop him. With a splash, Muria emerged from the depths, cradling a 5-meter-long black phosphorescent sea fish. Stepping onto the shore, behind him, a procession of 6-armed nymphs, their features exquisitely alluring yet slightly enchanting. swayed their elongated serpentine tails in tow. Additionally, a number of giants with skin tinged in shades of blue and purple stood at the water's edge, their robust upper bodies breaking the surface while their lower halves remained submerged. These were the tidal giants, masters of the ocean's waves. Your Highness Muria, your speed beneath the waves has become unparalleled. Even we, born of the sea, struggle to match your swiftness, a nearby nymph praised in the common tongue, prompting the warriors trailing her to avert their gazes. Unable to bear such shameless flattery, Muria cast a glance at the nymph leader, whose obsequious remarks were as transparent as they were tiresome. Neither the Golden Dragon nor the Titans belonged to the oceanic races, and the Golden Dragon was indeed a true fire dragon. Muria, possessing formidable innate qualities of his race, could navigate the depths with ease. Nevertheless, he was still far inferior compared to true denizens of the sea. Commander Diana, let us conclude our play for today, Muria stated, offering no further commentary as he unfurled his grand golden bat-like wings and soared towards the crystalline castle. Upon entering his chamber, he was once again met with the unwavering gaze of 6 pairs of crimson dragon eyes. Initially, Muria dismissed this scrutiny, but now he felt an increasing sense of pressure. The owners of these 6 pairs of eyes had grown to a stature exceeding 2 meters, and with their tails, they measured a formidable 4 meters in length. It was evident that these hatchlings would continue to expand in size. Chapter 17. The resilience of the wicked dragon hatchling's 6 pairs of eyes bore down on Muria, and he could sense the profound malice contained within several of those gazes. Renata, come here. He beckoned, disregarding the hostile glances, his voice warm as he crouched to invite the little female dragon to him. Renata glanced towards her siblings, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward to Muria. Such a good girl, he exclaimed, scooping Renata into his arms and standing upright. Gore. Noticing Muria's actions, the hatchling Austin emitted a low growl, halting his advance as he turned to see his tail ensnared by his sister Cynthia. Patience, Austin, the time is not yet right, Cynthia murmured in dragon tongue. Austin glanced up at Muria, who was cradling and stroking Renata, then resolutely turned away, lying down and closing his eyes, adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Quite the resilient one, aren't you? Muria cradled Renata in his arms, casting a glance at Austin, who had already succumbed to slumber on the ground. He gently set down the now somewhat shyly squirming creature and turned towards the direction of the library. The time for play had waned. My moments are fleeting to eye in the chamber. Once Muria's figure had completely vanished from the sight of the hatchlings, the feigning Austin and the other 4 hatchlings swiftly encircled the recently landed Renata. That scoundrel made me feel so comfortable, my dear sister. Austin regarded Renata with a malevolent glare, and it appeared that if she failed to provide a reasonable explanation, he would not hesitate to unleash his ire upon his own sibling. And no, Renata stammered, instinctively retreating as her brothers and sisters surrounded her. Then why did you rush over when you heard Muria call? Inquired the hatchling Andrade of the little female dragon. Renata hesitated. I fear pain. If I don't heed his words, Muria might strike me with lightning. Upon hearing this response, the hatchlings exchanged glances, and a silence enveloped them. Indeed, there was no fault in her answer, as they had all been cowed by Muria's might. However, their pride would not yield. Renata, remember this. Muria is merely a scoundrel who exploits the 8-year advantage of his birth to subjugate us. He is a hybrid with the loathsome blood of a gold dragon. Austin spat venomously. Having spent considerable time with the hatchlings, they were well aware of Muria's true identity. He was not a full-fledged gold dragon, my elder brother. I must remind you of a fact. Jessica addressed her brother earnestly. Although Muria possesses only half the blood of a gold dragon, the other half is derived from titans who wield the powers of thunder and storms, a lineage far more noble than our own red dragons. Thus, Muria's bloodline is far more exalted than yours, Cynthia concluded. Humph, even so, it does not alter the fact that he is a hybrid. He lacks even the most basic dragon form, which speaks volumes about the suppression of his draconic blood. Austin countered, this time refraining from calling Muria a mongrel. Even a malevolent dragon would maintain a basic reverence for a titan of immense power. What do you think, if we reach the juvenile stage and still cannot best Muria together? What shall we do? Albert asked with a hint of concern, for Muria's lineage was indeed formidable. Impossible. That scoundrel Muria merely bullies us by relying on his age advantage, his prowess stemming from a full age group above ours. At the same age, I will be no weaker than he, absolutely not, Austin declared fiercely, striking the ground with his claws. Stop dreaming, Aston, Cynthia scoffed. When Muria's mother visited, you all felt it, didn't you? That was the aura of a legend. What does this signify? It indicates that Muria is far more than just an ordinary gold dragon, with the blood of titans combined with a lineage that surpasses that of common gold dragons. In a one-on-one match at the same age, you would be no match for Muria. This time, it was Jessica who reached a conclusion. How dare you belittle me? Upon hearing such words, Austin's anger flared, and he straightened his posture. Oh, you wish to witness my strength. We are merely stating the facts. Austin, Cynthia, and Jessica stood tall, unwavering as they gazed at him. You were merely born a few seconds before us. And out of respect, we refer to you as brother. You are not significantly stronger than we are. Observing the palpable tension in the air, Andre and Albert exchanged glances, their eagerness evident as they seemed ready for a grand melee. This is the essence of the Red Dragon, a creature that reveres violence. Are you not discussing how to resist Muria? Why then, are you preparing to brawl? Inquired the timid young dragon, Renata. At this question, several young dragons momentarily froze, and the atmosphere softened. In any case, before we enter the juvenile stage, no one should provoke Muria. Once we reach the juvenile stage, we shall not engage in one-on-one battles. We 6 dragons will challenge Muria together, striving to unite our strength to defeat him. Cynthia concluded the discussion. I would like to ask, if we defeat Muria, what shall we do then? Renata timidly posed her question once again. Naturally, we shall slay him, devour his flesh, and drink his blood, Austin exclaimed impatiently. Austin, are you simple-minded? Do not drag us down with you if you seek death, Cynthia shouted at him. Have you considered where we are? This is Muria's mother, the legendary Golden Dragon's castle. Just look at this fortress. The room we are in is constructed from magical crystals. Imagine the power Muria's mother must possess to own such a castle. If we kill him, our fate will undoubtedly be worse than death. Jessica also shouted at Austin in anger. In the worldview of dragonkind, whether good or evil, a dragon's strength is proportional to its size. But there exists another measure of power, wealth. The richer the dragon, the mightier it is, a truth universally acknowledged among dragons. If we cannot kill him, then what is the purpose of challenging Muria? The irritable Austin lamented. We shall negotiate terms with him. He must treat us with the respect befitting true dragons, provide us with ample sustenance for our growth, and most importantly, never regard us as mere pets. Additionally, he must regularly supply us with gold. The young dragon Albert excitedly added. No, not just gold. We demand jewels and weapons. Young dragon Albert initiated, and the other young dragons became enraptured in fantasies of what to do after defeating Muria. What if we lose? For the 3rd time, the timid young dragon Renata raised her claw. The atmosphere grew heated, and the 5 young dragons fell silent. Finally, Cynthia furiously shouted at Renata, Renata, be quiet. In future discussions, you are not permitted to speak. Meanwhile, within the library, Muria had transformed into the form of a weaned human infant, standing before a floating spellbook. 0-level spell, Mage Hand. Although the Mage's Hand is merely a trick meant for combat and can be quite humorous, it proves unexpectedly useful as a support spell. Muria recalled the relevant data concerning the 1st-level spell model of the inferior fireball from this spellbook. After making a note, Muria began constructing the spell model within his mental sea. Undeterred by any failures, he simply disregarded the minor mental shock that accompanied unsuccessful attempts at last success. With eager anticipation, Muria activated the spell. He gazed at the diminutive crystalline model of the spell within his mental sea and began to infuse it with mental energy. Channeling the magical essence coursing through his body. A blazing fireball, nearly a meter in diameter and significantly larger than Muria's own form, materialized before him. This inferior fireball, of such considerable size, would undoubtedly astonish many low-level mages. The name of this 1st-level spell alone hints at the magnitude of fire elements it can condense, yet the fireball that Muria summoned rivaled even the dimensions typical of a 3rd-circle fireball spell. Bloodline augmentation, Muria murmured to himself, finding no surprise in this phenomenon, as he possessed the bloodline of a true dragon of the fire element. Moreover, it was not the first time that the effects of an activated spell had surpassed its original level. Today, Muria had resolved to no longer remain idle, primarily spurred by a growing sense of unease rooted in the 6 hatchlings that the Golden Dragon Mother had entrusted to him. He surmised her intentions. And when the hatchlings began to rebel and assault him, he sensed that he would be utterly alone. With no one in the castle to assist him, he could only rely on himself. Thus, to bolster his combat prowess, Muria embarked on the study of spells, intending to memorize all spells from levels 0 to 4 and construct them within his mental sea. Just moments ago, he successfully constructed the first-level spell of the Conjuration School. The inferior electric orb, and upon activation, a lightning sphere nearly a meter in diameter floated serenely before him, leaving Muria momentarily speechless. Then, through the legacy of his memories, he unearthed the answer. Beings endowed with a powerful bloodline naturally acquire spell-like abilities without the need for study. Therefore, when they actively learn spells related to their bloodline power, the effects of those spells are naturally amplified. What is this? Muria gazed in bemusement at the spellbook that had silently drifted before him, casting a glance before scoffing. Ventriloquism. Surely, this is a spell for mute mages. He dismissed it with a wave. The invisible servant, without uttering a word, quietly returned the spellbook to a distance. Magic missile. Now this is worth learning, Muria remarked, his eyes sparkling as he assessed another spellbook brought by a different invisible servant. Chapter 18. The Titan's Legacy. Enlarge, he mused, finding it yet another spell with comedic potential. He glanced at the spellbook in his hands and promptly discarded it, only for it to be caught by the trembling, obedient invisible servant, who returned it to its rightful place on the shelf. The giant transformation, a first-tier spell, can be succinctly described as a means to enlarge the size and strength of a humanoid creature. However, it is evident that when cast upon the true form of Muria, it would undoubtedly be rendered ineffective, and applying it to Muria's humanoid body seems utterly pointless. With such time at hand, one might as well revert to their true form. Many low-level spells are hardly worth learning. Acquiring them would merely squander precious time. I find myself perplexed at the mindset of the wizards who originally conceived these spells. Muria gazed at the array of floating spellbooks before him, meticulously studying their effects. What is this nonsense? Tentacle tongue, transforming one's tongue into a tentacle. Upon seeing this, Muria grimaced in distaste. I can assure you, the wizard who invented this spell must have been quite deranged. Minor healing. That if the injury is minor, I can recover in less time than it takes to cast this spell, making it unnecessary to learn. Accelerated swimming. Ha! I am more than capable of diving into the sea to catch fish. Shrink. Puffed. I am already small enough as it is. Resistance to motion sickness. First, I would need to be on a boat. No more, no more. As for first-tier spells, there are hardly any truly useful ones. Most are merely auxiliary, and those that do involve direct attack possess insufficient power, rendering them ineffective against hatchling dragons. Only the spells enhanced by my bloodline hold any merit. Second-tier spells seem promising, yet why do they still include tentacle-related spells? Sharp-toothed tentacle, extending a tentacle from one's hand, which then splits into 3 smaller tentacles, each adorned with a toothy mouth. Muria felt a wave of nausea at the thought. What sane wizard would ever choose to learn such peculiar spells? Muria sifted through the spellbooks, discarding those he found unappealing or deemed absurd, selecting only those that caught his eye for study. Muria stretched luxuriously, realizing that his mental energy was nearly depleted after constructing merely 5 second-tier spells. His mental capacity truly felt woefully inadequate. Muria unwittingly uttered words that could provoke a blood-curdling reaction from an ordinary silver mage. Unlike typical wizards who meticulously ponder before crafting spell models, he directly sacrificed vast amounts of mental energy to hone his proficiency. Ordinary human mages are cautious, often memorizing the spell model thoroughly before contemplating for 10 days to half a month, striving for a successful construction on the first attempt, with the worst case being successful within 3 tries. In contrast, Muria could fail to construct even the most basic cantrip over 10 times, let alone the second-tier spells that are 2 levels more challenging. In fact, it was sheer luck that he managed to construct a 4th-tier transformation spell after only a few failures. The mental energy expended through failed attempts accounted for over 95% of all the mental energy he possessed, illustrating the price Muria paid for repeatedly constructing spell models in a short span of time, a cost that could be replenished with a good night's sleep. This world truly lacks fairness. Muria lamented. He was no longer the naive novice in Alasia. Within the library of the Golden Dragon Matron, he could uncover all that he wished to know. Fortunately, I am not among those who lament the injustices of the world. Muria mused for a moment before shifting his focus entirely. His energy was now dedicated to enhancing his own combat prowess. As for the augmentation of strength, Muria believed there was no need for him to fret. Even in slumber, he could grow stronger. Why overthink it? The sole contemplation he required was how to effectively harness the power he possessed, transforming it into tangible combat ability. He was already endeavoring to maximize his mental fortitude and enhance his spellcasting capabilities, though he found himself at a standstill in further developing his spell models. Upon reflection, he discerned that whether it be the Golden Dragon or the Titan, their arcane abilities merely adorned their formidable reputations. It was their prowess in close-quarters combat that truly earned them renown across the realms. Thus, he concluded that his primary focus should be on cultivating his melee combat skills. Muria nodded to himself. The notion of engaging in visceral, hand-to-hand combat was indeed exhilarating, albeit fraught with the risk of injury in terms of close combat knowledge. The Titan's ancestral memories were replete with insights. He perused the inherited knowledge of the Titan lineage. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He had long possessed this knowledge but had never found the opportunity, or perhaps subconsciously chosen not to delve deeply into it, until now. As he scrutinized the details, Muria found himself breathless. Should I truly say that this legendary combat race is worthy of its global acclaim? Aside from the rudimentary Titan tongue, giant language, and common tongue, the remainder was solely combat-related knowledge. The second acceptance of Titan knowledge was purely focused on martial expertise, and he found himself captivated by titles such as the selection and utilization of weapons, techniques of the dual-bladed battle axe, on the precision of javelin throwing, and fundamental techniques of the warhammer. Gazing at the extensive array of weaponry techniques, Muria felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It seemed his lineage was rather extraordinary. Presently, aside from the basic linguistic knowledge, the inherited wisdom from the Titan race was predominantly centered around combat. Given my physique, Muria pondered his still chubby frame, somewhat exasperated, as it hardly seemed conducive to fighting. Moreover, to apply this combat knowledge, I would at least require a suitable weapon. Therefore, I am left with no choice but to rely on my fists for this melee confrontation. In a flash of brilliance, Muria reverted to his true form, elevating his plump fists, which were larger than a cooking pot. The most fitting choice for his current situation seemed to be the combat techniques that comprised the bulk of the Titan inheritance. Muria scratched his head, glancing at his white robe while murmuring softly, "This robe can adjust in size along with my body. It should pose no issue in battle. Whatever the case, I shall rest for a while before seeking out some ferocious beasts to test the Titan's combat techniques." Muria decided against returning to his quarters. Instead, he ventured out of the library, casually selecting a seemingly suitable room. Without a care in the world, he transformed into his humanoid form and collapsed onto the bed. Burying his head in slumber at this point, Muria had come to regard his room as a den for the ferocious dragonlings, where he found it impossible to rest easy, for those dragon hatchlings could strike at any moment. The fragrance wafting through the air was quite delightful. As Muria inhaled the subtle aroma lingering on the quilt, he gradually succumbed to a drowsy haze. Uncertain whether it was the body scent of the dragon maid or merely the lingering essence of a fragrance she had applied. "Mia, cease this at once. Do not pinch any further. How tender. No worries. I shall indulge a moment longer. After all, Master Muria has claimed my bed, depriving me of sleep. If Master Muria awakens, you shall be in dire straits. What is there to fear? We serve the benevolent dragon, the Golden Dragon, not a malevolent one. At most, we shall face a minor reprimand. Even if it is a benevolent dragon, it is still a dragon." As Muria gradually roused from his slumber, he was greeted by the sounds of two youthful voices engaged in a spirited debate in the dragon tongue. However, what he felt most acutely was the persistent caress of a delicate hand kneading his face. Upon feeling discomfort, Muria fully opened his golden eyes, his gaze blankly fixated on the two dragon maids before him, each adorned with fine golden scales gracing their cheeks. One of the maidens, resembling a beautiful young girl, crouched before him, leaning in closely as she playfully pinched his cheeks, while behind her, another dragon maid tugged anxiously at her, attempting to halt her antics. "Have you finished your antics?" Muria inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Still not fully awake and feeling rather lethargic. Lost in the exquisite sensation transmitted through her fingertips, Mia finally registered the moment and sheepishly withdrew her fingers. "Master Muria, please excuse Mia's inadvertent offense." She did not intend to be impolite. The dragon maid who had been pulling Mia's arm spoke, her face etched with trepidation as she knelt before him, pleading on behalf of her companion. "Master Muria, you took my bed first. I had no place to sleep, so I couldn't help but gaze at you. You looked so adorable that I simply couldn't resist pinching your face. That is not my fault. Your bed is quite spacious, ample enough for two," Muria replied, still maintaining a blank expression, perhaps due to an excessive drain on his mental energy, rendering him overwhelmingly drowsy. After uttering this statement, he closed his eyes once more, turning away from the two dragon maids, sinking back into a profound slumber. Upon hearing this, the kneeling dragon maid and Mia exchanged astonished glances, and then, bold-hearted Mia let out a jubilant cheer. Michelle. It's time to sleep, time to sleep. The dragon maid, still seated on the floor, bore a look of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events in her understanding. The hierarchy was rigidly defined, and any transgression would surely invite punishment. Mia, what are you doing? Michelle exclaimed, incredulously watching as Mia swiftly disrobed and dove onto the bed. Though she had witnessed such scenes multiple times before, this instance felt distinctly different. Sleeping, of course, Mia replied, her expression one of utter nonchalance. But Master Muria is still present. Master Muria has already consented, Mia said with a cheerful smile. Golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, cascading into a room within the crystal castle where the maids resided. Aha! Muria exhaled softly, opening his eyes to a realm of darkness. Yet, he caught a whiff of a vaguely familiar fragrance, accompanied by a gentle touch on his face and a slight constriction around his body, which led Muria to realize that he was being held closely by a rather attractive woman. Chapter 19. Cloud Island, and the ferocious husky Muria lifted his head. The room, shrouded in the dimness of curtains, appeared somewhat obscure. However, the sunlight filtering through the gaps illuminated everything before him with clarity that it was very white and quite expansive. Muria observed with a serious demeanor as he glanced down at the spot where he had previously buried his head. Ah, Master Muria, you are awake. The dragon maid Mia stirred beneath him, her face adorned with a look of anticipation. That aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Not necessary. I have had ample rest, Muria replied, feeling rejuvenated and in high spirits. After all, upon awakening, he was greeted with a sight that was undeniably splendid for a male. Nonetheless, Muria climbed out of Mia's embrace without a hint of reluctance. Not due to exceptional self-control, but because beauty, to him, was merely beauty, an aesthetic pleasure devoid of further significance, as his body did not permit him to indulge in superfluous actions. That I'm leaving, Muria announced, donning a robe whose origins he could not ascertain. Perhaps discarded by Mia, as he prepared to engage in the activities he had planned prior to his slumber, practicing Titan combat techniques amidst battle. Will you come again next time? Mia, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, sat up, revealing an unreserved display of springtime charm. Yet, she seemed unfazed, as she was in the company of her roommate and the young boy, Master Muria. Upon hearing the question, Muria's lips curled slightly. He had just realized that the dragon maid who had held him throughout the night appeared to be quite the anomaly. Unlike the other dragon maids, including the head maid Sophia, who treated him with utmost reverence, this one seemed to defy convention. All the dragon maids were aware of his lineage as the offspring of a golden dragon. Yet she had embraced him in slumber, an audacious act indeed. Your name is Mia, correct? Although phrased as a question, Muria's tone conveyed certainty, recalling vividly the moment he had been roused from sleep. Yes, I am Mia. Mia Stock, the dragon maiden replied excitedly, nodding her head. Have you been wearing perfume? Muria inquired, tilting his head. Perfume? Mia chuckled awkwardly. Before coming here, I was merely the daughter of a fallen noble, and I have never used such luxuries befitting a noble lady. Oh, Muria nodded, then muttered to himself in a tone only he could discern. So, what I perceive is the fragrance of natural body scent. Mia? I shall remember you, he declared, leaving those words hanging as he vanished from the sight of the two dragon maids. Hey, Michelle, what do you think Master Muria's comment meant? After a moment of silence, Mia asked Michelle with a hint of trepidation. Now you're starting to feel fear. Previously, how could you not feel a twinge of fear? Having spent an entire night cradling young Master Muria in your arms, Michelle rolled her eyes, reassured. Young Master Muria is indeed the son of the Golden Dragon. While we may not fathom his thoughts, it should undoubtedly bode well for you, regardless of how you perceive it. Bode well. Upon hearing Michelle's words, Mia began to giggle foolishly, pondering whether she could embrace Muria in slumber every day henceforth. Dream on, Michelle scoffed. Outside the crystal castle, the refreshing morning sea breeze swept through as Muria stood before the castle's grand entrance, gazing at the 24 cloud giant guards who knelt on one knee in reverence. The stalwart sentinels of the castle's gates, Commander ABT on duty today. The 24 cloud giants exchanged glances, until one, summoning his courage, replied, Commander ABT is not on duty today though. Muria contemplated seeking out the familiar giant commander but was reminded of the day he had presented the golden offering to Commander Burton atop the castle platform. "And what of Commander Burton?" he inquired. "He, too, is not on duty, Your Highness." "Excellent." Upon receiving the desired response, a smile graced Muria's lips. He unfurled his expansive, nearly 20-meter-wide golden bat-like dragon wings, and with a powerful beat, ascended into the sky. Muria focused on a particular direction and, with robust and vigorous wing strokes, soared towards it. Before him lay a vast architectural complex, predominantly white, serving as the abode of the cloud giants who inhabited the vicinity of the Crystal Castle. He sought to locate Commanders ABT and Burton, both of whom were likely present as Muria descended. Folding his wings, the previously bustling gathering of cloud giants, stirred by the morning's arrival, fell into a hushed silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Subsequently, the familiar scene unfolded before him. Adult cloud giants, towering at 12 meters, accompanied by slightly smaller female cloud giants, led a throng of juvenile cloud giants of varying sizes to kneel before him in reverence. This was the residence of the cloud giants, home to as many as 300 male giants, alongside their partners, an almost equal number of female giants, and an even greater multitude of children, of various ages. Thus, within a single cloud giant settlement, there were at least 1,000 giants residing, and such settlements dotted the island, numbering 6 in total, each sustaining 300 guardian giants, amounting to 1,800 giants tasked with safeguarding the Crystal Castle. In truth, such a scale of congregation could only be found in Titan Isle throughout all of Eurasia, for cloud giants were a species that preferred smaller communities, eschewing large-scale settlements. The anomaly of this situation was inherently tied to Muria himself, a fact he had discerned after perusing relevant records about the Titans. The considerable commotion drew the attention of the local overseers, 3 towering 15-meter cloud giant commanders hastening towards the scene. Upon catching sight of Muria, they instinctively knelt before him. "Good morning, Commander Burton, Commander ABT, and Commander Saga." Muria greeted with a cheerful smile, no longer making a deliberate effort to prevent the cloud giant from bowing to him. Instead, he chose to accept this display of respect. "Your Highness Muria, may I inquire what commands you have?" asked Abert, the kneeling commander of the cloud giants. "With utmost reverence that I seek to practice the combat techniques of the Titans against ferocious beasts, and thus I request that 2 commanders accompany me with a contingent of cloud giant guards." Muria understood the principle that a son of wealth does not sit idly by, and he was determined to eliminate any potential threats to his life, ensuring that he trained in absolute safety. The combat techniques of the Titans, the cloud giant commanders, Bolton and Saja, raised their heads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Muria. Both were melee fighters, deeply yearning to witness the world's most formidable martial skills. Every melee combatant in the world yearns to behold the Titans' techniques, and of course, to learn them would be even more desirable. Though that was nearly impossible, the sole prerequisite for learning the Titans' techniques was to gain the recognition of a Titan. While learning was out of reach, merely witnessing it was still a remarkable opportunity. However, Commander Saja felt a twinge of regret as Muria directly named the other 2 commanders, ordering them to accompany him out on Titan Island. Abundant sunlight and moisture bathed the land, where ancient trees towered and greenery flourished. Exuding an extraordinary vitality, standing over 8 meters tall, Muria traversed an ancient forest filled with a myriad of plants alongside a group of tall, magnificently armored cloud giants. His demeanor relaxed, despite the rampant growth of plants vying for every available space. Wide paths existed, sufficient for the giants to pass through, created by the beasts that lived in this land. "Abert, Bolton, it seems there are many ferocious beasts residing here," Muria remarked, eyeing the multitude of massive footprints on the ground. Smiling at the 2 cloud giant commanders, "The resources of Titan Island are incredibly abundant, and the elemental concentration here far surpasses that of other places, giving rise to such a plethora of ferocious beasts." Bolton observed, crouching to examine the claw marks on the beast trails, stroking his chin adorned with a beard. "Oh, you think there are too many ferocious beasts here, Commander Bolton?" Muria inquired, aware that nearly all the cloud giants in Crystal Castle had migrated from various regions of Alasia and were not the original inhabitants of Titan Island. "Your Highness Muria, it is not that there are too many, but rather, there are exceedingly many. The cloud island I once inhabited did not boast such a multitude of ferocious beasts. Truly, this is the domain of the Titans." Bolton exclaimed with a sense of wonder. Bolton, What does it matter how many ferocious beasts there are? The majority are of the bronze rank, with the strongest barely reaching silver rank 5, Abert retorted disdainfully. Wielding his staff, every cloud giant can ascend to gold rank upon maturity. Albeit the lowest tier, it is more than sufficient to suppress some silver rank ferocious beasts. Moreover, both of you commanders are of gold rank 3. Effortlessly sweeping aside any silver rank foes, Cloud Island, Muria turned his head, seemingly indifferent to Ab's words, yet he keenly noted a particular term uttered by Commander Botone. Was it the islands suspended in the sky? Indeed, Your Highness Muria, I am quite eager to witness them. Having been in Alasia for nearly 9 years, Muria had encountered countless astonishing sights and creatures, but his curiosity remained piqued regarding the cloud islands that existed solely in the fairy tales of his past life. Your Highness Muria, we have discovered a ferocious pack of wolves here at that moment. A cry from a distant cloud giant echoed through the air, upon arriving before the savage wolves, encircled by dozens of cloud giants. Muria found himself speechless at the sight of 9 massive wolves sprawled on their backs, their bodies a deep shade of blue-black. Perhaps I should not have brought so many cloud giants. As the 9 giant wolves, upon noticing Muria and the 2 commanding giants, whipped their tails into a frenzy, Muria could only sigh in exasperation at the spectacle. Chapter 20. The clever bear wolves are an exceptionally intelligent species. In his previous life, within the confines of human cities, only 2 types of animals boasted significant populations. One, the canine relatives, dogs, the other, cats. Among all creatures on Earth, these 2 animals have thrived remarkably. Unlike cats, which rely on their charm and cuteness for survival, most dogs earn human affection through their abilities and loyalty. This demeanor truly renders me somewhat hesitant in my approach towards you. Muria massaged his forehead, observing the 9 wolves that had unmistakably transformed themselves from savage beasts into ferocious huskies. You are indeed clever. Muria crouched down to stroke the nearly 7-meter-long blue-black wolf before him. Its fur was remarkably smooth, providing a pleasant tactile experience, and crucially, these astute and ferocious wolves maintained their coats with admirable cleanliness. An animal that is clean, fluffy, and obedient is irresistible to anyone. Moreover, these were 9 particularly perceptive wolves. Remarkably attuned to their circumstances, they bore little distinction from their domesticated kin, save for their larger stature and heightened wildness. Rise, Muria commanded, delivering a gentle kick to the Wolf King, which was notably larger than the other 8. He spoke in the tongue of dragons. Woof! The Wolf King understood the dragon language and obediently rose, its tail wagging vigorously as it barked at the other 8 wolves, exhibiting a quintessentially servile demeanor. Commander Abt, Commander Botone, I instruct you to have your subordinates disperse and seek out some silver-grade ferocious beasts. Avoid those of high intelligence. Instead, try to find bears or wild boars, creatures with relatively lower IQs. Muria directed the 2 commanders, having come to a realization point one could no longer perceive Alasia through the lens of his previous life. Here, humans were not the sole intelligent race. Numerous other species possessed intellect that rivaled or even surpassed that of humans. And even certain formidable beasts exhibited intelligence comparable to mankind. For instance, the ferocious Wolf King at his feet, akin to a loyal hound, chose to submit alongside its pack rather than resist when surrounded by the cloud giants. And this was merely a ferocious wolf of the silver tier. Above it soared even more cunning and powerful beasts. Before long, a cloud giant arrived to report that they had discovered a slumbering ferocious bear within a hollow of a tree. It became evident that an abundance of ferocious creatures resided in this area. Take me there, commanded Muria. This way, Your Highness Muria, said the cloud giant guard, gesturing in a particular direction. That is this the ferocious bear you found? Muria stood at a distance beneath a massive ancient tree, accompanied by 2 giant leaders, gazing at an exceptionally stout ancient tree. At the base of this great tree, the exposed roots twisted and intertwined, forming a sizable, elongated hollow where a robust, glossy-furred bear lay soundly asleep. What an enormous tree, Muria remarked, his eyes fixed on the bear's resting place. It was a colossal ancient tree with a diameter of approximately 20 meters. Its height concealed beneath a dense canopy of leaves. On Titan Isle, both flora and fauna were far more colossal than those in the outside world. However, Muria was not yet aware of this fact. He believed that in Alasia, towering ancient trees reaching 100 meters were commonplace. It was only upon encountering this tree, significantly thicker than others, that Muria expressed a slight astonishment, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. For such massive trees were not rare. With a diligent search through the thicket, many could still be found. Very well, Captain Abut, Captain Botan, I shall challenge that ferocious bear now. Muria inhaled deeply before exhaling. You are not to follow me. Do not intervene during my battle unless my life is in peril. Do you understand? Understood, Your Highness Muria. Rest assured, you may hone your martial skills. I guarantee no creature will disturb your fight. Botan assured Muria, patting his chest. Your Highness, focus solely on the battle. Leave the rest to us. Abut, staff in hand, bowed to Muria. You truly possess unwavering confidence in me. Muria smirked, implying that should he falter, they would ensure his safety. While the two leaders had entirely different thoughts. Well, if I do indeed fall, they will surely come to my aid. Muria shook his head and approached the bear's den alone. First ring of magic. Lesser fireball. A fireball the size of a basin shot forth into the bear's den, propelled by Muria's mental energy, crashing directly onto the ferocious bear, resulting in a thunderous explosion, with splintered wood, smoke, and flames surging from the hollow. Not bad in power, but it likely won't harm the great bear. However, it should be sufficient to rouse it. Just as Muria contemplated this, a roar filled with fury erupted from the hollow, and a gigantic brown bear, standing at 8 meters tall with crimson eyes, charged forth from the den, attacking Muria without hesitation. Upon spotting him, as Muria beheld the ferocious bear erupting from its den, he was momentarily stunned by the sheer ferocity of its presence. It was only when the massive creature swung its colossal paws toward him that Muria's awareness caught up with him. However, his body instinctively reacted before his mind could catch up. He raised his hand and blocked the bear's powerful strike. Yet, Muria found himself once again in a state of astonishment, for the force transmitted through his arm was unexpectedly minimal, barely perceptible. Roaring in frustration at having its attack thwarted, the ferocious bear let out another bellow and lifted its claws, lunging fiercely at Muria. Observing this, Muria squinted, subconsciously summoning all his strength to push against the bear. Thud, thud, thud. Under the influence of Muria's force, the bear staggered back several paces, its hefty paws thumping against the ground, until it ultimately plopped down onto its rear. Muria gazed in bemusement at the bewildered bear, which now seemed to be questioning its own existence. That he found himself pondering. Was this bear truly so feeble? Judging by the aura it exuded, it was evidently a creature of silver-tier strength, equal to his own. Had it diminished in combat prowess for some reason? Muria scrutinized the bear's underbelly, observing the extensive charred fur. It was clear that such wounds could not account for a decline in its battle capabilities. On the contrary, a bear roused from slumber in such a manner would typically exhibit heightened ferocity. Thus, one explanation emerged. His own strength was far greater than he had ever imagined. Or perhaps he had severely underestimated the power of his Titan and Golden Dragon bloodlines. Muria murmured to himself, realizing why the two commanders believed his victory was assured, harboring no concerns for his potential failure. With such overwhelming strength, losing seemed an improbable outcome. He mused that the Titan fighting techniques were unnecessary. Roaring in a fit of rage, the bear, momentarily dazed, was blinded by its fury, and without further contemplation, it rose once more, showcasing its ivory-white claws. With a swift motion, the bear charged at Muria, its claws poised to strike. Instinctively, Muria began to evade, as the remnants of his past human identity and memories continued to influence him. His impression of bears had been shaped by his previous life, a powerful and savage beast, in the presence of which humanity could only choose to flee or feign death. However, his relentless evasion bore bitter fruit, as the bear's claws grazed his unprotected arm, sending a slight sting to Muria's brain, akin to the sensation of one's fingernail scraping against their own skin. Lowering his gaze, Muria expected a gruesome sight of lacerated flesh, yet encountered only 4 elongated red marks, the bear's claws having failed to penetrate his skin. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Muria remarked, I still have not acclimated to my inhuman identity that I am, after all, a monster among monsters. If its claws cannot even pierce my skin, what is there to fear? Muria no longer evaded, boldly charging toward the ferocious bear. That a sharp pain radiated from his arm, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Disregarding the bear's attacks, Muria delivered a decisive punch to the creature's snout. A howl of agony erupted from the ferocious bear as crimson blood spurted forth. It had sensed impending doom long before its claws failed to yield the desired results. This blow to its nose served as a stark reminder of the formidable entity it faced, an adversary far beyond its capacity to confront. Consequently, its rage swiftly dissipated, and a semblance of reason returned. The bear discerned the aura emanating from Muria, a presence befitting the dominion of this land. Then, its round, beady eyes caught sight of the frenzied pack of wolves nearby, their tails wagging wildly, a familiar sight, for they were its neighbors. Moreover, it also noticed several towering cloud giants that eye in that moment. This seemingly simple-minded, ferocious bear tapped into its intellect, and, just as Muria prepared to deliver another kick, it promptly dropped to the ground, placing its fluffy paws atop its head, gazing up at Muria with tearful, innocent eyes filled with a sense of grievance. The bear had every reason to feel wronged. It had been peacefully slumbering in its den when, inexplicably, a massive fireball struck it. Enraged, it had rushed out to confront the culprit, only to be met with a brutal punch. Muria's foot hovered in the air. Caught in a moment of reluctant contemplation as he regarded the now submissive bear before him, he found himself at a loss, realizing that the fault lay with him from the outset. Chapter 21. The Cat's Caress. Commander Abut. Muria lowered his foot and called out to the cloud giant commander concealed nearby at My Lord Muria. The towering giant, wielding a staff, parted the thicket before him and approached the trembling, ferocious bear. Now standing before Muria. Please heal this bear, Muria instructed, gesturing toward the creature whose snout was bleeding profusely, its nose seemingly misaligned from the blowed at once. Without hesitation, Commander Abut began to cast a healing spell for the bear. Indeed, this seemingly robust cloud giant was a spellcaster, not a wizard in the traditional sense. Rather, he wielded his magic through his bloodline's power, while the variety of spells he could learn was limited. His casting speed was notably swift. Should anyone foolishly mistake this giant spellcaster for a mere human mage, they would soon learn the hard way about the giant's formidable strength once they ventured too close. Naturally, any creature with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the might inherent in such a colossal spellcaster. Unbeknownst to Muria, the healing spell cast by Abut was nearly instantaneous. The cerulean glow enveloped the bear's snout, eliciting a series of contented grunts from the beleaguered creature as its injuries began to mend rapidly. Muria sighed with a hint of exasperation. Human perspectives had long influenced his thoughts, rendering his previous actions almost laughable. He had yet to fully adapt to his current identity. Commander Bodden, seek out a more formidable beast for me, that I require something stronger. Muria tilted his head towards Commander Bolton and issued his command. He now sought a profound understanding of his identity amidst the fray of battle. Consequently, numerous cloud giants once again dispersed under Muria's orders, embarking on a quest for targets. Boom! With a graceful shoulder throw, Muria slammed a ferocious gorilla, towering at an imposing 9 meters, to the ground as the dazed beast struggled to rise. Muria lunged forward, delivering a stunning uppercut that sent the gorilla's grotesque head reeling backward, bloodied yellow teeth spraying from its mouth. Subsequently, the ferocious gorilla collapsed backward, rendered unconscious by Muria's relentless assault. "I Buddha, tend to him." Muria gestured towards the pitifully battered gorilla, a gesture of compensation for the creature's suffering. Thus far, Muria had challenged 4 silver-tier ferocious beasts, or more accurately, he had unilaterally pummeled 4 of them. This gorilla marked his second confrontation with a silver-tier 5-level beast, and he was resolute that it would be his last. For Muria had fully grasped the implications of his strength within the silver tier. Although currently at silver tier 3, his power, speed, and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of silver tier ferocious beasts. Battling them was akin to a mere display of dominance, devoid of any challenge. Muria raised his hand, observing his delicate, seemingly fragile skin. Yet it was this very hand that could effortlessly upend any ferocious beast. No creature could withstand his might, not even the silver tier 5-level ferocious elephant he had previously confronted. Titans and golden dragons were truly formidable and terrifying beings. Muria chuckled with satisfaction, pondering the immense strength he possessed at such a nascent stage. How formidable would he become upon reaching maturity? "My Lord Muria, a ferocious serpent has been discovered," reported a cloud giant sentinel. "Not necessary. Inform all cloud giants to seek out golden tier monsters. Silver tier ferocious beasts hold no value for me now. Engaging them would be a waste of time." Muria commanded. "Understood," replied the cloud giant sentinel, admiration evident in his demeanor. Muria's intent was unmistakable. He aimed to challenge golden tier creatures that My Lord Muria. Is it not premature to challenge golden tier monsters? Buddha, who had just completed the treatment of the ferocious gorilla, furrowed his brow in caution. My purpose here is to hone my combat skills. Yet I can easily suppress silver tier 5 level ferocious beasts solely through brute strength. In such circumstances, combat techniques are rendered unnecessary. Muria retorted, casting a stern glance at Buddha, the giant leader he had relegated to the role of a medic, responsible for tending to all the beasts he had bested. However, my lord Muria, the golden tier is entirely different from the silver tier. They may possess greater strength than you anticipate, Buddha subtly advised. How strong? Having become enamored with his own formidable physique, Muria eagerly inquired. At that moment, Ab found himself at a loss for words, as he struggled to articulate the grandeur of the golden tier. For titans and golden dragons, the golden tier merely represented a transitional phase in their journey of life. To suggest that such a level of existence was powerful in the presence of Muria was but a jest. Your Highness, I hear you intend to challenge a golden tier monster, boomed the cloud giant leader, Bolton, as he strode forth, a smile gracing his face, lavishly bestowing compliments. Truly, you are the son of a titan. Your valor astonishes even the gods above. Bolton, I seek not the praise of the celestial deities, but rather a golden tier monster. Have you found one? Muria remained unfazed by Bolton's accolades, harboring no reverence for the gods that truly existed within this world. Indeed, Your Highness, I have located a saber-toothed tiger. Where? Muria exclaimed with delight. Never underestimate others, lest you render yourself a fool. Now, Muria felt like a fool. Alasia was home to numerous wise races, with even beasts possessing considerable intelligence. Some formidable creatures exhibited wisdom that rivaled that of humans. Yet, the notion that such wisdom equated to human intellect raised questions. After all, there exists a disparity in intelligence among humans themselves. By what standard was the intelligence of these beasts measured? Muria had always believed that the wisdom of these powerful beasts could be compared to that of some ordinary humans, but no more than that. They were not to be deemed more astute. However, he now realized he had underestimated the assertion of their intellect being on par with humans. Under Bolton's guidance, Muria discovered the golden tier saber-toothed tiger he had mentioned. This majestic feline, imposing in appearance, lay languidly beside a spring, its nearly 10-meter-long body accentuated by the gleaming white fangs at the corners of its mouth, exuding an air befitting the king of the forest. Just as Muria was silently admiring the tiger's impressive presence, the so-called king of the forest rose upon perceiving Muria's arrival and began to intently sniff the air in an astonishing display of agility. This great cat approached Muria, leaving no cloud giant guard, including the two giant leaders, with the opportunity to intervene. Just as the incensed cloud giants were about to unleash their wrath, the saber-toothed tiger brazenly rubbed against Muria, startling the gathered cloud giants. The great cat then shamelessly flopped onto the ground, exposing its snowy belly to Muria, a series of familiar gestures rendering him momentarily speechless. Seeking my affection, Muria glanced uncertainly at the two giant leaders. He was all too familiar with this display. Yes, Your Highness. Ab spoke after a brief silence. His voice dried. I have never witnessed such. Bolton looked down, only to find the saber-toothed tiger squinting up at Muria from beneath his feet, prompting a swift change of words. A clever saber-toothed tiger, isn't this a being of golden rank? Does the book not state that taming such creatures is exceedingly difficult? Muria gazed in disbelief at the saber-toothed tiger, which was playfully nuzzling against his feet. The notion of being untamable applies to other races, but the Titan race is an exception. After pondering for a moment, Abute remarked that this saber-toothed tiger had likely sensed the Titan essence emanating from Your Highness. You truly possess a keen sense of the situation, great feline. Muria crouched down to meet the tiger's gaze. I know you can understand my words. Are you willing to engage in combat with me? The saber-toothed tiger looked at Muria with an innocent expression, rubbing its head against him, resembling a docile large cat. Are you concerned about my Titan blood? Fear not. Even if you were to scratch me, no one would trouble you. Come, let us have a proper spar. However, the saber-toothed tiger remained unresponsive, showing no inclination to fight. You wretched creature, are you truly of golden rank? Why are you so cowardly? Muria, exasperated, placed his hand atop the tiger's head and began to stroke its fur. Meanwhile, out of Muria's sight, the saber-toothed tiger turned its head aside, rolling its eyes in a distinctly human manner. Yet, After this display, it faced Muria once more, and despite having been thoroughly petted, a serene expression graced the tiger's fluffy visage. "But, Commander Borton, what do you suggest I do?" Muria asked while continuing to stroke the cat. "The silver-ranked beasts cannot withstand me, and the ferocious golden-ranked creatures are utterly unwilling to engage in combat. Your Highness, if you seek to hone your martial skills but find the silver ranks too weak, there is another option," Abute suggested hesitantly. "Every one of us cloud giants would be more than willing to act as your sparring partners. In fact, any giant on the island would gladly do so. Is that so? Then it must be this way." Muria nodded, resigned, stating that it appeared he could only seek the giant's assistance in refining his combat skills. However, the effectiveness of this approach was uncertain. Given the giant's attitude towards him, Muria felt that no matter how strong any giant might be, they would inevitably lose to him. It was this apprehension that drove Muria to seek out feral beasts that would attack him without hesitation. Yet he never anticipated that even the beasts of golden rank would exhibit such cunning. Chapter 22. Entering the slumbering wormling Muria, whose body had grown to a towering height of 10 meters, fiercely felled a cloud giant guard to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nevertheless, the cloud of dust did not diminish the excitement of the numerous onlooking giants. These elegantly attired cloud giants stood in a grandstand reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, loudly cheering and applauding Muria's display of strength as their comrade was bested. However, the audience in the stands was not limited to the cloud giants. There were also the tide giants, whose ample azure skin was exposed, modestly covered only in essential areas. Their skin tone ranged from pale yellow to a slight reddish-brown, with their upper bodies bared and clad in skirts made of animal hides, exuding a somewhat savage demeanor. The most towering among them was the storm giant, adorned in a fitted outer garment that appeared quite refined, standing at an impressive height of 18 meters. These colossal giants, with fervent cries and jubilant cheers, displayed expressions of excitement and exhilaration. It is said that His Highness Muria has only experienced a mere 12 years of life since his birth, yet he is already capable of vanquishing a fully grown cloud giant. A storm giant with purple skin and deep blue hair marveled at this feat. To be precise, it has only been a little over 11 years, not yet reaching the age of 12. Interjected a nearby cloud giant commander. Truly, he is deserving of the title Son of the Titans. At such a tender age, akin to that of our kin, he can triumph over a genuine adult giant. This remark came from a mountain giant, with a light yellow complexion and sinewy muscles, who was clad merely in a piece of animal hide, starkly contrasting with the elegantly adorned cloud and storm giants around him. Perfectly illustrating the dichotomy of civilization and savagery, Muria stood upon the ground paved with resilient granite, raising his hands high to embrace the cheers and accolades of the surrounding giants. He relished this sensation immensely. This grand edifice, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, had been constructed specifically for Muria, providing him with an optimal environment for training. The tiered seating was deliberately designed for the giants to observe Muria's combat prowess. Here, Muria was invincible. When he consented to allow the giants to serve as his sparring partners 3 to nearly 4 years ago, he had foreseen this outcome. Over the course of this time, he had lost track of how many giants he had battled. Initially, it was the cloud giants who honed his skills, followed by the mightiest storm giants, until eventually, all giants were aware of his prowess. Thus, this vast arena, styled like a colosseum, was constructed in a remarkably brief period. As Commander Abut of the cloud giant stated, any giant would willingly engage him in training. However, no giant has ever exerted their full strength in combat against Muria. The giants surrounding the crystalline castle, regardless of their kind, possess golden tier strength upon reaching maturity. These golden giants adeptly moderated their power during their encounters with Muria, allowing him to practice his martial techniques while still managing to overcome them without excessive difficulty. After a moment of basking in their acclaim, Muria gestured for silence, and the entire arena fell quiet, all giants turning their gaze upon him. "Warriors, rise," he commanded, addressing the cloud giant lying beside him. The cloud giant rose. Muria looked up and bellowed at the observing giants. "I know you perceive me as still youthful, merely at the 4th tier of silver, even though I am the child of titans and dragons. I am not yet a golden tier opponent. Thus, you all have been holding back. But, today, I wish to test the true power that is expected of a golden tier." Muria directed his gaze toward the cloud giant sentinel he had just defeated. "Warrior, Unleash your full strength. Do not conceal it any longer. Otherwise, I shall deem your actions as a contemptuous affront to my Titan bloodline." Muria proclaimed, "For the giants, the Titans hold extraordinary significance that I comprehend, Your Highness Muria. So please exercise caution to end that fleeting moment." Muria perceived a complete transformation in the demeanor of the seemingly gentle cloud giant before him. It had turned cold and ruthless, exuding a scent of bloodshed. This was the true bearing befitting a guardian of the cloud giants. As Muria beheld the cloud giant, now unrecognizably altered, he marveled inwardly. Malaysia had never been a realm of tranquility. Each day, wars raged across the globe. Conflicts erupted between man and monster, nation and nation, and even among deities. Daily, countless beings in Malaysia lost their lives. Thus, every giant who reached adulthood had endured innumerable battles and bloodshed. For them, Muria, who had grown in the idyllic sanctuary of Titan Isle, was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Yet, despite having faced countless skirmishes, Muria had never taken a single life. Nevertheless, he possessed unparalleled confidence in his Titan and Golden Dragon heritage. After more than 3 years, due to Muria's protracted lifespan, his strength had grown rather slowly, and he had only just attained the level of Silver Rank 4. However, at Silver Rank 3, Muria could vanquish all silver beings, and now, at Silver Rank 4, with a significant surge in both power and stature, he felt assured that, armed with combat techniques distilled by the Titans over hundreds of thousands of years, he could confront and even defeat golden-level entities. In the arena, amidst the cheers of thousands of giants, Muria assumed a seemingly ordinary fighting stance. "Come forth, warrior," the cloud giant guardian roared, launching an assault on Muria. The previous skirmishes had left him with mere bruises, which were swiftly healing under the giant's formidable constitution, hardly affecting the battle. Roar, stimulated by the unfolding scene, Muria felt his own blood surge with excitement, unleashing a fervent roar, fully embracing his current identity. Boom! The two colossal giants, each enormous by human standards, collided forcefully, stirring up clouds of dust, while their tremendous strength caused the granite slabs beneath them to fracture extensively. Muria lifted his gaze to meet the bright blue eyes of the cloud giant before him, eyes imbued with an unyielding calmness. The gaze of a seasoned warrior, the cloud giant guardian grasped Muria's slightly pudgy, fair fist in one hand, while Muria firmly held the other, engaging in the most primal contest of strength. Wrestling.it soon became evident that the cloud giant guardian's combat experience far surpassed Muria's. He effortlessly led Muria into his rhythm, executing a direct test of brute strength. Indeed, Muria was a son of the Titans, but he was still not yet a youth, and in terms of strength, he could not compete with the fully matured golden cloud giant. Yet, do not underestimate me, warrior. Muria flashed a grin revealing his 8 pristine teeth. Without assurance, why would I allow you to unleash your full potential? Indeed, I have underestimated you, Your Highness Muria. The cloud giant spoke earnestly, expressing his initial intention to leverage his golden tier strength to decisively subdue Murray. However, upon truly exerting himself, he realized that Murray's power was not significantly inferior to his own. "Hey," Murray chuckled, finding the contest of strength rather tedious. Moreover, he acknowledged that the cloud giant's strength still surpassed his own, and prolonged engagement would ultimately be to his detriment. With a sharp exclamation, Murray seized the cloud giant's fist. And in that instant, his hand swelled to double its size. His previously fair and somewhat plump arm transformed, veins protruding and muscles bulging, adorned with a scintillating golden lightning, exuding a breathtaking aesthetic of power. In the midst of the cloud giant's momentary astonishment, an irresistible force was exerted upon him, lifting him from the ground and casting him into the air. That I didn't expect the explosive technique I learned just yesterday to be so effective. Murray mused, observing the cloud giant soaring above him, smacking his lips at the rather mundane name. Explosive technique. This was the title of the Titan clan's combat skill that Murray had mastered, simple and straightforward. Its true potency revealed only upon application. Murray's thoughts briefly wandered before he refocused on the battle. He was no longer a novice and understood well that an opponent lying on the ground was the most advantageous target. With a resounding thud, he stomped down, creating a small crater in the already cracked granite surface. Utilizing the recoil, he unfurled his wings and surged towards the airborne cloud giant, executing his levitation technique to stabilize his form. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, the cloud giant could only muster 3 desperate punches against Murray's foot before he succumbed, sent crashing to the ground by the force of Murray's electrified kick. Seizing the moment, Murray, relentless in his pursuit, folded his dragon wings and bent one leg backward, thrusting his knee forward, aiming directly at the cloud giant, and descended upon him with great force. Boom! Fragments of granite scattered as Murray's knee struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Nearby, the agile cloud giant deftly rolled away to evade the blow, exhaling a long breath. Even for a giant, being struck would not be a pleasant experience. Just as Murray clenched his fist, preparing to deliver another blow, the guardian shouted, "I concede, Master Murray." "Are you certain?" Murray inquired, astonished. "I am certain, Your Highness," the cloud giant replied, inwardly grumbling. "It's not a life-or-death struggle. I certainly wouldn't engage in a bloody battle against someone I was destined to follow." With the cloud giant's concession, the training ground erupted in cheers, their volume surpassing that of earlier moments. That instant, a diminutive dragonborn girl approached Murray, delivering news to the exhilarated warrior. "Master Murray, the 6 hatchlings you have nurtured have consumed a substantial amount of food and have now fallen into a deep slumber." Chapter 23. The challenge of the young dragons. The sudden news struck Muria like a bucket of ice water, rendering him entirely composed. After a moment of silence, he turned his gaze to the young girl at his feet. "Mia, you must remain vigilant as always, keeping an eye on the status of those 6 hatchlings. Should they awaken, notify me immediately." "Of course, young Master Muria," Mia replied respectfully. She then lifted her head, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Muria. "Will you be coming to my room to sleep tonight?" "Mia, are you perhaps a tad too diligent in your role as a personal maid?" Muria remarked, observing the maid who left a profound impression on him, her delightful fragrance lingering in the air. Ever since that day when Mia had held him while they slept, Muria had sought an opportunity to request her name from the head maid, Sophia, insisting that this bold maid serve as his personal attendant, catering to his daily needs. Upon hearing this request, headmaid Sophia readily acquiesced. With numerous responsibilities to manage, having someone to share the workload was undoubtedly advantageous. As for any concerns regarding the dilution of her authority, there was no need for apprehension. Sophia's power stemmed from the golden dragon matron, Atris, not from Muria. If Atris sought another personal maid besides Sophia, that would indeed be a moment for her to worry about her influence being diminished. Ahem, I am merely fulfilling the duties expected of a personal maid. Naturally, a personal maid must be close at hand, Mia retorted. How do you interpret the role of a personal maid? Muria replied, exasperatedly gazing at Mia. If Sophia finds out, you will undoubtedly be in for a scolding. Hee, as long as you don't mention it. The head maid will naturally remain oblivious. Mia chuckled, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Muria. So, will you come to my room tonight? Faced with the maid's persistent inquiry, Muria raised an eyebrow and countered. Since returning to the castle, when have I not visited your room to sleep? In the year that followed, Muria frequented the training grounds more than before, gradually decreasing the time spent in the library memorizing spell models. This was due to the fact that dragons are directly immune to many low-tier spells. Even young dragons, while not completely immune, can evade most magical damage. Thus, physical attacks tend to be far more effective against dragons, provided one is able to confront them without being swiftly dispatched by a single claw. Otherwise, fleeing would be the more prudent choice. For Muria, such considerations were non-existent. The Titan bloodline coursing through his veins, along with the ancestral golden dragon lineage, were recognized as the most potent bloodlines in the world, far surpassing that of the red dragons. He possessed sufficient confidence to overpower any single young dragon. Yet he was to face not one, but 6 of them. Such numbers made even Muria feel a twinge of trepidation. Under this pressure, Muria's visits to the training grounds became increasingly frequent, until ultimately, he resided there, resolving all his meals and rest within its confines. During the battles at the training grounds, Muria mandated that all cloud giant guards who sparred with him must unleash their full strength, withholding nothing for the other colossal beings of the cloud giants, the mountain giants, the tide giants, and even the tempest giants. Muria harbored no arrogant expectations for them to exert their full might. These were all formidable giants, each battle-hardened and of at least golden tier 3. Even with the enhancement of his bloodline, Muria would inevitably face defeat. He was simply too small in comparison that on the day of Muria's 13th birthday, wielding a broadsword as he clashed against a tempest giant, he caught sight of his devoted maid, Mia, entering the training grounds, with a broadsword over 10 meters in length and more than a meter wide. Muria forced back his opponent and signaled for the cessation of combat, directing his gaze towards Mia, who stood at his feet. Young Master Muria, the malevolent dragons are on the verge of awakening. I can sense the 6 dragon veins gradually stirring with power. Mia informed him that that's so. Muria nodded, his expression devoid of concern, instead brimming with confidence. I have grown somewhat impatient. It has been nearly 5 years. Driven by an overwhelming sense of crisis, Muria had dedicated almost every waking moment to honing his skills, and the ideal life he envisioned, filled with feasting, slumber, and leisure, had only graced him for a few fleeting months. Everything he undertook was in preparation for the trial bestowed upon him by the legendary golden dragoness, Atris. Whether this trial was a deliberate act or a mere happenstance was unclear to Muria. However, he sensed a greater likelihood that it was intentional, for Atris was indeed a legendary sorceress, a being whose intellect reached a level of extraordinary brilliance, surpassing even some deities in that regard. The actions of such a being would invariably carry profound significance. They would never act without purpose, nor engage in futile endeavors. Muria drove the massive sword into the granite slab, a weapon he had borrowed from a Tempest giant and could not take with him. It is worth mentioning that most giants were impoverished, their enormous size making it difficult to find suitable metal weapons. Consequently, most resorted to using stones or wooden clubs for combat, a rather pitiful state of affairs. Only a select few cloud giants and tempest giants possessed weapons crafted from metal suited to their stature, while the tide giants had some who utilized ship anchors salvaged from sunken vessels as weapons. Thus, with this understanding, Muria felt no inclination to pilfer the arms of the giants. After several days, Muria returned to his chamber with Mia once more. Although he had not slept here for 5 years, this space was undeniably his. Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed the searing heat permeating the air. An ordinary person would swiftly succumb to dehydration and faint within mere minutes. Muria quickly identified the source of the oppressive temperature, a gang of 6 emaciated red dragon hatchlings. Each having grown to 8 meters long during their year-long slumber, they resembled 6 furnaces, constantly radiating astonishing heat. These 6 young dragons had increased their strength to the level of Silver Tier 1. Yet their slumber had nearly depleted all the energy reserves within their bodies. Their muscles were gaunt, and the crimson dragon scales clung tightly to their skeletal frames, allowing Muria to discern the shape of every bone in their bodies. Yet, despite this, they exuded a fierce and menacing aura characteristic of malevolent dragons. No one would dare to underestimate a dragon in such a state. As Muria entered the room, he took a seat before the 6 hatchlings. Having already observed the eyelids of several young dragons fluttering, a clear sign that they were on the verge of awakening. Hunger, an overwhelming and ravenous hunger, assailed Cynthia's gradually returning consciousness, compelling the slumbering hatchling to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she immediately beheld the imposing figure of a giant child before her, adorned with twin horns upon his forehead, dragon wings sprouting from his back, and a long, elegant tail swaying behind him. Cynthia recognized the identity of the being before her. He was a scoundrel, a bully who exploited his age to dominate them. The thunderous jolt she had experienced immediately after her birth had caused her immense suffering, instilling in her siblings a fear that paralyzed them from defying his commands or even stepping out of this room for years. Roar! The young female dragon growled softly, her latent power from her prolonged slumber stirring within her, igniting a desire to challenge Muria, to repay the torment he had inflicted upon her in kind. However, even seated, Muria towered at an impressive height of 4 meters, an immense presence that intimidated Cynthia. After all, without accounting for the length of her tail, her own size was merely 4 meters as well. Coupled with the oppressive pangs of hunger, Cynthia's first utterance upon awakening was a plaintive, "Feed me, Muria." Her voice, tender and childlike, carried a hint of desperation. Almost simultaneously, outside the room, the head maid, Sophia, appeared with a cadre of dragon maids, bearing platter after platter of vibrant, red, sliced raw fish, prepared as sustenance for the famished hatchlings. Muria remained silent, observing as Sophia directed the dragon maids to place the fresh sashimi, mere morsels in the eyes of humans, before the awakening young dragons. His suspicions were further solidified. The golden dragoness had deliberately orchestrated his role in raising these malevolent creatures. Upon seeing the delicate, crimson flesh of the fish before her, Cynthia wasted no time in seizing a substantial piece with her claws and stuffing it into her mouth, postponing her challenge to Muria until her hunger was satiated. The sound of Cynthia feasting, coupled with the enticing aroma of the raw fish, greatly stimulated the other hatchlings, prompting them to awaken one after another. Despite recognizing their foe, Muria, the instinctual drive to eat prevailed, and they all bowed their heads to devour the meat. Dragons are the apex predators, and their stomachs function as extraordinarily efficient furnaces. Muria bore witness to this truth as the fish flesh consumed by the hatchlings was almost instantaneously broken down into nutrients upon entering their stomachs, swiftly dispatched throughout their starving bodies. The most immediate and visible manifestation was that, as Muria observed the 6 feeding hatchlings, their skeletal frames began to swell with muscle, becoming more robust and filling out the once gaunt scales that had adhered to their bones. Muria witnessed a miracle. However, after the passage of an hour, 6 young dragons, emaciated and on the brink of starvation, transformed into robust, formidable creatures with a fierce demeanor, having indulged in a copious feast. The young dragon, Austin, newly satiated, eagerly stepped forward, calling out Muria's name to "Is there something you need?" Muria inquired, rising to her towering height of 10 meters, casting a commanding gaze upon the 6 young dragons. Austin hesitated, momentarily intimidated by Muria's imposing stature. Yet emboldened by the newfound strength acquired during their slumber, he glanced at the other 5 dragons and declared with newfound courage, "We, the 6 dragons, wish to challenge you together. Do you dare to accept?" Chapter 24. The Battle of Dragons. 6 dragons united. Muria regarded the young dragon Austin with a bemused smile, pondering the audacity of their challenge. Is not the red dragon the proudest among the 5-colored dragons? You forego the opportunity for individual duels, yet dare to confront me as a collective. Austin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Muria's retort. At that moment, Cynthia, standing behind Austin, stepped forward with determination. "Muria, you possess a lineage of golden dragon blood that surpasses our own, intertwined with the Titan bloodline, closest to the divine. In a duel against anyone of our age, none of us stand a chance against you, especially considering you were born 8 years prior to us. Thus, our united challenge is not unreasonable. Indeed, it is not unreasonable," Muria acknowledged, her expression one of surprise as she regarded the young female dragon. Cynthia. It was astonishing that a red dragon would voice such a sentiment. "I accept your challenge." No sooner had she spoken than Austin, brimming with eagerness, launched an attack, unleashing a cone of searing dragon breath aimed directly at Muria. "Silence," Muria commanded, extending her palm to dispel the scorching breath, swiftly seizing Austin's jaws and locking them shut. Her arm remained unscathed, a testament to her immunity to the red dragon's fiery exhalation, inherited from her golden dragon heritage. "Let us venture outside to battle. This space is too confined for such an engagement," Muria explained to the other 5 young dragons, though her chamber was quite spacious, having accommodated the true form of the golden dragon matriarch. It proved somewhat cramped for dragons capable of flight. Outside, the young dragons exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, eager to explore the world beyond, having been born for 5 years without a glimpse of it. Yet, in their excitement, Muria overlooked a crucial detail. Dragons are notoriously avaricious creatures, and the red dragon's greed for treasure is unparalleled among their kind. Upon exiting Muria's chamber, the young dragons stood transfixed, their attention captivated by the dazzling collection displayed along the corridor, curated by the golden dragon matriarch. "Do not harbor any illusions. These treasures belong to my mother, the legendary golden dragon Atris, and are rightfully hers. Unless you can vanquish her, you may only gaze upon them, a feat which is, quite frankly, nearly impossible." Murray gazed at the 6 young dragons, their eyes dazzled by the resplendent and vividly colored treasures that sparkled before them. With their mouths agape, drool cascaded uncontrollably from their maws. The words of Murray seemed to fall upon deaf ears, as they paid him no heed in the end, save for the petite female dragon Renata, who was caught by the tail by Murray. The remaining 5 young dragons lunged forward, each seizing a treasure, greedily admiring their acquisitions as drool continued to drip incessantly. Then, an intricate and arcane array materialized above the 5 treasures clutched by the young dragons, repelling their drool while firmly securing the treasures upon the crystal display. All 5 dragons, attempting to wrest the treasures from the display, found their efforts futile. The treasures appeared as if they had taken root. Immobile and steadfast, futile indeed, unless you can breach the legendary array that guards this castle. Otherwise, do not harbor the illusion of disturbing the treasures of Lord Atres. The head maid Sophia, following closely behind Murray, observed the comical plight of the young dragons and remarked with a deadpan irony. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, for the allure of these treasures had rendered the young dragons senseless. This set of armor, laced with a substantial amount of fine gold and secret silver, was valued at no less than 120,000 gold coins. The staff, crafted entirely from Voidstar gold, was worth at least 80,000 gold coins. The battle axe, forged from a blend of legendary metals, divine iron and fallen star steel, was an invaluable treasure. Murray gazed in exasperation at the young red dragons, who were appraising the value of the treasure they clung to, utilizing their draconic heritage. That it was an innate ability possessed by every dragon, one that Murray also shared, though he seldom employed it. Sophia, the head maid, waved her hand behind her, dispatching food to the young dragons. The dragon maids, who had not departed, surged forward in groups of 6, with 4 grasping at the 4 claws, one holding the head, and another clutching the tail. These slender, youthful dragon maids forcibly pried the young dragons away from the treasures, lifting them amidst their piercing wails. For these greedy dragons, who valued their treasures as highly as their very lives, the actions of the dragon maids were the utmost affront, and they struggled fiercely, but to no avail. The dragon maids, bearing the 5 young dragons, followed closely behind Murray, who held the petite Renata, as they exited the castle. Upon reaching the grand entrance, the dragon maids, in unison, cast the young dragons one by one out of the castle. Thud! The castle doors closed tightly behind Murray, startling the wailing dragons, who had begun to recover from their profound grief over their lost treasures. Yet, they soon found themselves lost once more, for before them stood the majestic and colossal crystal castle, entirely constructed from magical crystal. That in the world, such a structure existed, completely fashioned from magical crystal. How many gold coins must this be worth? I cannot fathom a price. Enough of this. Muria could no longer endure the avaricious demeanor of these vile dragons. This castle, along with the treasures contained within, rightfully belonged to my mother, the legendary golden dragon Atres, and had no connection whatsoever to you. Not a single coppa's worth of connection. The Muria's words struck like daggers, piercing deeply into the hearts of the 6 young dragons, leaving them feeling desolate and chilled. We were born and raised here, the young dragon Jessica weakly protested. Yes, as my pet, Muria replied, showcasing her pearly white teeth. This castle belongs to your mother, does it not? Austin gazed up at Muria as if she were a mine of gold, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Cynthia, Andre, let us join forces to defeat Muria, then capture her and extort a ransom from her mother. The wicked dragon summoned her siblings, while Cynthia rolled her eyes, dismissing her brother's outlandish idea as utterly foolish. After all, who would dare to kidnap the offspring of a legendary golden dragon on her own territory? However, to her astonishment, the other 3 young dragons, aside from Renata, eagerly nodded in agreement, prompting her to regard her siblings with a mix of incredulity and a sense of intellectual superiority. Kidnap me? Extort a ransom? Muria found their naivety somewhat amusing, yet considering their age, it was somewhat understandable. Provided they could defeat me. If they lost, they would obediently continue as my pets. We must defeat Muria. The 4 young dragons exchanged determined glances, their spirits ignited. Meanwhile, Cynthia and Renata were preoccupied with other thoughts, their minds far removed from the impending battle in the grand arena. Muria, observing the 6 young dragons before her, spread her arms wide and declared to the young dragons and the onlooking giants, "This battle knows no bounds. The sky, the earth, and even the ocean may serve as our battlefield, and it shall only conclude when one side is utterly vanquished and concedes." She then turned to the giants surrounding her. "No creature may intervene in my battle until a victor is decided. Well done, young Muria, quite the self-aware one." Within the crystalline castle, the golden dragoness, transformed into a breathtaking maiden, sat gracefully upon a throne forged from various legendary metals, her gaze fixed upon the images displayed on the crystal walls. The scene depicted Muria and the 6 young dragons, as the golden dragoness reclined elegantly on her expansive throne, resting her chin on her smooth, pale hand, murmuring to herself, "It seems the group giant immobilization spell I devised in advance will go unused. TSK, truly worthy of being my progeny. In the arena, at the moment a purple-haired storm giant clad in armor announced the commencement of the battle, the young dragon Austin surged forward, leading the charge. Closely followed by Andre, Jessica, and Albert, while the young female dragons Cynthia and Renata brought up the rear, the 6 young dragons lunged at Muria, unleashing their signature dragon breath attacks upon her. For other creatures, the breath of the red dragon would inflict tremendous harm. Yet, upon Muria, it completely lost its potency. Muria felt as though a few cups of warm water had been poured over her, far from painful. It was even somewhat pleasant that the most formidable among the chromatic dragons, the red dragons, might appear somewhat foolish due to their youth, but their combat instincts were undeniably exceptional. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of their breath, the young dragons immediately ceased their assault, with Austin leading the charge, preparing to engage Muria in close combat. Roar, Austin bellowed, opening his maw lined with sharp dragon teeth, lunging at Muria, while the other young dragons mimicked him, their mouths agape, ready to bite. Humph! Muria, seeing 6 enormous jaws aimed at her, remained unfazed. The martial knowledge inherited from the Titans was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing experiences and techniques to combat various beings, including powerful and incomprehensible monsters, deep-sea giants, and, of course, dragons, even strategies to confront deities. Swish! Muria extended her hand, and amidst Austin's astonished gaze, she seized his neck with a firm grip, skillfully sidestepping the snapping jaws of the other 5 dragons. She hoisted the struggling Austin, who was desperately raking her skin with his claws, leaving red marks, high into the air, then forcefully slammed him onto the granite ground below. Boom! The sound of the impact sent a shiver through all onlookers, creating a dragon-shaped indentation in the granite, with Austin embedded within it. Muria, adorned with a chilling smile, surveyed the other 5 young dragons. Then, with a powerful flap of her golden wings, she ascended into the sky, intent on engaging in aerial combat. Chapter 25. The Gold Dragon Matron, who pits her young dragons, are inherently magical beings capable of flight. Upon seeing Muria ascend into the heavens, the young dragons unfurled their wide, crimson wings in pursuit. Although Cynthia and Renata lagged behind intentionally, in the sky, Muria leveraged her superior speed and greater flying experience to toy with the young dragons. She had realized that dealing with them was remarkably effortless. Not to mention, among the 6 young dragons, 2 were merely coasting along. Muria, being older than the young dragons, possessed greater strength and swifter agility, and she had mastered all offensive spells from the 1st to the 4th circle. At this moment, she could scarcely fathom any reason for her potential defeat. Just then, as Muria glanced down, she was astonished to see Austin manage to rise again. Truly, one must commend the resilience of one of the strongest dragon species. Below, on the granite floor of the arena, Austin staggered out of the dragon-shaped indentation created by Muria. After taking a few wobbly steps, his unsteady form regained its composure, squinting his crimson dragon eyes towards the sky. He spread his wings and, after a brief run, soared upward to join the fray against Muria. Such vitality and physical prowess. Dragons are indeed extraordinary, Muria muttered to himself, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was a more twisted existence than the dragons themselves. With a physique as sturdy as reinforced steel, even the impact of my previous strike should have left me deformed. Yet remarkably, there was no consequence at all. Muria gained a newfound understanding of the physical prowess and regenerative abilities of the dragons. It seemed he would need to unleash a bit more of his true capabilities. Victory should also come with a flourish. With a swift incantation, he conjured a series of magical projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of pale blue orbs of energy were unleashed by Muria, each locking onto 6 juvenile dragons before crashing into them. Bang, bang, bang. As these energy spheres struck the young dragons, they detonated, precisely as Muria had anticipated, inflicting not a trace of magical harm upon them. However, the force of the explosions did slightly disrupt the flight patterns of the juvenile dragons. This was precisely what Muria desired. He flapped his expansive wings vigorously and darted toward the group of young dragons, seizing one of their tails before the others could react. Muria, no. Albert, the juvenile dragon caught by Muria, instantly fell into a state of sheer terror as he helplessly watched Muria lift him above his head, only to be hurled downwards with great force. In an instant, the young dragon transformed into a red meteor, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact caused the earth beneath Albert to explode, sending black and yellow soil flying, while nearby shrubs were stripped bare of their leaves and most of their slender branches, leaving only a few desolate trunks behind. Muria glanced away from the dazed Albert, sensing that it would likely take some time for him to recover, and he would not pose any trouble for the foreseeable future. In the air, after several exchanges with the 5 juvenile dragons, Muria finally seized an opening and captured the dragon he most desired, the youngest female dragon, Renata. "Master Muria, please don't throw me down. I fear pain." The young female dragon, Renata, looked up at Muria with tear-filled eyes, on the verge of tears, her pitiful appearance a stark contrast to her fierce red dragon exterior. "Be ye good, and I shall toss you into that lake over there. Once you're in the water, pretend to be unconscious and don't fly back up," Muria instructed, glancing at this little traitor who had secretly been reporting to him about the other 5 juvenile dragons. "Okay," the young female dragon nodded vigorously, having no desire to fight Muria. However, her siblings insisted that, in the interest of unity, she must comply. Splash. Muria kept his promise, accurately tossing the young female dragon Renata into a freshwater lake formed by the recent rains on the island. Renata obediently submerged herself, making no attempt to surface. After all, for dragons, even in the most toxic environments like the abyss, survival was possible. What was a mere underwater setting to fear? Even elemental weaknesses were of little consequence. The others remained oblivious to the young dragon's unusual behavior, except for Cynthia, who had been swimming alongside Renata from the very beginning. After a few thoughtful glances, a plan began to form in her mind. After enduring several skirmishes, Cynthia deliberately leaned toward Muria, only to be effortlessly seized by the neck. "Can you throw me into the water like you did with Renata? I promise I won't fly again." Cynthia whispered to Muria. "Certainly," Muria replied, a hint of surprise flickering across her features before readily acquiescing to the request. The physical prowess and regenerative capabilities of dragons were exceedingly vexing, constrained by the inability to slay them. Muria could only engage in a war of attrition. Within the crystalline castle, the current generation of red dragons was decidedly inferior to its predecessors. The golden dragoness, Atris, sat upon her throne, observing the live broadcast before her with a sigh. "At least it has served some purpose," compelling little Muria to study diligently for a time. Yet, what of the future? Once little Muria emerges victorious, she is bound to become complacent, inevitably succumbing to the lethargy typical of most dragons, devoting her days solely to eating and sleeping. Transforming into a talent-dependent wastrel, the exquisite maiden perched upon the imposing throne pondered with a hint of distress. Suddenly, amidst her contemplations, a crackling of golden thunder pierced the space beside her, heralding the arrival of a striking young man with flowing black hair and sharp features. Clad in armor, emanating the aura of thunder and tempest as he stepped through the rift he had torn open. "Answer, how fared you in the abyss?" The golden dragoness greeted the man beside her with practiced ease. He was her husband, Muria's father, the legendary titan. "Answer, it was quite enjoyable," the young man replied, a look of delight gracing his countenance. His mood was unmistakably buoyant. "Did you slay a few demon lords?" "I can hardly recall, but certainly 6 or 7, he responded. "And the remains of those demon lords? They were sent to the elves, though." Atris nodded, concluding the conversation. The object of her desire had already slipped away. However, the golden dragoness's reluctance to converse did not extend to Titan Ansur, who, now diminished to the stature of an ordinary human, gazed at the crystalline wall before the throne and chuckled out, "I never thought that in the blink of an eye my son would have grown so much. He appears to be enjoying himself." Yet, it was not merely a fleeting moment, but a full 13 years. Suddenly, a thought struck Atris, igniting her interest. 13 years, you say? How swiftly time flies." Ansur nodded in agreement, reflecting on the passage of time. "Are you planning to see little Muria later?" "What else would I do?" Ansur looked at the golden dragoness with curiosity. "You cannot just go like that," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You must realize that little Muria has not seen you since her birth. As a father, you have been quite remiss. Therefore, to atone for your absence, you ought to prepare a gift for little Muria." "That makes sense," Ansur concurred, nodding vigorously before turning to Atris. "What do you think I should give to my son whom I haven't seen in 13 years? "Well, I do have a suggestion," Atris replied, her eyes narrowing with a smile. With a graceful sweep of her hand, an array of books traversed through small, whimsical portals, gracefully floating around the throne. This was little Muria, who, after 13 years of existence, had perused every book save for the tomes of spells. The Golden Dragoness introduced these volumes to Ansur, her voice laced with warmth. Ansur cast a cursory glance over the titles. The hatching of white dragon eggs. On the environmental impact on dragon eggs, necessary conditions for hatching dragon eggs, caring for dragon eggs, a study on the birth environment of dragons. Observing the myriad of titles, Ansur naturally deduced, my son has a fondness for dragon eggs. Then, the Titan turned his gaze toward the crystal screen displaying youthful red dragons, nodding thoughtfully. He also enjoys raising dragons. Now, you understand what gift to present to little Muria, do you not? The Golden Dragoness remarked with a knowing smile. Understood. Ansur directed his attention to the Golden Dragoness. How many red dragon eggs did you give to Muria? Not many. Merely 6.6, you say? Ansur murmured, his hand tearing through the fabric of space as he departed the crystal castle. I shall prepare the gift. It may take some time. Observing her husband's departing words, the Golden Dragoness nodded in satisfaction, resuming her languid posture. Little Muria ought to express his gratitude to me, had it not been for my reminder. Ansur would have neglected to prepare a gift. The Golden Dragoness, Atres, unwittingly lamented, harboring no intention of undermining her own child, as she genuinely believed she was acting in Muria's best interest, and indeed, that was the case. In the skies above the training grounds, Muria delightedly frolicked with 4 young dragons, while the young female dragons, Cynthia and Renata, obediently lay on the lakebed, feigning death. How feeble, Muria mused as he observed the 4 young dragons, occasionally seizing one and tossing it to the ground, creating a series of dragon-shaped craters upon the island. He held no concern for the well-being of the young dragons, for Muria was always able to see that those who were thrown into the earth would soon rise again and continue their playful assault. At that moment, Muria inexplicably shivered, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. What is happening? With Muria's current monstrous constitution, ordinary ailments were scarcely a concern. Unbeknownst to him, his legendary Titan father, Ansur, was heeding the Golden Dragoness's counsel and preparing a most sincere gift for their meeting. Chapter 26. Establishing Independence. Sophia, could you kindly reiterate what you just said? Muria gazed in disbelief at the golden-haired dragonborn girl before him. Young Master Muria, though it is indeed hard to believe. The truth remains, Lady Atres has resolved to revoke your residency within the castle. Please vacate the premises with your pets by the end of the day, the headmaid, Sophia, stated with unwavering formality. So, my mother intends to expel me. If that is how you wish to interpret it, then you are not mistaken. Why? Muria remained perplexed. After all, his mother was the illustrious golden dragon, the epitome of benevolence. Not a malevolent creature. How could she possibly decide to expel her own progeny from her castle? The headmaid remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the corner of the room where 6 young dragons lay in deep slumber. Following Sophia's line of sight, Muria suddenly comprehended the situation that a month prior, after toying with the young dragons for an extended period, he had grown impatient and unleashed a 4th circle spell, empowered by his bloodline, the Sphere of Lightning. Each of the 4 young dragons had taken a formidable hit. Even with their draconic defenses, they could only mitigate a fraction of the damage. That day, the young dragons were reminded of the terror instilled by Muria's thunderous might. Since that incident, all the young dragons had become exceptionally docile, obeying Muria's every command, save for one stipulation. They insisted on daily admiration of the Golden Dragoness's treasured collections, drooling all the while. Though the young dragons were acutely aware that these treasures would never belong to them, they nevertheless roamed the crystalline castle, exploring every nook and cranny. Muria had no doubt that, were it not for the formidable defensive spells laid down by the Golden Dragoness, theft would be a daily occurrence within the castle. Muria found himself at a loss. He could hardly confine these young dragons to a room indefinitely, for they were, after all, red dragons with intellect equal to or surpassing that of humans. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. The Golden Dragoness, Atres, could no longer tolerate the presence of 6 young dragons who incessantly coveted her collectibles. Initially, she had found their presence somewhat endearing, but as time passed, her patience wore thin. The 6 young dragons not only gazed longingly at the treasures, but also frequently nestled among them, occasionally licking the artifacts. Were it not for Muria's firm restraint, they would have slept atop the crystal display, clutching these prized possessions. Now, having reached her limit, the Golden Dragoness Atres resolved to expel all 6 young dragons from the crystalline castle, her ire extending to their caretaker, her own offspring, Muria. Consequently, Muria received a notification from the head maid. Sophia.it was she who had initially insisted he nurture these troublesome dragons, and now she sought to cast him out because of them. Muria, his countenance darkened, expressed his indignation, stating that according to draconic standards, he was but a child, not even a young adult. Young Master Muria, regarding this matter, Lady Atreides has directed me to convey her sentiments to you, Sophia announced, clearing her throat before mimicking the golden dragoness's tone. Little Muria, you have reached the age of 13 this year. At this age, were you human, you could wed and raise a family, living independently. As my son, Atreides Alances, you are certainly no less capable than a human. Thus, you should leave the castle and establish your own domain. Upon finishing, Sophia regarded Muria with a hint of sympathy as he grimaced. Humph, was the only sound Muria emitted, vividly encapsulating his dissatisfaction. If I must leave, then so be it. I shall find a way to thrive beyond the crystalline castle. With a scowl upon his face, Muria approached the 6 sleeping hatchlings huddled together, rousing them one by one with a kick. What's the meaning of this? Muria, I haven't had enough sleep yet, complained the little female dragon. Jessica, stifling a yawn with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sleep? There's no longer a place for me here. Nor for you. Now, follow me. Follow you? Where to? Inquired the young dragon, Albert, with curiosity. That we are leaving this crystal castle and venturing outside to construct a castle of my own. Leaving this castle? Cynthia exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense. This is my home. I would rather die than leave. Is that so? Muria replied darkly, golden lightning crackling in his hand. If it weren't for you wretched dragons, I wouldn't have been dragged down alongside you, cast out by my mother. Now, I ask you once more, will you come or not? Gazing at the golden lightning in Muria's hand, the young dragons, who had already endured considerable hardship, felt a chill run down their spines. They nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains, agreeing without hesitation. Even the rebellious Austin complied, fully aware that refusal would likely result in Muria turning them into charred dragon remains and dragging them away. Muria had little to gather, aside from the 6 hatchlings and the outfit he wore, which could adjust to his size. He possessed no other personal belongings. Young Master Muria, Lord Atreides has decreed that you may take any creature from this island willing to accompany you, spoke Sophia suddenly as they were about to exit the room. Moreover, you may return at any time to borrow any book from the library. Upon hearing this, Muria paused, nodded in acknowledgement, and led the 6 hatchlings out of Sophia's sight. As Muria reached the castle gate, he heard a very familiar voice. Young Master Muria, wait for me, called out a striking dragonkin maiden who had chased after him. Mia, Muria smiled. What brings you here? I heard you were leaving. And as your loyal maid, I naturally must accompany you. The girl replied with an air of certainty. Very well, you may come with me. Muria agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. He then looked down at the 24 cloud giant guards kneeling before him and issued his command. Go and inform all the giants on the island that I, Muria Iapetos Alances, am declaring my independence from this day forth. I will await all willing giants at the training ground until sunset. The 24 cloud giants initially appeared bewildered, but their expressions swiftly morphed into ecstatic delight. As you wish, Your Highness Muria. Then, the 24 cloud giant guards rose, disregarding their duty of guarding the castle gate. Without hesitation, they employed their semblance of magical abilities, casting flight and soaring into the air, each dispersing to various gathering places of giants across the island to convey Muria's message. When Muria, accompanied by the 6 hatchlings who frequently looked back, and his devoted maid Mia, arrived at the training ground, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. In the open space of the training grounds, upon the steps, stood an assembly of giants. Cloud giants, storm giants, hill giants, and tide giants. They gathered in familial units, creating a breathtaking spectacle. An even more astonishing occurrence unfolded when these giants, upon noticing Muria's arrival, knelt upon one knee like fields of wheat bending to a fierce wind, regardless of age, gender, or size. Muria was momentarily taken aback by this sight. Although he had witnessed a grander scene at the tender age of 5, he had been positioned too high then, seeing merely a dark mass. Lacking the profound impact of this close encounter, among the kneeling giants, a straight path emerged, leading to the pinnacle of the training grounds, a stone throne that afforded a panoramic view of the entire arena. With an inexplicable emotion coursing through him, Muria walked along the path towards the throne, closely followed by Mia, while 6 young dragons obediently trailed behind, captivated by the scene before them, for their inherited knowledge bore no description of such a tableau. Eventually, Muria reached the zenith of the training grounds, plopping down upon the throne, surveying the multitude of kneeling giants below. Beside him stood a lovely maiden, while at his feet, the 6 young dragons lay prostrate. Thus, a swell of pride and satisfaction arose within him, diffusing the discontent stemming from his mother's rejection. "Rise," Muria proclaimed, uttering his first words upon entering the training grounds. Once the giants stood, he continued, "Please be patient. We shall await the arrival of all giants willing to follow me." From his elevated position, Muria's gaze extended further. From all corners of the island, male giants accompanied by their wives and children approached. In the more distant coastal waters, a procession of azure-skinned tide giants emerged from the sea, stepping onto land. Behind these tide giants, a plethora of marine creatures followed: nagas, sirens, merfolk, all many of whom could not set foot on land. "Titans," Muria murmured to himself, fully aware that the awe-inspiring sight before him stemmed from the pure Titan blood coursing through his veins. Strictly speaking, Titans were indeed part of the giant race, representing the most formidable faction among them, bearing extraordinary significance to the other giant species. "Evolution," Muria whispered, recalling the knowledge he had gleaned from the library of the Golden Dragon Matron. Titans, in certain respects, bore resemblance to dragons, when powerful dragons resided in a particular area for an extended period. The energy they emanated subtly transformed their surroundings, molding it into the most suitable habitat for themselves. However, the influence of powerful dragons extended far beyond this. The aura they exuded could even affect the creatures dwelling nearby, resulting in a phenomenon known as draconic transformation. Just as the myriad dragon maids within the crystalline castle of the Golden Dragon Mistress were once ordinary human maidens, they have been transformed through the insidious influence of her aura. This metamorphosis has led them to exhibit draconic traits, evolving from mere humans into extraordinary beings that transcend humanity, a quintessential evolution of life itself. The majority of mid to low-tier dragon beasts in Alasia have arisen from this phenomenon. They, or their ancestors, were imbued with the essence of dragons, inheriting a faint trace of draconic power, which rendered them distinctly unique. As for the high-tier dragon beasts, they are the result of direct intervention by dragons, crafted through well-known means. The breath of dragons can permeate the surrounding mundane entities, instigating a fundamental evolution of life. Titans possess a similar, albeit more potent, power. The aura they emit can enable those giants who have reached the limits of life to transcend their constraints, even enhancing their life potential and augmenting their strength. Chapter 27. The semi-plane of the legendary mage. Upon the empty platform of the crystalline castle, the Golden Dragon Mistress, Atris, surveyed the training grounds below. Now reduced to the size of a palm, though the distance was considerable, her draconic vision afforded her a clear view. Such a multitude of giants could easily flatten a principality upon the continent. "Lady Atris," came the voice of head maid Sophia as she approached the humanoid form of the Golden Dragon Mistress. "All the cloud giants have departed the castle as per your instructions. Any cloud giant that sought to resign was summarily dismissed, their contracts annulled, allowing them to leave." "Sophia, do you perceive me as being in a state of disarray?" The exquisite maiden slightly tilted her head, presenting her flawless profile to the head maid. "Those cloud giants would rather breach their contracts than follow me, this legendary golden dragon. Instead, they have chosen to bow and kneel before my son." Upon witnessing her mistress's profile, headmaid Sophia felt her heart race involuntarily, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Hearing the words of the Golden Dragon Mistress, she lowered her gaze. "Lady Atris, the cloud giant's willingness to follow Master Muria stems from his Titan bloodline, rather than his strength. This merely attests to the formidable nature of Titan blood and its unparalleled influence over giants, which in no way diminishes your majesty. I am aware of the significance of Titans to the giants. However, gazing upon my now desolate castle, I cannot help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction." The Golden Dragon Mistress Atris remarked with a hint of discontent. "Lady Atris, all the draconic maidens are steadfastly guarding the castle for you." Headmaid Sophia replied with serene composure. "And I, Lady Atris, am a servant willing to follow you until the end of my days," proclaimed Bart, the golden dragon beast. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed through the air as a colossal golden dragon beast descended upon the castle's platform. The golden dragon commander, Bart, landed with a rush, the gales generated by his rapid descent quelled by an unseen force, transforming into an incredibly soothing breeze. "Bart, Sophia, I am aware of your loyalty," Atreides said, her gaze still fixed on Muria, who lounged upon a stone throne, lazily flicking his tail. Without turning, she allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. "Bart, next time you land, do not be so hasty that I apologize, esteemed Lady Atreides, for my negligence in disturbing you." The golden dragon, filled with shame, prostrated itself upon the ground. Take heed next time," Lady Atreides remarked with an air of indifference. Mistress Sophia, following the gaze of Lady Atreides, beheld the expansive and majestic training grounds. However, the giants within remained obscured from her view. "Is it not premature for young Master Muria to step away from your protection and lead an independent life?" "Premature," Lady Atreides, with a semblance of a smile, turned her gaze to Mistress Sophia. "Sophia, the reason dragon hatchlings cannot separate from their parents too early is due to the perilous nature of this world. The young dragons lack the strength to safeguard themselves. Yet here, regardless of where little Muria wishes to venture within the Tempest Ocean, he shall encounter no danger. All sentient beings residing here will protect him, for he is a child of the Titans. And this sea is the domain of the Titans. Even deities would not dare to cause a ruckus here. For young Muria, this is undoubtedly the safest place in the world that I understand," Mistress Sophia replied, her expression one of realization. "Indeed, Lady Atreides, your foresight is remarkable." "Ha ha, Sophia, you must have considered this. Surely, you find it difficult to part with little Muria, having watched him grow." Lady Atreides chuckled, her gaze fixed playfully on the headmaid. "You jest, my lady," Sophia replied, her head lowered in embarrassment. "Are we departing already?" Everyone is gathered. Below, the training grounds underwent a transformation, drawing Lady Adelice's attention back downward. Though she feigned indifference, her concern for her son was palpable. On the training grounds, Muria received reports from the 18 cloud giant leaders. All cloud giants on the island, regardless of age or gender, had assembled near the training grounds, awaiting his command. "Have all the cloud giants arrived?" Muria inquired, observing the dense throng of cloud giants gathered outside the training grounds, a sight that confirmed all of the island's cloud giants were indeed present. "Thus, my mother's castle is left unguarded by giants?" Muria scrutinized the cloud giant leaders before him. "Your Highness Muria, we have tendered our resignation to Lady Atreides. Regrettably, we did not encounter her, but Miss Sophia has graciously represented Lady Atreides and consented to our request." "Is that so?" Muria mused softly, stroking his chin. "If the cloud giants are to accompany me, then my golden dragon mother shall undoubtedly feel forsaken." "Huh, how amusing that you wish to send me away." As Muria whispered what he believed to be inaudible to others, a faint chuckle echoed in his ear. Muria's hair stood on end, a sense of foreboding washing over him, standing upon the castle platform. Lady Atreides suddenly emitted a cold laugh, prompting puzzled glances between Sophia and Commander Bart behind her. Underestimated by her own son, Lady Atreides smirked. "Ah, little Muria, today I shall unveil to you the essence of legend." With a delicate arch of her brow, the golden dragoness unleashed a radiant golden light from her seemingly frail and delicate form, transforming it into a colossal pillar that shattered the clouds above the castle, creating a vast void that unveiled the deep blue sky. High upon the throne in the training arena, Muria, already attuned to the unfolding events, lifted his gaze toward the shimmering heights of the crystal castle. The golden beam of light flickered for merely a few seconds before disintegrating, and then, with a commanding presence, the majestic golden dragon emerged above the castle. Its elongated body, adorned with gleaming golden scales, exuded an unparalleled beauty, while its expansive golden wings unfurled, as if intending to envelop the entire castle. The visible aura of pale golden draconic power radiated from the colossal dragon, shrouding the vast island spanning over 1,000 square kilometers. The ferocious wolves, savage eagles, and griffins, raised by the giants, were all pressed to the ground under the might of the dragoness presence, trembling in fear, some even succumbing to their own excrement. Is this truly the authentic visage of my mother? As Muria beheld the golden dragon perched majestically above the castle, he was struck by a sense of awe and wonder. In that moment, he comprehended that what he had previously encountered were merely diminished or humanoid manifestations of the golden dragoness. He had never witnessed her true draconic form within the confines of the castle, The golden dragoness was so immense that even the grandest hall of the castle could barely accommodate her true form. Thus, Muria had only ever seen her in her humanoid guise. Now, for the first time, he laid eyes upon his mother's genuine stature, a golden dragon nearly 200 meters in length. Of course, subtracting the nearly 100-meter-long, elegant tail, her true size was a little over 100 meters. When the golden dragoness spread her expansive golden wings, her presence appeared even more formidable, according to the texts. Ancestral golden dragons were said to be on par with titans, and Muria now grasped the meaning of that comparison, that in terms of both size and arcane prowess, the ancestral dragon could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with titans. In the Crystal Castle, the golden dragoness revealed her true form and cast a fleeting glance at Muria, from which a tremendous wave of power emanated, causing a colossal rift in space to materialize beneath her. Through this rift, Muria beheld a wild and primordial jungle. Although the trees within were not as towering as those on Titan Isle, they brimmed with life. Roar, roar, two resounding dragon roars echoed from the rift, and two familiar red dragons emerged, soaring through the air before obediently prostrating themselves at the feet of the golden dragoness. These were the parents of the 6 young dragons Muria had raised. The unfortunate red dragon couple, roar, growl, hiss, following closely behind the couple of the red dragon. A continuous stream of golden bipedal dragons surged forth from the spatial rift above, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun. Below, swarms of subdragon beasts could be seen. The robust and powerful bipedal Tyrannosaurus, the quadrupedal Triceratops adorned with triangular bony armor atop its head, the relatively petite yet agile Velociraptor, and the fearsome-looking Allosaurus. Regardless of their type, all these dragon beasts shared a common trait. Their scales and bone armor gleamed with a golden hue, a symbol of being imbued with the power of the golden dragon matron. The golden tide began from the spatial rift beneath the golden dragon matron, gradually spreading across the entire island, occupying the once desolate space. The golden dragon beast legion. Could this be the true power of my mother's favor? Muria gazed enviously at the rift from which the dragon beasts were continually emerging, yearning for such a legion for himself that a semi-planar space, only possible to be created by legendary mages. If the area of the space were sufficiently vast, it would be akin to carrying a miniature world within one's grasp. Muria, filled with envy, contemplated the rift, aware of this fundamental knowledge of mages. Little Muria, quickly take your followers away. It would be just right to make some room for my own followers. A gentle female voice echoed in Muria's ear. This was the voice of the golden dragon matron, Atres. He was now thoroughly convinced that the previous chuckle he heard was far from a figment of his imagination. With a complex mix of emotions, Muria issued a command to the giants who had gathered. Set forth, seek out an island 10 times larger than this one to make our home. Then, Muria unfurled his dragon wings, cradling his devoted maid, Mia, as he soared into the sky. Behind him, 6 young dragons cast a lingering glance at the crystal castle before following Muria's figure into the heavens. As for their parents, they were indeed present, yet none wished to acknowledge their lineage. It would be too shameful for a dragon. Below, one after another, the cloud giants performed levitation spells, ascending into the air to follow Muria, while the mountain giants, tidal giants, and storm giants marched forward with great strides, heading in the direction of Muria's flight. Upon reaching the sea, the storm giants walked upon the waves, the tidal giants submerged themselves beneath the water, while the mountain giants, with an expression of discomfort, reluctantly mounted the enormous sea beasts provided by the oceanic tribes that in that moment. The sky was filled with cloud giants swirling amidst the mist, while the sea surface was dominated by the towering storm giants alongside the mountain giants seated upon their aquatic mounts. Below the waves, the tidal giants prowled stealthily. Amongst the giants, countless oceanic races thrived: Naga, sirens, merfolk. The scene was truly magnificent and awe-inspiring. Chapter 28. Taiji Island. This island appeared quite promising to eye in the air. Muria gazed down at a sea island. Among the Titan archipelago, the vast majority of islands were wild jungles inhabited by various formidable beasts and monsters. Only a small fraction of the islands were home to intelligent races. These races had gained the Titans' recognition, possessing resources deemed beneficial to the Titans, thus earning their right to reside there for the vast majority of other races. They were essentially deemed useless by the Titans and would naturally not be welcome to settle in the Titan archipelago. Thus, among the multitude of islands within the Titan archipelago, Muria could freely select any island that caught his fancy. Below him, the island he chose differed significantly from the one where the crystal castle of the Golden Dragon Maiden resided. It was not located at the periphery of the Titan archipelago, but was, in fact, situated at a considerable distance from its outermost reaches. As for how far it was from the very center of the Titan archipelago, Muria was uncertain. He only knew that the archipelago itself was vast. And without a map, he had no means to ascertain its true extent. The island selected by Muria possessed two distinct characteristics. The first was its considerable size. At Muria's flying speed, it would take nearly an hour to circle the island. To determine its exact dimensions would require a giant well-versed in measurement to conduct an on-site evaluation. Regrettably, Muria lacked the ability to discern exact area from a mere glance in the sky. The second remarkable feature of this island was its exceptionally regular and unique shape that at first glance from above. Muria mistook it for a near-circular landmass, but upon closer inspection, he discerned 8 prominent protrusions along its edges, lending the island an appearance akin to a regular octagon. Overall, the island's outline was a harmonious blend between an octagon and a circle. However, the most compelling reason for Muria's decision to reside here lay in the islands surrounding it. This uniquely shaped island was encircled by 8 elongated landforms, each corresponding orderly to one of the octagonal island's edges. Although the shapes of these 8 islands varied, their positions, coupled with the circular island they enclosed, conjured an ancient and enigmatic pattern in Muria's mind. The Taiji Bagua. I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall dwell upon this island, Muria declared, extending his hand downward to indicate to the throng of giant leaders gathered around him. This island shall henceforth be known as Taiji Island at your command, Your Highness. The giant leaders responded respectfully. Most islands within the Titan archipelago were nameless, thus allowing Muria the liberty to bestow names as he pleased. The name Taiji initially struck the giant leaders as peculiar, but upon repeated utterance, they began to sense an underlying significance within it, accompanied by 6 young dragons and a multitude of cloud giants and fog giants. Muria descended onto the newly named Taiji Island. As they approached, the air was filled with the terrified roars and howls of beasts, startled by the overwhelming presence of golden-grayed giants. The ground trembled ominously as the creatures fled. The resources of the Titan archipelago were so abundant that they had nurtured a vast number of beasts and monsters. Consequently, a circular tide of beasts emerged, centered around Muria and his companions. Wait, do not descend any further, Muria commanded, raising his hand to halt the advancing cloud giants. Upon witnessing the approaching tide of beasts, the invigorating scent of flora wafted into Muruya's nostrils, allowing him to perceive the vibrant life force that thrived upon this island. Yet, beneath his feet lay a carpet of withered branches and decaying leaves, the rich, loamy earth serving as a reminder that competition here was equally fierce. He instructed all the giants, under the condition that their safety remained unthreatened, to primarily drive away any creatures encountered on the island without causing them harm. Muruya cast a glance at the cloud giants surrounding him, acknowledging that it was indeed they who had encroached upon the territories of these beings. The giant leaders exchanged incredulous glances at Muruya's command. However, despite some murmurs, they ultimately refrained from voicing any dissent. At that moment, they recalled the entity they aspired to follow, one who not only bore the blood of titans, but also that of the noble golden dragon, known for its strength, fairness, and benevolence throughout the world. As you command, Your Highness, the 12 cloud giant leaders obediently set forth to relay Muruya's orders. Recognizing that these directives were not unreasonable, the beasts and monsters in the vicinity of the giants' descent had nearly all fled, leaving behind naught but vegetation. Meanwhile, on the shores of Taiji Island, storm giants surged forth, accompanied by mountain giants riding upon sea creatures provided by the oceanic kin, as well as tidal giants emerging from the depths. Their arrival heralded a resurgence of a beastly tide upon Taiji Island. As night fell and the stars adorned the sky, Muruya stood atop a small hill, over 100 meters high. Accompanied by 6 young dragons and his maid, Mia, they silently observed the giants below, felling sturdy ancient trees to clear vast swathes of land. Mia, today I scared many of the island's native inhabitants into abandoning their nests. Do you think I was too harsh? Muruya chuckled, recalling the events of the day as he addressed his maid. Mia, standing close behind him, blinked her bright eyes in surprise. Young Master Muruya? I hadn't even considered that. You are so kind to think of the island's beasts. If only my noble lord possessed even a fraction of your compassion, my childhood would have been far less arduous. Haha, Mia, to the island's natives, I am hardly a figure of kindness or mercy. I have forced many animals to seek new homes and compete with other monsters for territory, Muria replied with a wry smile. However, his focus was not on the island's wildlife, as he believed he had already made the best possible arrangements for them. You mentioned that you were the daughter of a fallen noble. Yet even so, your life must have been considerably better than that of commoners. How could it have been so difficult? Young Master Muria, Mia responded, though my family still bears the title of nobility. Our circumstances are scarcely better than those of ordinary peasants. The principal reason lies in the excessive and varied taxes imposed by our lord. My family is relatively fortunate. In my city, there are annual occurrences of starvation. And during winter, it is not uncommon to see frozen corpses lining the roads. Yet, do those lords not reduce the taxes? In my recollection, taxes have only ever increased, never decreased. Is there truly no one who dares to oppose such a lord? Muria felt incredulous. The taxes had become so burdensome they could lead to starvation. In the ancient past of my previous life, any ruler who dared to impose such hardship would have been unceremoniously toppled from their throne. Indeed, there were attempts at rebellion, but they were swiftly quelled by the Lord's guards, with the bodies displayed on gallows at the city gates. Resistance, it seemed, only led to death without any hope of change. Mia spoke with a hint of sadness. Her words left Muria in a contemplative silence, as he began to grasp the harsh realities of this world. The nobility of Eurasia was far from the ineffectual aristocrats of his former life. Here, the nobles wielded extraordinary power commensurate with their status, rendering any uprising by the common folk utterly futile. What manner of lord are you referring to? Muria inquired once more. The lords surrounding the city where I reside are all of this ilk. As for those further afield, I cannot say, but they are likely similar. Mia replied after a moment's thought. Is that so? Muria chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth as he addressed Mia. Upon reaching adulthood, I shall journey across the continents. Should I encounter such noble lords, I will storm their castles and drag them into the public square. The maid, initially intrigued by Muria's words, soon wore an expression of horror as she listened intently. Finally, hearing him declare, to publicly execute these scoundrels, young Master Muria, the girl was taken aback by his words. I have never heard anyone speak of a lord in such a manner, and such declarations could yield unpredictable consequences. There were none before, yet here we are now, Muria replied with a smile. As for the consequences, I am confident I shall be able to bear them once I come of age. The girl fell silent, at a loss for words. Even one as bold as she found it difficult to imagine Muria's assertions. Mia, however, held no doubt that Muria would possess the capability to achieve what he claimed in the future, and thus felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation for when Muria would embark on his worldly travels. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for the lack of a suitable place for you to rest. Just as Muria, Mia, and the 6 drowsy companions settled into a moment of tranquility, numerous cloud giants, along with formidable storm giants, tidal giants, and mountain giants, approached Muria and knelt before him in apology. This is of no concern. Muria waved his hand dismissively. No, Your Highness, allowing you to sleep rough in the wilderness is the greatest dereliction of duty on our part, spoke the cloud giant leader, Abter, lowering his head. However, we have devised a plan to construct a castle befitting your stature. You wish to build a castle for me? Muria replied, somewhat astonished, yet soon at ease. There is no need for haste. First, attend to the dwellings of your kin, then my castle may follow. Your Highness, we rugged men can endure sleeping in the wild for as long as necessary. But we cannot allow you to endure the same. That would be an affront to your identity as a scion of the Titans. A towering mountain giant, with a bronze complexion and a robust physique, grinned widely as he spoke. This mountain giant was somewhat taller than his kin, yet he was not a leader among giants. He merely represented his kind in the council. In truth, apart from the 18-leader class cloud giants born from the Grand Assembly, there were no leaders among the other 3 types of giants. Indeed, Your Highness, the words of the mountain giant representative elicited a chorus of agreement from several cloud giant leaders. Your Highness, please entrust us mountain giants with the task of constructing the castle. We assure you that we will erect the tallest and most magnificent fortress in the shortest time possible, declared one of the mountain giant representatives. Have you brutish creatures build the castle? Humph, will what you produce even resemble a castle? sneered a cloud giant leader, surveying the mountain giant clad in animal skins. What else can you mountain giants do besides burrowing in the hills? How dare you look down upon us mountain giants? The representative of his kin seethed with rage, brandishing the large wooden club in his hand, ready to strike the insolent cloud giant leader. Chapter 29. The castle stop. Do you dare act with aggression before his highness? Beside the mountain giant, a storm giant swung his greatsword, effortlessly severing the wooden club from the mountain giant's grasp. At the mountain giant's face flushed a deep crimson. Then, in humiliation, he cast aside the remaining half of the club and knelt before Muria, saying, "Your Highness, I meant no offense." However, he raised his gaze, glaring fiercely at the cloud giant leader who had just mocked him. "I cannot tolerate his contempt for us mountain giants. I harbor no disdain for you mountain giants," huffed the cloud giant leader. "I merely speak the truth. You mountain giants wield the power of the earth element, capable of solidifying hard rock. While you may quickly construct caves, do you possess the knowledge to build a castle? And not just any castle, but one befitting the stature of His Highness Muria. A colossal fortress." The mountain giant was taken aback, his head drooping in shame, rendered speechless. "Enough, Dix, cease your words," Muria interjected, halting the cloud giant leader who wished to continue. "The reverence shown to me by the mountain giants is evident. They merely seek to serve me. There is no need for quarrels over who shall construct the castle. All of you giants must partake in the construction of Taiji Island." Rising to his feet, Muria proclaimed a decision he had pondered for quite some time. Though the storm giants were the fewest in number, they were the mightiest. Thus, you shall be responsible for surveying the island's terrain and measuring its area, while also counting the number of giants under my command, for I remain unaware of how many giants follow me. As for the cloud giants, you shall provide me with designs for a colossal castle, along with a plan for a city to be built around it. Remember, prepare multiple options, and for the tide giants, venture into the endless ocean to seek treasures from the sea. I require them to embellish my castle. My fortress cannot be lacking in grandeur." Muria cast a glance at the three dejected, tawny giants representing all the hill giants gathered for deliberation. In the end, it falls upon you, hill giants. My castle cannot hope to rival the opulence of my mother's, constructed with magical crystals. Thus, I require a substantial quantity of stone, enough to build a city for giants. This must be provided by you. Are you capable of this task? "Certainly, Your Highness," they replied. "Leave it to us hill giants. We shall ensure this matter is attended to with utmost diligence." The expressions of dismay on the faces of the three hill giants vanished in an instant, replaced by renewed vigor as they thumped their chests in assurance. "Creating stone is our innate gift. Do not be hasty in your agreement," Muria cautioned. "What I require is not mere stone. It must be not only durable, but also as pure and immaculate as the clouds in daylight. Can you conjure such material?" The three hill giants exchanged glances before one of them stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the others. Raising his hands in the air, specks of earthy light materialized, swirling toward his palms. Soon, a massive stone brick began to coalesce from nothingness, measuring 4 meters in length, 2 in width, and 1 in height. However, upon observing the brick's earthy hue, Muria frowned. Yet, he quickly relaxed his brow as the color began to lighten, ultimately transforming into a pristine white, akin to the clouds above, devoid of any blemish. "Your Highness," the hill giant proclaimed, presenting the immaculate stone brick. Muria accepted it, scrutinizing it closely. Then, exerting pressure with his palm, the brick remained unchanged, without a single crack appearing. It is worth noting that at his current strength, he could easily crush ordinary rock with his grip. The texture was solid, the stone fine and crystalline, and of a brilliant white, truly splendid. Muria nodded in satisfaction with the stone material conjured through the innate talents of the hill giants. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to name this material white jade stone. He had initially contemplated an alternative name, reminiscent of a pure white marble from his past life, but he abandoned the thought, as the character for Han bore no significance in Alasia. "Thank you for bestowing a name upon it. Your Highness, that we hill giants shall commence the gathering of white jade stone forthwith." Upon hearing Muria's words, the three hill giants were elated, eagerly taking their leave to rally their kin in the manufacture of white jade stone. Subsequently, all the giant leaders began to take their leave as well, preparing to lead their people in fulfilling the task assigned by Muria, striving for an expeditious completion. Muria nodded, bidding farewell to all the cloud giant leaders and giant representatives as they departed. mobilizing their kin that very night to commence the task that is this racial discrimination. Muria rubbed his brow, reflecting on the 4 types of giants assembled under his command, all of whom belonged to the giant race, massive humanoid beings. However, apart from their shared stature, their powers, knowledge, and even cultural practices differed significantly, revealing vast disparities among the various giants. In the realm of the giant structural civilization, the storm giants and cloud giants have attained the pinnacle of cultural development. They have mastered the foundational knowledge essential for civilization, such as forging and architecture, and even possessed the leisure to delve into the arts. Muria observed that numerous cloud giants and storm giants carried musical instruments with them. In contrast, the mountain giants, despite their formidable strength, reaching at least the Golden Tier 3 in adulthood, with a select few elites advancing to Golden Tier 4, exhibit a rather lamentable state of cultural advancement. They remain ensnared in a primitive stage of blood drinking and raw flesh consumption. Their robust physical prowess merely allows them to maintain a subsistence level of living, but little more than that. As for the tidal giants, their situation is marginally better than that of the mountain giants, yet still not significantly advanced. Strictly speaking, neither the mountain giants nor the tidal giants have developed a true civilization. One might argue that they bear little distinction from the golden-tiered monsters inhabiting the islands. This vast chasm in civilization has led the average cloud giant, possessing only Golden Tier 1 strength, to regard the barbaric mountain and tidal giants, who average above Golden Tier 3, with a complex mixture of envy and disdain. The storm giants, agile as they are, swiftly traversed the entirety of Taiji Island overnight. Meticulously measuring the island's terrain and area at dawn, they presented a remarkably crafted model of Taiji Island to Muria. The island spans an area of 36,578 square kilometers. Muria, while reciting a series of numbers, pointed at the model in astonishment, gazing at the diverse skinned storm giants before him. Is this truly the fruit of your labor from one night? Indeed, Your Highness, can you guarantee absolute precision? If there are any discrepancies, we are willing to atone for our grievous errors with our blood, a serious storm giant with emerald skin declared. There is no need for such drastic measures. I trust you, Muria replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips. With such a declaration, he could hardly continue to question the accuracy of the measurements and the model. Muria was merely astounded by the speed at which the storm giants had completed the measurements overnight. In his previous life, such a feat would have been wholly unthinkable. Yet here in Alasia, a world teeming with gods and demons, what would require immense manpower, resources, and time in the past, could be accomplished in a single night by a group of giants. Over 30,000 square kilometers. He recalled that the island where his mother resided was merely a little over 1,500 square kilometers, while his current Taiji Island is approximately 20 times that size. Upon calculating the comparative area of Taiji Island to that of his mother's, Muria found himself grinning with satisfaction. This was a mark of surpassing his mother in some regard. My island appears quite splendid. Muria mused, leaning down to examine the meticulously crafted model by the storm giants. It resembled a minuscule island, shrunk countless times, where every blade of grass and every tree was distinctly visible through this model. The terrain and features of Taiji Island were laid bare before Muria. The island's landscape could be described as remarkably gentle, with scarcely a peak in sight, only a scattering of low hills across the expanse. Like the other islands in the Titan Sea, Taiji Island is adorned with towering ancient trees and lush greenery, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Therefore, for Muria to construct a castle, or even to establish a city, it is imperative to initiate large-scale logging operations to clear substantial areas of land. By the way, you are about to assess the number of giants on the island, correct? Muria looked up at several storm giants, and upon receiving their nod of affirmation, he continued, though I have already stated this once, I feel compelled to reiterate. It is preferable to tame the indigenous creatures of the island and forge partnerships with them. Moreover, they should be driven away without harm to their lives. Only in dire circumstances, when life is at stake, should the most regrettable option of killing them be considered when you investigate the number of giants. Remember to convey my orders to each and every one of them. After Muria spoke with a hint of hesitation, he gazed at the storm giants. Your Highness, you are the most benevolent ruler I have ever encountered. One of the storm giants remarked, moved by Muria's words. Benevolent? Muria chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the storm giant's praise. You may proceed with your orders. Shortly after the storm giants departed, Muria, accompanied by several dragons as he strolled around the island, was confronted by a group of cloud giant leaders. "Have you completed the design plans for the castle?" Muria inquired in surprise. Looking at the uniformly 15-meter-tall cloud giant leaders, the 18 cloud giant leaders responded to Muria's question with action, each producing a miniature castle model along with a stack of design blueprints for his perusal. "That was remarkably swift," Muria exclaimed, genuinely impressed. The castle models held by the cloud giants were scaled-down representations of the successful construction based on the blueprints in their hands, allowing Muria to make a more intuitive choice regarding the design. As Muria's gaze swept over most of the design options, it ultimately settled on two particular castle models. The models that Muria overlooked were not lacking in aesthetic appeal. In fact, they all conformed to his taste. However, they were irregular and asymmetrical, appearing somewhat chaotic compared to the two models he favored. The castle models that Muria selected possessed symmetrical beauty from every angle, captivating him profoundly. Chapter 30. The Spatial Gate. Which design scheme should I choose? Muria pondered over the two castle models in his hands, caught in indecision. After 3 seconds, Muria made a decisive choice. "I shall not select. Both of these castles will be constructed. Is that agreeable?" "As you command, Your Highness," the cloud giant leaders responded in unison after exchanging glances. Thus, the construction of the castles commenced with great vigor, led primarily by the numerous cloud giants, with the storm giants coordinating in the middle, while the hill giants diligently produced the necessary materials for the castle's construction. White jadestone. Concerning the tidal giants, they are diligently executing the tasks assigned by Muria, traversing the ocean depths in search of treasures to adorn Muria's future castle. On the very first day of construction, Muria received census data provided by the storm giants. Currently, the number of cloud giants who have followed Muria to Taiji Island totals 6,185, consisting of 1,876 adult male cloud giants, 1,882 female cloud giants, and the largest group being the juvenile cloud giants, who number 2,427 in total. The mountain giants amount to 352, with an average strength at the third tier of gold. The tidal giants total 1,268, exhibiting an average strength varying between the third and fourth tiers of gold. The relative scarcity of these two types of giants, compared to the cloud giants, can be attributed to their predominantly solitary nature, rarely congregating and maintaining minimal interactions with one another. As for the storm giants, they are the most powerful among the 4 types of giants under Muria's command, yet they are also the rarest, with only 97 individuals, each possessing a formidable strength of the 5th tier of gold. When exerting their full potential, they can conjure a small storm single-handedly. The significant population of cloud giants, exceeding 6,000, can be ascribed to 3 crucial factors. Firstly, their innate magical ability to fly allows them to navigate various terrains with minimal restrictions. Secondly, the social structure of the cloud giants is familial, although there are instances where a dozen or more may reside together. Thirdly, belonging to the lawful good alignment, cloud giants are prolific in producing mages, sorcerers, and clerics. At least 1 in every 10 cloud giants possesses a magical vocation, thereby establishing an extensive network for information exchange among them. These 3 aspects collectively contribute to the remarkable assembly of cloud giants around Muria. Notably, the news of Muria's declaration of independence and willingness to accept the fealty of giants has spread, prompting an influx of cloud giants towards the Titan archipelago. In fact, it is not only the cloud giants. Many storm giants, mountain giants, and tidal giants, having received the news, are also converging on Taiji Island, where Muria resides. Moreover, giants of other varieties have begun devising ways to traverse the thunderstorm ocean to reach the Titan archipelago, drawn by the irresistible allure of transcending their life limits. Massive ancient trees, reaching heights of 100 meters, have been felled by the cloud giants, clearing vast expanses of land, while the mountain giants take charge of leveling and compacting the uneven terrain, showcasing a clear division of labor. Subsequently, the cloud giants commenced the construction of 2 castles at 2 distinct locations on the island, utilizing the white jade stones provided by the mountain giants on the now even ground. As for the selection of the castle sites, Muria envisioned the entirety of Taiji Island as a Taiji diagram, positioning the castles at the yin and yang points of this diagram. Of course, no giant could fathom the significance behind Muria's choices, nor could they ever comprehend them. From the moment the command was issued by Muria, the resplendent cloud giants, endowed with ample manpower and vigor, commenced their relentless construction of the castle, laboring day and night. Their astonishing speed left the mountain giants, who provided the alabaster stones, feeling increasingly anxious and utterly exhausted. The rate at which the mountain giants supplied construction materials could not keep pace with the cloud giants' consumption. Consequently, after a deliberation, the leaders of the cloud giants decided to simultaneously initiate the intricate sculpting and decorative work on the castle, thereby alleviating the strain on the alabaster stones and granting the mountain giants a brief respite. In every corner of the castle, the cloud giants meticulously carved exquisite patterns and created a plethora of murals depicting the legendary tales of titans from the continent of Eurasia. They polished the magical crystals and various gemstones salvaged from the depths of the ocean by the tidal giants, as well as refined gold and silver ores, setting them into the castle walls, infusing the nascent structure with an air of opulence. The tidal giants unearthed not only crystals imbued with abundant magical energy and precious metals, but also corals of striking colors and unique shapes. Among their treasures were pearls, perfectly round and plump, some as small as a pea while others boasted diameters exceeding a meter, all radiating vibrant colors and shimmering with magical brilliance. Upon first encountering these colossal pearls, Muria was momentarily taken aback. Even under the harshest midday sun, their luster was remarkably conspicuous. Such pearls would certainly command a fortune in a past life, if any of you dare to cause trouble again. I shall not hesitate to teach you how to be a proper dragon with a daily dose of thunder. Muria warned the 6 young dragons, his expression darkening, as golden arcs of electricity began to dance around him. And invisible blades of wind occasionally sliced through the air with his breath. Aware of the dragon's inherent greed, Muria had generously bestowed upon the young dragons gold weighing equal to their own bodies after the tidal giants had excavated the gold and silver ores from the ocean floor, hoping to somewhat satiate their avarice. However, he underestimated the allure of treasures for dragons. For the sake of those glittering baubles, the young dragons were willing to temporarily abandon their pride and act as thieves at the construction site, prying the crystals, gemstones, and precious metals embedded in the walls from their rightful places. After receiving multiple reports from the cloud giants about the young dragons' thievery, Muria stormed into their makeshift lair, prepared to impart a stern lesson. This underground cavern, excavated by the young dragons, was permeated with a faint sulfuric scent, rendered extremely dry by their fiery breaths, devoid of any moisture. The 6 young dragons had collaboratively unearthed a vast chamber, subsequently carving out their own private nests within, establishing their own personal hoards of treasure, rendering cohabitation impossible. Muria, I did not steal. Albert, one of the young dragons, who had been lying in his nest counting the spoils from the previous night, looked up to see the black-haired, golden-eyed boy entering the hall. The sight startled him so much that he trembled and quickly lay flat on the ground, attempting to conceal something. What is this? The cave unearthed by the young dragon Albert was situated directly opposite the entrance to the hall. Thus, Muria strode in, bending down to pick up a sparkling, translucent, sky-blue diamond crystal that lay scattered in the corner. Albert, could you elucidate what this is? The dark-haired youth toyed with the diamond crystal, which was nearly the size of his head, questioning the fierce dragon that lay before him. The young dragon, feeling somewhat awkward, gazed at the diamond crystal in Muria's hand. The sky-blue gem radiated a mesmerizing brilliance that enchanted dragons, pulsating with a rich wave of water elemental energy. That I found it, he admitted. You found it? Muria narrowed his eyes. Where did you come across such a perfectly shaped water elemental crystal? I recall only having them within the castle I am constructing. Although the cloud giants possessed colossal physiques, they also wielded deft hands. The crystal in Muria's possession had been meticulously cut into 64 flawless facets by the cloud giants. Young dragon Albert fell silent, aware that red dragons were renowned for their might rather than their intellect. Muria's ability to concoct an excuse to mask a mistake had already taken him by surprise. Step aside, Muria commanded coldly, clutching the crystal as he approached Albert, observing the vibrant hues reflected on the red dragon's scales. Muria, Albert, drenched in cold sweat from fear, began to address Muria as young master, sensing the impending consequences of his actions. Not letting me pass, are you? Muria's fury surged as he surveyed the scene before him. He had been residing in a wooden cabin with his maid Mia, eagerly anticipating the future castle, but now a dragon was stealthily hindering his progress. In a flash, Muria shed his transformation spell, reverting to his true form, and seized young dragon Albert by the neck. Instantly, the cave was illuminated by the radiant glow of various magical crystals, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the crude dwelling. Muria's expression darkened further as he looked down at the young dragon in his grasp. You must understand how dragons treat those who pilfer their treasures. Upon hearing this, Albert's eyes widened in terror, and he began to struggle desperately. Dragons never showed mercy towards those who stole their riches, often employing the most excruciating methods of punishment. Fear not, I shall not slay you, Muria remarked, observing how Albert instantly ceased his struggles, a smile gracing his lips. After all, I am not a true golden dragon. However, while death may be avoided, you shall still face retribution. Soon after, piercing screams echoed from the young dragon's makeshift cave, followed by 5 additional cries of varying agony. When all was said and done, Muria emerged from the dragon's lair, a space ring filled with stolen goods in hand, leaving behind 6 ashen dragon forms that occasionally twitched within the cave. This time, even the young female dragons Renata and Cynthia did not escape Muria's punishment. The avarice inherent to dragons was no mere jest. The construction of the castle progressed rapidly, thanks to the tireless efforts of thousands of cloud giants. In less than a month, the leaders of the cloud giants announced to Muria that the main structure of the castle had been completed. As Muria accompanied the cloud giant leaders to a grand and majestic pure white castle. Prepared to explore his new abode, an unexpected event transpired. Golden lightning rent the space before Muria, intertwining black spatial rifts coalescing into a towering gateway over 100 meters high. Beyond this portal, a titan with black hair and golden eyes, standing well over 100 meters tall, strode forward, dragging something immense behind him. Chapter 31. A gift from Father. A chilling aura of terror permeated the vicinity of the pure white castle with the titan's emergence from the portal. The roars of beasts, the chirps of birds, and the buzzing of insects, all sounds faded into silence in that moment, as if all creation held its breath in reverence for the arrival of this formidable being. The giants accompanying Muria, upon seeing the black-haired, golden-eyed titan, promptly knelt on both knees, adopting a posture of humility to welcome his presence. Fathered at the threshold of the portal. Only Muria remained unaffected by this overwhelming pressure. He stood there, somewhat dazed, gazing at the titan who had torn through the fabric of space in such a breathtaking manner. The bond of blood compelled him to call out instinctively, upon hearing Muria's voice. The legendary titan Ansur nodded nonchalantly in acknowledgement, then emerged from the portal, dragging along a robust dragon. It was only then that Muria caught sight of his father Ansur's current state, and he was astonished to discover that this powerful titan appeared somewhat amiss. Ansur was clad in a suit of armor adorned with golden patterns on a black base, which concealed all but his head. The armor was designed in an ancient style, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, with the golden patterns present solely to enhance and convey the titan's power. The entire suit of armor exuded an aura of antiquity and majesty. Yet Muria could not help but notice the alarming dents and claw marks upon this legendary alloy armor forged from various mythical metals, clearly indicating that his father had endured an extraordinary battle. While I was searching for a gift for you, fortune smiled upon me, and I encountered a formidable opponent. Muria's astonishment was unmistakable on his face, prompting Ansur to offer a brief explanation before discarding the massive object he had been dragging before Muria. What is this? Muria gazed in shock at the colossal creature before him. A dragon measuring over 160 meters in length, enveloped in a soft luminescence. Its body was adorned with semi-transparent scales that refracted light like diamonds. A legendary dragon breed known as the Power Dragon. This Power Dragon is quite an admirable adversary. Battling it was exhilarating. Alas, it seems this dragon has only just reached maturity and lacks sufficient strength. I found myself somewhat unsatisfied with the encounter. As he spoke of the battle, the Titan, who had previously worn a stoic expression, now radiated vitality, his tone imbued with lingering excitement as he addressed Muria. The thrill of the battle was far from satiated. Muria gazed at the force dragon, which had been unceremoniously tossed before him by his father, murmuring softly as the corners of his mouth twitched. The force dragon before him presented a pitiful sight. Its body was riddled with shattered scales and deep indentations, remnants of the fierce confrontation with Ansur. Golden arcs of electricity and small gusts of wind still flickered around it, marking the aftermath of its clash with the legendary Titan. The residual energies clashed incessantly with the dragon's own, causing translucent dragon blood to intermittently flow from its wounds. while the dazed creature occasionally convulsed. "Father, what do you intend to do with it after bringing it back?" Muria inquired cautiously, his astonishment at his father's combat prowess evident. Had he known that the Force Dragon was a legendary species capable of transcending into legend during its youth, and could even stand against true deities in its ancient form, he would have been even more astonished. Yet, this formidable dragon, which held no regard for divine beings, had been subdued and dragged back to the Titan Isles by his father. The legendary Titan Answer. This dragon appears to still be in its youthful stage. I thought it prudent to wait until it matured to engage in a proper contest, but I worried that I might not find it again. So I decided to bring it home, Answer explained with utmost seriousness. That is indeed a very reasonable rationale, Muria thought to himself, nodding subtly to ensure he could confront the Force Dragon in the future. There was nothing more fitting than raising it at home. However, he mused, how could one keep a creature capable of confronting gods? Father, this is a Force Dragon. Are you not concerned that it might seek revenge once it fully matures? Muria asked hesitantly, a trace of worry in his voice, for the memories of his lineage painted the Force Dragon as an immensely powerful being. Revenge against us? Huh. The Titan paused momentarily, then burst into a hearty laugh, resonating with a boldness that left Muria feeling rather awkward, unsure of what he had miscommunicated. My son, Muria, you are still young, but I can assure you, even if an ancient Force Dragon dared to stir trouble here, the only outcome would be that its remains would become a prized collection of the Titans. The legendary Titan Answer proclaimed with an air of invincibility, his spirit brimming with indomitable resolve. In his dark golden eyes, Muria beheld a fierce flame, a tangible manifestation of the Titan's battle intent, yearning for a clash with a legendary Force Dragon. Oh, by the way, I ventured out to find you a gift. What do you think? Do you like it? Answer suddenly recalled his purpose, and bending down, he began to extract one dragon egg after another from his storage space, placing them before Muria. There were crimson dragon eggs shimmering with a fiery glow, exuding the scent of sulfur, azure eggs crackling with blue arcs, imbued with the essence of ozone and gravel, dark green dragon eggs reeking of verdant foliage, black dragon eggs carrying a faint sour odor, and finally, white dragon eggs glistening with frost upon their surfaces. Muria stared blankly at the perfectly arranged dragon eggs before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. The eggs of the 5-colored dragons had all been gathered by his father and laid out in front of him. Yet, the peculiar aspect was that each variety of dragon egg was not solitary. Even the least numerous red dragon eggs amounted to no fewer than 13. Answer, observing his son's astonished expression with great satisfaction, believed that, according to the information he had gleaned from the Golden Dragon matriarch, Atris, the Titans had interpreted Muria's reaction as delight. This is a gift I have prepared for you after consulting your mother. Due to certain circumstances, I have not visited you since your birth. Are you satisfied with this gift? Answer inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. Upon hearing his father's question, Muria opened his mouth, grappling with how to respond. Should he declare his disdain for the dragon eggs? Should he express his aversion to these inherently malevolent dragonkin? Should he refuse? If Muria were merely a 13-year-old Titan and son of dragons, he might have impulsively voiced his true feelings. However, he was not. He bore the memories of over 20 years of human existence from his previous life, rendering some sentiments unspeakable. The sole shared trait among the 5-colored dragons was their malevolence. Their elemental attributes varied greatly, leading to distinct preferences in nesting locations. Red dragons favored warm mountains, ideally volcanic. Blue dragons preferred to burrow deep within deserts. Green dragons sought the shelter of jungles. Black dragons thrived in warm swamps. And white dragons nested in glacial regions. It was evident that in order to procure these 5 types of dragon eggs, Muria's father had undoubtedly traversed the preferred habitats of these dragons at least once. And conflict was unavoidable. The instinct to protect one's offspring is an inherent trait among all creatures, even among evil dragons, though they tended to be somewhat remiss in this regard, in the face of life-threatening peril. They might abandon their young. Nevertheless, the process of collecting dragon eggs must have been arduous for the Titans. Among the 5-colored dragons, legendary ancient dragons were not particularly scarce. Muria suspected that the dents and claw marks adorning his father's armor were not solely the handiwork of the strength dragon, but likely included those of legendary evil dragons as well. I truly appreciate this gift, Father, Muria declared, a radiant smile illuminating his face, filled with genuine joy. Ha ha. As long as you like it, the imposing Titan responded, his own countenance brightening with happiness. Due to your mother, I could not seek out the metallic dragons. The gem dragons are exceedingly rare, and being a lawful race, it would be unwise to trouble them. Thus, I could only pursue the most populous among the 5-colored dragons. It appears you are quite pleased. That brings me relief. Muria maintained his smile, a warm sensation blossoming within him, his nose tinged with a hint of acidity. From his father's words, it was clear that had he expressed dissatisfaction with the foul dragon eggs, his father would have considered causing trouble with the gem dragons. With a father like this, what could he possibly find to complain about? Since you cherish these dragon eggs, nurture them well. They are all wicked dragons. Discipline those who are disobedient without hesitation, and teach them the meaning of obedience with your fists, Ansar advised Muria earnestly. Teach him the principle of action over words in dealing with matters. Upon hearing his father's words, Muria felt his smile gradually stiffen, yet he dutifully nodded in agreement to his father's admonitions, echoing them with sincerity. Well, that's all for now. Ansar, with his raven hair and golden eyes, appeared as a towering figure of poise, reserved in speech. Yet when he spoke, his words flowed like a torrent, leaving Muria with an overwhelming sense of discomfort, paradoxically deepening his admiration for his father. Ansar lowered his gaze and noticed the energy dragon that he had been holding tightly in his grasp showing signs of awakening, its eyelids fluttering. With a swift motion of his arm, he shook it vigorously, producing a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds that made Muria wince. The young energy dragon was rendered even more dazed by the sudden motion. That I shall take my leave now. You may remain here to care for the dragon, the legendary titan remarked before effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space, dragging the energy dragon along with him. After Muria watched his father's figure vanish, he turned to the multitude of giants still kneeling on the ground. His father had not cast a single glance at these giants, yet they remained bowed in respectful silence. Rise, my father has departed. Muria commanded in a calm tone to his words. The giants, who had nearly buried their heads in the earth, gradually stood up, regarding Muria with newfound reverence, having just witnessed the Titan's awe-inspiring power. As profound as the legends foretold. EBT, Borton, all cloud giant leaders, come forth, Muria called out, surveying the astonishing number of dragon eggs scattered across the ground. From this moment on, adorn only this castle before me with gemstones, crystals, and gold and silver. The other castle may be decorated with murals and sculptures, and I want every gem, crystal, and piece of gold and silver from that castle stripped away without exception. Your Highness, may I inquire why? One of the cloud giant leaders asked, perplexed by the order to remove the precious embellishments that had already been set in place. Muria cast him a glance and pointed at the multicolored dragon eggs on the ground. That castle is intended for raising dragons. Chapter 32. The Castle of Multicolored Dragons. The two castles constructed for Muria by the cloud giants were of distinctly different types. The resplendent white castle before him, adorned with orderly crystalline windows, boasted an interior space so vast that even the largest of the giants, the storm giant, felt an abundance of room as he traversed its halls. The architectural style of this castle bore resemblance to the Kremlin of Russia from Muria's past life, representing a grand complex primarily designed for habitation. Its defensive capabilities, however, were somewhat lacking. Yet, its scale far surpassed that of the Kremlin, sprawling over an impressive 360 hectares, with its spacious and towering structures accommodating the towering giants with ease. This magnificent castle, which Muria could never have envisioned constructing in his previous life, was encircled by a perfectly octagonal wall, featuring 72 evenly distributed towers along its ramparts. Within the city walls, an array of palatial structures, varying in size and adorned with an ancient yet majestic simplicity, is evenly and meticulously distributed. These pure white edifices exude a sense of solemn grandeur, imbued with a magnificent aura. In contrast, the other castle occupies a more modest expanse of merely 128 hectares. However, it is not a collection of disparate buildings, but rather a cohesive architectural marvel. This style of fortress, with its formidable defensive capabilities, far surpasses its residential functionality. It is strategically positioned in a battleground between two nations, intended to serve as an impregnable stronghold rather than a mere ornamental edifice on Tai Chi Island. Nonetheless, Muria's recent decision has bestowed upon this strategically defensive castle a new purpose. It shall become the hatching ground for the dragon eggs gifted by the legendary Titan Ansar, Concurrently, Muria envisions transforming this castle into a comprehensive facility dedicated to nurturing and educating the dragons, ensuring it does not merely become an aesthetic fortress. The collection consists of 13 red dragon eggs, 16 blue, 20 green, 22 black, and 24 white, totaling 95 dragon eggs. After meticulously counting the eggs on the ground, Muria instructed the cloud giant to transport them to the fortress he designated as was Longbow. Additionally, he commanded the tide giant to prepare the necessary materials for setting up the hatching magic array. The resources of the ocean are never inferior to those found on land. What exists on land can similarly be discovered in the depths of the sea, once the hatching magic array is established. The most essential component will be the magical crystals that provide a steady stream of elemental energy, all of which can be sourced from the ocean. Even fire element crystals are not an exception, as the numerous underwater volcanoes yield an astonishing quantity of fire element crystal veins. As for earth and water element crystals, they are abundantly available, while the yields of wind and lightning element crystals from the ocean floor are somewhat disheartening. However, on some rugged islands scattered throughout the sea, deposits of these two types of magical crystals can still be found. The rarest of all are the light and dark elemental crystals. However, Muria currently has no need for these, as even if he acquired them, they would merely serve as decorative embellishments after being polished and set into the pristine white walls. It is worth mentioning that the walls of Muria's castle are composed of smooth and immaculate white jade stone, devoid of any unsightly gaps. This is attributable to the talent of the mountain giants in cementing stones. Once the cloud giants had constructed the castle using uniformly sized white jade bricks, the mountain giants came in to utilize their gifts, binding the stones together into a seamless whole. Thus, within Muria's castle, not a single wall seam is visible. For Muria, who possesses an extensive lifespan, time is not of the essence. He has ample opportunity to undertake any endeavor. Compared to his previous life during the information explosion era, Muria finds his current existence rather tedious and mundane. However, he is far from bored at present, for he has a significant undertaking to occupy his time, namely, arranging a hatching magic array that can provide abundant and stable elemental energy for nearly 100 dragon eggs. Initially, Muria could have easily enlisted the assistance of equally proficient cloud giant sorcerers and storm giants to arrange the hatching array for the dragon eggs, or even allow them to do it on his behalf. However, Muria felt an inexplicable urge to undertake this task himself, preferring not to delegate this responsibility to the giants. Thus, he meticulously set up the hatching arrays for 95 dragon eggs within various chambers of the chromatic dragon fortress. Given the fortress's vast number of rooms, which were beyond counting, Muria decisively assigned each dragon egg its own chamber and stationed cloud giants to guard the entrances. In the subsequent days, Muria even took up residence in the chromatic dragon fortress alongside his devoted maid, Mia, opting for this less comfortable but more lavishly adorned castle, which he had named the White Jade Palace. Additionally, he dragged the 6 young dragons, who clamored to reside in the White Jade Palace, into the chromatic dragon fortress one by one. Indifferent to their struggles, pleas, or sweet words, he had long recognized the avarice of these wretched creatures. Before the glittering gemstones and crystals, even the most obedient female dragon, Renata, would disregard Muria's warnings, let alone the other young dragons. Therefore, during the construction of the castle, Muria's primary concern was to keep a vigilant eye on these 6 thieving dragons, ensuring they had no opportunity to act. Once the castle was completed, Muria pondered for a moment before ushering the 6 young dragons into the fortress. Concurrently with Muria's move into the fortress, 600 cloud giant guards and 30 storm giants, under his command, took up the mantle of guardianship over the chromatic dragon fortress. Alongside them came the relatives of these cloud giant guards, as well as the ferocious beasts they had tamed, savage wolves, fierce eagles, and griffins, who also entered the castle. Within the fortress, the cloud giants had constructed auxiliary structures such as griffin cages, eagle nests, and wolf dens for these ferocious creatures. On the very first day of the cloud giant guards' arrival at the castle, Muria issued a significant command to the 6 cloud giant captains. No dragon was to leave the fortress without his explicit permission. Following this weighty directive, Muria devoted himself to the hatching of the dragon eggs. After maintaining the hatching arrays and regularly replacing the magical crystals for over a month, he stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. The rate at which dragon eggs absorbed the elemental energy contained within the crystals varied significantly. Even among those of the same type, seated on a fragrant wooden chair, Muria compared 22 water element crystals of identical size, but differing hues before him. The magical crystals used in the hatching arrays for these dragon eggs had been meticulously cut, rendering their elemental energies nearly indistinguishable prior to use. Yet today, as he replaced the nearly depleted magical crystal for one black dragon egg, he naturally assumed that the remaining black dragon eggs also required a crystal replacement. However, upon extracting the crystal from another black dragon egg's hatching array, he was taken aback to discover that this particular crystal still retained a significant portion of its elemental energy, yet to be absorbed. At that moment, Muria suddenly came to a profound realization. He had fallen into a cognitive fallacy. The 6 red dragon eggs he had previously incubated all originated from the same pair of red dragons, leading him to believe that they were virtually identical. Their hatching times were also consistent, which further reinforced Muria's erroneous impression that all dragon eggs were alike. However, the 22 water element crystals before him, each varying in hue and shade, illuminated a critical aspect he had overlooked. These dragon eggs were all laid by different malevolent dragons, each displaying distinct differences. Just as it is impossible for 2 leaves in the world to be exactly alike, so too is it inconceivable for dragon eggs to be indistinguishable. This realm is a tangible reality, not a fabricated world of games. Every life, every dragon, is a unique individual. The 95 dragon eggs, being sourced from various wicked dragons, indicated that the unhatched hatchlings had been encased in their shells for differing durations. Thus, while some eggs might require several years before a hatchling emerges, others may only need a few months for the same miracle to occur. The magical array I set up was merely a replication of what I found in books, providing identical elemental energy. Muria closed his eyes, murmuring to himself, yet he recognized that dragon eggs at different stages necessitate varying amounts of energy. Perhaps the high-concentration elemental environment provided by the magical array's extraction of mana crystals was excessive for some eggs, but insufficient for others. In such a case, I have inadvertently kept certain dragon eggs in a state of semi-starvation. Muria opened his eyes and clapped his fists together, realizing this could not continue. He needed to readjust the hatching array to ensure that the environment it provided was optimally suited to each egg. However, Muria sighed in frustration, tapping his head. It seemed he did not yet possess the knowledge to modify such arrays. His skill in arranging magical formations was still at a rudimentary level, and he possessed only a partial understanding of the relevant knowledge. Should I consider learning about magical arrays? Muria pondered hesitantly, but upon glancing at the various shades of blue water element crystals on the table, he made a swift decision. Why not learn? It would serve as a way to pass the time. Shortly thereafter, Muria arrived at the castle's eagle nest, a vast structure with a soaring arched dome that stood over 120 meters above the ground. The inhabitants here were not the ferocious eagles bred by cloud giants, but rather the magnificent roc, a creature only the formidable storm giants were worthy of taming. The roc is a colossal avian, boasting a wingspan of nearly 80 meters. It can feast upon elephants and equally bear the weight of robust storm giants, making it an exceptional steed. Ordinarily, such an arrogant creature would not allow anyone but the storm giant it acknowledged to ride it. Not even other storm giants would be permitted. However, this unwavering rule of nature faltered in the presence of Muria. The moment he stepped into the eagle nest, the roc, belonging to an unknown storm giant, graciously lowered itself, even extending its wings before Muria, inviting him to ascend onto its back. With a cry, it welcomed him to ride. The resounding call of the ping reverberated through the heavens as the colossal bird bore Muria aloft. Soaring skyward, in mere moments, 5 tempest giants, mounted upon their own great pungs, hastily pursued them. Left behind on the dragon fortress platform was a tempest giant, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The giant pung that Muria had ridden was rightfully his. Yet he was not alone, for over 20 other tempest giants, eyes filled with envy, stood upon the platform, lacking their own great pungs. Chapter 33. Borrowing books and the great pung Muria, astride the magnificent pung, adorned with resplendent feathers that shimmered like a rainbow, raced through the skies above Titan Island. The howling winds whipped through Muria's flowing black hair, beneath the swift flight of the great pung. The landscape around Muria seemed to retreat at an astonishing pace. Yet, even at such a near supersonic speed, Muria's monstrous dynamic vision allowed him to discern the surroundings with utmost clarity. Soon, Muria arrived at the fringes of Titan Island. Though still at a distance, he could clearly perceive the luxurious crystalline castle, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. As Muria drew nearer, a swarm of golden two-legged dragons encircled him from all directions, seemingly intent on launching an attack to drive him from the airspace of the crystalline castle. With a furious cry, the great Pung emitted an enraged roar, its eyes ablaze with fury. The 18-meter-long two-legged dragons, mutated by the powers of the Golden Dragon Mother, though formidable, were regarded with disdain by the great Pung. After all, it was a creature of the 5th tier, boasting an impressive wingspan of 80 meters. While these dragons merely grazed the threshold of the golden tier through their mutations, still nothing more than prey in the eyes of the great Pung. Do not attack. They are my mother's kin. Muria soothed, stroking the great Pung's neck feathers to calm its tumultuous emotions. He understood that the great Pung could comprehend his words. For a golden tier beast, though incapable of speech, its intellect was akin to that of a human. This understanding allowed Muria to ride atop this proud creature, as it had recently felt the legendary Titan's power, capable of effortlessly tearing it apart, an awe that instilled fear of Answer. Consequently, Muria, sharing a similar essence, could easily mount it. Stand down. After calming the great Ping, Muria unleashed his own aura, admonishing the encroaching golden dragons. Mere aberrant drakes tainted by the power of the Golden Dragon Mother. Adoris, roar, roar, roar. The hybrid draconic might, infused with the bloodline of Titans, emanated from Muria. Though faint and lacking any suppressive effect, it was nonetheless palpable to the golden dragons, already marked as kin of the Golden Dragon Mother. The dragons emitted a chorus of fearful growls, their expressions filled with reverence as they swiftly dispersed, transforming their encircling formation into one of respectful guarding. All of you, get away, on the outermost fringes of the dragon horde. A frantic voice erupted as a robust dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length and significantly larger than the average dragon, made its appearance. With a wild demeanor, it used its wings and claws to forcefully clear a path through the dragons obstructing its way. Then, the golden dragon leader, Barton, who had imparted the art of flight to Muria and left an indelible impression on him, approached. Young Master Muria, welcome back. Ha ha. Muria chuckled softly, gesturing towards the surrounding dragons as he replied. This display hardly seems like a welcome in my honor, young Master Muria. Please forgive me, Barton said, awkwardly grinning. These dragons are not the same ones I previously commanded. They were raised in the demiplane created by Lord Atres and have not encountered you. Nor do they recognize your presence, though. Upon hearing this, Muria nodded in understanding. He then mounted the giant rock and, accompanied by the dragon leader, descended onto the platform of the crystal castle. After a considerable absence, the island had undergone a remarkable transformation. Were it not for this castle still standing, I would scarcely recognize it, Muria remarked, surveying the drastically altered landscape below. In just a few months, the remnants of the giants' edifices had fallen into desolation and ruin. Over half had become mere ruins, and even the training grounds specially constructed for Muria had become pockmarked and uneven. The dragon beasts that had surged forth from the demiplane of the golden dragoness Atres had taken refuge in the giants' abandoned structures, while many colossal dragon beasts, driven by sheer curiosity, wandered in, leaving chaos in their wake. Their formidable physiques allowed them to trample through the ruins, carving a path through the remnants of the giants' architecture. Thus, the buildings erected by the giants, who had come to inhabit the island due to Muria's birth, had been largely ravaged by these golden dragon beasts, erasing the symbols of civilization. The island, devoid of the crystal castle of the golden dragoness, had reverted to a state of primal wilderness. Young Master Muria, welcome back. As Muria landed on the castle's platform with the giant rock, he beheld 2 crimson-scaled dragons peacefully slumbering atop one of the castle's towers. Not far off, the golden-haired head maid, Sophia, approached with a troop of maids, respectfully bowing to greet him. Sophia, you remain unchanged after all these years. How delightful, Muria said, a smile gracing his features as he recognized the familiar golden-haired maiden. Is my mother currently in the castle? Lord Atres has gone out. Young Master Muria, off to dispense justice once more? Muria pondered, stroking his chin. He harbored a suspicion that the golden dragoness's fervent altruism stemmed not merely from the innate nature of dragons, but also from their avarice. After all, powerful evil seldom befalls the impoverished. In Alasia, the pursuit of justice could indeed serve as a pathway to prosperity. Perhaps in the future, I too shall endeavor to right wrongs." Muria mused, then turned to Sophia and said, "I have come this time to borrow some books from the library. I shall depart shortly." "Very well, young Master Muria," replied headmaid Sophia. "You may take any books you wish to peruse. As instructed by Lord Atrus, please follow me." Observing Sophia assuming the role of guide, Muria smirked slightly. "Sophia, I am well acquainted with the path to the library. You may attend to your duties, for I am aware of your pressing schedule. Therefore, permit me to take my leave in advance. Kindly allow this entourage of maids to accompany you." Upon hearing Muria's words, Sophia, unhesitatingly, excused herself, genuinely busy as she oversaw over 1,000 maids within the castle. Subsequently, Muria left the giant rock stationed on the castle platform and, accompanied by a cadre of maids, entered the castle, making his way to the library in search of tomes pertaining to magical formations. Why are there so many? Muria gazed at the towering 15-meter bookshelf before him, overwhelmed by the vast array of books, densely packed and inscribed in myriad languages, causing a slight dizziness. "Young Master Muria, if you seek books related to magical formations, all the volumes in this section of the shelves pertain to that subject. The shelf before you is merely one among many," indicated a dragon maid behind him, gesturing towards rows of shelves. This is simply too much," Muria remarked, speechless as he surveyed the shelves in this section. The collection in the Gold Dragon Lady's library numbered at least 8,000 volumes, with many exceeding 10,000. Yet the dragon maid's gesture suggested a staggering total of no less than 1,000,000 tomes. "I have long wished to inquire, where did my mother acquire such an extensive collection?" Muria turned to the dragon maid, finding it most appropriate to describe the vastness of Lady Atrus's library as oceanic in scope. Such a volume of books was utterly astonishing. "Young Master Muria, I am but a humble maid, so I am somewhat unclear on that matter," the dragon maid before him replied bashfully. She then discreetly glanced around, noting that the other dragon maids were preoccupied with tallying the number of books for Muria and were not paying attention to their conversation. Lowering her voice, she continued, "However, I have heard some rumors that most of Lord Atrus's collection was amassed swiftly after she entered the realm of legends, purportedly through acts of forceful acquisition. As for the truth of it, I cannot say. I see." Muria nodded. Having come to accept the dragon maid's claims as largely credible, he believed this to be the truth, or at least part of it in the realm of Arathia. The adage that knowledge is power held equally true at the very least. In the eyes of the gold dragon, rare knowledge was an invaluable treasure as well. Ultimately, Muria departed the crystal castle with a spatial ring filled to the brim with books, over 13,000 volumes. To be precise, these tomes contained fundamental knowledge regarding magical formations, eschewing overly complex subjects, making them ideally suited for a novice like him. "Despite the considerable quantity, how is it that you have followed me?" Muria queried in surprise as he arrived atop the castle platform, observing 5 storm giants along with their colossal rock companions. "Your Highness," the 5 storm giants bowed respectfully, and one of them spoke. "We are your loyal followers, and it is our solemn duty to safeguard you. Therefore, we kindly request that you inform us prior to your next excursion." "Very well." Muria smacked his lips and nodded in agreement, considering it unnecessary to refuse such a gesture. After all, having a throng of giants trailing behind him during his travels was rather impressive. Caw, caw, caw. 6 colossal rocks soared into the sky, and within mere minutes, Muria, accompanied by the 5 storm giants, returned to the 5-colored dragon castle on Taiji Island. As Muria leapt down from the rock, a slightly awkward storm giant approached him. "Your Highness," the pale-skinned giant first bowed to Muria, then wore an expression of hesitation as he glanced at the rock behind him. "Guh." At that moment, the rock lowered its head, affectionately nudging the 18-meter-tall giant with its beak. "Is this your companion?" Muria inquired, and upon witnessing this scene, he quickly grasped the situation, expressing his admiration. "Your rock possesses remarkable speed." "Your Highness," hearing Muria's praise, the storm giant's expression grew even more conflicted. His face twisted in a grimace of pain. "That if you desire, I can. No, I have no such intention." Muria interrupted him before he could finish. "I merely wish to borrow it temporarily for the sake of expedience. In due time, my own flying speed will rival that of the rock." With that, Muria shook his dragon wings, a feature he had possessed since birth. "Take good care of your companion. Support one another." After imparting these words, Muria smiled and departed, leaving the storm giant, who was now excitedly caressing the rock, in high spirits. The rock, upon reaching maturity, could attain the golden fifth tier. Muria recalled relevant information. Riding such a creature was advantageous for the present, but in the future, it would not keep pace with his burgeoning abilities. He needed to seek a mount that could match his legendary prowess. Otherwise, he would find it inadequate. Chapter 34. Exile. Upon returning to the five-colored dragon castle, Muria immediately began to peruse books retrieved from his spatial ring. He held no aversion to the pursuit of knowledge. His formidable physique and abundant energy nourished his intellect, elevating it to an unimaginable level for ordinary beings. The most evident manifestation of this was a significant enhancement in his memory, reaching a point of photographic recall. Additionally, there were other more subtle improvements, such as heightened comprehension and enhanced calculation abilities that in truth, possessing such faculties rendered learning a profoundly gratifying endeavor, as the accumulation of knowledge bestowed upon Muria a sense of fulfillment. Muria engaged in a relentless study of foundational knowledge related to magical arrays for 3 consecutive days and nights without rest, and he had now acquired a fundamental understanding of the subject he wished to explore further. The study of magical formations, known as, is an extensive and intricate discipline, simplistically categorized by attributes. It encompasses 6 fundamental categories: earth, water, wind, fire, light, and darkness. Additionally, there exist specialized magical formations that harness unique elemental powers such as thunder and void. When classified by their functions, they can be divided into several basic types: offensive, defensive, supportive, and sealing formations. However, this merely scratches the surface, for the most practical and frequently employed formations are the composite types, capable of simultaneously wielding offensive and defensive capabilities or executing attacks with 4 distinct elemental forces. Consequently, the classification of magical formations becomes exceedingly diverse, so much so that the term variegated scarcely does it justice. Furthermore, each race endowed with magical prowess possesses its own interpretations of these formations, further complicating the study of. Generally speaking, it is advisable for learners to specialize in a single category. This is particularly true for ephemeral beings such as humans. Yet the passage of time presents no such constraint. He possesses an abundance of it. Nevertheless, he must still make a choice regarding his specialization, especially as he contemplates designing bespoke hatching formations for each dragon egg. He opts for elemental support, a category that remains vast, yet offers no further refinement as time flows during studies. His comprehension of magical formations and his practical skills in arranging them grow stronger each day. In exchange for this progress, his quarters are inundated daily with tons of magical materials delivered by female cloud giants, who also clear away the considerable debris generated from his practice by consuming vast quantities of materials. He accelerates the enhancement of his practical arrangement skills. This method of learning is not new to it is straightforward and effective, yielding immediate results. He has humorously dubbed this approach the pay-to-learn method, a jest directed at his devoted maid. While immerses himself in his studies, a storm giant stationed at the dragon fortress arrives, accompanied by 2 cloud giant leaders in the study. Discarded magical formations abound: pentagrams, hexagrams, and even heptagrams, some still flickering with faint elemental light. Your Highness, the storm giant, along with the 2 cloud giant leaders, carefully navigates around the discarded formations and scattered books, making their way to who is diligently engraving a pentagram formation. They wait patiently for him to complete his work before speaking. "What brings you here?" inquires, lifting his head in delight after finishing a formation. He regards the 3 giants before shifting his gaze to the 2 leaders. "I recall that you 2 are not stationed within the dragon fortress. You oversee the cloud giants outside. What do you seek from me?" "Your Highness, we have come to request your approval for certain matters." Upon seeing his cheerful demeanor, the cloud giant leader felt considerably more at ease. "Request my approval?" Pauses, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that he is no longer the powerless individual he once was. He is now followed by nearly 10,000 giants. "Your Highness, it has come to my attention that shortly after your arrival at Taiji Island, other cloud giants began to migrate here in hopes of following you. Regarding these giants, do you wish to accept their fealty?" "Ah, I see." After a brief contemplation of merely 3 seconds, Muria spoke. "I shall accept the allegiance of all giants willing to submit to me. You may welcome them without hesitation." Upon hearing Muria's words, the 2 cloud giant leaders exchanged glances, their expressions shadowed with unease, before one of them finally spoke again. "Your Highness, moreover, 10 days ago, an entire tribe of mist giants relocated to Taiji Island. Their chieftain has long sought an audience with you, but we feared to intrude upon your time and thus refrained from reporting this. Mist giants, if I recall correctly, are indeed close kin to your cloud giants. Their leader wishes to meet with me. Muria furrowed his brow, casting a bemused glance at the two cloud giants before him. Why have you delayed? Why not now? The two cloud giant leaders fell into an awkward silence. Uncomfortable with Muria's inclusive stance towards any giant seeking allegiance, under the weight of their emotions, they tacitly chose to withhold information. Speak, I wish to know how many giants have arrived on my island recently. Muria remarked with a smile, lightly tapping his fingers upon the wooden table before him. Tidal giants, storm giants, and mountain giants. Many of them have also come, one of the cloud giant leaders reported cautiously. Scrutinizing Muria's expression. And their numbers? How many? We have not kept a tally. Is that so? Upon hearing the cloud giant leader's reply, Muria inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, attempting to temper the flames of his burgeoning anger. He remained silent for a moment, allowing the kneeling giant leaders to grow increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, the storm giants who had accompanied them had withdrawn, only to return shortly thereafter with 9 more storm giants. Their eyes fixated menacingly on the two kneeling cloud giant leaders. I recall that Taiji Island lacks a stable food supply. Does not the majority of sustenance for nearly 10,000 giants come from the sea folk, such as the Naga and mermaids? The two cloud giant leaders, now under the scrutinizing gaze of 10 storm giants, felt cold sweat trickle down their backs, relieved by Muria's seemingly innocuous question. Indeed, Your Highness. Although there is an abundance of prey on Titan Island, the sheer number of giants makes it insufficient, and we dare not venture too deeply into Titan Island. Thus, our primary source of food is the fish herded over by the sea folk. This is untenable. We must resolve the food issue on the island and cannot rely solely on the sustenance provided by the sea folk, Muria stated with utmost seriousness. If the sea folk cease to drive the fish towards us, will not the majority of giants suffer from hunger? Therefore, I am entrusting you with a formidable and vital task. Your Highness, the two giant leaders knelt, their sweat flowing more freely now, as an unsettling premonition began to take root within their hearts. The aquatic race no longer drives the fish schools to provide sustenance for the giants. This assumption is utterly absurd. As long as Muria desires, these sea dwellers will continuously supply food to her. Go, bring me the sand table of Taiji Island, Muria commanded. In the room, 2 storm giants exited and swiftly returned with a massive sand table. At the center of the table lay Taiji Island, which was shaped between a circle and an octagon. However, the sand table depicted not merely Taiji Island, but also all the islands within a nearly 100-kilometer radius, centered around it. Muria approached the sand table. Observing the meticulously crafted models of the numerous islands, a smile gracing her lips. You storm giants have done well. It is our honor to serve you, the storm giants humbly replied. During these days, the storm giants had not been idle. They had been exploring the environment surrounding Taiji Island. You too. Come and take a look. Muria beckoned the 2 cloud giant leaders, once they sluggishly made their way to the sand table. Muria pointed to the 8 irregularly elongated islands corresponding to the surrounding area of Taiji Island. These 8 islands, each of you choose one. Upon hearing Muria's words, the 2 cloud giant leaders hesitated before selecting their respective islands. They looked at Muria with apprehension, already having a vague idea of what was to come, yet clinging to a final glimmer of hope. Excellent. After you depart, take the accompanying cloud giants to the islands you have chosen to cultivate. You must eradicate all useless trees on the islands and plant fruit trees, as well as shrubs capable of producing berries. Furthermore, seek out low-tier monsters on Titan Island that can be tamed and bred on a large scale to serve as a food source for the giants on the island. As for the scale of domestication, it must be sufficient to meet the daily meat requirements of all giants residing on the island. With that, Muria's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing her face as she observed the 2 cloud giant leaders, whose bodies were already trembling slightly. Your Highness Muria, do you accept this task? Muria's expression remained cheerful, seemingly amiable, yet her tone was far from gentle. We accept. Under Muria's coercion, the 2 cloud giant leaders reluctantly acquiesced, their faces etched with bitterness. The consequences of refusal were too dire to contemplate. Then let us be off, Muria declared with a smile. By the way, you may return when you have fulfilled my requirements. Otherwise, you are not permitted to set foot on Taiji Island. As the 2 cloud giant leaders staggered towards the door, they lowered their heads in acknowledgement, ultimately departing in silence, fully aware of the price they had to pay. Greed blinds the mind, Muria murmured, watching the two cloud giant leaders leave, her smile fading, her expression growing wooden. Regarding the cloud giant leaders' procrastination and even obstruction of the new giants wishing to pay their respects to him, Muria was able to comprehend the underlying reasons. The island already hosted a multitude of giants, and Muria's youth rendered him unable to influence more than a select few giants closest to him. As for the others, they could only gaze covetously from afar. Thus, for the giants who had arrived on the island first, it was their fervent hope that Muria would refrain from accepting the fealty of additional giants, thereby increasing their own chances and opportunities to remain close to Muria and serve him long-term. However, despite understanding the situation, Muria found such behavior intolerable. Do they truly take me for a mere child to be trifled with? It seems I must establish some rules. Otherwise, such occurrences will persist. Chapter 35. The Command Your Highness. You are still too benevolent. Those who show you disrespect should be expelled without hesitation. Shortly after the departure of the two cloud giant leaders, a storm giant stepped forth to offer counsel. Heh! Expulsion, you say? Who shall then cultivate fruits for me and tame low-tier monsters? Muria chuckled softly. Moreover, this situation does concern me. Since Muria's arrival on Taiji Island, apart from establishing a castle, he had scarcely arranged any affairs or set any regulations. Among the 4 types of giants on the island, only the cloud giants were organized. The others were loose factions, with none capable of directly obeying Muria as a commanding giant. Thus, in the absence of a well-structured system on Taiji Island, the cloud giants, being the most numerous and organized, naturally constituted the strongest force, managing most affairs on the island. In such a context, it is hardly surprising that certain cloud giant leaders harbored unsavory thoughts. Let us proceed to the White Jade Palace, summon all the cloud giant leaders, and notify the representatives of the Tide and Hill giants. Furthermore, all storm giants present on Taiji Island must attend. Muria rose, instructing the 10 storm giants in the room to convey his summons to the giants he wished to gather. As Muria, accompanied by Mia and 20 storm giants, prepared to head to the White Jade Palace, a scarlet dragon, imposing and fearsome in countenance, obstructed their path in the spacious, brightly lit corridor. Renata. Muria regarded the petite dragon that shyly blocked his way. What do you wish to impede me for? Young Master Muria, are you heading to the White Jade Palace? May I accompany you? The little dragon gazed at Muria with eager anticipation. In comparison to the White Jade Palace, the multicolored dragon fortress constructed from various stones resembled a slum. Just in terms of illumination, the corridor of the White Jade Palace was adorned with the rarest light element crystals, illuminating the interior as brightly as day, even in the dead of night. Conversely, the lighting in the multicolored dragon fortress relied on sunlight stones, visually appealing but lacking in true value, as their abundance could only be described as overwhelming. That is not permissible. Muria gazed at the expectant eyes of the little female dragon and resolutely declined her request. This seemingly pitiful creature had been a thief within his castle on several occasions, pilfering precious crystal gems with a skill that rivaled that of her siblings. Thus, Muria was absolutely unwilling to grant her freedom. Why? The little dragon's crimson eyes began to shimmer with unshed tears as Renata shamelessly clung to Muria's leg. Young Master Muria, I implore you, take me outside. I promise I will never steal your gems again. Huh? Muria cast a sidelong glance at the little dragon, weary of hearing such words. Suddenly, he noticed something oddly discordant about Renata, who was still clinging to his calf. He tilted his head in contemplation. Aha! A smile crept across Muria's lips as he clenched his fist in excitement. Renata, it is not impossible for you to visit the White Jade Palace, but you must first accomplish a task. Complete it, and I shall take you there. What task? The little dragon asked, her face alight with curiosity as she looked up at Muria. Here, Muria retrieved a spellbook from the spatial necklace around his neck and handed it to Renata, revealing a 4-ring spell, transformation. The little dragon stared blankly at the spellbook thrust into her arms, utterly bewildered. Once you master this spell and can transform freely into human form, I will take you to the White Jade Palace. With that, Muria unceremoniously dislodged the little dragon from his lap, setting her aside before striding away with the storm giant in tow. Within the White Jade Palace, Muria sat upon a throne intricately carved from a solid block of fire element crystal, adorned with purple lightning element crystals and azure wind element crystals. This throne was far more refined than the stone seat he occupied in the training grounds, while he could not construct a castle of elemental crystals like the Golden Dragon Lady. He could certainly use them as decorative embellishments and carve some furniture. After all, he had hundreds of tidal giants collecting endless treasures from the ocean for him daily. Everyone gathered? Muria, seated regally upon his throne, surveyed the numerous formidable giants below him. His voice echoed throughout the vast hall, imbued with an unsettling solitude. The hall he occupied was one of the largest in the White Jade Palace. Originally designed for council meetings, its architecture towering beyond mortal imagination, with a dome reaching an astounding height of 180 meters from the ground. Such grandeur was indeed a testament to the majesty of the White Jade Palace. Your Highness Muria, are there not 2 cloud giant leaders yet to arrive? One of the cloud giant leaders inquired that I have entrusted these 2 cloud giant leaders with an important task, so they cannot attend. Do not concern yourself with them, Muria replied with a smile. Aside from them, who else is absent? All storm giants are present. All mountain giants representatives are present. All tidal giants representatives are present. All 16 cloud giant leaders are present. Excellent. Standing atop a towering pedestal, embellished with myriad gemstones and elevated by 9 grand steps, Muria, though possessing a youthful visage, exuded an air of authority enhanced by his dragon wings and horns. I shall now proclaim several matters, Muria declared in a resonant voice, asserting his intention to seize control of Taiji Island, refusing to allow it to languish in chaos without any regulations. Firstly, I have resolved to establish a personal guard, dedicated solely to safeguarding my safety. His countenance was grave as he continued. As for the selection of my guard, only giants who have attained the golden 5th tier may join, beneath the throne. The storm giants exchanged glances, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. Had it not been for the decorum of the occasion, they would have erupted in jubilant celebration, expressing their elation. This decree from Muria was tailor-made for them. Among all the giants on Taiji Island, only the storm giants had reached the golden 5th tier, while others, constrained by their racial lineage, had yet to achieve such prowess. Your Highness, is this restriction not too stringent? Spoke one of the cloud giant leaders from below the throne. The name personal guard itself suggests a long-term companionship with Muria. However, the criteria for joining are exceedingly high for the cloud giants. Indeed, the cloud giants only gained golden 1st tier strength upon reaching adulthood, and their 18 leaders had merely derived their power from the resonance of their bloodlines congregating in close proximity. The members of my personal guard will be few but exceptional, Muria elucidated. As time passes, my power will continuously grow. Currently, my influence is modest, but one day, my strength will envelop all of Taiji Island, and the giants will become ever more formidable. Therefore, the standards for my personal guard will only rise. Never fall to this. All the giants fell silent. Muria's intentions were crystal clear. He sought only the most formidable giants to serve as his personal guard, dismissing the rest. Secondly, I shall form a giant legion tasked with maintaining the stability of the island and preventing any conflicts from arising on Taiji Island. The preliminary recruitment target for this legion is set at 2,000. The criteria for entry will prioritize strength, regardless of race. Any giant may apply. Strength is paramount. This is an eternal decree. No objections arose from the assembly of giants, including the cloud giants, who had no standing to voice dissent. Although they were the weakest, the combined forces of the mountain giants and tide giants did not amount to 2,000, yet they could still secure a portion of the available slots through their numbers. Thirdly, on the first day of each month, I shall convene a meeting here. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, all must be present to report to me on all significant occurrences on Taiji Island. Furthermore, any endeavors requiring the involvement of 10 giants or more must receive my consent before execution. Understood, led by the storm giants. All the giants chose to comply with his command. Muria's initial decree had firmly secured the loyalty of the island's strongest giants. The fourth matter I have been informed of is that on Taiji Island, giants arrive seeking refuge each day. For these giants, as long as they harbor no ill intentions, they shall all be welcomed. Moreover, I have heard that many newly arrived giants wish to pay their respects to me. I have resolved to grant their request, and so, on the first day of each month, following the conclusion of our discussions, I shall receive them here. As for today, although it is not the first day of this month, due to my oversight in not considering these matters, I shall make an exception today and instruct all newly arrived giants on the island to come forth and pay their respects to me here and now. With Muria's command, the storm giants swiftly departed the Grand Hall, traversing Taiji Island to notify the newly arrived giants to come to the Bayou Divine Palace to meet Muria. Muria felt as though he had transformed into a clay idol within a temple, requiring only to remain still, exuding an air of dignity, to receive the kneeling homage of others without any further action. The cloud giants, tide giants, mountain giants, and even the migrating fog giant tribe, along with 8 new storm giants, all rejoiced upon encountering Muria, confirming that the rumors they had heard were indeed true. That on the Titan Islands amidst the thunderstorm ocean, there exists a Titan who is a son of the dragon, willing to accept the allegiance of all giants. This very rumor compelled many giants to forsake everything and endeavor to cross the thunderstorm ocean to pledge their loyalty to Muria, great son of the Titan. We, the fog giants, are willing to follow you for eternity. Within the grand hall, under the watchful gaze of numerous giants, a group of 10-meter-tall giants, with alabaster skin, silvery hair, and well-muscled arms, entered the hall and collectively knelt before Muria. Some fog giants even shedding tears in that moment. Chapter 36. On the right track. How feeble. Muria gazed down at the fog giants, this being his first impression upon seeing them. These fog giants appeared tattered and worn, many of them missing limbs, presenting an exceedingly pitiful sight. Most critically, their strength was inferior even to the cloud giants residing on the island, whose average power stood at merely the first tier of gold. The majority of these fog giants were only of silver tier, with but a small fraction reaching the first tier of gold. How did you come to Taiji Island? Muria inquired of the fog giants below. We expended the majority of our clan's savings to seek the aid of humans in constructing a grand vessel, traversing the seas to arrive here, the scarred leader of the fog giants, upon hearing Muria's sudden question, momentarily lost composure, recounting the arduous journey they had undertaken across the ocean. Lacking the innate gifts of the cloud giants, most of the fog giants were unable to fly until they reached the gold tier. Thus, they had to rely on tools and pay a price to seek assistance from other beings. The fog giant tribe had even requested their close kin, the cloud giants, to accompany them aboard. But this was far from sufficient. A group of low-tier gold giants could not meet the standards required for a transoceanic voyage, so they were compelled to pay tolls to the sea tribes they encountered along the way, in exchange for safe passage. This was still relatively fortunate, as they could trade resources and treasures for safety. Though their wealth was diminished, their lives remained intact. What truly instills fear in the mist giants are the formidable sea monsters they occasionally encounter. Some of these creatures possess immense strength, yet their intelligence is akin to that of wild beasts, rendering communication impossible. When they catch sight of the mist giants passing by, they attack without hesitation, regardless of the consequences. Each encounter with such a monster inflicts severe losses upon the mist giant tribe. Compared to when they first set out, how many mist giants remain in your tribe now? Upon hearing of the arduous trials faced by the mist giants, Muria felt a stirring in his heart, suddenly gaining an inkling of realization. The significance of titans to giants far surpasses his previous understanding. In my tribe, the number of surviving adult mist giants is merely half of what it was at the beginning of our journey. As he spoke, this muscular giant's eyes glistened with moisture. Yet he believed their sacrifices were worthwhile, for they had successfully met you, the great Titan and child of the dragon. That I accept your fealty. From this day forth, you shall settle on Taiji Island, and I shall instruct the cloud giants to construct dwellings for you. After a moment of silence, Muria spoke soothingly. At this juncture, a storm giant stepped forward, intending to guide these mist giants, who had endured numerous hardships, to retreat and make way, as there were other giants awaiting their turn to pay their respects to Muria. Wait, we still have offerings for His Highness Muria, observing the storm giant gesturing for them to leave. The leader of the mist giants hastily removed a small ring from around his neck. For giants, this ring appeared pitifully small. Had it not been for Muria's keen eyesight, he might not have noticed what the leader of the mist giants had taken from around his neck. Such a diminutive spatial ring. Surely it was crafted by humans, exclaimed the storm giant beside the mist giant leader, his voice resonating with authority. Do we have but this one spatial ring left? The rest have been given away. The mist giant leader explained, lowering his head in embarrassment. Regardless of the type of giant, apart from the strongest among humans, they generally regard the rest of humanity with disdain, contempt, and indifference. Using human-made items is considered a source of shame for giants. Do you intend to present this spatial ring to His Highness Muria? A powerful tide giant inquired with a smile, noting the mist giants, tattered and impoverished, with the ring likely being their most cherished possession. Hee hee, ha ha. The tide giant's words elicited a wave of suppressed laughter within the hall, even causing a hint of a smile to appear on Muria's face. No, that is not the case. Having witnessed the grandeur of His Highness Muria's castle, how could we possibly dare to present such a humble ring made by insignificant humans? Upon hearing the laughter in the hall, the expression of the mist giant leader grew even more awkward. Then he activated the spatial ring and withdrew a piece of metal from it. Burp. As the sight of the object in the hands of the mist giant came into view, the smile of the great hall vanished in an instant. Some giants, unable to suppress their laughter, emitted peculiar sounds, appearing utterly embarrassed. Yet, no one paid them any heed, for all attention was captivated by the metallic artifact held by the leader of the mist giants. This was a piece of irregularly oval-shaped black metal, measuring a staggering 3 meters in length and over a meter in width. It shimmered with myriad dazzling starlights, reminiscent of gazing at a brilliant starry sky on the clearest of nights. In the presence of this metal, which seemed to embody a fragment of the cosmos, the magical crystal sculptures and the jewel-encrusted gilded adornments within the hall appeared to lose their luster in an instant, becoming as inconspicuous as stones by the roadside. The resplendent palace of Muria seemed to pale in comparison. Legendary metal, void star gold. Beside the mist giant leader, a storm giant intoned the name of the metal in a voice that resembled a melodic chant. Do you intend to offer such a substantial piece of void star gold to me? Muria inquired from his throne. Are you aware of the value of this legendary metal? Indeed, came the reply. That is precisely why we wish to present it to your highness. You could easily barter this void star gold for the services of a legendary warrior to escort you, sparing your tribe from significant loss of life. Muria's voice was low and grave. The leader of the mist giants bowed his head in silence. Your offering is accepted, Muria stated, not feigning reluctance. Having grasped the value of the legendary metal, he found it difficult to decline such a rare treasure. Subsequently, Muria received all the newly arrived giants on Taiji Island, many of whom presented treasures to him, yet none could rival the worth of the void star gold offered by the leader of the mist giants. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that 8 new storm giants, prompted by their kin, requested to join Muria as personal guard during their audience, to which Muria readily acquiesced, leaving the other giants somewhat astonished. However, there was little room for dissent, for the storm giants were the mightiest, and it was only natural for Muria to select the strongest to serve as his protectors. After all, the world has always revered the powerful deity in truth. The 2 cloud giant leaders reported to Muria under pressure from the 8 storm giants, who had persistently clamored to meet him since their arrival on Taiji Island. After some delay, certain cloud giant leaders could no longer bear the pressure and chose to inform Muria. There were not merely 8 storm giants on the island, but an additional 97 as well. In the fifth matter, once all the giants had paid their respects, Muria once again commenced to announce his decision. I intend to establish a city centered around the White Jade Divine Palace. This endeavor will be entrusted to the cloud giants for the design, while the mountain giants will provide the materials that I wish to see. A city of giants, a city of white jade. Your Highness, do you have any specific requirements for the city of giants? What is the expected time frame for its construction? Inquired Abud, the leader of the cloud giants, having sensed Muria's dissatisfaction towards his kind. Yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it, for he was one of the 3 cloud giant leaders who had accompanied Muria to the 5-color dragon fortress. He was unaware of the events transpiring beyond the fortress. The design and construction of urban architecture must adhere to a standardized and orderly manner, eschewing chaos and disorder. My city requires no walls, and moreover, it must allow room for expansion for the construction timeline. There are no constraints. As long as quality is assured, the speed of construction may be increased. Muria presented his demands. You command, Your Highness Muria. There remains one final matter, the most crucial of all. Muria surveyed the area below and announced to all tidal giants, and to any sea folk willing to heed my call, that when encountering giants journeying to Taiji Island while searching for treasures at sea, they must extend their utmost assistance. This is of paramount importance. The treasure-seeking endeavors may be temporarily set aside. Your Highness is benevolent. This time, it was the mountain giants who led the cry. Among all the giants on the island, they were the most aggrieved. Possessing the power of the earth, they found it profoundly frustrating to rise above the ocean, their formidable strength diminished by more than half. They understood all too well the hardships of crossing the sea. Your Highness is benevolent. All the giants joined in the chorus, extolling Muria's decree. Subsequently, due to Muria's orders, the somewhat chaotic Taiji Island began to regain its order on the very first day of the month. As Muria convened a formal meeting, several sea tribes sought to pledge their allegiance while also aspiring to gain entry into the White Jade Divine Palace for discussions. After contemplating for 3 seconds, Muria acquiesced to the requests of the Naga and Merfolk tribes for alliance, simultaneously permitting their leaders to enter the White Jade Divine Palace. After all, these sea folk had contributed significantly to his endeavors, if not through merit, then through their hardships. Thus, on the first day of each month, Muria would first receive the newly arrived giants, followed by reports from the cloud giant leaders, the giant representatives, and the sea folk chiefs concerning significant events from the preceding month. The cloud giants would report on the progress of the giant city's construction. The tidal giants and the sea folk would relay the number of giants they had rescued and the treasures they had collected over the month. The mountain giants would report on the quantity of white jade bricks produced. Speaking of the mountain giants, Muria believed that their abilities were best suited for infrastructure development, and he contemplated establishing a dedicated construction corps, recruiting all mountain giants to join. Regrettably, however, the mountain giants were truly barbaric. Their limited knowledge rendered them incapable of independently constructing even slightly complex edifices, necessitating the assistance of the cloud giants. Yet, this situation was gradually improving. As a portion of the mountain giants had begun to actively pursue studies in architecture, their barbarism stemmed from a lack of opportunity for learning, not from a deficiency in intelligence. As for the storm giants, regardless of whether they were newcomers, Muria enlisted each and every one into his personal guard, establishing them as the core force of his dominion over Taiji Island. The storm giants who attained the privilege of the personal guard were unwaveringly loyal to Muria, diligently executing each command he issued. With the strongest contingent of giants as his support, Muria, over the course of the next 5 months, consecutively ordered the expulsion of 6 cloud giant leaders along with their respective cloud giants, banishing them to 6 other islands surrounding Taiji Island to cultivate the land. Chapter 37. The continuous births. It is essential to acknowledge that there are no fewer than 18 cloud giant leaders, suggesting that a number of them must be interconnected to effectively obstruct the flow of information to Muria. It is evident that the number of cloud giant leaders involved is far greater than merely 2. Therefore, as he sought to ascertain which cloud giant leaders were attempting to employ various means to prevent Muria from accepting new allegiances, he did not hesitate to exile them. Nevertheless, Muria, harboring a sense of benevolence, granted these 8 cloud giant leaders an opportunity for redemption. During the 6 months he spent on Taiji Island, Muria's repeated exiles of the cloud giant leaders instilled a profound sense of fear among the majority of the cloud giants, leaving them in a state of perpetual anxiety. Consequently, amidst this atmosphere of trepidation, the city of giants, which lacked a defined deadline, began to take shape at an astonishing pace, leaving Muria in a state of awe. Aside from his monthly visits to the Jade Palace on the first day, where he attended to affairs on Taiji Island and inspected the construction progress, Muria devoted the remainder of his time to studying magical formations within the confines of the colorful dragon fortress. Muria's grasp of the fundamental principles of magical formations progressed rapidly, particularly as he had an inexhaustible supply of spellcasting materials to enhance his proficiency. Building upon this foundation, he began to experiment with modifications to the incubation magical formation of dragon eggs, striving to ensure that the elemental energies provided by the formation aligned perfectly with the needs of each individual dragon. By the 5th month of his residence in the colorful dragon fortress, he had successfully revised the incubation formation one by one. Utilizing his perceptive abilities concerning the elements, by the 6th month, with a sense of mental preparedness, a hatchling dragon emerged from its shell. My lord, in the room I oversee, one of the dragon eggs is shaking incessantly, as if a dragon is about to hatch. On this day, while Muria was engrossed in his study of magical formations, a somewhat youthful cloud giant hurriedly entered his chamber under the guidance of the maid Mia, delivering the report. This was in accordance with Muria's prior directive. Any anomalies concerning the dragon eggs under their watch must be reported to him. Has it hatched this early? Upon hearing the cloud giant guard's words, Muria was momentarily taken aback, but his composure quickly returned. What type of dragon egg is it? The black dragon egg. Lead me there. As Muria followed the cloud giant guard to the designated room, he beheld a hatchling dragon, its head disproportionately large for its small body, adorned with thin, diminutive black scales, perched atop the shattered eggshell. Its large, dark eyes regarded Muria and the accompanying cloud giant with cautious vigilance. Without employing any transformation spells, Muria's height had nearly reached 11 meters, rendering him an imposing presence for the newly born black dragon. Which was no larger than a foal. The aura emanating from Muria invoked a complex array of feelings within the hatchling. It felt both a sense of familiarity and warmth, and yet an innate aversion stemming from ancestral memories. This was due to the golden dragon essence that surrounded Muria. The faint sense of kinship arose from the 6 months of care Muria had bestowed upon it, particularly in the final month, during which the revised magical formation provided elemental energies that offered the hatchling unparalleled comfort, allowing it to fully imprint Muria's essence even while still encased within the shell. After a brief moment of hesitation, the little black dragon observed Muria and the 2 cloud giants merely standing at the entrance of the pristine white room, silently watching it without making any moves, which slightly bolstered its courage. It extended its tiny claw, picked up a fragment of broken eggshell, placed it in its mouth, and bit down, chewing and swallowing. Throughout this process, the little black dragon maintained its gaze upward, fixated on Muria and the cloud giants. Arriving late, Muria frowned upon noticing that the little black dragon had begun to feed, then turned to the other cloud giant. Each room housed 2 cloud giants. One had come to report to him, while the other remained in the room, having witnessed the entire birth of the black dragon. "What is the name of this dragon?" Muria inquired, for dragons reveal their true names upon birth before partaking in their first meal, which consists of the eggshell. This was a universal truth. Even Muria himself had followed this tradition. "Your Highness, I do not understand the dragon tongue," the stationed cloud giant remarked, displaying an awkward expression. The true names of hatchlings were expressed in the dragon language, and those unacquainted with it would find it incomprehensible. Muria fell silent, patiently waiting for the little black dragon to finish consuming its eggshell before approaching it, gazing down with what he believed to be a gentle smile. "Little black dragon, what is your true name?" A true name is unique and holds certain special powers, such as the ability to forge contracts. However, it is only effective when inscribed by the individual themselves. If one were to write another's true name during a contract, it would bear no weight. Thus, a true name generally serves only the holder, while for others, it is merely a means of address. "I am called Saxon," the little black dragon said, shrinking its head back and looking at Muria with a mixture of fear and respect, displaying its intelligence. Upon hearing Muria's inquiry, it unhesitatingly revealed a portion of its true name. "Is there more to eat?" the little black dragon shyly inquired, patting its belly with a claw, for it had consumed all the eggshell, yet still felt unsated. Muria twitched his nose and furrowed his brow as he regarded the little black dragon, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from it. "Yes, but you must take a bath first." The little black dragon Saxon stared at Muria, bewildered, questioning the sudden need for a bath. "You smell a bit," Muria remarked, looking at Saxon with mild distaste. He knew this was a scent unique to black dragons, a breed that favored dwelling in marshlands. And all of them, without exception, bore this odor that was akin to the sulfuric scent of red dragons or the naturally fragrant aroma of gold dragons. This was an inherent characteristic of dragons, though some lacked any odor altogether. The little black dragon continued to look perplexed. As a creature slightly superior to the shameful white dragon, endowed with remarkable intelligence from birth, it understood the necessity of complying and refraining from causing trouble. It knew it must obediently follow to take a bath, and afterward, be fed until satiated. Muria turned his head and commanded the somewhat bewildered cloud giants at the doorway, instructing them to add more spices to the bathing water, as he did not wish to encounter any unpleasant odors emanating from it next time. "Yes, you command, young Master Muria," replied the 2 cloud giants, equally perplexed by his orders. In the ensuing days, hatchlings of drakes gradually emerged, yet no dragon egg had ever yielded 2 hatchlings on the same day. Each hatchling's time of birth varied. This indicated a telling truth. Muria's father had likely claimed a considerable number of vile dragons, selecting only one from each brood. Every dragon egg was meticulously chosen by the legendary Titan and Soaer. Even the most inferior white dragon egg underwent a rigorous selection process. Thus far, the flawless hatching success rate underscored the quality of these dragon eggs, attributable not only to the hatching array arranged by Muria, but also to the superior caliber of the eggs themselves. 3 swift years passed. during which the number of giants on Tai Chi Island successfully surpassed 30,000. The populations of mountain giants and tidal giants each exceeded 1,000, while the count of storm giants, over the span of 3 years, grew to 315. The city of giants, centered around the White Jade Palace, also began to take shape, with the majority of giants on the island settling there. As more giants joined Tai Chi Island, the city continued to expand without pause. The increase in storm giants signified the expansion of Muria's personal guard, and as the numbers of his retainers grew, a natural phenomenon occurred. The storm giants began to delineate their own hierarchy. With their strengths being comparable, external factors began to influence the outcomes of their battles. Consequently, the presence of a giant rock became a symbol of status among the storm giants. Those with giant rock companions instinctively formed a clique, subconsciously ostracizing those without such allies. The storm giants with giant rocks consistently remained close to Muria, striving to stay within his immediate vicinity. While the task of patrolling Tai Chi Island and the surrounding 8 agricultural isles was delegated to the storm giants lacking giant rocks. Throughout these 3 years, the cloud giant leaders, who had been exiled by Muria to the 8 surrounding islands, executed their tasks with trepidation. These leaders, accompanied by their factions, felled all useless trees on the islands and extensively planted fruit trees, berry-producing shrubs, and plants favored by herbivorous low-tier creatures found on Titan Isles. The 8 islands soon became adorned with bountiful orchards, as herds of bovine and ovine creatures grazed leisurely across vast pastures. Daily, these 8 islands supplied Tai Chi Island with copious amounts of meat and fruit, significantly diversifying the diet of the giants, who had grown weary of an exclusive seafood fare. This accomplishment greatly pleased Muria, who began to permit the 8 cloud giant leaders to enter the White Jade Palace on the first day of each month to attend the monthly council and report on their progress. During these 3 years, Muria spent the majority of his time within the Rainbow Dragon Fortress, awaiting the births of the multicolored hatchlings. Over the span of 3 years, Muria's father successfully hatched every single dragon egg he gifted him, without a single stillborn among them. A miraculous feat that would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the continent were it to be known. However, the giants of Titan Island are a closed society, preventing any news from escaping. Having witnessed nearly 100 hatchling dragons, Muria has also come to confirm certain truths, such as the remarkable intelligence of these creatures. Even the newly hatched hatchlings possess an innate ability to read the room, understanding when to submit and obey, regardless of whether their commander exudes an aura that is particularly detestable to dragons. Of course, at their core, dragons are still creatures of malice. Their nature is inherently wicked. Among the chromatic dragons, the green, black, and white dragons, upon grasping the nature of their surroundings, behave with surprising docility. Yet, the most formidable of the evil dragons, the red dragons, alongside the second strongest blue dragons, display a stark contrast. After receiving their ancestral knowledge upon hatching, the red dragons and certain blue dragons are imbued with an overwhelming arrogance, much like the 6 red dragons that Muria initially reared. Nevertheless, Muria remains steadfast in his approach, wielding the thunder in his hands to teach them how to conduct themselves properly under his guidance. Chapter 38, Dragon Taming. Ding, ding, bang, at dawn. The bronze bell atop the tower of the chromatic dragon fortress was struck by the vigilant storm giant, its resonant chime echoing throughout every corner of the castle. That moment, the entire fortress erupted with excitement. Nearly 100 doors swung open simultaneously, and a multitude of hatchlings, with their oversized heads and diminutive bodies, surged forth from their chambers like flames igniting a trail. They hurriedly rushed toward the same destination within the castle. Quickly, quickly, we must reach the dining hall before the bell tolls cease. Do not obstruct my path. I wish to avoid Muria's wrath. Step aside, step aside. If you do not, I shall unleash my fiery breath. Come now, let us engage in a fiery duel. Am I to fear you, O mighty red dragon? A gaggle of foolish hatchlings bickered and squabbled, their voices filled with bravado. Let us fight. Let us fight. If we arrive late, we shall simply accept Muria's punishment. Just do not scream too loudly when the time comes. The corridor, which was originally spacious enough to accommodate 4 giants side by side, was suddenly obstructed by these youthful chromatic dragons, each measuring no more than 4 meters in length. These ill-tempered hatchlings, unable to agree, began to grapple with one another in the hallway, occasionally releasing blasts of dragon breath that posed no real harm, merely a playful exchange of spit. The cloud giants stationed in the corridor remained impassive, allowing the hatchlings to frolic beneath their feet. Initially, this scene was amusing. However, the novelty wore thin with each passing day, as they were merely newly hatched creatures incapable of inflicting any damage in the castle's dining hall. Muria sat at the head of the table, surveying the neatly arranged black iron dwarf tables below him. From his vantage point, everything appeared orderly and pleasing to the eye. However, as the storm giant struck the bronze bell in the castle tower, Muria's brow furrowed in concern, for he could hear the cacophony of noise emanating from the castle corridors. Once again, it seems that despite my extensive teachings, there has been no discernible change. Could it be that my methods of punishment are too lenient? Muria mused, rubbing his temples in frustration at that moment. At the entrance of the restaurant facing Muria, a large black dragon with scales as dark as night flapped its wings and was the first to rush out. Upon realizing it was the first to arrive, it threw its head back and roared in exultation, "Awoo! Today, I am the first one here." Ahem. Observing the triumphant little black dragon, Muria cleared her throat softly. Startled by the sound, the little black dragon quivered, its entire demeanor wilting like a frost-bitten eggplant. "Muria, I understand. I must not create a ruckus." The little black dragon shrank back, fear etched across its face as it gazed up at Muria, who was perched on a three-tiered platform. Her eyes narrowed in scrutiny. "But I won't make noise anymore. I shall obediently take my seat." Having uttered this, the little black dragon dutifully made its way to its designated spot and plopped down onto the hard cushion, patiently awaiting the arrival of all the hatchlings before embarking on the most delightful part of the day. Dinner at the little black dragon entered the dining hall. A stream of hatchlings, adorned in a spectrum of colorful scales, surged in amidst the melodious chimes of the bell. Initially, there was a cacophony of sounds as the hatchlings entered, but upon catching sight of Muria, whose gaze was piercing from her elevated position, they swiftly fell silent, behaving themselves. Some hatchlings even treaded lightly on their claws to avoid making noise. Ding! The final chime resonated, followed by an enveloping silence. Muria, with an expression as stern as stone, scrutinized the entrance of the restaurant. The hatchlings who had arrived before the bell rang now turned their attention to the threshold. Under the watchful eyes of Muria and the other dragons, a small red dragon with brilliant crimson scales, accompanied by two timid azure-scaled dragons, timidly stepped into the restaurant. The claw marks adorning their bodies clearly attested to the scuffle they had just engaged in along the corridor. "You three are late," Muria stated, her demeanor unyielding as she fixed her gaze upon the trio. "Muria, this is not my fault." Before Muria could elaborate further, the latecomer, the small red dragon, vociferously protested. "It was them blocking my path. I asked them to let me through, but they refused and even banded together to attack me." Upon hearing the red dragoness words, the two blue dragons shot glares at it, retorting, "You were being unreasonable. We were in front of you. Why should we yield? Indeed, being a red dragon doesn't make you superior. We blue dragons are not afraid." The words of the little blue dragon drew nods of agreement from several seated blue dragons, who found the sentiment quite reasonable. While it was true that red dragons were the mightiest among the five-colored dragons, the blue dragons were no slouches either. "Enough!" Muria interjected sharply, her voice cutting through the ongoing bickering of the three hatchlings. The five-colored dragons were notoriously tempestuous, often resorting to conflict over trivial matters, and Muria had witnessed numerous instances of dragons arriving late due to quarrels. "I have no desire for further trivialities. As per the customary rules, tardiness incurs a penalty." Muria's gaze remained icy as she addressed the three uneasy hatchlings below. "Will you voluntarily submit to your punishment to spare me the trouble? Or shall I enlist the assistance of the other dragons?" Upon hearing Muria's ultimatum, the seated hatchlings eagerly looked toward the three latecomers, anticipation gleaming in their eyes that "We will handle it ourselves." A small blue dragon hesitated momentarily before resolutely committing to its course of action, donning an expression that conveyed a willingness to face death as it approached Muria with a grandiose demeanor. It then arrived at the base of Muria's elevated platform, grinning widely, before closing its eyes and ascending the remarkably broad first tier. The platform upon which Muria sat was not particularly high, consisting of 3 tiers, yet each tier was notably expansive. What set this scene apart, however, were the numerous hexagram arrays shimmering with faint spiritual light, located on both the first and second tiers. These arrays were meticulously crafted by Muria over many years, specifically designed for these inherently mischievous five-colored dragons. Their quantity was sufficient to simultaneously discipline 50 juvenile dragons of various hues. With a solemn expression, the small blue dragon stepped into one of the arrays on the first tier. And as its entire body entered the array, the white spiritual light gradually transformed from barely visible to resplendently brilliant. With a hum, a chill spread forth as the array activated, causing the juvenile dragons seated in the front row, particularly those closest to Muria, to shiver, save for the white dragon, which bore an expression of delight. The small blue dragon emitted a brief yet urgent howl before falling silent, enveloped in a sphere of icy water radiating coldness. Lifted by the array's power for all the juvenile dragons to witness, latecomers, combined with brawls, warranted a punishment duration of 15 minutes. Muria announced the punishment's outcome with an impassive facade, observing the frightened expressions of many juvenile dragons below. He sighed inwardly. These mischievous dragon offspring were inherently troublesome, born as natural miscreants, with daily infractions occurring for a myriad of reasons. Without respite, the principle of punishment for wrongdoing was one Muria steadfastly upheld. However, the continuous need for him to personally administer these punishments had become rather vexing. Consequently, he devised arrays tailored to the living habits and attributes of these five-colored dragons for the purpose of discipline. The blue dragon, a creature of the earth element, favored nesting in deserts, and was also capable of emitting linear bolts of lightning. Muria found that employing golden thunder for punishing blue dragons yielded little effect, as their immunity to lightning damage was exceedingly high. In light of this, Muria established an array capable of generating sub-zero temperatures without freezing, maximizing the discomfort experienced by the blue dragons. Furthermore, the effects of the array extended beyond mere discomfort. Within the fully activated array floated a massive sphere of icy water, 3 meters in diameter, where the small blue dragon thrashed and struggled, exhibiting signs of intense suffering. Observing the small blue dragon appearing as though it were on the brink of death, Muria's heart remained unperturbed. He had witnessed the resilience of dragonkind far too often to be swayed by such displays. This level of distress was merely uncomfortable and far from fatal. Was the efficacy of my punishment array truly lacking? Muria mused as he gazed downward. My array could only instill a slight fear in the juvenile dragons. The frequent repeat offenses merely indicated their indifference to punishment. It was evident that modifications were necessary to further enhance the disciplinary effects. The most absurd aspect was, Muria gazed downwards, seated at the dining table, eagerly observing the young dragons of the little blue dragon being punished. That a sense of powerlessness welled up within her. The misfortunes of her kin evoked not a shred of sympathy, but rather became a source of amusement for them. Truly, a wicked dragon lives up to its malevolent reputation. After this lamentation, Muria redirected her gaze to the entrance, where 2 small dragons, one blue and one red, appeared utterly terrified. Beside them, the fledglings were already poised to spring into action. "Help those two," she uttered, waving her hand, a mischievous grin gracing her features, though she was exasperated by the inherent wickedness of the dragons. The daily entertainment was to proceed as usual. Upon hearing Muria's words, the fledglings surrounding the small blue and red dragons surged forward like ravenous wolves, with dragons of every hue joining the fray. Red, blue, and even white dragons were among them. That a cacophony of howls erupted within the dining hall. The atmosphere instantly invigorated. Every dragon seemed to be swept up in a frenzy, as if caught in a euphoric revelry. "No, we are of the same kind. You cannot do this," cried the blue dragon. "You are also a blue dragon. Have you no dragon's integrity left? I do not wish to be punished. Release me." A dozen fledglings surrounded the small blue and red dragons, and soon their furious roars clashed with desperate wails. Though they were swiftly drowned out by the exultant cries of the fledglings, they seized the 2 pitiful little dragons, tugging at their tails, dragging their wings, and pressing down on their heads. The malevolent nature of the 5-colored dragons began to reveal itself at that moment. "Stay still and do not struggle," they taunted. "Ha! You wretched red dragon, I have finally seized my chance. 3 days ago, when I was punished, it was you who grasped my wings and, along with the others, dragged me up, and now you expect me to spare you. Dream on. Humph, you 2 scoundrels, the moment for revenge has arrived. Resistance is futile. I shall escort you to enjoy your punishment. Those who err must face consequences." They howled. "Please, no," came the anguished cries as their futile struggles ceased, and a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted throughout the dining hall. Witnessing the misfortune of their kin, these rascally dragons reveled in delight. Despite having endured the agonies of the punitive magic array themselves, Muria observed the rowdy fledglings with a hint of exasperation, silently cursing their antics. Below, the small blue dragon was forcibly dragged into the magic array by the fledglings, submerged in icy water that chilled to the bone, struggling helplessly as a species prone to nesting in the sweltering desert. Being immersed in frigid water was particularly distressing for the blue dragon. The punishment array for the small red dragon operated differently. It too was enveloped in a sphere of water, yet unlike the blue dragon's nearly white icy sphere. The water surrounding the red dragon was a vibrant azure, devoid of any bone-chilling coldness. It was merely a sphere of water elements, conjured by the magic array, yet even this proved to be quite uncomfortable for the little red dragon. Moreover, the punitive magical array designed for the red dragon and blue dragon yields effects beyond mere appearance. After a span of 3 minutes, the punitive magical array enveloping the red dragon underwent a remarkable transformation. Strikingly, arcs of blue and white lightning began to manifest within the water sphere encasing the red dragon. Upon the emergence of this thunderous spectacle, the small red dragon, which had been thrashing desperately within the aqueous confines, was suddenly jolted, emitting a cacophony of cries as its body convulsed uncontrollably. Concurrently, a series of azure winds began to swirl around the blue dragon's water sphere, gradually intensifying. Subsequently, this sphere commenced a rapid rotation, escalating in speed until it culminated in the formation of a sphere that radiated a cerulean core surrounded by a white exterior, rendering the small blue dragon completely invisible due to the frenetic velocity of the sphere. The red dragon's water sphere was not far behind. The blue-white lightning had engulfed its form entirely, obscuring the vibrant scales of the red dragon from view. The sphere had transformed into a blue-white lightning orb, revealing not a trace of red, and all that resonated was the gradually diminishing wails of the red dragon. A full 12 minutes elapsed, during which the 3 water spheres remained eerily silent, their occupants motionless. Eventually, the 3 magical arrays ceased their operations, and with a series of explosive pops, the spheres enveloped in wind or thunder shattered, dispersing into shimmering motes of elemental light throughout the air. Deprived of the array-sustaining magic, the 3 limp hatchlings plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the platform, utterly motionless. Having succumbed to unconsciousness, the small red dragon appeared damp, wisps of green smoke rising from its form, while the 2 small blue dragons were enveloped in visible tendrils of white frost. This grim tableau elicited delight from several hatchlings below, who reveled in the misfortune of their peers. Clang! Observing the growing commotion in the dining hall, Muria seized a bronze hammer and gently struck a nearby bronze bell atop her table. The resonant chime reverberated throughout the hall, instantly silencing all hatchlings, who obediently resumed their seats. Their experiences since birth had imparted the wisdom of when to be boisterous and when to remain dutifully quiet. Following Muria's tolling of the bell, any dragon daring to make a racket would meet the same fate as the 3 unfortunate dragons before her. As the sound of Muria's bell echoed through the dining area, a procession of cloud giant maidens entered from various entrances, each bearing steaming cauldrons. In orderly fashion, they placed the black iron cauldrons before each hatchling at the low tables. After delivering the food, the cloud giant maidens exited through another passage, the entire process carried out in serene silence, punctuated only by the clinks of the cauldrons being set down, a sight that brought Muria great satisfaction. Clang! Muria struck the bronze bell once more, and with this sound, all hatchlings stirred into action, recognizing it as the signal to dine. They rose on their hind legs, their forepaws gripping the sides of the black iron cauldrons, their elongated necks allowing them to dip their heads inside and commence their feast. Each dragon devoured its meal voraciously. Muria spared no expense in catering to the hatchlings' appetites, arranging for the cloud giant chefs within Dragon Keep to prepare dishes tailored to each dragon's unique palate. The red dragons feast upon flesh still ablaze, while the blue dragons consume meat that has been struck by lightning, bearing charred scars. As for the black dragons, their meals are deliberately sour to cater to their tastes. Whereas the green dragons dine on the most ordinary of fair, well-cooked dishes, the white dragons, in contrast, partake of frozen meat that emanates an icy chill. From his elevated platform, Muria surveyed the hatchlings below, indulging in their meals, nodding in satisfaction. This was the culmination of his 3 years of training. Though not without its imperfections, The outcome was commendable at the very least. All the dragons held him in sufficient reverence. He then turned his gaze to his own table, which boasted a splendid array of food, slices of fresh fish from the depths of the ocean, aromatic grilled steaks, and large, white seabird eggs, alongside a vibrant assortment of fruits freshly plucked from the orchards of the cloud giants and delivered to the dragon fortress. Muria was meticulous about the hatchling's diet, and his own meals were no less lavish. Every repast was so sumptuous that the hatchlings watched with envious eyes. The grandeur of Muria's food was such that even ordinary mortals would be left agape. Bird eggs as tall as a man, fruits of equal stature, and tender steaks exceeding a meter in length. These were cultivated by the cloud giants, whom Muria had banished to the 8 islands surrounding Taichi Island, and this realization somewhat tempered his fury. Once Muria had consumed all the food before him and felt no pangs of hunger, he picked up his copper hammer and struck the bronze bell nearby. The duration of his meal dictated the time allotted for the hatchlings to eat. The resonant chime echoed throughout the dining hall, prompting all dragons, regardless of whether they had finished their meals or not, to lift their heads and direct their gazes toward Muria. Their dining time had come to an end. Rest for a moment. Then join me at the training grounds. I must assess your assignments, Muria announced from his lofty perch. His words elicited expressions of eager anticipation among many of the hatchlings, while others displayed fear. Just as Muria concluded his statement, 3 hatchlings, having been subjected to a magical array that left them dazed, gradually regained consciousness and caught wind of his words. The little red dragon's countenance soured, while the 2 blue dragons sprang up, eyes alight with expectation, eager to please Muria. Within the vibrant halls of the 5-colored dragon fortress, Muria led all 95 hatchlings into a room filled with wooden targets shaped like various creatures. Among them were 3 famished hatchlings, punished for their misdeeds, condemned to endure a day of hunger. Yet, for these 3, a day without food was hardly a grave matter. They could endure it, for the most crucial event lay ahead. The room was not solely occupied by the hatchlings. 6 juvenile dragons, their scales a brilliant red, loomed larger than the hatchlings, each exceeding 12 meters in length, their imposing presence dwarfing the smaller dragons. Austin, Muria called out one of the dragon's names, under the watchful eyes of all the hatchlings. Austin, the largest among the 6 juvenile dragons, strode forward with pride, his head held high, embodying a regal demeanor as he approached Muria. Muria, you may utter any name, for I have mastered all spells below the 4th ring of the fire element. Upon hearing this, Muria squinted at the audacious little dragon, which had begun to swagger once more. After bringing 6 young dragons into the dragon fortress, an idea sparked in his mind. Inspired by the actions of the young female dragon, Renata, he delved into the archives of the Golden Dragon, Atres, and retrieved every low-tier spellbook he could find, meticulously transcribing each one before distributing them to the 6 young dragons, urging them to commence their studies as for any reluctance among the dragons to learn spells. That was easily resolvable. Transmutation. Muria gazed down at the young dragon at his feet and pronounced the name of a 4th ring spell. Upon hearing the name of transmutation, the young dragon, Austin, immediately wilted, retracting his neck to look at Muria. Could we perhaps choose another spell, such as fire shockwave or fireball? Huh. How many times must we have this conversation, Austin? Muria retorted with a cold smirk, fixing his gaze on the young dragon. Your siblings have all mastered this 4th ring spell, yet you remain unable to do so. As a dragon, to be incapable of even this simple 4th ring spell is nothing short of a disgrace to our kind. I am a red dragon, not a disgrace to the dragon race. That title belongs to the white dragons, Austin murmured weakly, lowering his head in response to Muria's reprimand. Then you are the shame of the red dragon lineage. Muria continued unabashedly. Renata, Cynthia, demonstrate the 4th ring transmutation spell for your brother. At Muria's command, the 2 young female dragons obediently cast the transmutation spell. As 2 crimson beams of magical light flashed through the room. The fearsome appearances of the 2 dragons transformed into that of 2 small, red-haired, crimson-eyed girls. See that, Austin? Muria pointed to the 2 delicately crafted dragon girls, chastising the red dragon. Your sister Cynthia mastered the transmutation spell in just half a month, while your youngest sister Renata achieved the same feat in merely a week. And yet, you still have not learned it. Austin, chastised by Muria, could not hold his head high. As a proud red dragon, he found this humiliation unbearable, yet he had no choice. His aptitude for learning transmutation was indeed lacking, compelling him to endure the shame. Hand it over. Muria extended his chubby hand towards the young dragon Austin. His prolonged growth had rendered him unchanged over the 3 years, save for his height, which had reached 11 meters. Muria, aside from transmutation, I have mastered all other spells, Austin protested, shifting uncomfortably, reluctant to comply. Do not force my hand. Muria warned, narrowing his eyes at him. No need. I will give it to you. Austin grit his teeth, ultimately yielding with a pained expression as he reluctantly retrieved a collection of sharply angled transparent crystals from his possession and handed them to Muria. I will reclaim this eventually. I await that day, Muria replied, then divided the penalty Austin had surrendered into 2 portions, presenting them to the now diminutive and charmingly cute forms of Cynthia and Renata. Here, this is your reward. Witnessing the actions of Muria, all the hatchling dragons present were filled with envy, and some began to stir restlessly. Chapter 40. Lured by temptation. Dragons are inherently greedy beings, possessing a fervent desire to claim anything that glimmers, appears valuable, or is truly precious. This is true for both benevolent and malevolent dragons alike. Muria himself has come to realize that due to his lineage of golden dragon blood, he has developed a penchant for collecting various precious treasures. He has continually tasked the tidal giants who have pledged allegiance to him with scouring the ocean for treasures, never once contemplating halting their search. This influence stemming from his bloodline is something Muria recognizes. Yet he does not make a conscious effort to correct it, as it bears no real detriment. Besides, his avarice for treasures is not as intense as that of a true dragon. In light of the dragon's greed, Muria devised a rather unscrupulous scheme that he established a formation specifically targeting the chromatic dragons, instituting punitive measures alongside a corresponding reward system. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the rewards he allocated to the malevolent dragons were entirely comprised of depleted magical crystals. These crystals were byproducts of his experimentation with formations, as well as waste from the hatching formations. For Muria, these magic-drained crystals held little utility, serving primarily as decorative trinkets. However, he had no need for them. He possessed an abundance of magical crystals, rendering these depleted ones truly worthless in his eyes. Yet, when the young female dragon Renata, transformed into a red-haired, red-eyed little girl, approached Muria clutching the spell book he had gifted her, he first honored his previous promise and took her on a tour of the White Jade Divine Palace. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the little dragon in her juvenile form, Muria inexplicably inquired what reward she desired, resulting in the predictable outcome. Renata requested treasures. In this situation, Muria, casting aside any semblance of restraint, seized a handful of the accumulated, unwanted depleted crystals and bestowed them upon the young dragon. Upon witnessing the transparent crystals heaped around her in her youthful guise, Renata was utterly overjoyed, and she merrily returned to her chamber with these delightful, shimmering gems. Naturally, Renata's sudden windfall of crystals attracted the attention of her siblings. After the 5 hatchlings collectively pressed Renata for the source of her newfound bounty, they soon sought out Muria. If we learn the transformation spell, can you grant us as many crystals as you gave to Renata? At that moment, Muria was somewhat taken aback. Yet he quickly grasped that the seemingly useless depleted crystals he had dismissed had suddenly acquired a new purpose. Of course, not only transformation spells, but should you master any other magic, I shall provide you with corresponding rewards. So long as you are willing to learn, I am willing to give. Thus did Muria respond to the 5 hatchlings. Consequently, the treasure-hungry hatchlings transformed into diligent scholars, tirelessly dedicating themselves to the study of memory spells, day and night. Each time they successfully mastered a spell, they would eagerly rush to Muria, who, upon witnessing their successful casting, would generously reward them with an assortment of discarded crystals, varying in quantity, corresponding to the spells they had learned. Inspired by these young dragons, Muria discerned the optimal approach to educate the hatchlings. Enticing them with rewards proved to be the most effective method. He could employ punitive arrays to restrain their behavior and suppress their undesirable habits. Yet, in terms of education, the allure of rewards would motivate these hatchlings to learn as eagerly as a donkey drawn to a carrot. Moreover, after each dragon received their crystal rewards for learning spells, Muria instituted a new system. He proactively assigned spell learning tasks to all dragons, promising crystal rewards for those who completed them within the specified time. However, should they exceed the time limit without completion, he neither scolded nor punished them. Instead, they paid a fine in crystals. Under this system, even the most reluctant learners began to diligently memorize spells, striving to fulfill the tasks set by Muria within the allotted time. For every dragon harbored a greed for riches. Yet, akin to humans, even among the same species of dragon, learning capabilities varied. Some underperforming dragons, despite possessing remarkable elemental talents, required extended periods to master spells. One such red dragon, Crest, emerged from the group of hatchlings after Muria finished reviewing the spell-learning tasks of 6 other young dragons. Muria consulted his notebook, which documented the true names of all dragons along with their spell-learning progress. At that moment, a striking crimson-scaled red dragon named Bertlin stepped forward, catching Muria's attention. After a cursory glance at the notebook and nodding at the spell Bertlin had mastered, an intermediate spell known as Elegance of the Cat, Muria issued a command. Bertlin began to chant, employing the successfully constructed spell model within his mental sea, a faint aura of magical energy enveloping his form, rendering him instantly more agile. Run straight ahead, then return, Muria instructed, gesturing towards the opposite side of the training ground. Eager to observe the effectiveness of the spell, without hesitation, the young red dragon dashed forward with a swift motion. Upon casting the supportive spell, he truly embodied the grace and agility of a cat. Faced with low obstacles, he effortlessly leaped over them. For higher barriers, he ascended like a feline, scaling them with remarkable verticality in a mere 5 minutes. Muria watched as the little red dragon completed a swift circuit of the training ground. Noticing that Bertlin's condition remained as poised as when he first stood before him, Muria nodded approvingly. You have mastered the elegance of the cat quite well. Here is your reward, according to his established rules. Muria produced 20 neatly cut, diamond-shaped transparent crystals and handed them to the young dragon Bertlin. The young dragon Bertlin beheld those seemingly futile crystals. His eyes sparkled with delight. He joyfully accepted the crystal from Muya's hand and returned to his original position. Blue Dragon, Adrian. Second tier spell, Lightning Ball. A crackling sphere of electric energy, under Muya's command, was conjured by the blue dragon Adrian and subsequently struck a wooden target shaped like a giant tiger in the training ground. Upon impact, the lightning ball scorched the wooden target, leaving behind a charred mark after a faint rumble. Indeed, a reward of 20 crystals was granted. Blue Dragon, Aldrich. Second tier spell, Fire Burst. After a brief wait, Muya frowned as he observed the blue dragon reciting his incantation in a dry manner. Sensing no gathering of fire elements in the air, you have failed to learn this spell in due time, Aldrich. According to the rules, you must pay a fine of 20 crystals. No, grant me a little more time. I assure you I can master this spell, the young blue dragon pleaded with a mournful cry, for the penalty was exceedingly painful for a dragon. Should you continue to resist paying the fine, it will double. Muya coldly regarded the blue dragon. The time allotted for each dragon to learn their spells was exceedingly reasonable, provided they did not indulge in laziness or idleness. I will pay. The young blue dragon, with a pained expression, retrieved 20 crystals from his spatial storage and handed them to Muya. You have 3 more days. If you have not mastered this spell by then, you shall continue to pay the fine. Muya made a note in his ledger, drawing a line. Even if you learn the spell by then, there will be no reward, as you will have exceeded the time limit. At Muya's words, the young dragon Aldrich shuddered, despondently returning to his previous position. Green Dragon, Cecil. Second tier spell, Summon Monster 2. Subsequently, for chattering greenskin goblins wielding wooden clubs materialized before Muya in response to the green dragon's summoning incantation. Muya frowned upon witnessing the 4 summoned creatures, who trembled on the ground in sheer terror. Goblins, how revolting. The spell was successfully cast, earning a reward of 20 crystals. Muya, wait. I have also learned another second-tier spell. Allow me to demonstrate, the young green dragon said, not claiming the reward, but instead gazing at Muya with pride, eagerly casting another spell. Acid Arrow. As the young green dragon chanted, for arrows composed of potent acid materialized in the air, then swiftly shot toward the 4 goblins she had summoned, striking them with precision. Amidst the goblins' anguished cries, they were swiftly eroded into a viscous sludge by the acid. The young green dragon beamed at the sight. Finding delight in the act of slaughter, a natural inclination for a wicked dragon, Muria furrowed his brow as he observed the scene, yet refrained from uttering a word. The slaughter of a few wicked and chaotic goblins alone did not warrant his reproach toward Cecil. Advancing in the mastery of second-tier spells is commendable, and thus, he rewarded 30 crystals. Muria then retrieved 30 crystals, handing over the previous 20 alongside them to the young green dragon. The sight of such a quantity of crystals made the hatchlings behind her green with envy. Yet none dared to seize them. This was due to prior instances where those who attempted to pilfer dragon property not only lost all their personal treasures, but also faced a day of maximum intensity from the punitive magic array. The black dragon, Lorelei second-tier spell, flying insects and beasts. Subsequently, a sparse gathering of bats appeared in response to the incantation of the young black dragon, who now looked at Muria with a face full of trepidation. The spell had succeeded, but the effectiveness. Lorelei, are you jesting? The number of bats is barely in the single digits. Muria reprimanded the black dragon. The lackluster outcome indicated insufficient practice, leading to a reduction in her reward. Based on the spell's effectiveness, she would receive 7 crystals. Muria counted the number of bats before determining the reward. Muria, this is far too little. I did manage to cast the spell successfully. Could you not grant me a bit more? The young black dragon attempted to negotiate for a larger share of crystals. Begone! Muria shot a sidelong glance at the young female dragon, Lorelei, coldly uttering a single word though. Witnessing Muria's wrath, the young black dragon quickly accepted the meager 7 crystals and slinked away. Crestfallen. Chapter 41. The scholar dragon, the white dragon. Clodia, that as Muria pronounced this name. The attention of all the dragons present turned towards a slender and petite white dragon, equally a hatchling with a large head and small body. This white dragon stood apart from the others. Her poised sitting posture exuded an air of intellectual elegance, causing the white dragon seated beside her to feel a sense of inadequacy, instinctively gathering around her as if she were their leader. Upon hearing her name called by Muria, the white dragon Clodia rose and gracefully approached him on her 4 paws, exuding an air of composure, her eyes brimming with confidence. How infuriating! How could a white dragon, a supposed disgrace of the dragon race, possess such remarkable magical talent? Hey, how many spells do you think Clodia has learned this time, and what rewards will she garner from Muria? Who knows? She is an aberrant dragon. The rewards she accumulates surpass those of 10 dragons combined, that I genuinely question whether Clodia is truly a white dragon. She resembles a silver dragon clad in white scales. You harbor the same suspicion? So do I, though I suspect one of her parents might be a crystal dragon. How else could a white dragon be so extraordinary? As the young white dragon Clodia departed from the gathering of hatchlings, they felt as if freed from an invisible restraint, beginning to whisper among themselves, sharing their opinions and thoughts. Clodia, showcase the spells you have mastered. Unlike her treatment of other dragons, Muria gazed at the little white dragon with a gentle smile, refraining from specifying which spell she should conjure, for it was unnecessary that the hatchlings had discussed. Clodia was a unique breed of dragon, unlike others who learned spells for the sake of acquiring crystals. Clodia sought knowledge for its own sake, driven by an innate curiosity. She was, indeed, a naturally gifted spellcaster. The might of the bull, the grace of the cat, the brilliance of the eagle, the cunning of the fox, the insight of the owl. In the briefest of moments, Clodia unleashed 5 second-tier transformation spells simultaneously, the dazzling brilliance of her magic nearly blinding the multitude of hatchlings who were fixated upon her. It was almost instantaneous. 5 spells. Muria looked at the little white dragon before her in astonishment, a faint sense of helplessness rising within her. This dragon had merely been born 2 years prior, and was only at the 3rd tier of bronze rank. Most crucially, her bronze tier strength was a result of relentless, tireless meditation. For Clodia had entered the world with only the power of the 2nd tier of bronze. Her diligence surpassed that of all other dragons. The adage that diligence is rewarded epitomized the accomplishments of the white dragon Clodia. There more? Muria regarded her with a glimmer of anticipation. Clodia had long since mastered all the 2nd tier spells she could learn, and the 5 transformation spells were already within her repertoire. What she was now demonstrating was her prowess in spellcasting. Upon hearing Muria's inquiry, Clodia remained silent, dispelling the effects of the 5 transformation spells she had cast, and then began to chant an incantation. A chilling wind swept through the training ground, following the rhythm of Clodia's melodic voice. Dozens of ice spheres, each the size of a football, formed and rolled in the air with her incantation. And then the little white dragon raised a claw, pointing at a bear-shaped wooden target. The ice spheres transformed into a cascade of white rainbows, striking the wooden target with precision. Crack! The impact of 16 ice spheres instantly shattered the 5-meter-high bear-shaped wooden target into a pile of frost-laden splinters. While the remaining ice spheres flew straight, striking other wooden targets and coating them with a layer of frost out a third-tier spell, Hailstorm. Muria gasped in astonishment. It was known that only bronze-tier dragons could cast first- and second-tier spells, while only silver-tier dragons could wield third-tier spells. Clodia was casting beyond her ranked in the training ground. Many hatchlings cast envious, jealous, or even admiring glances towards Clodia, for they were also engaged in the study of spells and understood the significance of her actions. Muria regarded the white dragon Clodia with a gaze imbued with complexity. In any realm, there exist beings whose abilities far surpass those of their kin. Moreover, they often exhibit a tireless dedication that yields extraordinary results. A third-tier spell would yield 40 crystals as a reward, but casting a third-tier spell with bronze-tier strength would multiply the reward tenfold, coupled with the nearly instantaneous casting of 5 second-tier spells. The reward would amount to 100 crystals. Muria announced loudly the results of the reward he had prepared for Clodia, a bounty of 500 crystals, causing a stir among the hatchlings. A treasure unimaginable to those newly born in just a few years. The fervent gazes of the hatchlings turned toward Clodia, wishing it were they who were receiving Muria's generous reward. Clodia, too, felt the weight of the eyes upon her, a significant portion of which harbored ill intentions. Yet, she remained unfazed, for within this dragon fortress, Muria stood as the absolute ruler, and at this moment, that ruler regarded her with favor. Muria, might I exchange my reward? Clodia suddenly voiced a request as Muria prepared to present the crystals. What would you like to exchange for? Muria replied, momentarily taken aback, yet maintaining a remarkably amiable demeanor. He held a deep-seated admiration for such a studious dragon, one he respected profoundly. He questioned whether he could ever work as diligently as Clodia. Perhaps her innate talent surpassed that of the average white dragon, but Muria believed that her current achievements and strength were the fruits of her relentless meditation and the exploitation of every spare moment to practice her spells. Only through dedication does one reap rewards. I desire a mana crystal, the little white dragon said, gazing up at Muria with a hint of trepidation. Clodia, being more astute than her fellow hatchlings, understood that Muria's reward of crystals was due to his indifference toward them. They were of no use to him, mere remnants taking up space. However, mana crystals were different. These elemental crystallizations were a form of hard currency, circulating throughout the world, far more valuable than gold or silver, and they seldom depreciated. Very well, Muria responded, to Clodia's surprise. After only a brief contemplation, there was no outburst as she had anticipated. Muria appeared even more magnanimous than she had imagined. However, in exchange for mana crystals, I cannot grant you 500.10 crystals for 1 mana crystal. I shall reward you with 50 elemental crystals this time. Do you find this objectionable? The little white dragon beamed, her eyes narrowing in delight as she nodded enthusiastically. This quantity exceeded her expectations. Subsequently, before the gaze of all the hatchlings, she placed the shimmering, sky-blue mana crystal into her storage space, disregarding the envious glances directed towards her. Thus, Muria did not allow his hatchlings to languish like those of Alatia, merely eating and sleeping. Instead, he meticulously structured their daily routines, assigning them learning tasks tailored to their individual abilities. For those who adhered to his regulations and completed their educational assignments punctually, he not only rewarded them with a substantial amount of crystals, but also permitted them to make additional requests. However, most of the hatchlings qualified to make such requests yearned to visit the legendary White Jade Palace. Indeed, for those born and raised within the Dragon Fortress, the White Jade Palace was the stuff of legends. Tales spoke of its golden brick floors, silver roofs, and rooms adorned with crystals and jewels, each chamber overflowing with treasures beyond the wildest imaginings of any dragon. The legend of the Dragon Fortress, which has circulated among the hatchlings for an indeterminate period, transformed into reality following the return of the first hatchling, the academically gifted dragon Clodia, who accompanied Muria to the White Jade Divine Palace for deliberations. Upon discovering the genuine existence of the White Jade Divine Palace, the enthusiasm for learning surged among all the hatchlings to a degree that even Muria found astonishing, further affirming the dragon's insatiable thirst for treasures and their inherent avarice. The other 6 red dragons that had reached the juvenile stage looked down upon the hatchlings' fervent pursuit of knowledge in order to witness the White Jade Divine Palace. as they had already experienced the construction of the palace firsthand and even infiltrated it for thievery. This peculiar circumstance inexplicably fostered a sense of superiority among these 6 juvenile dragons. As time swiftly passed during Muria's nurturing and instruction of these hatchlings, he experienced a considerable period of adjustment due to their incessant clamor. Occasionally met with strict punishment for a few rebellious dragons. In the year Muria turned 18, some hatchlings began to enter a state of slumber, followed by an increasing number of hatchlings succumbing to sleep. Having outgrown the hatchling stage, they needed to enter slumber to transition into the juvenile stage, marking another phase of physical development. The significant decline in the number of learning hatchlings due to this unavoidable circumstance left Muria feeling quite unaccustomed. At that moment, he realized he did not harbor the disdain for these hatchlings as he had once claimed. On the contrary, prolonged companionship and guidance had endeared him to these unruly, occasionally troublesome hatchlings. Educating them had become an integral part of his existence. Fortunately, these hatchlings were born at staggered intervals over 3 years, thus their slumber periods varied, ensuring that there were always dragons available to receive Muria's teachings, preventing him from languishing in idleness. When Muria reached the age of 20, the red dragon egg gifted to him by the golden dragon goddess Atrus hatched, and almost simultaneously, the hatchlings entered slumber. Their juvenile phase had concluded, and upon awakening from their slumber, they would emerge as 6 young dragons. Upon receiving this news, Muria remained in his room in contemplative silence for a considerable time. As the years passed, aside from his physical stature growing taller and his strength increasing to the 5th tier of silver, he had undergone little transformation, still appearing as a child, even in human form. He remained a mere child. Muria's lifespan exceeded that of dragons, and naturally, each phase of his life was prolonged, surpassing the imaginings of his previous human existence. In the 21st year of Muria's life, nearly all the hatchlings had undergone slumber and transitioned into the juvenile stage. The newfound strength acquired through their slumber made many dragons restless, eager to challenge the rules established by Muria. Subsequently, Muria sent these provocateurs, who were obstinately unruly, one by one to the punishment array that he had once again reinforced and modified, allowing them to reminisce about the fear they had felt under his dominion as hatchlings. The difficulty of managing 95 hatchlings was not comparable to that of overseeing 95 juvenile dragons. However, this sudden surge in management complexity still fell within Muria's capacity to endure. Within the Dragon Fortress, several hundred golden tier cloud giants were not mere decorations, accompanied by countless storm giants on standby. These were merely the younglings, at the bronze and silver levels, and to think they could challenge him was a folly that would take a century to realize. As Muria approached his 21st year, soon to turn 22, 6 slumbering red dragons awakened after nearly 2 years of dormancy, stepping into their adolescent phase, their power escalating to the 3rd tier of silver, and their lengths extending to 15 meters. Upon awakening, they first replenished their emaciated frames, which had been reduced to mere skeletons from their prolonged slumber, through copious amounts of food, and then they congregated together. "Let us challenge Muria," proposed the young dragon Austin, reminiscent of their earlier days as hatchlings. "That I refuse." This time, Renata unhesitatingly dismissed the suggestion. Throughout their juvenile stage, she had diligently studied spells, and among the 6 red dragons, she possessed the most extensive repertoire of spells and the strongest magical prowess. She felt emboldened to reject her brother's proposal. Refuse. Cynthia followed suit, equally voicing her stance against challenging Muria. Why? Austin gazed incredulously at his 2 sisters, convinced that with their current strength, they could surely overpower Muria, yet they were unwilling to challenge devoid of purpose. Cynthia reproached her brother candidly. "Have you not seen the multitude of giants at Muria's command? He could effortlessly dispatch a single cloud giant to defeat us. What purpose does challenging Muria serve?" "Austin, I concur that it is futile. If we were to unite and somehow defeat him, it would only incite his wrath, leading to our potential demise. That I have no desire to challenge him," chimed in the young dragon Albert from the side. "If you wish to go, then go alone. Do not drag us into your folly." Austin's sister Jessica retorted sharply. Austin fell silent. The idea of facing Muria alone was preposterous. He knew all too well that he would be effortlessly toyed with by Muria. Thus, his suggestion to challenge Muria remained a mere notion, devoid of any possibility of materializing. None of the dragons were fools. Their actions bore no relation to foolishness. Those dragons, who seemed devoid of intellect, were merely blinded by their own power when confronted with a mightier force. Even the most arrogant red dragon would contemplate its choices. As the malevolent dragons within the castle concluded their slumber, life resumed as usual, with regular meals, sleep, and in their spare time, studying and practicing spell models. The only difference was that, with the augmentation of their power, their intelligence and magical aptitude were further enhanced. Consequently, on the first day of each month, Muria would take a group of dragons with him to the White Jade Palace for discussions. The young dragons brought to the White Jade Palace not only beheld Muria's vast wealth, but also witnessed the grandeur and scale of the magnificent city of giants built around the White Jade Palace. The young dragon accompanying Muria bore witness to the immense power he wielded. The countless giants and sea dwellers, upon encountering Muria, instinctively bowed in reverence, a sight that instilled profound awe within the young dragons. This authority evoked in them a yearning intertwined with fear. The more they learned, the deeper their reverence for Muria grew, embodying the evolving mindset of the young dragons residing within the colorful dragon fortress. When shall I enter my slumbering phase? Pondered Muria, nearing the age of 24, as he anxiously ran his fingers through his hair in his chamber. Although his strength had been perpetually increasing, he had yet to exhibit any signs of breaking into the golden tier. Thus, Muria longed to enter slumber, seeking a breakthrough in power through this dormant state. Yet his juvenile phase had unexpectedly lingered. Must I truly wait until I am nearly 30 to attain my slumber? He mused, feeling a growing agitation. Regarding the matter of slumber, he had previously consulted the golden dragon matriarch, Adoris, at the Crystal Castle. Deity is quite normal. I am a progenitor golden dragon, my essence far surpassing that of an ordinary golden dragon. And you are my son. Although it appears your bloodline may have been somewhat diluted, you remain significantly more formidable than an average golden dragon, Adoris had explained nonchalantly, believing that her son's delayed slumber was ultimately advantageous. By the way, prepare yourself. I have contacted our homeland. Your grandfather, he should be arriving shortly to assist you with this matter. My grandfather. Muria recalled the words of the golden dragon matriarch and rubbed his face in contemplation. His grandfather, named Demos Ilances, was a legendary ancient golden dragon, undefeated throughout his life, having vanquished numerous formidable beings across Alasia since birth. As time flowed unnoticed, over a year passed by the age of 25. Muria began to feel drowsy, his sleep duration increasing daily, accompanied by a ravenous appetite, consuming food in quantities several times greater than usual. Such signs indicated to Muria that his slumbering phase was imminent. To prevent any complications arising from his impending slumber, Muria issued several commands. Within the White Jade Divine Palace, he summoned the leaders of the Cloud Giants, Mist Giants, representatives of various giant tribes, and numerous sea leaders, commanding them to maintain the status quo during his slumber and refrain from unauthorized large-scale actions. Furthermore, in the colorful dragon fortress, he divided his elite guard of 326 storm giants into two halves. One half was dispatched to the City of Giants, granted authority to maintain order, while the other half remained in the dragon fortress to guard the young dragons, ensuring that none could leave. Additionally, to prevent any mischief among the young dragons in his absence, Muria began appointing the most academically accomplished dragon spellcasters as overseers. The remaining 4 malevolent dragons were each appointed 2 to 3 temporary overseers by Muria, while the white dragon was entrusted solely to the prodigious dragon, Claudia, granting her the authority to lead all white dragons. It was hoped that she would diligently guide these feeble white dragons in their studies of magic. Just as Muria had arranged everything, preparing to welcome the impending slumber, he found himself drowsily seated in his chamber when suddenly he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, igniting a restlessness within him. What could this be? Muria's gaze shifted to the ceiling. This was not a precursor to his imminent slumber, but rather a sign that a presence was approaching, resonating with the bloodline within him. Hiss! Muria looked down at his hands, which had once been pristine and slightly chubby, but now, as his blood began to boil, golden scales began to sprout upon them. What a jest! Muria's expression shifted slightly as he projected his mental energy outward. Observing the transformation of his body from a third-person perspective, golden scales were emerging in scattered patches across all parts of his form. Dragonification. Furrowing his brow, Muria understood the significance of this change and surmised the identity of the presence that was drawing near. It was his grandfather, the ancient golden dragon, His Highness Demos Iranzes. Outside, The sky at that moment, Moria's devoted maid, the statuesque Mia, burst into the room, her face a portrait of terror as she frantically gestured towards him. "What is the haste? Speak slowly," Moria admonished, observing the panicked blonde girl that he had never witnessed Mia in such a state of disarray. After all, his personal maid was not one to be easily frightened. "I cannot find the words to describe it. It would be best if you witnessed it yourself on the castle platform." Upon hearing Moria's words, Mia regained some composure, though her astonishment remained as she beheld the golden scales sprouting from Moria's body. "Your Highness, what is happening to you?" "Nothing of great concern," Moria replied with an air of calmness, though internally he felt a tempest of anxiety. Outwardly, however, he could not afford to display such disquiet that he was a ruler, after all, and must not succumb to panic. Moria found himself rather captivated by his current half-human, half-dragon form, yet it was evident that his golden dragon bloodline had been irrevocably awakened, potentially transforming him into a humanoid beast adorned in golden scales. "Let us go. We must see what has caused such distress to my maid." Suppressing his inner turmoil, Moria maintained an uncharacteristically placid demeanor as he led the way towards the door. Upon stepping out of the room, Moria realized he was not alone in his sensing. All sentient beings within the castle were aware, as a formidable presence was about to descend. Within the castle, several young dragons and juvenile cloud giants were prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, with even many adult cloud giants kneeling, quivering slightly. Moria furrowed his brow as he traversed the castle's corridors, noting that the majority of giants and dragons within had lost their capacity for action. They were all paralyzed by awe. Only a few storm giants, upon catching sight of Moria, managed to suppress the rising tide of unease within them and followed him closely. What on earth has transpired? With a hint of unease and a profound curiosity, Muria ascended the platform of the colorful dragon castle, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. What he beheld in the sky above Taiji Island at that moment left him utterly speechless. His mouth agape, as he finally comprehended the source of his maid's terror. The azure sky, adorned with billowing white clouds, appeared to be torn asunder by a being radiating an endless golden brilliance. Akin to the sun itself, countless dark fissures marred the expanse of the sky, weaving a vast black net that enveloped not just Taiji Island, but the entirety of the Titan archipelago. The heavens had been rent asunder. After a protracted silence, Muria murmured to himself, oblivious to the increasingly pronounced draconic transformation manifesting within him, for the scene before him was simply too staggering, as if the very fabric of the world were on the brink of collapse. Chapter 43. The Dragon King. Crack. The sky above the Titan archipelago shattered into countless fragments, transparent shards cascading downwards. Yet, through the gaps created by the fallen debris, the blue sky remained unchanged, devoid of the oppressive void of darkness. Initially, Muria found himself bewildered. In his understanding, the sky was infinite, incapable of possessing tangible form. He had surmised that the rifts in the sky were spatial tears wrought by the sun-like entity. However, upon witnessing the actual descent of fragments, Muria quickly discerned that these were no mere spatial rifts. The ethereal, shimmering particles dwindling into semi-transparent shards were manifestations of energy crystals, a colossal maze lock. Upon observing this phenomenon, Muria, drawing upon his extensive reading, swiftly deduced the nature of the falling debris. Years of study had not been in vain. These were fragments of a shattered maze lock barrier, belonging to an immense, overarching maze that enveloped the entire Titan archipelago. The sheer expansiveness of this defensive maze was nothing short of astonishing. Surely, this maze possesses a filtering function. Ordinary creatures would be utterly unqualified to trigger its activation. Otherwise, with so many foreign giants arriving, the maze would have been activated long before now. Muria gazed upwards. "Demos, you've quite the audacity to come here and stir up trouble." At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated through the sky, as azure winds and purple lightning coalesced, forming a colossal hand of storm. This hand, born of wind and thunder, was so immense that it blotted out the sun, instilling in Muria a sense of awe, an unfathomable power beyond his reach. Then, with a majestic force, this tempestuous hand struck against the entity shattering the Titan archipelago's defensive maze lock, its might rivaling that of the being emanating boundless golden light. "When have I ever been timid?" came the authoritative voice of the sun-like entity, and as Muria had anticipated, from within the golden radiance emerged a claw, adorned with shimmering golden scales, boldly colliding with the great hand of wind and thunder. Boom! After a brief moment of hushed stillness, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by a visible shockwave emanating from the point of collision between the two entities. That it was as if a Category 12 hurricane had swept across the skies of the Titan Isles. The howling winds surged, raising tumultuous waves over 10 meters high upon the sea's surface. On the islands, countless slender trees were snapped in half, their shattered branches and leaves swirling chaotically in the air. Beasts cowered on the ground, sheltering in their burrows, emitting cries of fear and distress. Vast stretches of land within the Titan Isles lay in disarray, having barely withstood the aftershocks of the clash between the two formidable presences, leaving many islands stripped bare and exceedingly unsightly, as though ravaged by a fierce storm. Deimos, a low growl laced with fury, resonated from a certain location on the Titan Isles. Hey, why the anger? It wasn't Ti who struck first. The ancient golden dragon, Deimos, remarked nonchalantly, as if he had not been the one to shatter the Titan Isles' protective enchantments. At that moment, the voice, after a moment of silence, inquired with uncertainty, Deimos, have you breached that boundary? Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? Do you hold me in such contempt? Deimos retorted, his irritation palpable, entirely unconcerned with how many beings below could hear his words. You merely advanced a few hundred years before me. Does that preclude my own ascent? I thought you were destined for divinity. Humph, Deimos scoffed, dismissing the comment entirely, yet the golden radiance emanating from him grew ever more resplendent, rendering his already indistinct form even more blurred. With a resounding crash, the colossal enchantment shrouding the skies of the Titan Isles was breached, creating a vast opening as Deimos surged forward, racing towards Taichi Island, where Muria resided. Deimos has transcended the threshold and become the Dragon King. Shall I allow you to act so recklessly? The voice, upon hearing Deimos's derisive laughter, fell silent momentarily, only to erupt in anger at Deimos's audacity. Do you seek a confrontation? I have no desire to tussle with your Titan clan. Deimos shot back defiantly. I have more important matters at hand, seeking my grandson. Why must you obstruct my path with such a trivial barrier? When did the Titan Isles become kin to your golden dragons? A voice, laced with confusion, inquired. Osiris, have you lost your wits? Deimos retorted with unexpected derision, showing little interest in the question posed. The Titan Osiris' consciousness followed Deimos's trajectory, soon alighting upon Muria, who stood upon the five-colored dragon castle, eliciting a gasp of astonishment. A Titan and the child of a dragon. How extraordinary. It seems I have slumbered too long. Upon discovering Muria's existence, the Titan named Osiris expressed a moment of wonder, thereafter falling into silence. Above the castle, Muria felt an overwhelming presence sweep over him, akin to facing a tempestuous ocean storm, vast and suffocating. However, Muria experienced no discomfort. On the contrary, after that wave of consciousness brushed past his body, the blood coursing through him boiled even more fervently. Another force began to awaken, yet no abnormalities manifested. Rather, the phenomenon of his draconic transformation was suppressed and halted by this force. Subsequently, Muria gazed straight ahead, where a radiant sun descended upon Taiji Island, enveloping the entire isle in a lustrous golden light, transforming Taiji Island into a veritable isle of gold. At last, the sun settled before Muria, casting its golden rays upon the five-colored dragon fortress. The storm giants, standing atop the fortress alongside Muria, could no longer sustain themselves. As the sun drew near, they could not withstand the seemingly boundless pressure, collapsing to their knees and ultimately fainting away. Even the mightiest of storm giants succumbed in such a manner. And as for all the living beings upon the five-colored dragon fortress and throughout Taiji Island, their plight was even more dire. Under the instinctual response of their biology, they fell in droves, for the sun was an entity they could not gaze upon directly in that moment. Only Muria remained conscious on Taiji Island. His experience in the presence of the sun was entirely distinct from that of the other creatures. He felt warmth and comfort, devoid of any sense of oppression, akin to basking in the gentle sun of winter. Hey, old man, that you've broken through, but must you be so arrogant? Can you tone it down a bit? At that moment, a spatial portal appeared upon Muria's shoulder, from which emerged a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, gracefully stepping into the void before settling upon Muria's shoulder. She was the golden dragon maiden, Atris. In her human form, as Atris spoke, the golden radiance began to gradually fade, ultimately disappearing, revealing the true form of the ancient golden dragon that had been concealed by the golden light. Upon witnessing the ancient golden dragon standing before the five-colored dragon fortress, Muria could not help but express his astonishment. This colossal golden dragon loomed like a majestic mountain of gold. The golden dragon king stood upon the ground in front of the five-colored dragon fortress. His gaze perfectly aligned with that of Muria, who stood atop the fortress. The sheer grandeur of such a physique was extraordinary. It is worth noting that Muria's fortress was constructed to scale, designed to match the height of an adult titan, making it an astonishingly monumental structure. Thus, the elevation at which Muria stood was over 300 meters above the ground. In comparison, the true form of Muria's grandfather, Deimos Elances, was unfathomably immense. This can't be real, Muria murmured, gazing at the imposing figure of his grandfather. Though he had read little, he possessed enough common knowledge to understand that such a size was beyond that of an ancient dragon. Even the largest of the primeval red dragons could not reach such dimensions. Wow, Dad, it's been a while, and you've grown so much, exclaimed the golden dragon maiden Atris, equally astonished at the sight of her father's true form, clearly indicating that Muria's grandfather had not always appeared thus. A significant transformation had recently taken place, resulting in this tremendous increase in size. I undertook a temporal journey and, by mere fortune, achieved a breakthrough. Deimos casually remarked, "Who do you think you're fooling? Old fellow, can a mere temporal journey lead to a breakthrough?" The golden dragoness, Atris, wore a look of disdain. "Next time you embark on such an adventure, take me along. If I fail to ascend and become the Dragon King, you shall bear the responsibility, understood? Do go away." "Becoming a Dragon King is no trivial achievement," retorted the Golden Dragon King with a scoff. "Just look at the entirety of Arathia. How many Dragon Kings are there? You should first attain the pinnacle of legend before contemplating how to ascend to the status of Dragon King." "Humph," the Golden Dragoness huffed lightly, then scrutinized Deimos from head to toe. "Father, not only have you grown in size, but your form has also changed significantly." "Of course," Deimos replied, genuinely disinterested in the whims of his capricious daughter. "Each Dragon King is unique, their power and form transcending that of ordinary dragons." Upon hearing Atris's remarks, Muria finally grasped the situation. Initially awed by his grandfather's imposing stature, he had now regained his composure and began to closely examine Deimos's appearance. Realizing how exceptional his form truly was, Deimos's true form diverged greatly from that of an ordinary golden dragon. Firstly, his horns were a striking feature. While typical golden dragons possess a single pair, Deimos boasted no fewer than 8 horns, for pairs extending backward at varying angles, resembling a regal crown. This was one of the hallmarks of a Dragon King. Deimos's majestic physique, though immense, was partially visible to Muria, who stood atop the castle, taking advantage of the vantage point. Compared to the slender bodies of ordinary golden dragons, Deimos's form could only be described as muscular. This particular physique seemed to be characteristic of the red dragons. Another significant difference was that Deimos's golden body was adorned with scales of varying sizes, resembling golden bony plates that cloaked much of his form. The joints of these plates, finer dragon scales grew, creating an appearance akin to a heavy suit of golden dragon armor, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Aside from the shared golden hue, there was nothing in common between Muria's grandfather and the typical golden dragon. He was a wholly new breed. Chapter 44. Blood of Origin. Well, I have become a Dragon King. It is only natural for my form to undergo changes. Deimos lowered his head, his molten gold eyes gazing down at Muria, who had grown to 15 meters over the years, and the now golden-haired dragoness. "Yet you, Atris, my daughter," the Golden Dragon King remarked in mild surprise. "Today you actually called me father. How long has it been since I last heard that title?" "Humph, old fellow, it's rare for me to refer to you as father, so just respond appropriately. Why say anything more?" Atris perched herself on Muria's shoulders, which felt unusually spacious to her now, her expression one of displeasure. "Old fellow," upon hearing his daughter address him in such a manner, Deimos's expression returned to normal. This was the title he was accustomed to, while the term father felt rather unfamiliar to him. Muria, observing the dynamic between the father and daughter, found himself bewildered. Was this truly a normal father-daughter relationship? The impression that the Golden Dragon Lady, Atris, has consistently imparted upon him has been largely positive. Her formidable strength and profound knowledge are commendable attributes, albeit with a slight penchant for avarice. However, she has now profoundly altered Muria's perception. They a golden dragon renowned for her erudition and graceful demeanor. It is utterly perplexing to hear her refer to her father in such a manner, fundamentally distorting Muria's understanding. What astonishes Muria the most is the demeanor of his grandfather, who appears unfazed by this peculiarity. It seems he is more accustomed to such informalities than the proper address, leading Muria to ponder what experiences could have shaped this reality. Truly remarkable. Atreus, Deimos's gaze, tinged with a hint of amusement, fell upon Muria. Is it because of my grandson? Heh, are you striving to maintain your image as an elegant lady in front of your son? Upon his jest, Atreus shot her father a fierce glare, demanding, have you gathered the items I requested? Deimos chuckled awkwardly. The items you desire are far too numerous and varied. I have yet to complete the collection. Atreus narrowed her eyes. Then how many have you managed to gather? Coughing softly, Deimos seemed slightly embarrassed. Not many. Just a few? Deimos fell silent. Not a single item, I presume. Atreus fixed a stoic gaze upon Deimos. If you have nothing, then what purpose do you serve here? You are wasting my time. Do not blame me, dear daughter. The materials you seek are all of legendary caliber and pertain to bloodline purification. Regardless of who acquires such items, they are either utilized immediately or traded away swiftly. How could I possibly find the opportunity to gather them? Deimos defended himself with a look of helplessness, attempting to elicit his daughter's understanding. You are a dragon king now. What significance do legendary materials hold for you? Simply find an ancient, weakly divine being, slay it, and seize its treasures. What worth cannot be exchanged for a god's hoard? Such matters are not as simple as you suggest. Moreover, I have only recently ascended to the rank of Dragon King and am still solidifying my power, while I currently harbor no fear of any deity. The ambition to slay a god is still somewhat premature. Which of the other Dragon Kings of Eurasia has not hunted gods? You truly are inept, old man. How long did those ancient dragons serve as Dragon Kings before they dared to challenge a god? I have only just begun my reign. Once I have fully mastered my power, I will seek a malevolent deity to confront. That is your promise. Remember to share half of the spoils with me. Atreus interjected eagerly upon hearing this. Half for you? Absolutely not, as expected. Deimos rejected Atreus' proposition without hesitation, yet his subsequent words left Muria questioning whether his grandfather was indeed a dragon. However, I will permit you to take 3 items of your choosing. 3 items is far too few. I require no less than 30.30. In that case, I might as well hand over all the spoils to you, which is out of the question. At most, 5.15, and not a single item less. Muria listened in exasperation as his mother engaged in a spirited negotiation with his grandfather over the elusive relic of the malevolent god, discussing how to partition the spoils of war. Very well, it is decided. When the time comes, you shall slay the malevolent deity, and I will select 7 items of my choosing first. Thus concluded the golden dragon matriarch, Atreus, while Deimos wore a pained expression. Unlike Muria, who lacked common sense, the father and daughter duo regarded the effortless demise of a weakened divine entity as a perfectly ordinary affair, a matter of course. Now, old man, enlighten us on how we shall proceed. I tasked you with gathering materials, yet you have done nothing but rush over here. The golden dragon matriarch, who had just been smiling brightly after receiving a promise from her father, immediately changed her demeanor. Casting a displeased glance at Deimos, the materials you have gathered are solely for purifying bloodlines, she remarked. Deimos scrutinized his grandson, whom he had just met, and concluded, you intend to purify my grandson's bloodline. Do you not? Indeed, the ancestral golden dragon blood coursing through him is somewhat diluted compared to my own. Atreus raised an eyebrow. I aim to establish a legendary-level bloodline purification array to elevate young Muria's lineage, ensuring it at least matches my own caliber. A low-tier purification array would yield no results. Muria, that is my grandson's name, correct? Indeed, I just observed that the weakening of my grandson's ancestral dragon bloodline is quite significant. Deimos reflected. What is amiss? I too believe that young Muria's golden dragon bloodline has diminished excessively, Atreus stated with a furrowed brow. Humph. Is it not your pursuit of a titan as a mate that has led to this? Had you chosen a dragon, even an ordinary golden dragon, the offspring's bloodline would weaken, yet not to this extent. Select a dragon as a partner. Atreus echoed with disdain, sneering. Let us not even discuss the golden dragon clan. Within the entirety of the metallic dragon lineage, is there a single dragon worthy of my esteem? Atreus Alonzes. Thus, you have opted for a near-divine being as a mate. Deimos looked at his daughter with resignation. Not a single metallic dragon has caught your fancy. You could still seek one from the legendary dragon clans. Strength dragons, time dragons, and the like are quite admirable. They are all mere dependents on their bloodlines. Worthless Drakes.my partner, Answer, brought back a strength dragon a few years ago. We are merely keeping it for amusement. Demos was momentarily rendered speechless by this revelation, struggling to redirect the conversation. In truth, the fact that you and a titan, a near-divine entity, can produce offspring has already surprised me. Although Muria's ancestral golden dragon bloodline has been diminished, that constitutes only half of his heritage. Coupled with the titan bloodline, his future will not be lacking in potential. There is no need for purification. Spare me your ramblings. I am determined to purify young Muria's golden dragon bloodline. Do you possess any means to accomplish this? The golden dragon matriarch waved her hand impatiently, having already deduced her father's assertions and now merely seeking confirmation. There are certainly methods available, and there is no need to complicate matters by gathering a plethora of materials to establish a legendary magical array. Demos raised his claw and placed it upon the platform of the colorful dragon fortress. Leaning down, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Muria once more. Muria found himself somewhat intimidated by the pair of dragon eyes, larger than those of others, that were fixed upon him, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Hey, old fellow, transform into your humanoid form. Your current appearance is too imposing and frightens little Muria. The golden dragon lady perched on Muria's shoulder observed her son's changing expression with keen clarity. Ha ha, splendid. A brilliant flash of golden light erupted, and the towering golden dragon king vanished, only for a youthful figure with golden hair and eyes to emerge directly in Muria's line of sight. His physique was tall and imposing, and though his humanoid visage appeared youthful, his eyes bore the weight of countless ages, giving the impression of confronting a sage well-versed in knowledge. Muria, my descendant, is this form truly your authentic appearance? The Dragon King, now transformed into a striking young man, gazed at Muria. Muria nodded. He seldom assumed a human form anymore, spending most of his time in his true form. After all, they were both humanoid, merely differing in size and adorned with various embellishments. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to it. Can you transform into the appearance of a golden dragon? The appearance of a golden dragon. How does one achieve that? Muria inquired. Perplexed, he was capable of shape-shifting into a human form through transformation spells, and through diligent study, he could even mimic the legendary transformations of Sun Wukong from ancient myths, taking on various animal forms. However, dragons were not ordinary creatures. In the hierarchy of transformation magic, dragons represented the pinnacle of shape-shifting. For instance, in the druid profession, only the most powerful druids could metamorphose into dragons. Yet they transformed into green dragons, which were neither the strongest nor the weakest among the chromatic dragons. He had never heard of any individual capable of transforming into the mightiest of the metallic dragons, the golden dragon. Through the power of the golden dragon bloodline within you, you can take on the form of a golden dragon, Demos elucidated. How? Muria looked at his grandfather with a bewildered expression. Demos fell silent for a moment before speaking again. This will occur naturally. Are you familiar with bloodline sorcerers? Yes, Muria nodded. Bloodline sorcerers are individuals who battle by implanting or inheriting the bloodlines of formidable creatures. Though they face numerous limitations, they are significantly stronger than ordinary practitioners. Some bloodline sorcerers, upon purifying their bloodlines to a certain degree, can transform into the beings from which their bloodlines originate. By their standards, you should have been able to assume the form of a golden dragon long ago, with no restrictions on how long you can maintain that form. Then why can't I? The Titan bloodline. The Titan bloodline within you is suppressing your golden dragon bloodline, the Dragon King remarked, frowning as he regarded Muria's true form, which predominantly bore the appearance of a Titan. Frankly, he was quite displeased. The golden dragon bloodline is being suppressed. The golden dragon lady, Atrice, looked at the Dragon King incredulously. What nonsense is this? I am no weaker than Answer. How could my bloodline possibly be suppressed by his? The expression on the face of the golden dragon lady was one of sheer exasperation, as she fixed her gaze intently upon her father. I refuse to tolerate this any longer. You are the Dragon King now. Surely you possess the means to resolve this predicament. Act swiftly, for I cannot bear to see the golden dragon bloodline within little Muria suppressed any longer. Rest assured, I have a solution, the Dragon King replied, furrowing his brow as he observed the sporadic emergence of golden dragon scales upon Muria's form. he was acutely aware that this resurgence was a direct consequence of his own actions, and the ramifications of such a transformation were ultimately futile. Thus, the Dragon King extended his hand, summoning a pale golden crystal of a size commensurate with his current human form. At its center lay a droplet of blood radiating a dazzling golden glow, its palpable pressure permeating the space before Muria. Chapter 45. The King and the Divine. This is Source Blood, the Golden Dragon Lady, Atris remarked, her eyes fixed on the droplet of golden blood for 3 heartbeats. Before exclaiming in astonishment, "Old fellow, you truly are generous," she could not help but express her admiration. With the Dragon King's source blood in their possession, the complications plaguing little Muria would no longer pose a concern. "Indeed," the Dragon King replied, his eyes narrowing into a crescent shape as a smile graced his lips, pleased by his daughter's astonished reaction. Muria, too, gazed intently at the crystal, captivated by the radiant droplet of blood it contained. The moment he beheld it, his own blood surged with fervor, his body yearning to assimilate the precious essence before him. "My grandson can hardly contain his anticipation," the Dragon King observed, noting the golden scales erupting from Muria's skin in response to the source blood's allure. With a calm gesture, he waved his hand, causing the massive crystal to disintegrate, gradually diminishing until the droplet of blood, aglow with an endless brilliance, was revealed. The once pale golden pressure in the air transformed into a pure golden hue, its oppressive intensity soaring to unprecedented heights. Behind Muria, the fainted storm giants emitted muffled groans of anguish under this newly intensified pressure, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. Fortunately, as soon as the Dragon King's source blood manifested, it was gently nudged by Dimethus, transforming into a beam of golden radiance that seamlessly entered Muria's chest, causing the oppressive aura to vanish in an instant. Muria, witnessing the source blood, his body's primal desire, merge effortlessly into his being, felt an overwhelming sense of joy welling within him. However, this elation was fleeting. The source blood that had entered him radiated an intensity akin to that of a sun, releasing seemingly boundless heat. The fiery essence of the Dragon King's power gradually coursed through Muria, filling him with an overwhelming sense of expansion, as though he might burst from the sheer force of this singular droplet. Yet soon, another power within him began to awaken, stimulated by the intensifying dragon bloodline, prompting a comprehensive resurgence. In a daze, Muria seemed to behold countless towering hurricanes, interspersed with golden lightning that an overwhelming and domineering force manifested within him, the bloodline power of the Titans. Contending against the Dragon King's source energy coursing through Muria's veins. At the outset, the Titan found itself at a disadvantage. However, as the bloodline of Muria began to fully awaken, it exhibited characteristics akin to that of the Dragon King's source power, standing shoulder to shoulder with it, no longer in a subordinate position. After all, the Dragon King's source power was derived from merely a single drop of blood, primarily intended to enhance Muria's bloodline rather than to destroy his corporeal form. In contrast, the Titan bloodline emanated from the entirety of Muria's being, with the purpose of protection. The powers of the Titan and the dragon did not clash within Muria's body. Instead, they engaged in a harmonious competition. Yet, unbeknownst to Muria, as he felt a sensation of expansion within his body, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Under the influence of this drop of Dragon King's source blood, he was swiftly approaching the onset of his sleep phased. In the presence of his mother and grandfather, he offered no resistance and surrendered to slumber. Within the 5-color dragon fortress, the Golden Dragon Lady, Atris, initially perched upon Muria's shoulder, found herself gently pushed away by a soft force emanating from him after he assimilated the Dragon King's source blood. Rather than resist, she allowed herself to be carried along by this natural impetus, drifting into the air beside him. As Atris hovered in the void, her gaze fell upon her progeny, and she couldn't help but emit a soft exclamation, for countless golden motes were naturally spilling forth from Muria. Upon reaching a certain distance, they came to a halt. In less than 5 minutes, a colossal chrysalis, shimmering with a faint golden glow, materialized on the platform of the 5-color dragon fortress, and Muria's figure vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? The Golden Dragon Lady cast a fiercely skeptical glance at the Dragon King, Deimos, her golden flames blazing with intensity. I have never witnessed a dragon entering its sleep phase in such a manner. You may not have seen it, but I have, Deimos replied, his gaze fixed with satisfaction upon the chrysalis that Muria had transformed into. dismissing his daughter's desire to confront him. Most legendary attacks would hardly pose a threat to him now. Why has it come to this? My grandson is undergoing a metamorphosis of profound significance. When he emerges once more, his power may not increase dramatically, but his potential will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Really? Atreides regarded her father with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, still struggling to believe that any dragon could enter its sleep phase in such a peculiar manner. You seem rather overly concerned for your son. I am his grandfather, and his draconic bloodline is directly inherited from me. Having assimilated my source blood, how could anything possibly go awry? True, the golden dragon lady, Atreides, scrutinized the towering chrysalis, standing 15 meters high, and sensed the aura within it gradually growing stronger, allowing her to finally relax. Then, her eyes began to emit a resplendent golden light as she turned to Deimos. Heh. Dear father, you've bestowed a drop of source blood upon your grandson. As your beloved daughter, would you not consider gifting me a few drops as well? Go amuse yourself. Deimos cast a sidelong glance at his utterly unscrupulous daughter, who was poised to rob him. You are well aware of the immense value of source blood to a dragon king. It is not something to be trifled with. If I were to part with too much, I would risk a fall from my realm of power. Hence, not a single drop shall be given. How stingy, she muttered under her breath, her eyes dimming momentarily at Deimos's words. Stingy, the dragon king, transformed into a valiant youth, gazed incredulously at his daughter. Have you lost count of how many treasures you've pilfered from my vault since childhood? You must have some awareness of your misdeeds that I have never once demanded restitution from you. Haha. Gold Dragoness Atreides averted her gaze, laughing lightly. Her father's treasury had been her primary source of wealth prior to her achieving legendary status, and it remained a significant income stream for her even now. Speaking of which, when you ascended to legend, you cleared out all my tomes, claiming you needed them for copying. When will you ever return my books? Dear father, with the sheer volume of your collection, transcribing them all would consume an inordinate amount of time that I estimate it will be quite a while before I can return them to you. Besides, you have no use for them now, so keeping them here is inconsequential. Atreides' large eyes darted about, bearing no semblance to a legendary mage. In that moment, she resembled a carefree girl charmingly teasing her father. Deimos, hearing his daughter's words, felt a vein throbbing in his temple. He had lost count of how many times he had endured such exchanges with Atreides, each instance resulting in a permanent loss of some of his possessions. This time, he understood that his carefully amassed collection of tomes, gathered over centuries, was now irretrievably lost to him. Could you not spare me a few drops of source blood? Atreides inquired, her tone laced with reluctance. Absolutely not, Deimos replied without a moment's hesitation. You are already a legend. A few drops of source blood would hardly benefit you and certainly would not elevate you to the status of Dragon King. Even if it doesn't enhance my power, it would still be valuable for research, Atreides asserted, adopting the demeanor befitting a legendary mage. It is out of the question for now. Be patient. Once I grow stronger, I may consider granting you a few drops to play with. Deimos mused after a moment's reflection. If such sentiments were to reach the ears of certain deities, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. No need for that. The time you require to give me those drops would be better spent on my own ascension to Dragon King. Atreides waved dismissively. She had merely been accustomed to seeking favors from her father. Source blood was the foundation of a Dragon King, and she would never allow her father to diminish his own standing. Becoming a Dragon King is not as simple as you might think. Deimos cautioned, fully aware of his daughter's extraordinary talents and her lofty ambitions. However, he understood that the path to becoming a Dragon King transcended mere giftedness. By the way, shortly after I ascended to Dragon King, I visited the first layer of the abyss and strolled around the gates of Tiamat's realm, Deimos remarked, as if a thought had just occurred to him. Atreides pouted, instantly recognizing the note of boastfulness in her father's tone. Yet, even though she was fully aware that it was mere ostentation, Jean Long Nyang could not help but feel her curiosity piqued. After all, we are speaking of the five-headed dragon queen, the malevolent deity of dragons, Tiamat. And then, having arrived at Tiamat's divine realm, did you not take the opportunity to explore? Do not jest. Deimos is well aware of his daughter's veiled sarcasm. Before her ascension as a deity, Tiamat was a dragon king, and coupled with her divine status and the accumulation of eons, even those of considerable divine power would think twice before provoking her. I have only just recently ascended to the rank of Dragon King. Entering her divine realm would be akin to courting death, yet you still loitered at the gates of her divine domain. Should you have encountered her, what would have been your fate? Ha. One might surmise you would have become the chief consort of that five-headed dragon queen. Do not speak nonsense. DMO, a sea shot a glare at Jean Long Yang. Even if faced with Tiamat, he believed he could still escape. Once within Eurasia, even she would find herself at a loss. The true forms of deities cannot traverse Eurasia. So, my dear father, how dare you exploit this rule to wander about Tiamat's divine domain? How utterly shameless. This is merely the world's constraints upon deities. What is so shameless about it? In her pursuit of greater power, Tiamat relinquished her title as Dragon King to become a dragon deity. And thus she too must abide by the rules. If she were still a dragon king, I would assuredly keep my distance and never provoke her. Humph. After all this discourse, dear father, I am certain you must have done something at the gates of Tiamat's divine realm. Given your temperament, I find it hard to believe you remained idle. That I did nothing of consequence. I merely dispatched a few blind nuisances. That DMO averted his gaze, slightly anxious under Jean Long Yang's scrutinizing stare. Blind nuisances? With one hand on her chest and the other stroking her chin, Jean Long Yang asserted confidently, those capable of inciting your wrath are certainly not the refuse of the evil dragon's progeny, but rather ancient dragons. Only legendary ancient dragons could provoke you to action, and typically, the ancient dragons in Tiamat's realm are her paramours. So, dear father, how many of this wicked dragon mother's consorts did you slay? Not many, perhaps 3 or 4, I think. DMOC was uncertain of the exact number of ancient dragons he had dispatched with a single swipe, as he had struck and fled without glancing back. Chapter 46. Transformation. Seething energy enveloped Muria's entire being, his consciousness teetering in a haze, caught between the realms of sleep and wakefulness. This sensation harkened back to his initial arrival in Eurasia, reminiscent of his time within the confines of an egg. However, unlike the state of being nestled within the eggshell, when Muria had felt warmth and comfort akin to soaking in a pleasantly tempered hot spring, he now felt as if he were submerged in scalding boiling water. Although he did not experience pain, the discomfort was palpable, which prevented Muria's consciousness from fully succumbing to slumber, leaving him in this state of disorientation. In this state, Muria could sense that his body was undergoing rapid and intense transformations. Under the stimulation of the Dragon King's source blood, his muscles, bones, and tendons were continuously growing and strengthening, propelling him towards greater power. The increasingly potent bloodline of the Golden Dragon also stimulated the Titan bloodline within Muria's body, which was gradually awakening, beginning to devour all elements it could assimilate, thus growing stronger. Meanwhile, atop the platform of the five-colored dragon fortress, the golden cocoon formed by Muria remained silent for only a brief moment before it began to emanate a powerful suction force, which intensified from weak to formidable. That in the air, elemental light spots of azure, violet, and crimson were gradually drawn towards the golden cocoon, converging upon it before being absorbed by Muria. As the suction force of the cocoon grew stronger, the number of tricolored elemental light spots increased, ultimately materializing into a swirling azure tempest, violet lightning, and scarlet flames. Finally, a pillar of wind, composed purely of wind elements, emerged, tearing apart everything around it and exuding a tremendous allure. Within this whirlwind, an abundance of violet lightning surged, and encased within it was the golden cocoon, enveloped in a sphere of incandescent flames. Quite the spectacle indeed. The golden dragon matriarch, Atres, gazed upon this extraordinary phenomenon created by the convergence of pure wind, lightning, and fire, and could not help but marvel. Not too shabby. This was the evaluation from the Dragon King, Deimos. Such an occurrence was trivial to him. A mere breath from him would far surpass this commotion. By the way, old man, your Dragon King's source blood is on par with the divine. If little Muria has absorbed it, will his dragon bloodline become excessively powerful, potentially overshadowing the Titan bloodline? That would pose some concerns, wouldn't it? Deimos looked at his daughter, speechless. It was hard for him to believe that such a question could come from her. That I noticed that when it comes to my grandson, your concerns resemble those of a mere mortal woman. What happened to the wisdom befitting a legendary mage? Do you even realize what you're saying? Old man, the golden dragon matriarch, Atres, glared fiercely at her father. Alas, her current demeanor, no matter how ferocious, could not intimidate the Dragon King. I ask you, what race are the Titans? The mightiest near-divine race of Alasia. The golden dragon matriarch replied without hesitation. Then do you know which deity this near-divinity approaches? Deimos inquired of his daughter. But he did not wait for her response. Instead, he provided the answer himself. The deity that the Titans approach refers to the ancient gods of the primordial era who could traverse the endless void, not the deities of current worship. This race's bloodline could hardly be suppressed by a single drop of my source blood. It does seem to be that way. The golden dragon matriarch, Atris, tilted her head slightly in embarrassment. Never mind, father. I shall leave little Muria in your care. After all, you've already offended Tiamat, so you might as well hide out here for a while. Upon concluding her words, Jinlong Yang raised her hand to tear open a rift. Stepping through it and vanishing before Daimosi. How could my daughter as son be so foolish? Which deity would dare to provoke the wrath of a dragon king in the material realm? Deities may at most summon an avatar of legendary peak strength to Elarasia. Yet I possess the capability to unleash my full power, and I fear no god. Daimosi, upon hearing his daughter's words, murmured softly, shaking his head in disbelief at her utterance of such foolishness. As time passed, the creatures on Taiji Island, who had been rendered unconscious by Daimosi's restrained draconic might, gradually began to awaken. The first thing they did upon regaining consciousness was to cast trepidatious glances towards the direction of the multicolored dragon fortress. Above the fortress, the storm giants, initially overwhelmed and rendered unconscious by the Dragon King's might, and subsequently afflicted by internal bleeding due to the pressure of the Dragon King's bloodline, began to stir awake in succession. Upon awakening, they gazed at the golden cocoon entwined with swirling winds, thunder, and flames, as well as the valiant young man with golden hair and eyes, seated beside it. With a sense of trepidation, the storm giants approached the golden-haired youth, and upon seeing Daimosi, they instinctively recalled the golden sun they had glimpsed before their fainting spell. The storm giants respectfully paid homage to Daimosi in an ancient manner, though they did not kneel, for they had pledged their allegiance to Muria. Beyond him, they would not express their humility and reverence through prostration. Daimosi responded absent-mindedly, choosing not to disregard the storm giants out of respect for his grandson. Otherwise, he would have regarded these beings, the mightiest among giants, as nothing more than a jest. Only Titans commanded his acknowledgement. Pray tell, our lord. One of the storm giants mustered the courage to inquire respectfully of Daimosi. Having surmised the nature of the being before them, they recognized this presence as one that stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods above. Yet they were not gods. They were something far more extraordinary in Elarasia. This group of beings held a special designation, epics. Even the weakest among them would elicit sufficient respect from deities of formidable divine power. For epics could traverse Elarasia at will, unbound by the limitations imposed upon gods, and could unleash their might to rival that of the divine. Indeed, Daimosi interjected before the storm giant could finish. Gesturing toward the golden cocoon, my grandson has entered a state of slumber, yet due to certain circumstances, he has manifested in this manner. The storm giants exchanged glances, taken aback by Muria's transformation. My lord, is there something you would have us do? Another storm giant inquired. Daimosi contemplated the assembly of storm giants and mused, if you truly wish to assist my grandson, seek out elemental energy crystals of wind, thunder, and fire. The greater the quantity, the better. Simply pile them beneath this egg. Upon hearing the words of Daimos, the storm giants respectfully retreated, swiftly surging into the depths of the castle. Within the castle's treasury lay a vast accumulation of elemental crystals, pillaged from the ocean by the tide giants. Before long, numerous storm giants ascended once more to the platform of the dragon fortress, each bearing a bag that radiated a dazzling, ethereal glow. Subsequently, the storm giants inverted their bags, and the crisp sound of colliding crystals resonated clatter, clatter. Streams of elemental crystals, each of a different hue, flowed towards the golden cocoon formed by Muria. Indeed, Daimos observed the rapid entombment of 3 types of elemental crystals beneath the golden cocoon. Raising an eyebrow, my grandson may be young, yet he possesses considerable wealth that a multitude of elemental crystals buried a third of the golden cocoon. But soon, the batch of luminous elemental crystals closest to it began to lose their brilliance at a visibly accelerated pace. In no time, a ring of clear, colorless crystals emerged beneath the golden cocoon. These were discarded crystals, their elemental essence devoured by the absorbing force emanating from the cocoon. Clear out these depleted crystals. Daimos frowned at the increasing number of discarded crystals atop the pile. One storm giant set down the storage bag in hand and hurried back into the castle. Shortly after, he returned, accompanied by a full complement of 50 cloud giant maidens to the castle platform. Kneel. The 50 cloud giant maidens, upon the prompting of the storm giant who had brought them, bowed respectfully to Deimos. They were summoned by the storm giants to assist in the removal of the discarded crystals. Deimos nodded and suddenly inquired of the storm giant, "Is this my grandson's castle?" "Indeed, this island is the domain of His Highness Muria. Everything upon this island belongs to him. Is that so? Then I shall reside here until my grandson awakens." Deimos rose, gesturing to the giants. "I shall wander at my leisure. You need not accompany me." With that, the handsome young man with golden hair vanished without a trace under the watchful gaze of the giants. "Go, notify all the giants on Taiji Island and those dragons within the castle. They must be made aware of Deimos's existence and not to offend him." A storm giant, witnessing Deimos's disappearance, instantly adopted a grave expression, thrusting the storage bag into the hands of a fellow giant before rushing into the castle with several companions. Soon after, a multitude of colossal rocks soared into the sky, charging towards every direction of Taiji Island, while a dark mass of griffins flapped their wings, emerging from the castle, carrying messages destined for the city of giants. The storm giants sought to ensure that every creature on the island was made aware of the arrival of Dragon King Deimos in the shortest possible time. For if any unfortunate soul were to inadvertently cross paths with the wandering Deimos and, in their ignorance, provoke his wrath, the consequences were beyond the imagination of the storm giants. Chapter 47. Interest in Truth. Deimos had not ventured beyond the confines of the Wutsai Dragon Fortress on Taiji Island. He had never left its boundaries. To him, everything on Taiji Island was merely the trivial play of children. Throughout his life, Deimos had traversed the entirety of Eurasia, witnessing an abundance of the extraordinary. In the eyes of many giants, the magnificent city of giants was the largest city in Eurasia, with its center dominated by the resplendent white jade palace, regarded as the most opulent castle in the realm. Yet, to Deimos, these edifices were insignificant, mere trifles. In Eurasia, there existed countless constructions that eclipsed the scale and grandeur of the white jade palace and the city of giants. For instance, the Sky City, elevated by powerful magical arrays, the Mage City, adorned with thousands of towering mage spires, and the City of the Dead, formed from an endless accumulation of bones. Within Taiji Island, the only entities capable of capturing Deimos's attention were the numerous young chromatic dragons, exceeding 100 in number, diligently studying spells within the dragon fortress. Deimos stood in the study chamber of the fortress, observing the young dragons as they sprawled over spell books, striving to memorize magical constructs. "By the gods, Atres is more audacious than I was in my youth, managing to gather so many wicked dragons for my grandson," he mused. However, his grandson proved even more intriguing, as he had instigated the young dragons to learn spells. Deimos watched with keen interest as the hatchlings swayed their heads in concentration, memorizing their incantations. As he roamed the study, curiously, not a single dragon could perceive Deimos, as though he were a phantom. Each dragon was engrossed in a different spell. After observing several hatchlings with their tomes, Deimos muttered, "It seems my grandson has invested considerable effort in them." Suddenly, Deimos halted beside a white dragon, vigorously flicking its tail as it memorized a spell. He leaned down to scrutinize the tome before it, noting the three-ring spell. Ice lanced at a bronze-tier white dragon, learning a three-ring spell. Deimos examined this seemingly exceptional white dragon. Its demeanor was not typical of a white dragon, resembling more of a crystal dragon, yet it was indeed of pure white lineage. "Have you committed this three-ring spell to memory?" A gentle male voice interrupted the intense focus of the young dragon. "Clodia." "Yes, nearly finished," Clodia instinctively replied. "Can you construct it within the sea of consciousness?" Before she could articulate her final word, Clodia abruptly turned her head to find a golden-haired youth smiling warmly at her. Upon witnessing the diminutive human, Clodia's scales erupted in a flurry, and the diminutive white dragon instinctively recoiled, retracting her claws as she took a cautious step back. It was evident to her that the being before her was no ordinary human. Perhaps not even human at all. Clodia surveyed her surroundings and was horrified to realize that, apart from herself, no other dragon could perceive the youthful human before her. Her voice trembled as she inquired, "What are you?" Deimos remained silent, casting a glance at himself before shifting his gaze to Clodia, whose body was visibly quaking. "I have intentionally concealed my aura. Can you truly sense my might?" I cannot feel it." Clodia stammered in response. The young man bore no trace of extraordinary power. He appeared as merely an ordinary human youth. Yet, only a mind frozen in ignorance would deem him as such. Then why do you fear me? Please, could you refrain from toying with me? I am but an ordinary little white dragon. With so many dragons around, why not seek out another? Clodia lamented, on the verge of tears, her fear palpable. Demos glanced around and suddenly comprehended the reason behind her terror. It was precisely because he appeared unremarkable that he incited such dread. The unknown is indeed the most formidable of foes. Clever white dragon, you are truly one of a kind. You have yet to answer my question. Can you construct a 3-ring spell model within the sea of consciousness? I can at this moment. Clodia's stammering ceased, and her trepidation gradually dissipated as clarity dawned upon her. Should such a being desire to harm her, her efforts would be futile regardless of her actions. You can cast a 3-ring spell despite only being at the 3rd tier of bronze. Demos inquired, astonished. I can. Clodia, emboldened by the youth's skepticism, held her head high with pride. Among the 100 dragons in the castle, she was the sole dragon capable of casting spells beyond her tier. Not even Muria could achieve such a feat, a fact that served as her source of pride. Incredible. Demos scrutinized the spirited, self-assured white dragon before him. Even among gold and silver dragons, those capable of casting spells beyond their tier were a rarity. Are you truly a white dragon? Of course, I am a white dragon. What a pity. Demos sighed, for among all dragon kinds, the white dragon was deemed the weakest. Without exception, the emergence of such a prodigious talent within the weakest lineage was indeed lamentable. Do you enjoy spells? I do. Why do you enjoy them? Because learning spells can compensate for my innate shortcomings that I am the weakest of the white dragons. Yet once I master spells, even the red dragons will think twice before provoking me. Clodia replied, and after a moment's contemplation, she recounted Muria's teachings. Moreover, Muria once said that in Eurasia, for every 10 dragons that perish, 7 are white dragons. To avoid being hunted in the future, I must diligently study spells and grow stronger, so that no one dares to challenge me. Indeed, Demos nodded, acknowledging the grim reality that white dragons face the highest mortality rate at the hands of humans. Muria also remarked that even a white dragon is still a dragon and should not lead a life as muddled as those ordinary beasts. A dragon ought to embody the essence of what it means to be a dragon. What does it mean to be a dragon? Hearing his own grandson's words piqued Dimith's interest further. When a true dragon emerges, all beasts prostrate, and all spirits tremble in reverence. My grandson is truly intriguing. Upon hearing Claudia's words, Dimoth chuckled as he laughed. A sudden thought struck him. Once an idea takes root, it must be acted upon. Thus, he made his way to the forefront of the study room, during which he dispelled his nearly invisible state. Who is he? When did he arrive? In the study room, all the young dragons beheld Dimoth, a figure remarkably small compared to their current size. Is this a human? A red dragon gazed at Dimoth, extending its tongue to lick its lips, droplets of saliva falling. Fool. Beside this young dragon, the young dragon Cynthia observed her kin's foolishness and raised her paw to firmly press its head to the ground. How could there possibly be a human here? Think with your brain, and you will know. Big sister, then who is he? Another red dragon turned to glance at the young dragon Cynthia, as Muria had temporarily appointed the young female dragons Cynthia and Renata as managers of the castle's red dragons. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but he is definitely not human. If you wish to avoid trouble, best behave at this moment. Dimoth had reached the very front of the study room, successfully capturing the attention of all the dragons. Dimoth looked at the rows of dragons staring at him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he contemplated something amusing. That I have an announcement to make. Due to my grandson Muria just entering his slumbering phase, I shall be your spell instructor from this day forth, Dimoth proclaimed with a grin, revealing his earlier intention. Does anyone have objections? I have no objections. The young dragon Albert was the first to voice his support, clearly stating his position. He had just heard the person before him refer to Muria as his grandson, meaning he must be Muria's grandfather. Albert had already witnessed Muria's mother, the Golden Dragoness, in the Crystal Castle, a legendary dragon mage. If the daughter is so formidable, how powerful must her father be? Then the dragon recalled the overwhelming pressure that had nearly frightened him, causing him to shudder. It seemed he understood something significant. With one dragon leading the way, the others quickly followed suit. No dragon is foolish. After years of education in the multicolored dragon fortress, this group of dragons had become distinctly different from their counterparts in the outside world. They were orderly and courteous, knowing to think through issues rather than charging headlong in a reckless manner. Excellent. Dimoth observed the more than 100 multicolored dragons with some satisfaction. They appeared to have been quite well trained by his grandson. Without needing to display any particular skills, they all obediently listened. Above the castle's platform, the golden cocoon formed by Muria was continuously surrounded by manifestations of hurricane, thunder, and flames, an elemental materialization resulting from the cocoon's substantial consumption of these three elements. On one side, dozens of cloud giants diligently followed orders, pouring elemental crystals onto the golden cocoon. Nearby, numerous cloud giant maidens busied themselves clearing away the discarded crystals. Drained of their elemental essence, at the outermost perimeter stood hundreds of storm giants, clad in armor and wielding various heavy weapons, loyally guarding the area. Within the golden cocoon, Muria's form underwent intense transformations under the influence of the Dragon King's source blood, as dragon scales burgeoned upon his body, only to recede under the Titan bloodline's effect. The bloodlines of the Golden Dragon and the Titan engaged in a benevolent struggle within him, fostering Muria's continuous growth, with his bones, sinews, and muscles steadily strengthening, surpassing their previous state day by day. Inside the castle, Deimos imparted his fervent interest in teaching the young dragons the art of magic, while above, Muria embarked on a pivotal metamorphosis in the course of his life. Time slipped away imperceptibly, seemingly unchanged yet transformed. Chapter 48. Dragon, Titan. 5 whole years passed, and yet Muria remained ensconced in the golden cocoon, showing no signs of awakening. During these 5 years of Muria's slumber, the 5-color dragon castle underwent tremendous changes. Within the castle, a significant portion of the hatchlings entered their dormant phase, emerging as young dragons with nascent survival abilities throughout Alasia, while the remaining few also succumbed to slumber. Agile young dragons flitted in and out of the 5-color dragon castle, infusing the fortress with vibrant life. However, this rendered Muria's previous commands mere empty words. It was not that the giants disregarded his orders, but rather that they lacked the capacity to enforce them. For these 5-color dragons had a formidable ally, their spellcasting mentor, the Dragon King Deimos. With Deimos's consent, these rebellious dragons dared to disregard the giants within the castle, coming and going as they pleased, but they were mindful not to overstep their bounds. Initially, when a dragon sought to soar beyond the castle, storm giants would intervene, but soon, dragons would report to Deimos, expressing their grievances, prompting the Dragon King to declare, dragons ought to soar in the boundless sky, not be confined within the castle walls. Thus, these young dragons reveled in their newfound freedom, yet they understood the confines of their flight. Their activities were limited to Taiji Island, for no dragon had ventured beyond its shores. This was due to a particular dragon who, while perusing the books borrowed from her mother, Atris, compiled a set of data titled Analysis of the Age and Species of the 5-color Dragon Clan Slaughter. This report meticulously detailed the accidental mortality rates of the 5 dragon species across various age brackets, along with probabilities of their extermination. Upon its release, the report spread like wildfire among the 5-color dragons, instilling fear as many felt their claws tremble, for the statistics revealed that the accidental mortality rate was highest among hatchlings and young dragons, progressively decreasing as dragons aged. The primary function of this report lies in its remarkable ability to invigorate numerous red dragons and white dragons, significantly enhancing their motivation to learn. Within the confines of this document, the mortality rate of the white dragon stands as the highest among the 5-color dragons, while the number of slain red dragons follows closely behind. For individuals or organizations in Alasia seeking fame through dragon slaying, the white dragon undoubtedly emerges as the prime choice, as for the red dragons. Their astonishing death toll is a consequence of their own reckless behavior. This dragon species is excessively arrogant and greedy, with many juvenile red dragons frequently raiding villages and towns. Such reckless actions have compelled neighboring races to pool resources to hire dragon slayers. Consequently, the red dragons face an alarming mortality rate. Another significant impact of this report is that it has made all 5-color dragons acutely aware of their favorable circumstances. Under the protection of Muria, they exist in an environment of absolute safety, free from any dangers, allowing them to grow without concerns. Thus, no dragon wishes to escape from Taichi Island, where life, albeit slightly arduous with daily spellcasting and no room for idleness, is infinitely safer than the outside world. Furthermore, the author of this report, the white dragon Clodia, has gained widespread renown. Her name circulates not only among the 5-color dragons, but has also reached the ears of many giants. Thanks to her remarkable intelligence and wisdom, Renata, When do you think Muria will awaken? On the battlements of the castle platform, two lilting red-haired, red-eyed lowlies sat together, gazing at the golden cocoon firmly guarded by storm giants not far away. I have no idea, replied the dragon lowly Renata, tilting her head in contemplation as she looked at the golden cocoon, but it should be soon. Muria has been asleep for 5 years, with a yawn. The dragon lowly Cynthia opened her mouth wide, exhibiting a drowsy demeanor. By the time he wakes, we will likely have entered our slumber phase again. If Muria awakens any later, we will all have transformed into adolescent dragons. Surely not. I feel that Muria is about to awaken. Renata pondered for a moment before stating, we should be able to see him before we enter our slumber. How do you know Muria is waking soon? Cynthia asked curiously. Did you not notice? Renata's eyes sparkled with a glimmer as she pointed towards the cloud giant girls clearing away the discarded crystals for Muria not far off. The quantity of crystals they clear away each day is decreasing. How can you be certain that it diminishes daily? Cynthia exclaimed in surprise at her sister's assertion that I am here every day. So of course, I know, Renata replied nonchalantly. What brings you here every day? Cynthia asked, puzzled. Muria is still asleep. He cannot see you like this. What purpose does it serve? I merely wish for Muria to see me at the very moment he awakens, Renata said, lowering her head slightly. A touch of shyness creeping into her voice. I can't stand you, Cynthia remarked, tugging at her own lips as she observed Renata's demeanor, unable to comprehend her sister's fixation. Then, she turned her gaze back to Muria's golden cocoon. However, I am genuinely curious about what Muria will look like upon awakening. I too am filled with curiosity. This golden cocoon has consumed an immense quantity of elemental crystals over the past 5 years, continuously growing in size. I am eager to discover just how powerful Muria will be upon awakening. At that moment, a hurricane materialized from nothingness, centered around the now 25-meter-high golden cocoon. Its colossal gravitational pull radiated outward, encompassing a radius of 1,000 meters around the dragon fortress. Within this expanse, the elements of wind, fire, and thunder were irresistibly drawn towards the cocoon, all surging into its depths. This voracious force also affected the elemental crystals piled around the cocoon, causing them to rapidly transform into discarded remnants under the sudden intensification of attraction, with 1/3 of the cocoon obscured by the multitude of elemental crystals. What is happening? The storm giants guarding the cocoon were momentarily flustered. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. They hastily replenished the elemental crystals, fearing that their prince would soon deplete them entirely. In their panic, some cloud giants and storm giants scrambled to retrieve their storage bags, pouring heaps of elemental crystals into the cocoon. Do not panic. This moment, a calm male voice resonated amidst the chaos, reaching the ears of the distressed giants. Kneel. Upon seeing the figure that had suddenly appeared beside the cocoon, seemingly devoid of any imposing presence, the giants promptly bowed, their anxious hearts instantly steadied. This is the harbinger of my grandson's awakening. His slumber has come to an end, and there is no need to add more elemental crystals. Understood. Upon hearing Emperor Moss's words, the giants ceased pouring their elemental crystals, holding their storage bags at the ready and stepping aside. Just as Emperor Moss had indicated, this was indeed a precursor to Muria's awakening. The overwhelming gravitational force lasted but a fleeting moment before dissipating, followed by the vanishing of the extraordinary phenomena that had persisted for 5 years, leaving behind only the cocoon radiating with golden brilliance. The prince is truly about to awaken. Observing this spectacle, one of the storm giants murmured to himself, "What is happening? What is happening?" The commotion on the platform also captured the attention of the multicolored dragons nearby, who flew in from all directions and landed upon the expansive platform, only to behold the now uneventful golden cocoon. Thud! A sound resonating like the beating of a colossal drum echoed, and with it, the golden cocoon, emanating a faint glow, burst forth with brilliance. As the sound faded, so too did the light dim. Thud! An even louder heartbeat reverberated through the air, and the dazzling golden radiance flared back to life. Thud! 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 The rhythmic heartbeat resonated throughout the surroundings, growing progressively louder, while the glow of the cocoon pulsed in tandem with the beats, becoming ever more resplendent. Finally, with a thunderous heartbeat that reverberated through the air, the light emanating from the cocoon reached an unparalleled brilliance, causing many giants and dragons to squint their eyes. Boom! The golden cocoon erupted, and a tall, agile figure soared forth, piercing the heavens. Roar! Then, a jubilant dragon's roar echoed through the skies, shaking the very earth. This Muria, upon the platform, A dragon beheld a figure soaring gracefully through the sky, its wings outstretched, prompting a sense of uncertainty as it turned to its companions for clarification. Perhaps it is so. The dragon, upon being questioned, gazed back at the magnificent silhouette that excitedly circled above the castle, its own uncertainty reflected in its eyes. This is the prince, yet how could he have transformed in such a manner? In stark contrast to the other dragons, the giants atop the castle were far from tranquil. They were akin to a pot of boiling water, their panic spreading like wildfire among them. The entity spiraling above was no longer the familiar titan form of Muria, adorned with dragon wings, but rather a majestic golden dragon, its human shape utterly obscured. This dragon bore a visage and form never documented in any tome. The giants had never encountered a creature resembling it. While the dragons of myriad hues racked their brains, desperately searching their ancestral knowledge, yet found no dragon breed that aligned with Muria's current manifestation. Now, 6 dragon horns grew from Muria's forehead in an impressively orderly fashion, extending backward at 3 distinct angles, resembling a regal crown. Moreover, he possessed a robust dragon physique reminiscent of his grandfather, Emperor Mo's, draped in golden, bony scales, interspersed with intricate golden dragon scales, akin to armor enveloping his form. Roaring, Muria, with a dragon form stretching an impressive 64 meters in length, unfurled his uniquely feathered wings and circled above the dragon fortress, releasing his exuberance and reveling in the surging power coursing through him. Then, lowering his head, imbued with boundless majesty, he cast his dazzling golden gaze upon the panicked giants on the castle platform, momentarily taken aback before grasping the situation. They believe I have lost my titan lineage upon witnessing my current draconic form? Humph, such folly. Thus, the golden dragon descended, plummeting toward the castle platform, unleashing torrents of thunder and tempest from its majestic frame. Boom! The dragon crashed onto the castle platform, shards of white jade scattering, and amidst the rising dust, a 32-meter-tall youth titan, wreathed in golden thunder and tempest, emerged with purposeful strides. What is the source of your agitation? The inquiry of the young titan resonated throughout the dragon fortress's platform. Chapter 49, The Titan of Dragons. The youth titan, with ebony hair and golden eyes, stood upon the dragon fortress platform, surveying the multitude of giants with a hint of discontent, for his stature now surpassed that of all the giants. His elongated, robust physique exemplified the epitome of human perfection, every feature adhering to golden proportions, leaving no room for critique. The sight left many cloud giant maidens breathless, their hearts racing, while the male cloud giants and storm giants were consumed by feelings of inadequacy. Your Highness, witnessing Muria's current form, all the giants on the castle platform were filled with exhilaration and knelt in reverence. This incarnation of Muria was the embodiment of the figure they yearned to follow, without regret or hesitation, unto death. Quite impressive. Emperor Mose nodded in satisfaction at Muria's ability to seamlessly transition between dragon and titan forms, remarking, Muria, it seems my bloodline has not been squandered. He could discern that his grandson was transforming through the bloodline coursing within his own body, rather than employing any shape-shifting spells. The recent metamorphosis was a unique, instinctual talent inherent to Muria. Thank you, grandfather. Muria expressed his heartfelt gratitude upon witnessing Deimos, who now stood before him in human form. He could feel the overwhelming surge of power within him, as well as a profound enhancement of his very essence of life. The process of merging with this drop of source blood had significantly augmented Muria's control over his own body, which was the foundation of his newfound ability to transform freely. This realization further deepened Muria's appreciation for the rarity of that drop of source blood. You are my direct descendant. It is only natural for me to care for you. There is no need for such expressions of gratitude, Deimos remarked, slightly displeased by Muria's thanks. Understood, grandfather. I shall refrain from uttering any more words of thanks, Muria replied awkwardly. Deimos twitched his lips, sensing that his grandson's words sounded rather peculiar. After a moment of silence, Deimos scrutinized Muria's titan form. You must possess another form, do you not? Indeed, Muria nodded. Subsequently, golden dragon flames erupted around him, intertwining with the thunder and swirling winds that enveloped him, creating a breathtaking spectacle. 6 dragon horns sprouted from Muria's forehead, and a pair of broad dragon wings, adorned with diamond-shaped scales, unfurled from his back. A long dragon tail, tipped with a blade-like point, emerged behind him, crackling through the air with a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, Shimmering golden dragon scales began to grow from every part of his body, cloaking his skin entirely. Even his head was encased in a bony helmet with a faceplate, leaving only the gaps for Muria's eyes and shoulder-length hair visible. In the blink of an eye, Muria had transformed into a titan clad in golden dragon armor, a manifestation derived from his draconic bloodline. This was the third form he exhibited as both a titan and a scion of dragons: the pure golden dragon form, the perfect titan form, and now the dragon titan form, which showcased the fusion of the two bloodlines within him. Deimos gazed at the series of transformations Muria underwent upon awakening, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he named Muria's third form, Dragon Titan, an apt designation. Muria nodded in agreement, feeling satisfied with his grandfather's choice of name for his current form. Well then, grandson, I have lingered here for 5 years. Your period of slumber has concluded, and I must take my leave. Grandfather, can't you stay a little longer? This place is rather limited. Staying here for too long would be dull. I have attained the status of Dragon King, and it is the perfect time for me to explore other worlds. I have grown weary of Alasia. Other worlds? Muria's curiosity was piqued upon hearing Deimos's words. Are there many alternate realms? Countless, beyond your imagination. Are the alternate worlds similar to ours? Certainly not. Even similar life forms exhibit differences. How could worlds possibly be the same? Deimos, upon hearing Muria's inquiry, found himself in a state of bemusement. Observing Muria's eagerness to pose another question, he swiftly raised his hand in a gesture of cessation, advising against further inquiries. If your curiosity persists, devote yourself to arduous training and strive to become an existence akin to mine. Then, you shall witness for yourself the vastness of the universe and the wonders of the world. Upon hearing Deimos's words, Muria, albeit reluctantly, ceased his questioning. The prospect of traveling to another world seemed a distant dream, especially since he had yet to explore the boundless expanse of the Eurasia realm, remaining confined to a modest island. By the way, my grandson, I have taken the liberty of instructing the dragon you raised for a time. I hope they will surprise you. Deimos's figure gradually faded under Muria's gaze. Just as he was on the verge of vanishing, the golden-haired youth left behind a parting remark before completely disappearing. My dragons, Muria's dragon horns, wings, tail, and golden dragon scales all receded, reverting to his titan form as he gazed upon the castle platform, where the young dragons, bewildered and slack-jawed, stared back at him. What is happening? I distinctly remember instructing you to keep a watchful eye on them before my slumber, forbidding any dragon from departing the confines of the dragon fortress. Why are they all outside now? Muria directed his question at the kneeling storm giants before him. Your Highness, we aim to carry out your command. However, your grandfather decreed that dragons must soar through the skies and not be confined within the castle. Thus, we were forbidden from hindering any dragon wishing to fly, explained the storm giant closest to Muria in a hushed tone. Is that so? Muria squinted at the young dragons, who trembled under his scrutinizing gaze. Did you all willingly enter the castle, or shall I command the giants to seize you and bring you back? We came in of our own accord. The young dragons replied obediently, one by one unfurling their wings and soaring towards the castle. The formidable dragon form Muria had exhibited upon his emergence from the chrysalis had left them in awe at a dragon measuring 64 meters in length. What an astounding concept! Among the 5-colored dragons, the weakest, the white dragon, only achieved such dimensions upon entering the final stage of their life cycle, the ancient dragon phase. The white dragon may be considered feeble, as it could not attain the legendary realm even in the ancient dragon stage. Only upon reaching the ancient dragon tier could it achieve legend status, albeit as the weakest among dragons. Yet, regardless of its weakness, it remained a legendary dragon in essence. Muria now possessed a physique comparable to that of a legendary ancient white dragon. This revelation was profoundly shocking for the young 5-colored dragons, who were still in their juvenile stages. Are there still dragons outside the castle? Muria inquired, his golden eyes scanning the area beyond the castle walls. On Taiji Island, other than the ever-expanding city of giants and the 5-colored dragon fortress, the majority of the land was teeming with vibrant wilderness, amidst the azure sky and the vast forest. A few dragon-like creatures could be seen soaring gracefully. Indeed, Your Highness, each day, numerous dragons, having completed their magical assignments, take to the skies to frolic upon the island. All the storm giants are summoned. Those with steeds shall ride their colossal mounts, while those without shall hasten on foot. Scour every corner of Tai Chi Island and capture all the 5-color dragons that have not remained within the Dragon Fortress. At once, the storm giants murmured their obedience. Then rose in unison. The mounted giants made their way to the eagle's nest to mount their giant eagles, while those without steeds leaped from the castle platform, descending rapidly through the wind. Once the towering figures of the storm giants had departed, only a multitude of cloud giant maidens, their skin a delicate blend of pearly white and sky blue, remained prostrate on the ground. Muria gazed at these cloud maidens, glancing down at his own bare form, and then commanded the maidens, "My previous garments have been rendered unusable. Now, within the briefest of moments, fashion for me attire that accommodates my current physique and can alter in size." At once, the cloud giant maidens, though reluctant to part from Muria, whose form was shrouded in thunder and tempest, retreated with a sense of unfulfilled yearning, preparing to weave garments for him. Muria, after the giants before him had departed. 2 red-haired, crimson-eyed little girls joined hands and approached Muria's feet, gazing up at him with bright eyes. Muria bowed his head, for were it not for his exceptional vision, he might have overlooked these 2 dragon girls. Renata and Cynthia, who had taken on human form, thought a brilliant aura of magical energy enveloped Muria, and soon, his towering titan form of 32 meters began to shrink rapidly. In a moment, the majestic titan had vanished, replaced by a youthful figure with black hair and golden eyes. The diminutive stature stood in stark contrast to his previous colossal self, rendering Muria's present human form exceedingly endearing in his human guise. Muria observed the 2 dragon girls, their faces alight with joy as they rushed to him, requiring him to look up to meet their gaze. Renata and Cynthia, in their juvenile dragon stages, had transformed into human forms corresponding to their dragon ages, thus appearing as if they were around 9 years old. Similarly, Muria's own transformation adhered to this principle, making him appear even smaller than Renata and Cynthia. According to Dragon Age calculations, Muria had just entered his juvenile stage, while Cynthia and Renata were on the brink of slumber, transitioning into their adolescent dragon period. It is truly wonderful that you have awakened now. Clad in a predominantly red Gothic dress, Renata dashed to Muria, enveloping his unclothed form in an embrace, her face radiant with glee. Ouched up, Muria's face collided with Renata's chest, and after a moment, noticing she showed no signs of releasing him, he finally spoke. "Release me. Renata, your ribs are quite uncomfortable against me." At that moment, Renata relinquished her hold on Muria, giggling. "Muria, I am about to fall into slumber, and it brings me great joy to see you awakened before my rest." About to fall asleep? Muria was taken aback. Ordinary true dragons entered a slumber at the age of 25. Transitioning into their adolescent phase, yet he was, in fact, 5 years older than these dragons. From this, he deduced that he had indeed been asleep for 5 years. How swiftly time passes, Muria mused, before turning to the side to observe Cynthia, who was yawning widely, and Renata, who was nestled against him. "You should both enter the castle and prepare for slumber. Here, you need not worry about any dangers." The 2 dragon girls nodded in unison, appearing remarkably obedient. Chapter 50. Unmatched weak, in the spacious training hall. The titan form of Muria seized a storm giant and hurled it violently to the ground. The white marble floor fractured in a spiderweb pattern, centered around the fallen storm giant. Beside Muria, another storm giant wielded a heavy sword and mercilessly swung it towards him. However, despite Muria's seemingly massive physique, he adeptly evaded the strike, reaching out to deliver a powerful slap against the broad blade. Clang! The heavy sword, forged with a substantial amount of jade steel and cold iron, emitted a piercing echo upon impact, reminiscent of a dying person's desperate wail. Crash! A heavy sword, twisted into a V shape, fell to the ground, splattered with bright crimson blood. Simultaneously, a lightly armored storm giant let out a muffled groan. The sword that had been knocked away was his. The force of Muria's blow had been so terrifying that he could not retain his grip, and his palm was torn asunder by the sheer brutality of it. Bang! As this storm giant, blood streaming from his palm, looked up, he beheld Muria, who towered before him at nearly twice his height. With a swift motion, Muria lifted him and slammed him against the wall, embedding his body within it. Bang! 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 The storm giants besieging Muria fell one by one, grievously wounded with each of his movements. None could withstand the might of his blows. The Titan's power was overwhelmingly fearsome, so weak. Ultimately, Muria stood within the training hall, surveying the 30 or so storm giants sprawled on the floor or embedded in the walls. How utterly dull, Muria huffed in dissatisfaction. He was now a being of the third tier of gold, yet his combat prowess far exceeded that level. Initially, he had engaged a fifth-tier golden storm giant clad in heavy armor and wielding a spear. However, under the full force of Muria's strike, the spear shattered, the armor crumbled, and the storm giant fell into a near-death state. This outcome had surpassed Muria's expectations. He had not anticipated becoming so formidable. He had merely unleashed the power of his Titan form, without even drawing upon the strength of his Titan bloodline. And yet he had nearly caused a storm giant's demise. He was uncertain of his true combat level and how powerful an adversary he could stand against. Thus, Muria commanded the storm giants within the castle to attack him, seeking to test the limits of his strength. However, it is regrettable that Muria is unable to truly test his limits in this place. For the storm giants at the pinnacle of Golden might appear remarkably feeble to him now that I am in combat against them. Muria even finds himself holding back, fearing that a moment's carelessness might lead him to inadvertently slay one of the storm giants. "Your strength is indeed overwhelming, my lord," remarked several storm giants who were spectating, kneeling in reverence upon hearing Muria's dissatisfaction. "Let the cloud giants come in to tidy up, and have the hill giants repair the training hall." Muria replied, neither confirming nor denying the praise from the storm giants at this moment. Muria began to comprehend the Titan's perspective, realizing why Titans do not accept the allegiance of these giants. Presently, he is merely on the cusp of adolescence among Titans. Yet he can effortlessly overpower even the mightiest of storm giants through sheer physical prowess. Even if the storm giants were to swarm him in numbers, they would pose no threat. Their magical assaults are nearly entirely ineffective against him. With not a single attack capable of inflicting harm, if a young Muria can achieve such feats, then for a fully matured Titan, storm giants would likely be no more than easily vanquished creatures, akin to common ants. Thus, true Titans do not accept the following of giants, as it serves no purpose. My lord, a contingent of cloud giants and hill giants entered at Muria's command, bowing respectfully before him, seemingly unfazed by the brutally bloody scene that lay before them, accustomed as they were to such sights. Ever since Muria awakened, each time he stepped into the training hall of the multicolored dragon castle, a multitude of storm giants would invariably emerge, their bones shattered and sinews torn. The cloud giants, working in pairs, pried the storm giants embedded in the walls from their confines, gently lifting those who lay groaning on the ground and placing them upon the smooth surface of white jade, where they would realign their shattered and twisted bones and tend to their wounds. However, there was little worry for the storm giants. As long as their brains and hearts remained unscathed, the condition of the rest of their bodies was inconsequential. Provided they received ample nourishment and time, for their injuries would eventually heal. Once the severely injured storm giants were carried away, the hill giants approached the damaged areas of the training hall, utilizing their innate abilities to restore it to its former glory. Muria observed the giants methodically addressing the mess he had created, nodding in satisfaction that he then retreated to his quarters, transforming from his Titan form into that of a diminutive human youth. Realizing that his immense size often proved cumbersome, my lord Muria, here is the spellbook you requested. A golden-haired maiden placed several thick tomes before him. "Mia, please prepare a pot of red tea for me," the youthful Muria said, picking up one of the spellbooks and beginning to peruse its contents. Of course, the devoted maid, Mia, exited the room, only to return shortly with a tray bearing a steaming teapot and cups. "My lord, look, have you considered recruiting additional maids? It seems rather inadequate for such a grand castle to have only one maid." Mia placed teacups before Muria and poured steaming red tea into them. Muria picked up the fragrant brew, blew gently across its surface, and took a delicate sip, diverting his gaze from the book to Mia. "What is it? Do you feel overwhelmed with your tasks? Are you seeking assistance?" My lord, there is no one in the entire castle who has it easier than I do," Mia replied with a cheerful grin. "Then why do you wish for me to recruit maids?" Muria inquired, puzzled. "It is for the cloud giant maidens within the castle. Most of the mundane chores are performed by them. They toil so diligently, and surely they deserve a respectable identity." Muria nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the hard work of the female cloud giants he had occasionally witnessed, the vastness of the castle indeed necessitated a considerable number of hands for its upkeep. Such labor was both arduous and dirty. "In that case, you shall be in charge of the maid recruitment," Muria declared, assigning the task to his maid without a second thought. "Wait, You want me to handle it? Aren't you going to oversee it? Mia asked, her expression one of astonishment. Do you truly believe I would concern myself with such matters? Muria cast a sidelong glance at the incredulous Mia. By the way, all the maids you recruit will be under your purview. All right, I'll take responsibility. The golden-haired maiden clenched her fist and waved it excitedly. In the days that followed, life continued as usual. Muria dined with the young dragons and then studied spells. The five-colored dragons, having witnessed Muria in his draconic form, were exceedingly obedient, each more docile than the last, for they knew they could not overpower him. During their juvenile stage, the mightiest among the five-colored dragons, the red dragon, barely reached silver tier 3, while the weakest, the white dragon, aside from the top scholar dragon Clodia who advanced to silver through her own efforts, remained at bronze tier 4, a level of weakness that left Muria speechless. However, Muria did not insist on daily spell studies with the five-colored dragons. Now, possessing the strongest combat prowess on Tai Chi Island, he felt considerably more relaxed. His approach to the education of the five-colored dragons was a sporadic one, reminiscent of 3 days of fishing, 2 days of drying nets. Compared to the time before his slumber, his current state of relaxation and learning was immeasurable, and the five-colored dragons were naturally elated, voicing no objections whatsoever. Your Highness, 6 red dragons from Lord Atres's castle have just entered their slumber phase, reported 2 cloud giant maidens one day, as Muria reclined lazily on his bed, reading leisurely. Ah, I see, he replied. Upon learning that the 6 red dragons had all entered their slumber phase, Muria grew increasingly languid, according to the knowledge passed down in his memory, even in their juvenile stage. Red dragons only reached silver tier 5 at best, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Time slipped away quietly amidst Muria's daily leisure, reading, and occasional guidance of the five-colored dragons. Yet, as Muria's strength increased, a phenomenon that filled all creatures in the castle with delight began to manifest over time. Brother, have you noticed that the ferocious wolf you've been raising seems to have grown quite a bit recently? Within the den of the wolf at Long Fortress, a cloud giant, engaged in grooming the ferocious wolf he had raised, quietly inquired of his companion, another cloud giant. Do you sense it as well? The inquired cloud giant, with an expression of astonishment, chuckled as he scratched his head. I thought it was merely my imagination. I too have noticed that the ferocious wolves I have been nurturing seem to have grown larger. And not just the wolves. I perceive that even the ferocious eagles I tend to appear to have increased in size. Upon overhearing the discourse between the 2 cloud giants, others within the den congregated, engaging in hushed discussions, soon realizing that their ferocious wolves indeed had grown in stature. What could be the cause of this? One pondered aloud that I have heard that His Highness Muria has ascended to the 3rd tier of gold, boasting combat prowess that far exceeds the golden level. Even the peak golden storm giants are no match for His Highness, as he effortlessly shatters their bones and breaks their limbs. This was common knowledge. Prompting another to interject, let us dispense with the circumlocution. Speak plainly. What I wish to convey is that if His Highness has become so formidable, does it not indicate that the changes we have long awaited are imminent? Might we finally transcend our racial limitations? His Highness is merely at the golden level. It is still too early, a cloud giant muttered under his breath. Yet, our wolves have begun to grow. Another cloud giant exclaimed passionately, directing his fervor towards his companions. Chapter 51. The phenomenon of dragon transformation. Let us hurry to Griffin Fortress. It is said a dragon-transformed griffin has appeared. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Shall we go and see? Of course. Within the confines of the 5-colored dragon fortress, in the auxiliary structures constructed specifically for the griffins nurtured by the cloud giants, a throng of cloud giants had gathered. Their numbers swelled by the imposing figures of mountain giants and storm giants, making their presence quite conspicuous. Yet, the focus of their attention was a singularly majestic griffin, unlike its counterparts, which cowered in corners, frightened by the multitude of giants. This griffin proudly raised its eagle head, basking in the gaze of the giants without a trace of trepidation. This alone was enough to elicit awe from the giants. Even the dim-witted could discern its exceptional nature. Let me take a closer look, a storm giant declared, stepping forward to reach for the seemingly aloof griffin. With a piercing cry, the griffin met the giant's enormous hand with unwavering resolve, lifting its head and emitting a shrill, resonant call that seemed capable of shattering stone. Its wings, stretching a remarkable 10 meters, spread wide, delivering a powerful gust. Instantly, several translucent blades of wind coalesced in the air, hurtling towards the storm giant. However, upon witnessing these blades, The storm giant's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of concern. He ignored the impending threat. Clang, clang. As the storm giant chose not to evade, the wind blade struck his pale hand, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Yet his palm bore no injuries, neither blood nor even a faint mark. The griffin let out another resounding C-R-Y-at last, within the slightly fearful gaze of the griffin. The pale hand of the storm giant seized its body with a forceful grip. Despite being captured, the griffin did not submit. Instead, it struggled vehemently, attempting to break free from the giant's grasp. Yet, the storm giant paid no heed to the griffin's futile efforts. For such resistance was utterly insignificant to him. His attention remained fixated on the griffin's form. The storm giant extended his other hand, brushing aside the tawny lion's mane that adorned the griffin. And soon, glimmering golden scales began to reveal themselves, one by one. Witnessing this spectacle, a genuine smile blossomed upon the storm giant's face. Rising to his full stature, he hoisted the griffin high above his head, showcasing the creature to all directions. That I have observed the emergence of golden scales upon this griffin, and the implications of this transformation need no further elaboration. The power of His Highness Muria has already permeated the entire castle. At least within these confines, we are under the influence of His Highness. Moreover, His Highness's strength has begun to corrupt the very beings residing within the castle. Whispers circulated among the giants in the crowd. The ferocious wolves, the fierce eagles, and the griffins we have nurtured have begun to exhibit signs of gigantism or dragon-like transformations. It is only a matter of time before we, too, shall experience this change. How much longer must we wait? Who knows? However, it should be soon. The onlooking giants displayed expressions of eager anticipation, their faces alight with excitement. Engaging in hushed discussions, time trickled by, and within the five-colored dragon castle, an increasing number of animals began to exhibit signs of gigantism, some even displaying dragon-like traits, sprouting scales or horns that were not previously theirs. Ultimately, the commotion reached Muria's ears, rousing him from his daily languor. Thus, accompanied by Muria dashed around the castle's various annexes, observing the beasts undergoing dragon-like transformations. Quite impressive. The youthful Muria stood atop the head of a ferocious wolf that had grown to a staggering 9 meters in length. Scrutinizing its form, the majestic wolf, in turn, obediently lay prostrate, allowing Muria to frolic upon its back. The color of its fur began to change. Muria crouched down, parting the dark, bristly fur that enveloped its ankles. Beneath the fur, he discovered rows of fine scales, while the dark wolf's hairs appeared increasingly disordered, with golden roots emerging. Could this be considered my kin? The youthful Muria trod upon the giant wolf, relishing the firm muscular texture beneath his feet, the newly sprouted scales, and the changing fur. This was the influence of the golden dragon's bloodline, while the gradually enlarging physique and strengthened form were likely attributed to my own titan lineage. Muria leapt down from the giant wolf's back, turning to his devoted maid. These wolves, despite being so distant from me, exhibit transformations. You, who care for me daily and remain so close, should logically also be affected by my presence. Yet, how is it that you show no change at all? Young Master Muria, I have undergone changes. Upon hearing Muria's words, Mia gestured lightly at her forehead and remarked, I've grown a bit taller recently. Is that all? Muria gazed at Mia with a hint of exasperation. Such a meager change seemed trivial compared to the ferocity of that wolf. Of course, there's more. Mia leaned closer, a delicate fragrance wafting into Muria's nostrils, akin to the mingled scents of the golden dragon, though more subtle and distinct. Master, you haven't let me cuddle with you to sleep for quite some time. You may not realize, but my figure has improved significantly. The golden-haired maiden whispered into Muria's ear, causing a warm breeze to tickle his ear, igniting a sensation of slight discomfort. Muria, at a loss for words, raised his head only to shake it in bewilderment, unsure of how to respond to his maid. Let us return to our room. A brief glance around suffices. Just after Muria escorted his maid, whose figure had indeed become more alluring, back to their quarters, a white dragon exuding an air of intellect and grace knocked at the door. What brings you here, Clodia? Muria inquired, curiosity piqued as he beheld the petite white dragon, barely 9 meters in length. After a moment of hesitation, the little white dragon shyly asked, Muria, do you still need a maid? A personal one, that is? Puffed. Muria, sipping red tea, unexpectedly spewed it forth, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he looked at Clodia. You wish to be my personal maid? Indeed, Clodia responded in a hushed tone upon hearing Muria's question. Why? Muria inquired, confusion evident. With unwavering resolve, Clodia met Muria's gaze. Because I desire to become stronger. Huh, I sense it. My power has been unnaturally increasing since your awakening, Clodia elucidated. But Haven T, you've been meditating daily. Your strength should have been steadily augmenting. What seems abnormal? The power I am gaining has surpassed the limits of what my meditation could yield. Even in my slumber, I can feel my body growing stronger under a force permeating the entire castle. Do you believe this is due to my influence? Who else's could it be? Clodia retorted. So, you wish to become my personal maid, to remain in closest proximity to me? Precisely. You may indeed serve as my maid. But this form of yours is not suitable. Without a word, the white dragon Clodia began to chant a spell, casting her magic. A pure white luminescence enveloped her, and the elegant dragon vanished, replaced by a small girl appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, with white hair and eyes. Muria, witnessing Clodia's transformation into her human form, felt no surprise. It was entirely expected. A silver tier mage casting a 4th circle spell was hardly remarkable. What truly transformed Muria was the current appearance of Clodia. He called out the name of his devoted maid with fervor. As the golden-haired girl hurriedly approached, Muria pointed at the humanoid Clodia and instructed, measure her dimensions immediately and craft a set of garments for her. Yes, young Master Muria. Mia responded with a smile, initially taken aback by the sight of the little girl in the room, completely unclothed. Through her senses, Mia had already discerned the identity of the girl before her. I must ask, is this how you fulfill your role as a maid? Muria inquired discontentedly, gazing at the white-haired girl seated elegantly in a lavish chair, engrossed in a tome of spells. Is there a problem? Clodia replied, lifting a cup of steaming red tea, exuding an aura of chill, and taking a sip. Muria smirked slightly, although he had mentally prepared himself and did not expect much from this bookish dragon. It was rather excessive for her to claim the role of a maid while indulging herself even more than he did. Add ice for me. Muria gestured towards Clodia with his steaming cup of tea. There was no response, yet an abundance of visible cold energy surged towards the teacup in Muria's hand. In an instant, frost adorned the exterior of the cup, and ice cubes floated within. Your control over power is becoming increasingly adept, Muria remarked as he observed the icy red tea, realizing that this was not mere magic, but rather a manifestation of the white dragon's innate ability to manipulate cold. Perhaps this was the task I ought to undertake now. Muria mused, deeming it too cumbersome. After all, he felt no need for precise control over his own strength. Whatever it was, a single slap would suffice. Clodia, it suddenly dawned on me. Muria recalled his grandfather, the Dragon King, who had resided in his castle for a full 5 years. My grandfather taught you spells for 5 years, yet after spending so much time with him, why have you not been influenced by his power? One would expect a being of the Dragon King's caliber to exert a stronger influence than he, a golden tier, yet the phenomenon of dragon transformation in Dragon Castle only manifested after the king's awakening. Logically, the presence of the Dragon King, Deimos, should have triggered a transformation among the beasts long before. No, it was not just you who remained unaffected. All creatures within Dragon Castle appeared immune, as if my grandfather had never resided there at all. Muria, allow me to clarify, Clodia interjected, lifting her pure white eyes to meet his gaze. When Master Deimos taught us spells, I could hear his voice and see his figure, yet my spiritual energy could not perceive his presence. It is as though Master Deimos and we occupy 2 distinct dimensions, with no intersection beyond sound and imagery. I see. Muria pondered, deep in thought, adopting a contemplative demeanor. This must have been a deliberate act on his grandfather's part. If a Dragon King's presence did not restrain its power, over time, all beings on Taiji Island would inevitably become subjects of Deimos, leaving Muria as a mere figurehead. Chapter 52. The Song of the Siren. Your Highness. It is time to convene at the White Jade Palace. Once again, at the start of the month, as Muria lay in bed, enveloped in a drowsy haze, a storm giant entered to deliver his report. Muria lifted his head, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and responded with a low murmur before turning over to present his back to the storm giant. Please wait a moment. I shall sleep a while longer. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Muria finally awoke, thoroughly refreshed, stretching languidly with a contented expression. This was the life he yearned for, waking up naturally and counting treasures at his leisure. Well, perhaps that last part was better left aside. Money, for him now, felt trivial and no longer aligned with his aspirations. According to the storm giant's report, several rich veins of gold and silver had been discovered on Taiji Island, yet Muria did not command their extraction. His castle was already brimming with wealth, and any additional treasures would merely clutter his space. Gold and silver were inedible, undrinkable, and useless for forging. Aside from decoration, they served no practical purpose. Why are you still here? Muria turned his head to see the storm giant still kneeling on the ground. Your Highness, I have been awaiting your command, the storm giant replied respectfully. How long have you waited? Muria glanced out at the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window. Realizing that the storm giant had likely been in his position for quite some time, not long, merely over 3 hours, came a youthful, cool voice in response. Muria turned to see a white-haired girl seated beside his colossal bed. Engrossed in a book, Claudia. Good morning. He greeted It is already past morning, Claudia replied, her expression unchanging as she corrected him. Moreover, you must proceed to the White Jade Palace. The representatives of the giants and the leaders of the sea folk have been waiting for you since early morning. Ahem, I shall go now, Muria said, slightly embarrassed. Ever since his awakening, the immense power he wielded instilled a profound confidence within him. He no longer relied on the storm giants as the foundation of his rule. His own might sufficed. Thus, he had grown somewhat indifferent towards the meetings he once held punctually each month before his slumber. He no longer placed much importance on such gatherings, convinced that no one on Taiji Island would dare to betray him after witnessing his true form. I will accompany you, Claudia declared, setting aside her book and gazing steadily at Muria. Attending the meeting at the White Jade Palace to witness Muria preside was a feast for both the eyes and the spirit. Very well, Muria agreed without hesitation. As the unique academic prodigy among the myriad of 5-colored dragons, he exhibited remarkable leniency towards Claudia, almost to the point of granting her every request. Your Highness, as Muria ascended the castle platform with Claudia by his side, 60 storm giants in their resplendent armor, mounted on their colossal rock steeds, paid their respects to him. Muria nodded gently in acknowledgement. Among the 300 storm giants under his command, only a little over 60 possess such magnificent mounts. These giants can be regarded as the elite among the storm giants. Thus, Muria commanded that only he should embark on the journey, and all those formidable storm giants, akin to colossal eagles, were to accompany him. Serving as his honor guard, let us depart. Behind the 32-meter-tall youthful titan, a pair of dragon wings, adorned with golden, feather-like scales, unfurled. He then bent down, embracing a comparatively petite white dragon. Release me. I can fly by myself. The white dragon, Claudia, struggled in Muria's embrace. You are too slow. None of us will wait for you. Be obedient and do not squirm. Muria gently patted the white dragon in his arms, soothing her softly. Behind him, those golden dragon wings flapped vigorously, propelling him and the white dragon skyward. Caw, caw. In Muria's wake, one by one, the storm giants rode upon their colossal eagles, closely trailing him. In the air, above the vast forest, Muria, surrounded by numerous storm giant knights, soon beheld a city of pure white. Within the city, giants of various skin tones and differing heights moved about, portraying a scene of harmony and prosperity. As Muria's group arrived above the city of giants, giants of all ages and races knelt in reverence upon witnessing his figure. Muria lowered his gaze to see a sea of bowed heads, his expression remaining unchanged. Initially, he would feel astonished and awed by such a spectacle. However, year after year, month after month, he became numb to it. He soared directly into the heart of the city, landing within the grandest of white jade palaces, folding his dragon wings as he stepped inside. Buzz, buzz. The moment Muria entered the assembly hall, he heard the clamor of discussions, but as the giants and sea tribe leaders within the hall beheld him, the entire chamber fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Your Highness Muria. After a mere 3 seconds of stillness, all the giants and sea tribe chiefs prostrated themselves before Muria, their demeanor exuding utmost respect. For his current power was sufficient to instill awe in them. What were you discussing? Pray, enlighten me. In his titan form, Muria ascended to the 9-tiered tower-like pedestal and turned to sit upon the expansive throne. Gazing downwards, Your Highness, we were just discussing why you arrived later than usual today. A 6-armed Naga began to speak. She hesitated, cautiously glancing at Muria before continuing. Why you were delayed. Muria furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing it. Smiling as he looked at the 6-armed Naga who had spoken, I believe your name is Diana, is it not? Indeed, Your Highness. The half-human, half-serpent 6-armed Naga leader, Diana, bowed her head in response. It is an immense honor that you still remember my name. Still as extravagant as ever. Muria murmured softly upon hearing the Naga leader's flattering words, which were somewhat grating to his ears, that I was delayed due to some pressing matters today, which is why I arrived late. Muria, with a brave face, explained to the giants and sea tribe leaders below, for he could hardly admit that he had overslept, as that would be rather embarrassing. The words of Muria prompted those who followed him into the grand hall, causing the storm giants stationed around its periphery to twitch their faces in discomfort. They were all acutely aware of the reason for Muria's tardiness that day, yet none were foolish enough to expose his words. Self-destruction was not their intent. Following the established procedures of the council that Muria had previously presided over, he first received all the giants who had arrived on Taiji Island the previous month. Before listening to reports from the representatives of the giants and the leaders of the Sea Clan regarding their work, the numerous cloud giant leaders continued to inform Muria of the extent to which they had expanded the city of giants. While another 8 exiled cloud giant leaders reported on the yield of fruits and meats from the islands under their jurisdiction. As for the tidal giants and the leaders of the Sea Clan, their reports only served to deepen Muria's boredom, detailing the treasures such as crystal gems they had scavenged from the endless ocean. Only the report from the representative of the mountain giants piqued Muria's interest. Years of cohabitation with many cloud giants had led several mountain giants to shed their barbarity, recognizing their ignorance and beginning to learn actively. The mountain giants of the city were no longer the primitive beings wielding wooden clubs and clad in animal skins. They had adopted attire and were often seen draped in soft, flowing robes along the streets of the city. Furthermore, their weaponry had also undergone a transformation, while the forging techniques for giant weapons could not be mastered in a short span of time. The mountain giants would request assistance from the cloud giants. Thus, each mountain giant who resided in the city for an extended period underwent a complete metamorphosis, a change that left every newly arrived mountain giant in disbelief. I have a question, Muria said, raising his hand to halt the incessant reporting from the representative of the mountain giants, who appeared revitalized. You mentioned that many mountain giants in the city are diligently studying. May I inquire if you could independently complete a large-scale construction task if I were to assign one to you? Yes, the representative of the mountain giants replied, after a brief moment of hesitation. With a look of determination, excellent, Muria exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. He had long believed that the mountain giants possessed an innate talent for construction and had aspired to establish a building core composed of them. But their lack of knowledge had delayed this ambition. Design a road connecting the city of giants to his long fortress for me. That I expect to see your construction plans before I depart today. As you wish, Your Highness, the mountain giants in the hall replied, promptly retreating to discuss the design of the plans before the deadline set by Muria. Have all the reports concluded? As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Muria, resting his chin on his hand, asked languidly, all reports have been completed. But where are the mountain giants? Muria furrowed his brow, and then cast his gaze towards the multitude of Sea Clan leaders gathered at the lower end of the grand hall. There, he observed a dozen or so pale blue water spheres, levitating gracefully in midair, each containing a mermaid of exquisite beauty, their upper bodies indistinguishable from that of humans, suspended within the aquatic orbs. This was a method devised by the water-loving mermaids to come ashore. They were merely attending a meeting, and had no need to transform their tails into human legs, an uncomfortable endeavor. Sirens of the sea, beloved of the ocean, mermaids. As Muria regarded the distinctly differentiated mermaids below, a surge of strong curiosity arose within him, recalling the records of ancestral memories. I have heard that the sirens delight in perching upon rocks to sing. Their enchanting voices capable of beguiling all nearby creatures, often leading passing ships to run aground and sink. Might the esteemed siren leaders allow me the pleasure of experiencing such melodious enchantment? Your Highness, our songs tend to mesmerize the minds of most creatures. Singing here may not be appropriate, remarked a voluptuous siren, her fishtail adorned with shells, with a hint of trepidation. Ha! What is this? Siren leader, do you believe that your beguiling voices can ensnare me? Muria narrowed his eyes, his expression impassive as he looked down upon the beautiful mermaid modestly cloaked in shells. That I had not entertained such thoughts. Your Highness, the siren stammered, her head bowed in fear. I shall now offer you my song. Chapter 53. The Essence of Souls. Those who feel incapable of resisting the siren leader's song should withdraw at once. Muria raised his hand to halt the siren leader, who had begun to sing with her crimson lips agape. Casting a glance at the numerous giant representatives and Sea Clan leaders gathered for the deliberations. Should they embarrass themselves, they need not blame me. Upon hearing Muria's well-intentioned warning, only a few of the mist giant leaders wisely exited the hall. Yet, No other giants or sea folk followed suit. Apart from the mist giants, the lowest tier permitted into this grand hall was that of the golden tier 3 beings, each feeling quite formidable. The sea clan leaders attending the meeting, including the siren leader poised to sing for Muria, were all at their peak golden tier, possessing remarkable strength, naturally disinclined to retreat from the siren song to evade their peers' allure. No one is stepping back. Do you all believe you can withstand the siren's voice? Muria sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples. The siren song was renowned throughout Alasia, esteemed cloud giant leaders. At this moment, a mermaid leader, her fair skin exposed, addressed the 18 cloud giant leaders within the hall. Might I request that you temporarily withdraw? The voice of Leader Diana may prove more formidable than you anticipate, and with your current strength, you may find it difficult to resist her alluring call. Humph! The cloud giant leader, Bolton, let out a disdainful snort. The mermaid leader's well-meaning caution struck him as condescension. The mere song of a siren is no unfamiliarity to me. I am indeed curious to hear how potent the allure of a peak golden siren's voice truly is. The other cloud giant leaders, though silent, shared expressions of displeasure, perceiving the mermaid leader's warning as an affront. Alas, the mermaid leader observed the expression of the cloud giant commander and let out a soft sigh, silently turning away without uttering another word. Karina, if they wish to listen, let them. Who can prevent one from making a fool of themselves? The Sea Witch leader noticed the dejected demeanor of the mermaid leader and regarded her with disdain. Having heard the words of the cloud giant commander herself, Your Highness Muria, I shall now present to you the humble song of a mere sea witch. The siren leader was incensed by the remarks of the cloud giant commander and resolved to teach these oblivious cloud giants a lesson. Muria cast a sidelong glance at the insolent cloud giant commander, Buden, responding softly in acknowledgement. Once Muria consented, the siren immediately cast a second-tier spell, transforming her fins into delicate toes. Subsequently, a stunningly beautiful woman, barely clad save for a shell that shielded her modesty, emerged from the water sphere. The siren leader, having fully assumed human form through her enchantment, parted her cherry lips and sang aloud. Her melodious voice resonated throughout every corner of the grand hall, making the very air seem to dance with the ecstasy of the sea witch's song. This voice, upon hearing the siren's song, as recorded in ancient tomes, Muria felt a fleeting warmth coursing through his body. Yet no adverse reactions followed. Rather, he found the sound exquisitely enchanting. In the midst of this melody, Muria slowly closed his eyes, listening intently. Truly delightful, the voice of the sea witch. Captain Ab. Hold on. At that moment, as Muria reveled in the siren's song, he was jolted by a dissonant sound, prompting him to open his eyes. He beheld the cloud giants in a state of utter disarray. Each cloud giant appeared entranced, their gazes unfocused, some even drooling, exhibiting the countenance of lovesick fools, completely unable to withstand the siren's beguiling melody. What a pitiful sight! Muria gestured towards the storm giants stationed within the hall, commanding, knock them all unconscious and carry them out. These disgraceful wretches, all giants who exhibited similar behavior, were to be removed as well. Naturally, the stalwart storm giants, all at the pinnacle of golden strength, were not susceptible to the siren's enchanting song. Following Muria's orders, they subdued the cloud giants who were instinctively drawn towards the singing siren, one by one, and bore them out of the grand hall. The second-tier spell, Mechanized Mind, beside Muria's throne, the white dragon. Clodia, cast a spell to resist the siren's alluring song that if you cannot endure, just step outside. No need to force it, Muria remarked softly, observing the flickering aura of magic around the little white dragon. Feeling somewhat helpless, listening to the siren sing is of no value to you. Clodia raised her emotionless gaze to Muria. Without a moment's hesitation, she strode toward the hall's exit. In her current state of absolute rationality, she would not be swayed by any external factors, only making choices that served her best interests. The mechanized mind, being merely a second-tier spell, could not withstand the golden-level siren song for long. Clodia's incantation had only afforded her a brief respite from the enchantment. Now on the verge of collapse, Clodia gracefully exited the grand hall. Several giants, who felt themselves on the verge of succumbing to the alluring tide, followed suit. Within the hall remained only those of supreme golden rank, aside from the golden third-tier Muria. The melody was exquisite. After the siren leader's enchanting performance, Muria, with a face full of admiration, led the applause. Truly a testament to the siren's voice, one I greatly cherish. How delightful! Among the hall's occupants, the recently performed siren appeared in a state of stupor, The siren's song was traditionally known as the death's melody. Frankly, having lived for such a long time, it was her first experience hearing someone praise her singing. "Thank you, Your Highness." The siren, with tears of joy in her eyes, was utterly moved by such commendation. I wish to hear you sing again." Muria, observing the excited siren, inquired with a smile, "Can you sing again?" "Yes," the siren leader readily agreed. "Your Highness, I can also sing for you." "Your Highness, my voice is far superior to Grace's. Please allow me to perform for you." Upon hearing that Muria wished to indulge in the siren's enchanting voice, several other siren leaders became restless, each employing the spell to transform their fins into toes. Assuming the guise of nearly nude human beauties, stepping out of the watery sphere to approach Muria. "If you wish to sing, then sing. Why quarrel?" Muria chided as she observed the sirens nearly ready to clash, stating, "I have ample time. You may sing one after another." Throughout the white jade divine palace's council hall, the bewitching melodies of the sirens resonated for an entire afternoon. Muria's prolonged indulgence in the siren songs left many giants in awe, finding it hard to believe this was music meant for admiration. "Muria, how long do you intend to listen to such enchanting voices?" As evening approached, while Muria remained entranced by the siren's dulcet tones, Clodia, having cast the spell of mechanized intellect, once more entered the hall to confront him. With eyes half closed in enjoyment of the splendid song, Muria looked down, somewhat puzzled, at the white-haired little girl before him. "Clodia, what troubles you?" "You dare ask what troubles me?" Clodia lifted her gaze to Muria, stating, "The mountain giant, holding the blueprints you requested, has been waiting outside the hall for you for quite some time. Yet, you have been engrossed in listening to a chorus of sirens. Have you been enchanted by their songs? Has it truly been that long?" Muria, upon hearing Clodia's inquiry, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. He raised his hand in a downward motion, signaling the sirens to cease their singing. "That I merely found their singing delightful. I was not ensnared by them. Yet, you have listened for an entire afternoon." "I felt as though only a brief moment had passed," Muria repeated somewhat incredulously. "How could so much time have elapsed? Have I truly been bewitched?" Muria raised a hand to his face in disbelief. "Your Highness, do you wish for us to sing once more?" The first siren leader, Grace, who had performed earlier, asked with a hint of trepidation. "No, that will not be necessary." Muria furrowed his brow and waved his hand, signaling an end to the discussion. "You may all return now. Remember to arrive punctually for the meeting next month." "Your Highness Muria, we shall take our leave," the leaders of the sea tribes responded in unison. Bowing as they exited the grand hall, in the blink of an eye, the vast chamber was left with only the steadfast storm giant and the white dragon, Clodia, before Muria. "Your Highness, this is the construction plan we devised." Just as Muria sat deep in contemplation upon his throne, a group of hill giants entered, carrying a stack of blueprints. With a flick of his wrist, Muria cast a cantrip, summoning the giants' designs into his grasp. He perused them briefly before carelessly tossing them back. "Proceed with this plan. Should any errors arise, you shall bear the responsibility as you command." "Your Highness," the hill giants, devoid of any dissent, retreated with the blueprints in hand. "Clodia, I am not ensnared. I have resisted the siren's call, yet I find myself captivated solely by their pure melodies." After the hill giants departed, Muria elucidated to the little white dragon a thought that had just struck him. "Whether or not you are truly ensnared, that is for you to discern. There is no need for explanations." "Very well, let us return." Muria said no more, bending down to grasp Clodia, now in her humanoid form. And together they exited the hall, soaring back to the Rainbow Dragon Fortress alongside the storm giants. After that fateful visit to the Jade Palace, where he beheld the siren's enchanting voice, Muria became utterly entranced by their melodious allure. In addition to honing his memory spells and Titan combat skills while instructing the Rainbow Dragons, he frequently summoned the sirens to serenade him. However, Muria's persistent calls for the sirens sparked a profound sense of crisis among the ocean's favored. The mermaids, these enchanting creatures, with their beautiful upper bodies, similarly employed magic to shed their fish tails, transforming into human forms to delight him with their exquisite dances. The siren songs and the mermaids' performances became a dual feast for Muria's senses, leading him to a slight infatuation. Nevertheless, he remained committed to his studies of spells and magical formations, refining his combat prowess, albeit with somewhat reduced time compared to before. As time passed, Muria's strength continued to grow slowly yet steadily, and the bloodline within him continued to influence all creatures in close proximity. Your Highness, good news, good news. One day, as Muria lay in slumber, his devoted maid, Mia, burst into the room with fervor. What is it? Mia, Muria grumbled, his bleary eyes lifting to meet the golden-haired girl standing at his bedside. Master, within the dragon fortress, a storm giant has broken through the pinnacle of gold and advanced to the soul intent level. What? Muria exclaimed, instantly wide awake, his drowsiness evaporating. This news confirmed. Has a storm giant truly transcended its racial boundaries? Master Muria, why would I deceive you about such matters? All right. Muria, brimming with excitement, leaped from his bed and began pacing the room. The advancement of a storm giant to the soul intent level signified a multitude of possibilities. For instance, his impact on the giants is not inferior to that of the true pure-blooded titans. Moreover, the power levels of his subordinates are set to ascend directly by one tier, as evidenced by the recent promotion of a storm giant. Where there is one, there shall be another, signifying that more storm giants will soon follow suit. Where is that breakthrough to the giant? Take me to witness it. I am eager to experience the power of the soul intent level. Muria fixed an urgent gaze upon his devoted maid. In the arena, Muria stepped into the training hall. His eyes were immediately drawn to a 21-meter-tall storm giant, with purple hair and skin, engaged in combat with 10 ordinary storm giants. Subsequently, Muria raised a hand to halt the numerous giants in the arena who sought to bow in his presence. He did not wish to disrupt the ongoing battle. This is the soul intent ring. Muria's attention was not captivated by the clash within the arena. Rather, it was the faint azure halo beneath the storm giant's feet that ensnared his focus. Bronze level, silver level, gold level. These 3 stages of power can, in strict terms, be considered as one phase. For melee professions, by continually enhancing their physique, they can theoretically reach the pinnacle of gold in due time. The same holds true for magic professions. Through persistent meditation and the expansion of mental fortitude, they too can theoretically break through to the gold pinnacle. Hence, in essence, these 3 power stages bear no significant distinction. They merely represent stages of power accumulation. Of course, this is merely theoretical. The breakthrough of power is not as simple as it seems. As there are numerous constraints, many creatures face limitations due to their bloodlines. While they gain strength from their lineage, they are equally shackled by it when their power reaches the limits imposed by their bloodline. They are utterly unable to transcend. Without seeking alternative methods, they remain forever confined to the apex of their bloodline's capacity. What a despairing predicament that is. Thus, many giants, disregarding life and death, endeavor to cross the stormy sea to reach Titan Island, yearning to pledge their loyalty to Muria in exchange for the opportunity to break free from the shackles of their bloodlines. Presently, a storm giant, long confined at the pinnacle of gold and serving as a guardian to Muria, has been influenced by the Titan blood coursing through Muria, successfully breaking the bonds of his bloodline and entering a realm previously deemed unattainable for storm giants. The soul intent level, unlike the preceding power tiers, cannot be surpassed merely through physical training. It necessitates a profound understanding of one's own soul and the essence of power itself. The most significant emblem of this level is the soul intent ring, symbolizing the comprehension of the true meaning of soul and power and their harmonious integration. Muria gazed intently at the pale azure halo beneath the feet of the storm giant, and began to observe the combat of this storm giant who had ascended to the first tier of soul intent. His physique had been enhanced, rendering him larger and stronger, yet paradoxically, his speed had also accelerated. Muria watched the soul intent level storm giant, whose every movement was accompanied by a whisper of the wind, contemplating. Logically, the larger the body, the slower the movements. Yet this giant defied such reasoning, having grasped the soul intent of the wind. This is the effect of the soul intent ring. Having ascended to the soul intent level, the storm giant now stood as a formidable force, eclipsing even his kin at the pinnacle of gold in terms of strength, speed, and size. The 10 storm giants surrounding him were utterly outmatched, falling one after another. It was only then that this victorious soul intent storm giant noticed Muria, who was observing him intently. Your Highness Muria, he acknowledged, and the many giants he had previously subdued also bowed in his direction. Rise, Muria replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze to the towering 21-meter storm giant before him, and inquired with a smile, how does it feel to have broken through to the soul intent level? Quite splendid. Your Highness, the storm giant, grinning with simplicity, responded, "Pray tell, what is your name?" Muria asked, as he was unfamiliar with many of the giants within the dragon fortress. "I am Terence," the storm giant replied with reverence. "Very well, Terence," Muria said, narrowing his eyes. "Let us engage in a duel. I wish to experience the power of the soul intent." "Certainly," Terence replied without a hint of displeasure, having previously felt the brunt of Muria's overwhelming strength. He was still haunted by the memory. Even with his recent breakthrough to the soul intent level, he harbored doubts about his ability to contend with Muria, who was merely at the 3rd tier of gold. "Do be cautious," Muria warned, taking a bold step forward and raising his fist, eschewing any flamboyance for a straightforward strike. With a powerful jab, he launched his fist forward, seeing the colossal fist of the youth, who towered 11 meters above him. Terence did not dare underestimate the attack. He crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Bang! Terence managed to block Muria's punch. However, the force reverberated through his arms, leaving them numb as he involuntarily staggered back. With each step he retreated, large cracks formed in the white jade floor beneath him. "Not bad," Muria commended, noticing that Terence had not succumbed like the ordinary storm giants before him. With that, he swung his fist once more, charging ahead. Bang! 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 The surrounding storm giants watched in stunned silence as Muria dominated the soul-intent storm giant Terence, their faces etched with disbelief. Although Muria appeared significantly larger than Terence, he was ultimately just a 3rd-tier gold, leading them to question how he could overpower a giant of the soul-intent level. This spectacle shattered their preconceived notions and offered them a newfound appreciation for the might of the Titan bloodline. As the battle unfolded, the reinforced floor of the training hall, bolstered by the mountain giants, was reduced to rubble, with debris scattering everywhere. Massive craters, large enough to engulf a cloud giant, were created by the clash of the two titans, rendering the entire training hall stone flooring to mere fragments. The onlooking giants were forced to retreat to the corners of the hall to avoid the aftermath of the fierce combat. And ultimately, they had to vacate the premises altogether. With a swift motion, Muria extended his hand and seized Terence, who attempted to evade him using the wind soul intent to enhance his speed. With a force Terence had never before encountered, Muria slammed him into the wall of the training hall. Boom! The wall, nearly 5 meters thick, was shattered by Terence. Yet even so, it merely alleviated a fraction of the force exerted by Muria. His momentum unfaltering, he proceeded to breach 4 additional walls before finally embedding himself in the 6th wall made of white jade. Soul intention level, indeed. Muria surveyed the rubble-strewn passageway created by Terence's forceful impact, smacking his lips with satisfaction. "Quite impressive. It can withstand my fists, at the very least allowing me to utilize the Titan's inherited martial techniques." "Your Highness," Terence, having been driven into the wall, began to awaken from his daze, calling out Muria's title in a somewhat disoriented and lost manner. "What is it? Are you dissatisfied?" Muria, stepping upon the debris, approached Terence with a cheerful demeanor. "You have yet to unleash the might of thunder and tempest mastered by the Titans, and I have already been defeated." Terence gazed blankly at Muria, bewildered. "How can this be? Countless days and nights I have devoted myself to honing my martial skills, enduring numerous life and death trials, yet I still cannot surmount the limitations of my bloodline. However, upon joining your side, merely standing guard in the castle and accompanying you, I have achieved a breakthrough to the soul intention level. Yet, even so, in combat against you, who remains at the golden 3rd tier, I could not compel you to reveal the true power of the Titans." Muria regarded the emotionally unraveling storm giant in silence, then glanced at the other giants nearby, who had heard Terence's words and wore solemn expressions. Finally, he spoke. "Across the entirety of Taiji Island, the number of giants has exceeded 50,000, and you are the first to transcend the limitations of your bloodline. One might argue that my bloodline's influence has facilitated your ascent to the soul intention level. Yet among the 300 storm giants who have long accompanied me, you stand as the solitary breakthrough. Within the castle, combining the cloud giant guards and cloud giant maidens, there are over 1,000. Yet none have ascended to the golden 2nd tier. You alone have risen from the pinnacle of golden to the soul intention level. That I had been perplexed as to how a storm giant of my retinue could emerge at the soul intention level so early. But now I understand. The influence of my bloodline was merely a catalyst. The primary reason for your breakthrough lies in the sweat you have shed and the trials encountered between life and death. The simple fact that you are the first among all the giants in the castle to achieve such a breakthrough speaks volumes. Why do you feel disheartened?" You have only just begun to condense a single wind soul intention. Your journey along the path of soul intention is still long, and beyond soul intention lies the realm of legends. If you remain steadfast in your convictions, it is entirely possible that you may one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the Titans. Your Highness, Terence stared blankly at Muria, astonished by the latter's profound recognition of him. I have said all I need to. Muria observed the storm giant, whose eyes were brimming with gratitude, waved his hand dismissively, and turned to take his leave. However, he suddenly recalled something and glanced back, saying, "My personal guard has long lacked a commander. From this day forth, you shall assume that role. Oh, and by the way." Muria glanced at the once grand martial hall, now reduced to ruins, along with several walls that had succumbed to his might. He turned to a hastily approaching group of mountain giants and instructed, "Would you kindly restore this place? The workload may be rather substantial." "Not a problem, Your Highness," the mountain giants replied in unison, accustomed as they were to such tasks since their establishment in the multicolored dragon fortress, where repairs were frequently required. Moreover, please notify the city of giants to trim a training ground sufficient for soul-conscious level battles. As the martial hall in the dragon fortress is no longer adequate, at your command. Chapter 55. A moment of leisure, no matter how melodious the song or how captivating the dance. One can tire of even the most exquisite performances after prolonged exposure. Muria sat upon his throne, listening to the harmonious voices of the sirens below, as a group of mermaids, having shed their fish tails, gracefully danced to the enchanting melodies. Wouldn't you agree, Terence? Muria turned his gaze toward the storm giant leaders standing behind him. Your Highness, should you find the siren songs tiresome, I could summon the cloud giants and my kin to perform for you on their finest instruments. Their music will surely not disappoint. Did I ask that so? Muria mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then commanded the storm giants stationed within the hall, "Go outside and gather the most skilled cloud giants to play for me. Additionally, send another to the multicolored dragon fortress to bring forth the most musically inclined storm giants to the white jade palace." "Muria, do you not intend to return to the multicolored dragon fortress?" inquired the white dragon, Clodia, who had already imposed a mechanized intellect upon herself. "You have spent 20 days in the white jade palace this month. That I shall not return." Muria waved his hand dismissively. "The giants have all requested that I remain here, and I find myself quite fond of this place compared to the multicolored dragon fortress. Hey, oh, you not appreciate it here?" Muria gestured towards the grand hall he occupied. A splendid edifice of the white jade palace, with silver flooring, a golden ceiling, and adorned with gemstones, massive magical crystals, skillfully carved by the cloud giant artisans, were showcased as exquisite decorations throughout the hall. The entire chamber radiated with dazzling magical brilliance, exuding an air of opulence and excess that in truth, this architectural style permeated the entirety of the white jade palace, resplendent and magnificent. That I do not like it," Clodia stated, surveying the opulent hall in disbelief, leaving Muria utterly astonished. "What are you saying?" Muria gazed incredulously at the small white dragon, questioning whether he had misheard. A dragon expressing disdain for a place adorned with gold and jewels seemed unfathomable. "I do not like it," Clodia reiterated her previous assertion. "Are you truly a dragon? How can you not appreciate this place? Every dragon within the fortress longs to come here. What significance does such extravagance hold?" Claudia confronted Muria, pointing at a blue wolf figurine intricately carved from elemental crystal, a magical crystal that ought to serve as a fundamental resource for spell research and the enhancement of power. "Rather than being treated as a mere trinket, I have an abundance of such items. Crafting a few into decorations, what difference does it make? Whether they reside in the warehouse or here, it amounts to the same." Muria cast a sidelong glance at the vividly sculpted blue wolf figurine and replied with a hint of resignation. "Muria, you were not like this before." Claudia observed Muria with a tinge of disappointment. Ever since Muria vanquished 30 storm giants, he had indulged himself in the pleasures of mermaid songs and dances. Following his overwhelming victory over the solescent storm giant, Terence, he had grown even prouder, dedicating daily moments to relish the sirens' melodies and the mermaids' graceful movements. "That was in the past," Muria languidly replied, reclining against the broad throne, admiring the mermaids' enchanting dance below. "Back then, my strength was insufficient, compelling me to train diligently. Now, with my power unmatched across the entire Tai Chi Island, I must indulge myself. Otherwise, living would be utterly devoid of meaning." "Muria, do you not find the study of spells far more intriguing than these trivial songs and dances?" Claudia inquired. Is there anything in this world more tedious and exasperating than the study of spells? Muria stared at Claudia in shock. You actually find the study of spells enjoyable? Of course. Each spell model is utterly captivating, irresistibly alluring, representing the very truths of the universe, Claudia exclaimed, her fervor evident. Indeed, Claudia, you are the most exceptional among the dragons of Dragon Fortress. You are a one-of-kind scholarly dragon. Muria fixed his gaze upon Claudia. If you do not cherish gold, silver, and gemstones, what do you hold dear? What, in your eyes, is the most precious treasure on this island? Without a doubt, it is the library within Dragon Fortress. Claudia responded instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, the library I established with the books I borrowed from my mother. Muria, taken aback by Claudia's answer, surveyed the resplendent hall, a wry smile gracing his lips. In your view, is knowledge truly the most valuable? Indeed, Muria, you are correct. The most precious thing on Taichi Island is indeed that library. At this juncture, Muria lowered his gaze, looking down at Claudia. Yet, in comparison to those tomes, I still prefer to revel in enjoyment. Moreover, Claudia, I am not neglecting my studies. I devote ample time to learning spells and honing my martial skills without sacrificing my enjoyment. Muria, are you unaware of the vast chasm that separates you from the true powerhouses? How can you indulge in pleasure at such a time? Claudia's disappointment was unmistakable as she transformed back into her true dragon form, soaring out of the hall towards the direction of the multicolored dragon fortress. She intended to return to her studies, eschewing time spent in frivolous pursuits with Muria. I find myself in a position where I need do nothing but wait, and yet I am destined for greatness. Despite this, I continue to diligently pursue my studies and engage in daily exercise, never allowing myself to slacken. It is rather perplexing that I am still criticized, Muria murmured as he watched Claudia soar into the sky. The realm of the academically gifted is beyond my comprehension. With this thought, Muria lowered his gaze and resumed his appreciation of the enchanting performance by the sirens and mermaids. After a while, when a troop of cloud giants and storm giants entered, instruments in hand, he dismissed the sirens and mermaids to focus on the giants' musical display. From that day forth, Muria began to seek greater pleasures during his limited leisure time. He took to adorning himself in exquisite garments, prompting the cloud giants to select over 100 skilled female weavers who toiled day and night to craft new attire for him. In terms of cuisine, Muria also grew somewhat discerning, reminiscing about the delectable dishes from his past life. Each time he recalled a particular delicacy, he would describe the flavors and methods of preparation to the cloud giant chefs, urging them to replicate such dishes if they were unable to do so. It mattered little, for the ingredients of this world differed significantly from those he once knew. This circumstance led many cloud giants to actively seek out a wider array of edible plants to cultivate. As Muria pursued his quest for enhanced enjoyment, none of the giants or leaders of the sea tribes found any cause for concern. Given Muria's current status, it was entirely acceptable for him to dress elegantly and dine exquisitely. The shapes of these 8 islands are rather irregular. Muria mused softly before the sand table that perfectly represented the islands in scaled form. Perhaps I should inquire with the mountain giants to see if they can alter the shapes of the 8 islands surrounding Taiji into uniform rectangles? My lord, is this undertaking not too ambitious? A storm giant finally stepped forth to dissuade him, expressing that it seemed inappropriate to request the mountain giants to reshape the islands simply because their contours displeased him. I am merely asking whether the mountain giants can undertake this task. If it is unfeasible, then so be it. I am not insisting upon completion. Muria clarified to the protesting storm giant. He then turned to the mountain giants within the hall and inquired, are you capable of transforming the shapes of these 8 islands into identical, regular rectangles? He envisioned a resemblance between Taiji Island and the 8 surrounding islands to the Taiji Bagua he recalled. My lord, as long as we are granted sufficient time, the mountain giants can indeed effect such transformations. A representative of the mountain giants responded in a hushed tone. Excellent. I shall entrust this matter to you, mountain giants. I shall impose no time constraints. Merely strive to complete it as expeditiously as possible, Muria declared, ultimately issuing what might be deemed a somewhat absurd command. There was no escaping the fact that he had a penchant for perfectionism. A few days prior, I had contemplated a particular dish. Have my cloud giant chefs managed to recreate it? After issuing his command, Muria recalled this matter and turned to the cloud giant leader beside him. I have heard that a similar dish has indeed been prepared, my lord. Then let them bring it forth for me to sample. My lord, There are still some aspects that do not meet your specifications. Please bring it here for me to taste and ascertain where it fails to meet my expectations. As you wish, Your Highness. Shortly thereafter, a pristine white porcelain bowl, devoid of any embellishments, was presented. Within it lay trembling chunks of a white, delicate substance. Tofu pudding, how nostalgic. Muria gazed at the familiar dish before him and sighed, then employed a transformation spell to assume a diminutive human form. To truly savor the delicacies, one must adopt a human guise. The Titan form was far too grand, devouring everything in mere bites, thus depriving him of the pleasure of indulgence. This, Muria lifted a spoonful of the quivering tofu pudding and placed it in his mouth, where it dissolved instantaneously. In terms of texture, it bore little difference from his previous life, yet the flavor was overwhelmingly sweet. How much sugar did you add? Muria smacked his lips, although he relished sweets. The bowl before him was excessively saccharine, bordering on cloying. Your Highness, we did not add any sugar. The cloud giant chef who had brought the tofu pudding knelt, responding with a hint of trepidation. No sugar? How can it be this sweet? Your Highness, we have experimented with all the flora on the island and discovered only one plant, known as the sugar bean, capable of producing this food you describe as white as jade and tender as cream. Sugar bean. I recall it as the plant you used to make sugar. Muria tapped his head, realizing that this place was entirely unlike his former life. Here there were no soybeans or sugarcane, but instead a plant that possessed the characteristics of both. Indeed, Your Highness, a hint of sweetness and tofu pudding is ideal. What you have created is far too sweet. Find a way to reduce the sweetness. Every day, Muria diligently practiced the martial techniques contained within the Titan legacy, memorizing construction spells, and studying the knowledge of formations without interruption. He entrusted the task of educating the chromatic dragons to Clodia. The current chromatic dragons had been thoroughly altered in their nature by his grandfather, Emperor Moss, each possessing a remarkable capacity for autonomous learning, which was a delightful surprise bestowed upon Muria by the Dragon King. Whenever Muria felt weary in his training, he would summon the sea nymphs for song, request the mermaids to shed their tails and dance for him, and invite the musically inclined giants to perform. In moments of leisure, he also had the cloud giants explore culinary arts for him, while the cloud giant maidens crafted various extravagant garments for his attire. As time flowed steadily onward, Muria's power grew gradually. The influence of his bloodline over the giants intensified. Following the storm giant leader, Talons, more giants began to break free from the shackles of their bloodlines, and it was not merely one or two. Like mushrooms after a rain, the giants commenced a large-scale advancement, no longer confined to their original ranks. Even the storm giants were no longer represented solely by Talons at the soul intent level, as they too began to ascend in groups to the soul intent stage. Under the influence of Muria's bloodline, the overall martial prowess of Taiji Island multiplied several-fold. Chapter 56. The Spring of the Dragon Clan. Your Highness. Within the Dragon Castle, 6 dragons have awakened, 2 of whom are clamoring to see you. Just as Muria was enjoying a grand performance by the Cloud Giants and Storm Giants in the White Jade Divine Palace, a Storm Giant from the Dragon Castle approached to deliver a message. What dragon? The Red Dragon. There are 2 female red dragons. I understand now. Muria nodded and instructed the Storm Giant. Let the 2 of them come to the White Jade Palace to see me. If the other 4 red dragons wish, they may join as well. The White Jade Palace is akin to a sanctuary for dragons. Aside from the aberrant white dragon Clodia, no dragon on Taiji Island would decline an invitation to the White Jade Palace. Thus, Muria soon beheld 6 red dragons, their scales of vivid crimson, measuring between 24 to 27 meters in length, at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Should any of you dare to touch anything here, I shall strip your scales and flay your hide. Before the 6 adolescent red dragons could steady themselves, Muria's cool voice echoed through the air. Chuckling awkwardly, the red dragons retracted their claws, which had instinctively reached out to grasp something. They understood that Muria's warnings were not to be taken lightly. She was known for following through on her words. Inform all giants within the White Jade Palace that any act of thievery by a dragon must be reported to me immediately. With a slight smile, Muria fixed her gaze upon the 6 red dragons, declaring, I shall ensure they comprehend the consequences of stealing my treasures. At your command, Your Highness. As soon as the order was given, a giant stepped forth from the hall to execute it. Hey, Muria, don't be like that. One of the red dragons said anxiously upon hearing Muria's words. The White Jade Palace was teeming with giants. With such a command, how were they to gather wealth? What is it? Jessica, do you still wish to pilfer my possessions? Muria focused her attention on the vocal young dragon. Muria, you have so much gold and gems that you can hardly contain them. Letting us take a little wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Jessica replied, unabashed. Try touching it. Should you dare to lay a finger on my belongings, I will not hesitate to skin you alive. I want to touch it. Is that satisfactory? The red dragon Jessica, glancing at the 15 towering storm giants standing in the hall, spoke with a mix of dissatisfaction and trepidation. Muria, seated high above, surveyed the 6 red dragons. Their scales a brilliant red and their appearances fearsome, and furrowed her brow. Transform into your humanoid forms. Unless in battle, it is best to maintain that shape. Upon hearing Muria's words, the 6 red dragons promptly enacted their transformation spells. After more than a decade, even the magically gifted Austin had mastered the art of transformation. No matter how inept, he was still a predator at the top of the food chain. Thus, 3 handsome young boys, exuding youthful vigor and masculinity, around the ages of 13 or 14, along with 3 equally stunning young girls, with brilliant eyes and charming smiles, appeared within the grand hall. Though the boys appeared youthful, they radiated a spirit of vigor and distinction, unlike mere mortals. The 3 girls were each enchanting in their beauty, already possessing the allure to captivate. This is the essence of the dragon race. Regardless of their kind, their humanoid forms are unparalleled in appearance, physique, and demeanor among sentient beings, leaving an indelible impression. Muria gazed down at the tall dragon youths and the curvaceous dragon maidens below, momentarily lost in thought. Fortunately, he relished his enjoyment in the form of a titan. His human guise seemed far too juvenile in comparison to these 6 dragons that I shall find a place to sit. Muria beckoned the 6 red dragons. Wait a moment, for a troop of mermaids is about to perform their newly learned dance. You may admire it alongside me. A group of mermaids dancing? Renata observed Muria with curiosity, struggling to comprehend how these half-human, half-fish beings could possibly dance. Indeed, the mermaids' dance is quite splendid. I could indulge in it for an entire day, the perfect way to pass the time. Once the 6 red dragons had settled beside the grand hall, Muria waved to a storm giant nearby. The giant approached and bowed, prepared to heed Muria's commands. Please convey to the sirens that they need not sing for me today. Their melodies are beyond the appreciation of these dragons. Instead, let the mermaids prepare and come forth to perform the dance they showcased 3 days prior. The storm giant cast a sidelong glance at the 6 red dragons, whose eyes sparkled as they scrutinized the hall's decorations, and responded in a hushed tone before swiftly exiting the grand hall to relay Muria's request to the mermaids. What do you think? Muria inquired, raising the silver goblet filled with fruit wine crafted by the cloud giant chef. Gesturing toward the 9 mermaids who gracefully danced, their fishtails transformed. Quite impressive, exclaimed the red dragon Andre, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the mermaid's exposed, alabaster skin, lavishing them with praise. Indeed, such beautiful mermaids. The other 2 young dragons, Austin and Albert, appeared equally entranced, though slightly less overt in their admiration than the drooling Andre. Tisich. What is there to behold? Cynthia, with her crimson hair and eyes, muttered discontentedly at the sight of her brother's embarrassing state. Exactly. Muria is far more captivating. Renata nodded in agreement, her attention wholly diverted from the mermaid's dance, fixated instead on Muria. Hey, I say, you don't actually wish to lay eggs with Muria, do you? Cynthia glared at Renata, her expression somewhat menacing. No, I never thought of that, Renata replied, flustered, shaking her head in denial as her cheeks flushed. Really? Cynthia probed further, her suspicions heightened. You were always hovering around him while he was asleep. I now realize you must have taken a liking to him back. Then it's truly astonishing that, even as a young dragon, you entertained thoughts of laying eggs with Muria. That I did not, Renata protested, feeling unjustly accused. Cynthia, stop picking on Renata. I truly believe you are the one who wishes to lay eggs with Muria, interjected Jessica, another red-haired maiden, who could no longer tolerate Cynthia's relentless teasing. Indeed, I do wish to lay eggs with Muria. Cynthia, upon hearing Jessica's words, exhibited no signs of denial and readily acknowledged it, embodying the quintessential character one would expect from a true red dragon. When did you come to such a conclusion? Jessica was taken aback by Cynthia's response, just as I had recently awakened. Are you in heat? Jessica gazed at her sister with exasperation. What do you see in Muria? Obviously, you have witnessed Muria's draconic form, so large, so magnificent, so imposing. As she spoke, Cynthia gestured around them. Moreover, Muria possesses considerable wealth. He is undoubtedly the ideal choice for a mate. Jessica followed Cynthia's gaze, contemplating her words for a moment before a realization dawned upon her. I have made up my mind. I too wish to bear eggs with Muria and become his partner. However, we are chromatic dragons. We are wicked dragons, and although Muria is not a gold dragon, he possesses a significant portion of gold dragon blood. We may not be well suited for him. In a timid voice, Renata interjected. Renata, do not equate us with those foolish dragons out there. Cynthia replied with mild irritation. We are not like those who only indulge in plunder and destruction. Precisely, Jessica added, her expression serious as she regarded Renata. Although we are chromatic dragons, we have committed no evil deeds. We are not wicked dragons. We can certainly unite with Muria as partners. We are true fire dragons. And gold dragons are also true fire dragons, while titans wield the powers of wind and thunder, presenting no elemental conflict. Therefore, we are entirely capable of bearing eggs with Muria, Cynthia supplemented. Yet, Muria is still in his juvenile dragon phase. Even if you desire it and he consents, you will not be able to produce eggs. Renata spoke once more, meekly. We are true dragons. We have ample time. We can wait for Muria to mature. Jessica replied. However, by the time Muria grows up, you will. Before Renata could finish her thought, Cynthia seized a bright red fruit from the platter on her desk and popped it into her mouth. Renata, you should simply eat and observe. Refrain from further commentary. Cynthia said impatiently to her youngest sister, am I to be treated as deaf? Muria, seated upon the high platform, could hear every word exchanged among the three young red dragonesses with remarkable clarity. Thanks to his current physical prowess, the juvenile dragon phase, Muria reflected on the legacy of dragonkind, stroking his chin. It seems the season of love has arrived for these dragons, but what of my own season? Glancing at his own form, he sighed. Though his titan shape is imposing, he is still quite young, and whatever he wishes to pursue must await a considerable time. Do they truly fancy me, or is it my wealth that draws them? Muria furrowed his brow, pondering with a hint of distress, or perhaps they are attracted to both. Never mind, there is little I can do at present. Clap, clap, clap. Muria, having ceased his ponderings, noticed the increasingly unhinged three male red dragons below. He raised his hand and clapped thrice. As the dancing mermaids turned their gaze towards him, Muria signaled for them to withdraw. He sensed that if these fair-skinned, beautiful mermaids lingered any longer, the three dragons would soon charge forth. It is well known that the mating criteria for dragons are rather lenient, especially for male dragons, who can appreciate females of any species, igniting their instinctual urges to mate. You three, calm yourselves, Muria remarked with exasperation. Observing the three red dragons restrained in their seats by the cloud giants behind them, their intelligence evidently diminished by at least half. Muria, I desire. Austin gazed longingly at the vanishing figures of the mermaids. Casting a pitiful look towards Muria, his eyes glistening with a tinge of desperation. Whatever it is you wish for, it shall not be granted. Muria replied, his expression impassive as he regarded the three handsome youths whose eyes sparkled with expectation. As for the female beings on Taiji Island, unless they consent willingly, none of you shall lay a finger upon them. Chapter 57. The Succubus. Upon hearing Muria's words, the three young red dragons exchanged glances. The prospect of obtaining the island's female inhabitants' consent seeming insurmountable, their ancestral memories contained no such references. Was it not customary for such matters to be imposed? Muria, if you prohibit us from interacting with the females on the island, what of the beings beyond its shores, or those outside the realm of Alasia? Andre inquired, racking his brain for possibilities. Such matters are of no concern to me, Muria replied, frowning at the red dragon whose thoughts had evidently become clouded by lust. What is it you intend to do? Summon a demon, Andre exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he unveiled his newfound plan. I shall summon a succubus from the abyss to serve me. Muria regarded the fervently gesticulating red dragon with a mixture of bemusement and disbelief. It was clear that he was exhausting all options to address his physical needs, hoping Muria would cease his interference. Demons are chaotic and malevolent beings. I cannot offer them sanctuary. Do you possess a method for summoning demons? Muria inquired to know. Andre's excitement immediately waned, for the Dragonkin's ancestral knowledge did not encompass such skills. The haughty dragons had no reason to include demon summoning methods in their legacy, as they required no assistance from such entities. What do you mean? You cannot? Austin and Albert, equally animated, were incensed by their brother's response. Nearly ready to chastise him had they not been in Muria's presence. Summoning a demon, Muria contemplated, Stroking his chin, I recall a fifth-tier spell, perhaps one to summon a horde of fear demons. But it is utterly useless. Fear demons were the most numerous of all demons, mere cannon fodder within the abyss, pathetically weak. However, to cast the spell for summoning fear demons required a golden-tier mage. This fifth-tier spell would yield 8 bronze-tier minion demons. Was this merely a jest? Among the 8 timid demons, typically only 2 would heed the summoner's command and charge towards the enemy, while the remaining 6 would engage in a self-contained skirmish. In Muria's eyes, this was nothing short of a futile spell. It could not summon through mere incantation, but required the arrangement of a magical circle, along with a ritual, to conjure forth demons of sufficient rank. "I believe I can assist you with summoning demons," Muria suddenly remarked, observing the 3 young red dragons below on the verge of combat. "Muria, are you willing to help us summon a demon?" Aston inquired with astonishment, his tone tinged with disbelief. That it was well known that Muria's mother was a lawful, good gold dragon, while his father was a lawful, neutral titan. Muria and demons were, by nature, sworn enemies. Of course, I have yet to encounter a demon. It would be quite entertaining to summon a few, Muria replied with a hint of intrigue, feeling somewhat weary of the prolonged festivities of song and dance and seeking a fresh diversion. "Your Highness, this is a storm giant." Beside Muria felt that his behavior was somewhat inappropriate and sought to dissuade him. "Sharpen your weapons and prepare for battle." Muria cast a glance at the storm giant who had just uttered 4 words, asserting, "It is insufficient to rely solely on the influence of my bloodline for a breakthrough. Combat assistance is the optimal path." In the newly established training grounds of the giant city, Muria gazed at the magical circle drawn with vivid beast blood. A mild sense of revulsion naturally welled up within him, and he felt an impulse to destroy the wicked circle before his eyes. "Muria, is this magical circle reliable? Can it truly summon demons?" Albert, the red dragon, questioned skeptically as he observed the circle. "That you've used the blood drawn from those low-tier creatures nurtured by the cloud giants to create this circle. Is it really capable of summoning demons? If you doubt its efficacy, then why don't you try?" Muria shot a glance at Albert, raising the dark tome in his hand. "The summoning circle I have drawn is based on the accounts in this book of demons. It is infallible. Where did you acquire this tome?" Aston asked, his skepticism evident as he felt a lingering sense of unreliability regarding the magical circle. "This circle lacks sufficient filth," Muria replied. "I found it in my mother's library." "Did you truly follow the summoning method detailed in the book?" "Not exactly. There were far too many grotesque and repugnant elements described therein, so I made a few minor adjustments and discarded all of those," Muria stated matter-of-factly, knowing that adhering strictly to the book's instructions would label him as an evil being. "Then, in that case, can you just be quiet?" Muria, in his Titan form, gently kicked Aston, who had reverted to his true self. "Whether my modified magical circle can summon demons will be revealed through experimentation. There's no need for your incessant chatter." With a hum, the magical circle was activated by Muria, its nodes adorned with glimmering magical crystals, each pulsating with arcane energy. According to the records in the Book of Demons, the energy source for the summoning circle ought to be some exceedingly vile entities, such as the souls of those who have met a tragic demise, or the hearts of creatures that perished in excruciating agony. Such abominations are not what Muria possesses or desires, and thus he took it upon himself to extensively modify the summoning array, using his acquired knowledge of such arcane constructs, resulting in this particular summoning formation. A scarlet, malevolent luminescence radiated from the intricate patterns of the array, casting an eerie glow that made the surroundings appear as if drenched in blood. The echoes of unidentified monstrous roars reverberated from the summoning array, causing the giant behind Muria to grip his weapon tightly. "Hey, Muria, is this array truly meant to summon succubi? From the looks of it, something seems amiss. Succubi are merely third-tier silver demons, are they not?" Cough. "My array is not specifically designed for designated summoning." Muria coughed lightly. "I modified it to this extent, so it can only summon at random. Whatever type of demon it conjures will be left to fortune. I lack the requisite knowledge for designated summoning. Randomly summoning demons?" A sense of foreboding washed over Jessica. "Indeed, I could potentially summon a host of timid demons, or perhaps a few succubi that Austin and the others desire. Or even..." Muria flashed a smile at the red dragon Jessica, revealing his pearly whites, as he prepared to summon a Baler flame demon. A Baler flame demon. The red dragon ABT shivered, exclaiming at Muria. "Have you lost your mind? A Baler flame demon is a high-ranking demon. You intend to summon such a being?" "Perhaps I jested a bit too much," Muria surveyed the increasingly flustered giants around him. Feeling somewhat helpless, he pointed at the summoning circle, which spanned merely 20 meters in diameter, and stated, "An array of this scale cannot possibly summon a high-ranking demon. At most, it would conjure a soul judge demon or a berserker demon." "Oh, I see." Jessica, still shaken by Muria's earlier words, exhaled deeply. Just then, the malevolent glow within the summoning array reached its zenith, and a massive demon, adorned with 2 horns and exuding an intensely foul stench, erupted into laughter as it materialized. The essence of the material plane, the demon, overwhelmed by the stench emanating from its own body, inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing its features. The material world was the ultimate destination for demons, bar none. Having arrived in the material realm, it was poised to harvest a plethora of souls, which in turn signified a significant enhancement of its own power. "Drag it out and slay it," Muria commanded, observing the befuddled demon still lost in its reverie within the summoning circle that he waved his hand backward, and immediately, 2 storm giants, grinning menacingly, charged towards the demon, which remained entranced in its own dreams. Gah, giants! The towering storm giants approached the demon, and only then did the 10-meter-tall, 4th-tier golden demon realize its predicament. It surveyed its surroundings, spotting various giants, and even 6 vividly scaled red dragons. Beside the dragons stood an extraordinarily massive giant. And at the sight of this giant, the demon felt its legs tremble involuntarily. Titan. The oppressive force emanating from its bloodline compelled the demon to recognize the lineage of Muria. Trembling, it voiced this realization, only to be met with despair, fully aware of its impending doom. No. 2 storm giants seized the unfortunate demon, dragging it from the summoning circle, and amidst the creature's desperate wails, they severed its head with a swift stroke of a blade. Continue the summoning. Muria did not cast even a glance at the bisected demon. Such beings held no significance in existence. Buzz. The array was activated once more, and soon a cacophony of chattering, shrieking diminutive demons materialized. This was a horde of timid demons, each possessing only the strength of a bronze rank 2, numbering in the hundreds. "Expel them all, and eliminate every last one," commanded Muria, rubbing his temples, with a wave of his hand. A contingent of armored cloud giants advanced, driving these infamous fodder of the abyss out. The cries of the timid demons begging for mercy echoed in Muria's ears, mingling with their shrieks and lamentations. His expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of discomfort. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. These are quasar demons, utterly useless. Expel them and slay them all. Slay the hunting spider demons as well. Time and again, Muria activated the array, summoning a bizarre and grotesque array of demons, each more repulsive than the last, provoking a deep-seated revulsion within him. Thus, he commanded the giants to eradicate the summoned demons without mercy. In the newly constructed training ground of the cloud giants, the bodies of demons piled into small hills, their fetid black blood pooling beneath, saturating the air with a foul stench. Yet Muria remained indifferent. No matter how many demon corpses accumulated, the giants would dispose of them. He harbored no concerns, relentlessly consuming vast amounts of magical crystals to summon more demons. At last, I have summoned the succubi I desired. A smile graced Muria's face as he beheld the 8 enchanting female demons standing within the summoning circle. Chapter 58. On the importance of appearance to demons, they truly are exquisite. The name succubus is well-deserved. Muria surveyed the 8 alluring succubi, their captivating beauty and voluptuous figures prompting him to nod in approval. However, his brow furrowed once more. Those hooves are quite unsightly. The succubi, as described in literature, were humanoid demons with striking features and voluptuous forms, yet they bore a pair of sharp horns atop their heads and delicate black wings upon their backs. What truly displeased Muria, however, were their legs, resembling those of beasts, which he found thoroughly distasteful. Roar, succubi. Beneath him, the red dragon Austin's eyes lit up at the sight of the succubi within the summoning circle, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to unleash his pent-up energy upon them. Wait. As Austin prepared to rush forward, Muria swiftly stepped on his tail. "Muria, what are you doing?" Austin glared back at him. "Furious. Do not hinder me. Let us clarify the matter first." Muria trod upon Austin's tail, observing the 2 other red dragons eager to join the fray. As I previously promised, each dragon is entitled to 1 succubus. 1. Upon hearing that he could only claim a single succubus, Andre was instantly elated. Having summoned 8 succubi already, Though insufficient for the three of us to share, surely each dragon should receive at least two. No, why only one? Two? Humph. One succubus is more than enough for your needs. Do you wish to overindulge yourselves? Muria scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. You shall each receive but one succubus. Whether you accept this is of no concern to me. The remainder belongs to me. Muria, what purpose do you have for a succubus? Austin glared at Muria. You already possess an abundance of females. Why must you contend with us? Besides, you are still merely in your youth, incapable of achieving anything substantial. I find myself in need of a dance troupe of succubi. Is that so unreasonable? Muria looked down upon the 26-foot-long red dragon beneath him. You wish for the succubi to perform for you? Albert gazed at Muria in astonishment. How could you even think such a thing? Unconvinced, Muria smirked derisively. Come, the three of you. Face me in a duel. Do not claim I do not provide you with an opportunity. I shall fight with one hand behind my back. If you manage to defeat me, all these succubi shall be yours. What say you? Upon hearing Muria's words, Andre wasted no time and strode towards the 8 trembling succubi within the magic circle. One succubus is sufficient for me. I concur. That is ample. Albert, displaying remarkable understanding, followed suit, approaching the magic circle alongside Andre. Muria, release me. The 2 most exquisite succubi are about to be taken by those 2 rascals. Austin, witnessing his brothers already selecting their choices, grew anxious. What? Do you not intend to challenge me? I would rather endure a conflagration in my mind than engage in a duel with you, Austin retorted disdainfully. Such a bore. Upon hearing the response from the once most unruly red dragon, Muria found himself increasingly disinterested, loosening his grip. Instantly, Austin shot forth like an arrow, soaring into the fray. Muria watched in disbelief as the rogue dragon pinned a succubus to the ground, tearing at her meager attire with his claws, causing the exquisite creature from the abyss to emit a piercing scream filled with terror. Scoundrel, Muria admonished the brazen red dragon, preparing to mount a counterattack. You lot, take your chosen succubi and retreat to a place beyond my sight. Do as you please. Such trivial matters, Austin muttered in dissatisfaction upon hearing Muria's command. However, as he turned to see the thunder spear poised in Muria's grasp, he promptly cowered, seizing the recently chosen succubus with both claws, flapping his expansive wings, and ascending skyward. Following suit, the other 2 dragons mirrored their brothers' actions, each clutching their selected succubi, and they all vanished from Muria's view. Soaring away from the training grounds, Your Highness, how shall we manage these 5 succubi? After the 3 red dragons departed from the training ground, a storm giant, wielding a blood-stained greatsword, approached Muria for instructions. No need to kill these ones. Muria glanced at the storm giant, whose body reeked of fresh blood, and discerned that this fellow seemed to have developed a taste for slaying demons. Your Highness, these are demons. I am aware. They are merely succubi with no more than bronze-level strength. I intend to keep a few for amusement, Muria replied nonchalantly. Isnt, they're still you lot? Very well. If these demons dare to make any moves, my sword shall teach them a lesson. Upon hearing Muria's rationale for sparing them, the storm giant reluctantly withdrew. Take them away, Muria commanded, directing several cloud giant maidens to escort the quaking succubi huddled together within the magic circle. Smiling as she did so, unlike ordinary demons, many of those from the abyss possessed intellect akin to that of a dullard. Though succubi were weak in power, they were among the rare demon species with a modicum of intelligence. Consequently, upon being summoned, they found themselves thoroughly intimidated by the multitude of giants surrounding them. 5 succubi are insufficient, Muria mused, stroking her chin as she continued the summoning, determined to gather at least 10. With a roar, as the summoning circle activated once more, a blood-red figure emerged, accompanied by a sinister crimson aura, immediately issuing a displeased growl. What is this? Muria scrutinized the newly summoned large feline within the magic circle, a smile gracing her lips. A blood lion demon, the blood demon lion, with sleek fur and sharp fangs beneath its jaw, roared in irritation, its formidable claws scratching against the magic circle beneath it. It loathed being in an unfamiliar realm, even within the material plane, but upon surveying its surroundings, meow, the bloodline demon appeared bewildered. This place seemed decidedly off. There were far too many giants of its own strength. With a timid yowl, it shrank back, glancing at the magic circle, pondering whether it could return home. Your Highness, a storm giant brandishing a battle axe approached Muria, his eyes brimming with eagerness. The bloodlion demon was a notably powerful golden-tier demon beast. Capture it, then tame it, Muria commanded with a smile. The blood lion's appearance closely resembled that of an ordinary lion, albeit larger and with blood-red fur, adorned with prominent bone spikes that rendered it even more fearsome. However, Muria found it quite appealing, its appearance striking to "Asu command, Your Highness." The storm giants, though puzzled by Muria's decision to spare the blood lion demon, complied with her orders in less than 3 minutes. The blood lion demon was securely bound and presented before Muria. How perceptive! Muria gazed down at the majestic blood-red lion. Feline creatures are known for their high intelligence, a truth that holds in both previous and current realities. The blood lion demon, summoned against its will, offered no resistance upon witnessing the storm giant grasping a rope with the intent to ensnare it. Submitted entirely, aware that its life was no longer in jeopardy as it so happened. The blood lion demon had a penchant for feasting on the flesh of other demons. Muria turned to survey the mounds formed by the remnants of slain demons, contemplating how best to dispose of them. With a swift motion, Muria unleashed a blade of wind, severing the ropes binding the blood lion demon, which, displaying remarkable awareness, understood that binding was unnecessary. Subsequently, in the demon's puzzled gaze, Muria gestured towards a heap of corpses and commanded, "Go, consume them all." With a low growl of compliance, the blood lion demon rose and bounded towards the indicated pile of remains. It seemed that one blood lion demon was insufficient for the task at hand. Muria muttered, "I must summon a few more. This one is too unsightly. Eliminate it. It reeks. Dispose of it." "Ah, what is this? A fire-wrought demon?" Muria's interest piqued as he observed several new demons materializing within the summoning circle. These humanoid beings, engulfed in flames, boasted an impressive exterior and no need to slay these. "Let them submit to me," Muria directed, pointing at the fiery demons. "Yes, my lord," the cloud giants snarled as they approached the fire-wrought demons, whose flames flickered uncertainly with fear. Although many demons were profoundly foolish, some possessed a degree of intelligence, which they rarely utilized as their combat relied heavily on brute force. To them, strength always outweighed intellect. "Great being, we wish to forge a pact with you and become your servants." Before long, after the cloud giants had thoroughly educated the 9 summoned fire-wrought demons with their fists, the trembling creatures knelt before Muria in submission. "You seek to contract with me and become my servants?" Muria scoffed at the fire-wrought demons. "You are utterly inadequate to aspire to be my servants. You must at least evolve into flame demons. As you are now, you fall short. Step aside. If you grow hungry, go dispose of those corpses for me," Muria chided. He then instructed the giants beside him. "These demons are to remain within the training grounds. Should any of you spot them attempting to leave, feel free to slay them without reporting to me." The slender demons, sporting a pair of gaunt, skeletal wings, obediently made their way towards the giants' designated area for demon carcasses. Carefully avoiding the warning gaze of the blood lion demon as they approached the remains to feast. "Continue summoning," Muria declared, casting a glance before diverting his attention elsewhere, seeking some amusement to occupy his time. As time elapsed, the giants and the red dragon discerned which demons Muria would choose to eliminate and which would be spared for the moment. The unsightly demons were destined for death, while only those whose appearances pleased Muria and bore no overwhelming stench stood a chance of survival. Chapter 59. The abyssal refinement of demons in the training ground. The piles of demon corpses continued to accumulate. Yet Muria grew increasingly invigorated with each summoning. He was unaware of what kind of demon he might conjure next, and this sense of uncertainty filled him with exhilaration. Muria felt as though he were indulging in an addictive game from his previous life, where summoning characters was limited. Now, however, he could summon as many times as he desired, free from any restrictions. That he retained the demons that pleased him, while swiftly eliminating those that did not meet his approval. Thus far, only 3 types of demons had captured Muria's favor: the succubus, the fire wraith, and the blood lion demon. Among them, the blood lion demon represented the highest rank of demon Muria had summoned. A true archdemon, which he was not yet capable of calling forth. To do so would be to toy with the lives of his storm giants. Archdemons were at least the elite among the soul intent tier. Yet he commanded only 15 soul intent first-tier storm giants. Should he summon an archdemon, such as a 6-armed serpent demon, it was certain that a significant portion of his storm giants would perish in battle before he could subdue it. Muria had modified the summoning array from the Book of Demons into a permanent summoning circle. Through this array, demons arriving in Alasia faced no time constraints, yet it bore a significant flaw. He had no control over the demons summoned. "Your Highness, isn't this enough?" A storm giant, wearing a troubled expression, implored Muria. Muria, lost in his newfound obsession, turned to survey the training ground he had designed to accommodate battles involving soul intent giants. It was now littered with the remnants of demons. Black blood flowing freely. Many giants accompanying Muria had found themselves with no solid ground to stand on, resorting to casting spells to hover in the air. Only the space surrounding Muria remained pristine, devoid of any bloodstains. Within the training ground, 17 bloodlion demons and over 100 fire wraiths were diligently consuming the demon corpses. For them, cannibalism was a norm, especially since the fallen demons did not belong to their kind. "How many succubi have I summoned?" Muria inquired of the storm giant beside him. "Your Highness, excluding the succubi that have not taken the red dragon away, you currently have 52 succubi," a storm giant respectfully replied. "That should suffice." Muria nodded, instructing the giants to teach them dance. In a month's time, I wish to see this group of succubi performing in my grand hall. "Your Highness, if you desire to behold a dance, both the mermaids and the sirens are equally capable, and even the cloud giant maidens could perform for you. Is it truly necessary to train a group of succubi to dance? I have grown weary of the dances of mermaids, sirens, and cloud giant maidens," Muria replied, casting a glance at the storm giant who was attempting to dissuade him. "I seek something fresh." "What? Do you find something amiss?" "Your Highness, they are demons, and what of it? They are merely weaklings I could crush at will. What is there to fear? Will I be entranced by them, and then to fall?" Muria chuckled, reassuringly saying, "Fear not. Your Highness, all shall be well." The storm giant, who sought to counsel him, knelt down in exasperation, hoping to sway Muria's decision. "Not only do I wish to establish a succubus dance troupe, but I also aspire to summon lustful demons from the depths of hell to serve me." Muria remarked with a smile towards the prostrate storm giant, "I have yet to encounter a devil from the inferno." "Your Highness, that cannot be." Several more storm giants knelt. Warning, devils excel in temptation. Do not underestimate them. Even the gods in the heavens have fallen prey to their seductions, descending into the abyss. They are formidable embodiments of evil. "Evil?" Muria scoffed lightly. "I shall summon a devil right now. Let us behold the so-called evil you speak of." Using the remnants of these demons as offerings, from a necklace filled with various tomes, Muria produced a black book, shrouded in an ominous aura, emanating an unsettling presence. Before the multitude of giants, he opened the tome, revealing the incantations to summon a devil. Subsequently, Muria proceeded to establish a black and red summoning circle, infused with an air of foreboding and strangeness, commanding the giants to stack the mountain of demon corpses onto the summoning array. "Muria, what caliber of devil do you intend to summon?" Cynthia inquired, her eyes wide with horror at the increasing number of demon remains surrounding the circle. "Of course, I wish to summon a formidable one," Muria replied, casting a reassuring glance at the 3 red dragons before him, who were visibly startled by his actions. "Fear not. I shall not summon one too powerful. Merely a soul-grade devil. Soul-grade," Jessica gasped, incredulous at Muria's words. "Do you comprehend what such a level of devil entails? How many lives do you wish to claim on this island?" "Not a single one shall perish," Muria arched an eyebrow, asserting, "regardless of what I summon, I will subdue it into compliance. Just watch." "But, Muria, you are only at the golden 3rd stage, not soul grade," the red dragon Renata timidly remarked. "Even at the golden level, I could still overpower a soul grade," Muria stated, crouching to pat Renata's fearsome dragon head before standing to direct the cloud giants in their preparations. "Muria is growing increasingly arrogant," Cynthia sighed softly as she observed him moving away. "What can be done? He is the strongest on Tai Chi Island, capable of defeating even soul-grade storm giants. If I were in his position, I would likely be just as audacious," Jessica remarked nonchalantly. At this rate, Muria will inevitably face repercussions." Renata contemplated before adding, "But this is the domain of the Titans. What misfortune could he encounter here? If he truly summons a formidable entity, Titans will surely come to resolve the matter." "Talents, have all the giants withdrawn?" Muria inquired, glancing at the summoning circle, which spanned nearly 100 meters and was piled high with demon remains. Turning to the storm giant leader, "Talents, all have vacated the training grounds, as per your instructions. The bloodline demon and fireburn demon have also been temporarily relocated," Talons reported. The increasingly towering figure of Talons reported in a hushed tone, "Are you afraid?" Muria surveyed the 15 soul intent level storm giants surrounding him, a testament to the influence of his Titan bloodline since his awakening 2 years prior. "If you are fearful, speak now. It is not too late to withdraw." "Your Highness, you jest," exclaimed one of the storm giants, brandishing his axe spear and swinging it with fervor, causing the air to emit a faint, explosive sound. What you intend to summon is merely a soul intent level demon, not a legend. How could we possibly cower? Very well. Muria chuckled at the storm giant's words. He then extended his mental energy without hesitation, activating the summoning array before him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The array sprang to life, emanating a blood-red, malevolent light that shot forth from its intricate runes. As this radiant glow struck the remnants of the demon, the corpses melted away like wax candles kissed by flame, flowing into the array as a viscous fluid, vanishing from sight, with the substantial disappearance of demon bodies. The blood-hued light reflected from the array grew ever more resplendent, and the ominous aura thickened, causing the storm giants to instinctively grip their weapons tighter. Hiss! What an intoxicating essence of the material realm. As the blood-red light intensified, a colossal shadow wreathed in black mist materialized at the center of the array. It inhaled deeply and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a chant, "Summon me forth." You wretched. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Muria and the others, and the words halted abruptly, for it was a fool who, without assessing the surroundings, chose to boast, without a moment's hesitation, upon hearing the demon's first utterance. Muria unleashed a punch enveloped in golden lightning and hurricane winds, pouring every ounce of his strength into the strike. Titan, the shadow of the demon gazed in terror at the fist descending upon it, uttering those two words with boundless fear and reverence. Black-red blood and shattered scales splattered as the demon staggered from Muria's blow. No, this is not an adult Titan. The demon, its face indented from the impact, looked in astonishment at its own body, realizing it had not been obliterated in that single punch, for it had witnessed the might of an adult Titan before, as a lesser demon. Even now, it believed it could not withstand the blow of an adult Titan. To encounter one would be certain death to a juvenile Titan. The massive demon regarded Muria, who stood only slightly taller than itself, with a look of surprise. It seems my luck is quite favorable. Muria's lips twitched as he beheld the demon he had summoned, astonished to have conjured the highest-ranking demon, a deep abyss demon. What Muria had summoned was a deep abyss demon, towering 30 meters, its body ablaze with flames capable of scorching souls. Beneath its feet lay 27 dark red soul intent rings, adorned with intricate patterns. Your Highness, this must be a demon of the pinnacle of soul intent. One of the storm giants spoke, his voice tinged with dryness. In the realm of soul intent's pinnacle, Muria squinted at the abyssal demon, whose visage had been marred by a punch that left a deep indentation upon its face. The creature's injuries were healing at a visible pace, its bones realigning autonomously, and its torn muscle tissue regenerating rapidly. Yet, something felt amiss. Muria had calculated before the summoning. He was not so foolish as to invite his own demise. His array could not possibly conjure a true soul intent pinnacle demon. The creature was wounded. Muria's gaze fell upon the soul intent rings beneath the feet of the abyssal demon. Most of the outer rings were dim and lifeless, while the innermost 8 still flickered with a malevolent and tainted brilliance. Its power had dwindled to a mere fraction. Together, they could easily overpower it. Muria led the charge, lightning and tempest enveloping him as he surged forward. The storm giants, witnessing this, raised their heavy weaponry in unison and joined the fray. Chapter 60. The disheartened golden dragon lady. Do you wish to live? Muria gasped, assessing the fallen abyssal demon. Just as he had surmised, the demon, now evolved to its zenith, was indeed gravely injured, unable to unleash a significant portion of its might. The abyssal demon regarded the 8 storm giants brandishing weapons against it, its eyes flickering. However, upon hearing Muria's words, it unhesitatingly declared its answer. Then let us forge the contract you demons cherish. Muria smiled, scrutinizing the imposing abyssal demon before him. The thought of having a demon of such high rank as a servant was undeniably satisfying. What kind of contract do you wish to sign? Upon hearing the word contract, the abyssal demon's eyes brightened as it assessed the young titan who had brought it low with the aid of the giants. It shall be the servant contract. Impossible. The abyssal demon instinctively rejected the notion of a servant contract, having endured countless trials to ascend from a lowly wretch to a powerful abyssal demon. The idea of a golden titan demanding it to become a servant was utterly absurd. Oh, Muria, hearing the demon's refusal, took a few steps away and picked up a long spear, a weapon dropped by a storm giant who had been grievously injured in their battle. What did you just say? Muria brandished the spear, its glimmering tip aimed at the demon's head. Please repeat that. I did not quite catch it. Honorable Titan, the abyssal demon felt the chilling aura piercing its brow and immediately cowered. Its tone dripping with humility. I am willing to enter into a contract with you. To become your servant would be my utmost honor. Draft the contract expeditiously and spare me the pleasantries. Yes, The abyssal demon struggled to rise, and, under the scrutiny of Muria and the 8 storm giants, retrieved a large parchment made of sheepskin. On the dark yellow paper, ominous lines of demonic script began to appear in succession. Heh, what do you take me for? Muria glanced at the contract presented by the abyssal demon, barely skimming its contents. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear into its chest. Golden lightning surged through the spear, coursing into the abyssal demon's body, eliciting pained howls from the creature. Your Highness, does this contract pose any issues? The bloodied Terrence gazed curiously at Muria. Terrence, should you ever find yourself dealing with devils in the future, remember this. If the contract presented to you is adorned with seemingly exquisite embellishments, do not ponder further, simply sever it. Muria scoffed as he regarded the contract handed to him by the abyssal warlock, noting the lavish black patterns that graced its edges. These markings were, in fact, a form of script, a common ruse employed by devils. Once such a contract is signed, it is essentially over. Behave yourself and refrain from further tricks. My patience has its limits. Muria extracted the spear that had pierced the warlock's form, skillfully flicking it to rid the blade of the tainted blood. I shall rewrite it immediately. The abyssal warlock emitted a muffled groan, clutching the gaping wound at his chest, and offered a conciliatory smile to Muria, hastily drafting a new contract for his inspection. Are you jesting? The witness to this contract is none other than Asmodeal. Muria cast a glance at the document and, without hesitation, thrust his spear forth once more, piercing the warlock's recently healed flesh. Have the most powerful devil witness an unequal pact between a devil and a titan. Does he take me for a fool? Change it to the River Styx contract. Muria commanded. This is your final opportunity. Should you employ your devilish tricks again, I shall end you. Very well, I shall amend it. The abyssal warlock's body twitched in pain, though this wound was but a minor affliction to him. It was still excruciating. Simple and straightforward, no unnecessary words. Muria withdrew the bloodied spear, pressing its tip against the warlock's throat. Should you dare to engage in wordplay, I will not hesitate to slay you. I shall not attempt it again. The abyssal warlock observed the steaming, dark crimson blood dripping from the spear onto his form, casting doubt upon his existence. Recently, he had clashed with a Baylor demon, sustaining significant injury, and upon sensing a summoning from the material realm, he had assumed it was a devil worshipper calling him forth to wreak havoc. Thus, he had obediently responded, eager to harvest a bounty of delectable human souls to mend his wounds. Little did he expect to be summoned by a juvenile titan accompanied by a throng of giants, who, without exchanging more than a couple of words, had proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Furthermore, this juvenile titan had coerced him with his life to sign a servant's contract. He had initially intended to manipulate the contract, but to his astonishment, the titan possessed considerable knowledge of devilish contracts, seeing through his schemes and inflicting 2 grievous wounds upon him. Here for your review. The abyssal warlock, under the duress of death, grimaced as he penned a new River Styx contract, this time without daring to tamper with it. It's so concise, merely stating that I become your servant? At a time limit. How long? The abyssal warlock gazed hopefully at Muria. Many demons frequently enter into contracts with humans, willingly becoming their servants in exchange for their souls. Such agreements typically conclude with the human's aging and eventual demise. For many lesser demons, trading decades of time for a human soul seems quite advantageous. However, what is particularly alarming is that the entity seeking to forge a servant contract is a titan, a being renowned for its immortality. The abyssal warlock mused that if a contest of lifespans were to ensue, it would certainly be he who would perish first. What delightful dreams occupy your thoughts? Muria gazed incredulously at the abyssal warlock, who appeared lost in reverie. Naturally, the longer you live, the longer you shall serve me, until the very end of your existence. Is that not rather lengthy? The abyssal warlock replied with a hint of reluctance, his expression pleading as he looked at Muria. Unwilling? I am willing. The abyssal warlock nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice, for the 8 storm giants beside him had already raised their weapons. And should he fail to acquiesce, he would soon find himself lifeless upon the ground. Now that is more like it. Muria observed the 3rd iteration of the demonic contract in his hands, with the abyssal warlock having inscribed his true name upon it. Your name is rather lengthy. For the sake of convenience, I shall henceforth refer to you as Males, Muria declared in an authoritative tone, selecting a segment of the abyssal warlock's true name as his new appellation, and subsequently inscribing his own true name upon the contract. Thus, the agreement was sealed, the parchment transformed into specks of light, merging into the unknown. In that fleeting moment, Muria sensed a vast, black river coursing through the endless lower plains, yet this sensation vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. Nevertheless, the boundless power contained within that dark river left Muria in awe. Master, at the moment the contract was forged, the abyssal warlock males felt a shackle tighten around his soul, with life and freedom no longer at his own discretion. Consequently, he knelt in reverence before the being who held the other end of the chain. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within Muria as he beheld the abyssal warlock kneeling at his feet. Summon all the giants outside to enter and tend to these severely wounded warriors. Muria commanded. To subdue this abyssal warlock. 15 soul-intent storm giants had suffered injuries, with 7 gravely wounded, while the remaining 8 bore their own wounds. Only Muria himself felt relatively unscathed, merely fatigued. When the giants and demons re-entered the training grounds, they were taken aback, observing that the ground appeared as though it had been plowed. Even more shocking was the sight of the formidable abyssal warlock, exuding an ominous aura, prostrating at Muria's feet. "Is this what you deem evil?" Muria questioned with a smile, placing his foot upon the head of the abyssal warlock males as he addressed the 2 storm giants who had previously cautioned him. The 2 storm giants stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and myriad emotions as they regarded the abyssal warlock, unmoving even under Muria's foot. Ultimately, they remained silent, kneeling upon the ground. The reality had spoken for itself. Upon his lofty throne, Muria surveyed the scene below, where a group of succubi had transformed their hooves into elongated legs, performing a dance that stirred the primal instincts of the male creatures surrounding them. "Quite impressive, Miles. I never expected you to possess an affinity for dance." Muria cast a glance at the strikingly handsome young man with black hair and eyes standing beside the throne that I once served under a hedonistic sorcerer. "Thus I have a modicum of knowledge regarding dance and music," replied the demon Miles, who had transformed into human form, clad in a butler's attire, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "So, how goes the matter of summoning a batch of succubi to teach them the art of dance at my behest?" 100 succubi have already been summoned, my master. They are currently undergoing training and will soon present you with a visual feast, Miles reported, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. His current master, Muria, possessed a profound appreciation for both visual and auditory delights. This was fortuitous, for demons excelled in the art of temptation and indulgence through various sensory experiences, being true connoisseurs in this realm. Within the crystalline castle, the youthful golden dragoness sat regally upon a throne forged from a legendary metal alloy, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the shadow wall before her, her expression marred by discontent. The images displayed depicted Muria reveling in libations, immersed in soft melodies, and admiring the dance of a succubus. "Little Muria, do you truly believe you have become invincible among your peers?" sighed Aetrelise, her voice tinged with disappointment. "There are many monsters in Alasia. Ansor, it seems we must discipline our little Muria," she continued. "He has now ascended to the 3rd tier of gold. It is time for him to step forward." The exquisite golden-haired maiden lifted her gaze to the valiant young man with black hair and golden eyes beside her. "Let Muria become acquainted with those little ones of your kin." Indeed, the Titan, having assumed human form, furrowed his brow as he observed the scenes on the shadow wall, responding with a low murmur. With a swift motion, Ansor effortlessly rent the fabric of space as if it were mere parchment. Stepping into the newly formed rift, "I shall attend to the arrangements at once." A soft chuckle escaped the lips of Aetrelise, the golden dragoness, as she regarded the mending rift, then turned her attention back to the reveling Muria on the shadow wall. Murmuring softly, "Little Muria, now is not the time for indulgence. You are soon to meet your future companions, and I eagerly anticipate your performance. I hope you do not disappoint me too greatly, for your lineage is certainly superior."